9 Sun God King Chapter 1901 to Chapter 1954. When the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron appeared, it had even become very large. Coupled with its overflowing might, it caused everyone to be alarmed and secretly rejoice. It's the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Elder Siddhi said in shock, according to legend, this cauldron can suppress divine cosmos evil dragon. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said, the strongest state of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron is not like this. This cauldron is obviously severely damaged, that's why it has degenerated to this state. Many seniors from Heaven Creation City understood this cauldron better, because it was used to restrain the divine cosmos evil dragon back then. Tian the lion dragon suppressing cauldron suddenly flew over and appeared in the air above the ruins of the tomb city. As it spun, it produced waves of suction force, wanting to absorb those heavenly lions. Heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron? Does this piece of trash want to steal food from me? The divine cosmic evil dragon's voice erupted from its gaping mouth. At this moment, the nine-headed Elysian lion was being fought over by two powerful suction forces, causing it to become even more furious. The suction force released by the divine universe evil dragon was the strongest, and it had already sucked a heavenly lion into the air. That although the heavenly lion was struggling non-stop, it was unable to resist the suction force. Its mountain-like body was slowly flying towards the huge dragon mouth. Right now, no one dared to get close to the divine cosmic evil dragon, as it was incredibly powerful. If they got close, the berserk power that exploded out from its body would be able to tear them apart. Shoth Nether Realm heavenly lion that was sucked into the dragon's mouth suddenly slowed down a lot. At not far away, the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron was spinning rapidly, and the suction force it produced was also gradually becoming stronger. The suction force of the huge cauldron was slowly snatching the Nether Realm heavenly lion over. At the other 8 Nether Realm heavenly lions on the ground roared, venting the anger in their hearts. They were all suppressed by the power released by Xianxia, unable to break free in a short period of time. God seeing that the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron was snatching the heavenly lion, Yu Xielong furiously roared, and a wave of black qi rushed out of its mouth towards the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The rapidly spinning heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron repelled the incoming black gas. Qin Yun, so what if you obtain the heavenly lion? You will die in the end. You are the enemy of the heavenly Tao. No matter how you struggle, no matter how strong you are, you will still die under the heavenly Tao. The divine universe evil dragon roared as it swept its tail toward the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. Tian under Qin Yun's control, the lion dragon suppressing cauldron suddenly evaded the dragon tail. The heavenly lion that was hovering in the air suddenly dropped to the ground and continued to be suppressed by Xianxia. The process of snatching the nine-headed heavenly lion was not as smooth as Qin Yun imagined. Qin Yun never expected the divine universe evil dragon to devour the 9 Nether Realm heavenly lions. If the divine universe evil dragon ordered the 9-headed heavenly lions to attack, then he could use the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to collect the heavenly lions one by one. God Yu Xielong did not successfully devour the Nether Realm heavenly lion, so he will not let Qin Yun have his way. He is very clear how strong the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron will become after devouring the 9 heavens lion. Xiao Yun, attack Xiaoyang. Ling Yun'er suddenly shouted. Evil Yang was suppressing the 9 heavens lion, and as long as Xiaoyang was destroyed, the 9 heavens lion would be able to break free. 9 Once the heavenly lion escapes, it might attack the divine universe evil dragon. After all, they were almost devoured by the divine universe evil dragon. Qin Yun'er gritted her teeth and suddenly kept the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Old Shan, can you stall the divine cosmos evil dragon? Qin Yun suddenly shouted. Yes. Vigor God shouted back. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Hercules shot up into the sky. His body suddenly became enormous, thousands of meters tall, like a supergiant that could hold up the heavens. Big after Vigor God became big, he immediately hugged the divine universe evil dragon's head, clamped it under his ribs and started punching it. The divine universe evil dragon roared furiously, its rotten body started moving and wrapped around Vigor God. Boom! Body the huge Vigor God tightly hugged the divine universe evil dragon's head and suddenly fell to the ground, causing the ground to crack. The two huge creatures were shaking, It felt like they were going to destroy the world. It was extremely shocking. Everyone floated in the air and watched from afar. They didn't dare to get close because the energy released by the Divine Universe Evil Dragon was too strong. Even a 9th stage Immortal Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xianxia suddenly transmitted his voice to Princess Xianxia, Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, Heartless Immortal Supremacy and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. Obituaries tell them to use all their strength to attack Xianxia. Mega the Big Xianxia floated in the air. With the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's protection, Xianxia was able to concentrate his power to suppress the 9-headed Heavenly Lion. But now, Shen Cosmos Evil Dragon was suddenly pulled over by Hercules, and Xianxia's defense was at its weakest. Ju Senior Immortal Qing roared loudly, the Sun Soul transformed battle axe in her hand suddenly became very huge, floating in the air. It looked like a giant axe mountain, flickering with bright golden light. Mega Heartless Immortal Venerable injected his saint power into the axe, it spun in the air and flew towards Xianxia. Princess Yi, on the other hand, took out a fiery red longbow and pulled the bowstring. She was accumulating her saint power and aiming at Xianxia. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master raised his hands and released the saint power in his body, condensing it into a ball of energy in the air. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor took out the 9 Dragon Mark Heavenly Steels and activated the divine power inside them to activate the 9 Dragons Heaven Origin Array. He stood in the middle of the Dragon Mark Heavenly Steels, his body turned into a half-dragon half-human, and on top of the 9 Dragon Mark Heavenly Steels, a dragon head formed by the divine power appeared. Hong. Absolute, Senior Immortal Qing's huge axe was the first to slam into Xianxia, knocking him back and covering him in golden light. Sway then, Princess Anya's fiery red longbow shot out an arrow. After the arrow was shot out, it became very huge, the berserk saint power that gushed out from it tore a deep fiery crack in the ground. Boom! The arrow landed on the spot where the axe struck, creating a huge hole on the surface of Xianxia. Immortal Sacred Lord Desolation hurriedly sent the ball of holy power he had gathered into the hole. All sorts of explosions occurred inside Xianxia. It's my turn. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor released the dragon head formed by the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. The dragon head roared and rammed into Xianxia's body, wreaking havoc within. The attacks from the few Qi practitioners had dealt significant damage to Xianxia. Qingyun also appeared above Xianxia. The 9 dragons' heaven origin array inside the floating cloud rod was activated, turning the floating cloud rod into a huge saber that shone in 9 colors. What caught everyone's attention was that Qingyun was wearing a pair of sparkling golden boots. They were the heaven-trampling divine boots formed from the Sun Soul. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation was attached to the floating cloud staff, and divine universe energy surged out, turning the floating cloud staff into a giant saber. Wearing the heaven-trampling divine boots allowed him to unleash even more of the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation's power, allowing him to control the huge saber. Divine Universe Evil Dragon roared in anger. It controlled its long and large dragon tail and swung it at Qingyun in the sky, but it was sent flying by Immortal Venerable Heartless Giant Axe. The divine weapon in Qingyun's hand slashed down, cleaving Xianxia into 2 halves. In an instant, the heaven and earth became filled with incomparably berserk energy. It looks like doomsday has arrived. At the same time, the 9-headed heavenly lion that was being suppressed below also broke free with a furious roar and charged toward the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. God Yuxia Dragon's body suddenly overflowed with a large amount of black mist, its huge body shrunk into a small ball. God Yuxia Dragon transformed into a human. This is the only way to get rid of Vigor God. What shocked everyone is that the tall and sturdy old man that Divine Universe Evil Dragon transformed into has the face of Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. Immortal Great Emperor Desolate's body was originally very thin, but now he has become very majestic. His aura is also different. Absolute Immortal Venerable Heartless cursed in low voice. Immortal Desolate Great Emperor has been devoured by Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Yuxia Dragon laughed sinisterly and said, 9 Heaven Lion, even if you join hands, you are not my match. Only by becoming my food will you be able to display your greatest value. Qin said. Yun took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron and said in deep voice, 9 Heaven Lion, you should be very clear about Divine Universe Evil Dragon's strength. With your current strength, it is impossible to kill him. If you enter the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron and make it even stronger, you will be able to kill Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Divine Universe Evil Dragon spread his arms, heaven and earth evil energy enveloped the area. Within the evil energy, a large amount of purple-red Divine Universe power appeared. Purple Xianxia's power landed on the devastated ground, a large area of stone soil, as well as the ruins of Xianxia and Tomb City turned into huge stone golems. Even if my body is severely damaged, I am still invincible. Divine Universe Evil Dragon held with laughter and said, I am the incarnation of Heavenly Tao, my power is bestowed upon me by Heavenly Tao, I am Heavenly Punishment Divine Beast, I have the authority to punish millions and millions of living beings under Heavenly Tao. While Xianxia Dragon is howling with laughter, Heavenly Might unceasingly pressed down. The huge stone golems on the ground are all incomparably powerful evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Everyone is filled with fear because Divine Universe Evil Dragon suddenly obtained such formidable power. It is clear that he borrowed the power of Heavenly Tao. 9 Heaven Lion, you should be clearer than me about the current situation. If you attack Divine Universe Evil Dragon now, you will be devoured by him. Xianxia yelled, you cooperating with me is the best choice. I guarantee that after I eliminate Divine Universe Evil Dragon, I will let you regain your freedom and help you find your hearts. Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron is constantly revolving and letting out bursts of roar. 9-headed Heavenly Lion is repeatedly roaring towards Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. Apparently he is hesitating. Large powerful stone golems are rushing towards 9 Heaven Lion. Each side's experts are being attacked by many stone golems that suddenly appeared. This area has once again erupted into a chaotic battle. Suddenly, a Heavenly Lion rushed towards Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. This time, Xianxia did not let Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron release power to devour the Heavenly Lion. Instead he let the Heavenly Lion enter Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron on its own. Soon after, other Heavenly Lions also rushed towards Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron is black. Nether Realm Heavenly Lion is also black, but now, after 9 Heaven Lion entered Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, the black cauldron suddenly turned golden. Dazzling mighty huge cauldron is floating in the sky, it is flickering with divine and formidable radiance. The Heavenly Lion totem on the surface of the cauldron looks like a 9-headed Heavenly Lion, it is constantly roaring and running, it is a totem transformed Tao evolution rune. Heaven. In order to tie up the divine cosmic evil dragon, Hercules had been tightly clinging onto its head. Although it had a very powerful black tortoise array, its body was still being torn apart by the divine cosmic evil dragon. Old Shan, quickly leave it to me. Xianxia shouted. The divine mountain suffered heavy damage. When it saw that the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppression Cauldron had become very strong, it hurriedly retreated. Xiaoyuemei is also inside the divine inscription mountain. She knows that Xianxia's Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron can certainly resist the divine cosmos evil dragon, so she told Hercules to retreat. The god of strength's body was wrapped around by the divine universe evil dragon, and he suddenly shrank before being able to break free. Damn it! Seeing that the 9 Heavens Lion had been taken away by the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, the divine universe evil dragon was enraged. It roared and swung its massive dragon tail at Hercules. At the same time, the giant golden cauldron suddenly flew over. The divine universe evil dragon's tail struck the golden Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, causing the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron to resound. The Titan god's injuries were not light, and there were many cracks on his body. After leaving the god universe evil dragon, he suddenly charged at the stone people that had emerged from the ground. These stone men were all evil spirits and celestial beings. They had a very strong divine universe purple chi on them, and they were formed from the shattered pieces of Xianxia. Although Hercules was injured, he was still very strong. He could punch through a stone golem with a single punch and then devour the energy of the stone golem. Hercules was transformed from the Inscription Divine Mountain, and the Inscription Divine Mountain had a very strong devouring ability. After killing Xianxia, Hercules absorbed quite a number of Xianxia's shards in the ruins to improve himself. At this time, Hercules needed to absorb more energy to heal the injuries on his body. The divine universe evil dragon roared furiously as it attacked the mountain-like golden cauldron. Xianxia was far away, controlling the cauldron to constantly slam into the divine cosmic evil dragon. He even wanted to use the cauldron to cover the dragon's head, but to no avail. The divine cosmos evil dragon was very wary of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Even though it was furiously attacking, it was still clear-headed and would not let its anger get to its head. Qin Yun, do you think that you can capture me just because this broken cauldron has become stronger? Stop dreaming. The divine universe evil dragon sneered. Back then, the 9 Suns royal race was so powerful, and they paid a huge price to seal me. You haven't even shed a drop of blood, yet you want to take me down? How naive. The divine universe evil dragon's strength was indeed terrifying. Although its body had decayed, it was still very powerful. After being struck by the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron several times, it was not injured at all. After the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron absorbed the 9 heavens lion, its power became very strong, but it was not continuous. Because that power mainly came from the 9 nether realm heavenly lions, the 9 heavens lion cooperated with Qin Yun inside the cauldron to attack the divine cosmos evil dragon. The divine universe evil dragon's massive mouth occasionally spewed out a massive ball of black lightning toward the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron was hit several times, and it was sent flying every time. The divine universe evil dragon's mouth was very big, and it could swallow a mountain. The blood-colored lightning that it suddenly spat out was very thick, and it missed the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron a few times. When it landed on the ground, it created a huge crater. Although the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron was huge, it was not as agile as the divine cosmic evil dragon. However, its strength also seemed to be inferior to that of the divine universe evil dragon. Qin Yun watched from the side, feeling very anxious. 9 heavens lion, can the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron capture the divine universe evil dragon? Qin Yun communicated with the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and contacted the 9 heavens lion inside the cauldron. We don't know, we just broke the seal, we are still very weak, a heavenly lion replied to Qin Yun through spirit sound transmission. Even if we can't capture the divine universe evil dragon, we can't let it have a good time. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and said, we must let the divine universe evil dragon have some misgivings. If we are suppressed by the divine universe evil dragon, this guy will not be afraid of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron anymore. The heavenly lion replied, we will do our best. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron suddenly started revolving. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron is filled with berserk energy. It started revolving very quickly and gave rise to burst of gale. The gale is accompanied by berserk thunder and lightning. The surroundings of the cauldron are filled with powerful and ferocious thunder and lightning. Moreover, the cauldron is revolving very quickly, it burst out with astonishing might. Clang, the cauldron flew over and collided with the divine universe evil dragon's huge body. After colliding with the divine universe evil dragon's rotten body, a large piece of rotten flesh was torn out. The divine universe evil dragon seems to be in great pain, it let out a furious roar and its body is frantically moving. Although the cauldron was sent flying, it did not suffer any damage. Scram for me. The divine universe evil dragon's dragon tail ferociously and furiously hacked down. It brought along a large area of black evil power, countless berserk thunder accompanied the dragon tail. This move turned the dragon tail into a huge axe, it looks like it wants to split open the sky. Boom, the huge dragon tail landed on the rapidly revolving cauldron and violently collided with it. The dragon tail wrapped around the defensive barrier and collided with the cauldron. The defensive barrier was also destroyed by the quickly revolving cauldron. At the same time, the cauldron was sent flying and a large piece of flesh flew out of the dragon tail. The divine universe evil dragon let out another furious roar because this time he suffered a great loss. Not only did he not destroy the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, he was also injured. Qin Yun is tightly holding the floating cloud staff, condensing energy to open the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation inside. Xiao Yun, the divine universe evil dragon is truly too terrifying. Just now, his bones were completely fine, only a large piece of flesh flew out. Ling Yin'er said, he has such powerful dragon bones, it will be very difficult to completely kill him. The divine universe evil dragon's body is indeed inconceivably powerful. Back then, the 9 Sun royal family sealed this divine universe evil dragon, they were all god-level experts of the divine desolate. Even at their peak, the Nine Sun royal family was unable to kill the Divine Universe Evil Dragon, let alone Qin Yun and other immortals. Even powerful immortal emperors found it very difficult to fight against the stone golems summoned by the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Qin Yun looked down. Even an expert like Immortal Supremacy Heartless found it very difficult to kill a single stone golem. As for the other immortal emperors, they had to form teams of 3 to 5 to ensure that they could suppress a single stone golem and slowly grind it to death. Is this really the power bestowed by the heavenly Tao to the Divine Universe Evil Dragon? Qin Yun doesn't believe in the matter of heavenly punishment divine beast because he feels that there is no such thing as a heavenly Tao mandate. The heavenly Tao might exist, but it would definitely not issue this kind of command. Maybe some guys can see through the heavenly Tao and obtain power from it to impersonate it. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yun's floating cloud staff trembled. The condensed energy is already very strong. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and the Divine Universe Evil Dragon are fighting very intensely. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon has no intention of retreating. It wants to break the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and eat the 9 heavens lion inside. I'll go. Qin Yun's body transformed into a white light and rushed over. The floating cloud staff in his hand became very long and extended forward. Then it transformed into a large saber and landed on the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's huge body. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon's body is very big, it is very easy to hit. Boom, the large saber floating cloud staff ruthlessly attacked the huge dragon body and exploded with a burst of berserk golden light. A burst of golden energy mist also rushed out along with the vibration. This move of Qin Yun's can split open the evil sun, but when it landed on the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's body, it can only split open its rotten flesh, it can't even cut its bones. If it was any other dragon, even a sacred dragon, they would have been split in two. Why is this guy so difficult? Qin Yun cursed in his heart. He finally understands why the Divine Universe Evil Dragon can't be killed. 9 Sun royal race must have used all kinds of attacks in the past, but they couldn't kill the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. They could only seal it and let time kill it. Finally, the Divine Universe Evil Dragon managed to survive and escaped from the Evil Dragon City. After so many years, its body has been severely injured and is in tatters. It is not easy to recover a powerful body like the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. That is why it wants to eat the 9 heavens lion and use it to recover its body. I can't die, the Divine Universe Evil Dragon arrogantly roared. Blood-colored lightning shot out of its mouth and attacked the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The blood-colored lightning is like a surging river, it rushed towards the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron's rotating gale. Hua, as the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron rotated, the blood-colored lightning bounced back. The blood-colored lightning bounced back and landed on the Divine Universe Evil Dragon again. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon furiously roared. It can't do anything to the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron because it has already tried all kinds of attacks. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron is like a hedgehog in front of the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. Especially when it rotates, if it touches the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, it will be very painful. Using energy to attack is also the same, the energy will be bounced back. Qin Yun is thinking of a method. He feels that his 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is too weak. When it attacked the Divine Universe Evil Dragon earlier, it didn't cause much damage. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon also knows that if it continues, it will consume too much energy. So after it roared, its huge body suddenly turned into black gas and quickly shrank back into human form. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon in human form has the same appearance as the immortal desolate Great Emperor. Qin Yun, don't think that I am afraid of you. Just you wait until I find my heart, I will smash your broken cauldron into pieces. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon furiously groaned and then disappeared into the distance. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron also did not chase. The 9 heaven lions inside the cauldron are very clear that with their current strength, they can't suppress the Divine Universe Evil Dragon. After the Divine Universe Evil Dragon left, the stone golems suddenly scattered, the Divine Universe purple energy drilled into the ground and disappeared. The Divine Universe purple energy will return to the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's side. Princess Yi flew to Qin Yun's side and said, Qin Yun, now you know that the Divine Universe Evil Dragon is very difficult to deal with? In this battle with the evil dragon city, although the Heaven Creation City had the upper hand and destroyed many evil forces, those evil forces were all disintegrated and suffered heavy casualties. However, everyone's mood is very heavy. Their casualties are not serious. The reason why their mood is heavy is because Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is too strong. If this kind of strong guy is not suppressed for one day, they will feel very uneasy. Everyone is tired. Let's go back to Creation Heaven City and talk, Elder Situ said. Let's go back and rest first, then we will go look for Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. An old man sighed and said, even if we find Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, what's the use? Even though he doesn't have any subordinates, his own strength is very strong, we can't suppress him. Princess Xianxia said, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's situation is very special. He can release a large amount of Divine Cosmos purple energy and release a large group of stone people, but he can't use it to repair his body. If Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's body becomes stronger, the amount of Divine Cosmos purple energy on his body would be even more. Could it be that Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon can't use a portion of Divine Cosmos purple energy? Is it because his body is injured? Xianxia said with frown. Indeed. Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's Divine Cosmos purple energy has never dissipated, it has always been hidden beside him. However, his body is severely injured and he can't store it inside his body. Princess Xianxia nodded and said, therefore, we must suppress and seal Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon before his body recovers. Situ Xiaoai said, 9 Sun Royal family was able to do it back then. We can also do it now. Creation Heaven City has existed until now to prevent this kind of situation. Elder Situ said, let's go, we will go back and rest first. Xianxia suddenly flew towards Divine Mountain and said, you guys go back first, I still have other things to do. Princess Xianxia also wants to follow Xianxia, but she is now the palace master of Heaven Creation Divine Palace, she needs to preside over the overall situation, so she can only return to Creation Heaven City first. Xianxia. Where are you going? Princess Xianxia asked. I won't go far, don't worry. Xianxia said with smile, I just want to go back and see how the Divine Mountain is damaged. Then we will return to Creation Heaven City first, you better not act on your own. Princess Xianxia nodded. Xianxia responded and flew towards the nearby Divine Inscription Mountain. Elder Situ and the others immediately flew away from the messy battlefield. After Xianxia returned to the Divine Inscription Mountain, Xiao Yuemei jumped out and shouted, brother, Hercules did his best. And, you are all very outstanding. Xianxia laughed, then looked at Mountain God and asked, what is the situation of Divine Mountain? I took away a large number of fragments. Those fragments contain a lot of powerful energy. I will digest those fragments and absorb the energy within them. The Divine Inscription Mountain will be able to completely recover. Mountain God said, boss. Don't worry, the Divine Mountain is very strong, it won't be destroyed. The black donkey curled its lips. That bullsh * T Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. It's only because its bones are harder. Otherwise, the Titan God wouldn't have been damaged. Shiman Dazhuang said, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is indeed very strong, but it is not invincible. Our Divine Inscription Mountain is still young and can still grow. The Divine Mountain of Inscription that had transformed into Hercules had indeed performed very well. It was extremely powerful in all aspects. If not for Hercules restraining Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon for a period of time, they wouldn't have been able to kill Xiaoyang and take away the 9 Heaven Lion. The Divine Inscription Mountain still has a lot of room for growth. If it was not for the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, it would be able to release a large amount of Divine Cosmos Golden Stones and become even stronger. At this time, Long Yuqing also returned. She said with smile, brother, let us have a look at the 9 Heaven Lion. Xianxia took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. 9 light beams suddenly flew out of the cauldron. I said before, I won't restrict your freedom. Xianxia said, I am very grateful to you all for joining us. Although we couldn't capture Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, we managed to force him to retreat. Many thanks everyone. Xianxia and the others are not afraid of the 9 Heaven Lion because the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron can suppress it. That's because we are too weak. And your mastery of Heavenly Lion power is not good enough. While the leader Heavenly Lion King is speaking, the 9 nether realm heavenly lions suddenly fused into one and transformed into one heavenly lion, then transformed into a tall and sturdy old man. The old man has a white explosive hairstyle, it looks like a lion head. His beard is also very long and he looks very mighty and fierce. Big lion head, you guys, fused? Xiaoyuemei said in shock. Xiaohua, Little Black Donkey and the others are also very shocked that the 9 heavenly lions can actually fuse into one. We were originally one. Heavenly Lion King sat on the ground, looked around and sighed, we were sealed for so many years, I didn't expect that after we broke the seal, 9 Sun Royal race would be exterminated. Big Lion, why did you follow Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon? Long Yuqing asked doubtfully. We were targeted and obtained the power of the Divine Universe Amethyst. Originally, we wanted to help 9 Sun Royal race slay the dragon. But suddenly the Divine Universe Amethyst appeared and confused our minds. We muddle-headedly joined Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's camp. Heavenly Lion King said while smashing the grass in anger. A large crater was smashed open on the ground. Qinyan really wanted to ask Princess Yi if 9 Sun Royal race had just fought with Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon before they were exterminated. He always felt that there was a mysterious power that caused 9 Sun Royal race to collapse. What about now? You won't be hanging out with Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon again, right? Little Black Donkey said, what's the benefit of hanging out with that guy? If you hang out with our boss, you will definitely have a good life. After we entered the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron, the energy that confused our souls disappeared. It's really strange. Heavenly Lion King said, don't worry, we are now in the same camp. Qinyan said with a smile, since that's the case, let's eat to our heart's content first. He took out the corpse of a divine dragon. Seeing this divine dragon's body, the eyes of all the foodies present immediately lit up. Especially the Little Black Donkey and Xiaoyuemei, these foodies, they started laughing mischievously. Even Long Yuqing and this heavenly dragon god also want to eat dragon meat. Heavenly Lion King can't help but laugh loudly. It can be seen that he is also very hungry. Heavenly Lion King can eat a lot. Luckily, Qinyan captured many Darkness Royal race dragons and let Heavenly Lion King finish them himself. That divine dragon really didn't have any bones left. Heavenly Lion King's teeth are very good, he can even eat bones. That was the divine dragon's bones, yet Heavenly Lion King could actually digest them. Of course, when Heavenly Lion King ate the bones, he also turned into a huge heavenly lion and swallowed them before slowly digesting them. I'll have a good sleep and recuperate. If I encounter Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon again, I'll definitely be able to stuff that bastard into the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. Heavenly Lion King said. Senior, you said that my grasp of the Heavenly Lion power isn't good enough. Please give me some pointers. Qinyan asked. I can't give you pointers. You have to comprehend this yourself. If you have a good grasp of the Heavenly Lion power, you'll be able to use the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron better. Heavenly Lion King waved his hand and said, I'm going to sleep. I won't wake up unless I encounter Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Heavenly Lion King found a big tree and jumped onto it. He sprawled on the huge tree branch and started to sleep. This big lion is from the era of the 9 Sons royal family. It's a very ancient guy. Little Black Donkey said, but it doesn't mean that he's invincible. When I grow to the peak, I'll be stronger than him. I'm after all the Black Tortoise Great God. Qinyan said to Mountain God, Old Mountain, let's head to Heaven Creation City. Pippi Pig said, Black Rat Baizé and the others have been gone for so long. Why haven't they returned yet? He was summoned by a guy. What the hell is he going to do? Black Rat Baizé and San Long are all very strong inscription beasts. Back then, Little Black Donkey was also summoned but it didn't go. As long as it's an inscription beast, they would be able to sense that kind of summoning. There's no problem with their soul-chasing talismans. Qinyan looked at the soul-chasing talisman and said, we can only wait for them to return to find out what happened. The Divine Inscription Mountain is already moving towards Heaven Creation City. Qinyan wants to make a trip to Heaven Creation City and chat with Princess Anya about some things. After that, he will go look for Xiaqiru. After everyone returned to Heaven Creation City, they spread the news of the battle. Very soon, the entire city knows the specific situation. They are all secretly amazed at how dreadful Honest Qin is. Elder Situ and others who returned all know that Divine Inscription Palace's great elder Li is looking for trouble with Qin Yun. In the end, they can only leave Heaven Creation City and go to Sacred Desolate. Heaven Creation City indeed won this battle, but they didn't manage to capture Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. This made those seniors who participated in the battle feel somewhat regretful. However, they also know that if not for Qin Yun's appearance, the ones who would have suffered a crushing defeat would have been them. It would have been impossible to repel Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. The evil forces led by Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon have been completely destroyed. Although some of them escaped, they no longer dare to mix with Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. As long as they are not stupid, they can see that Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon has completely lost his power. If they follow him again, they won't be able to run away in the next great battle. Furthermore, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon devoured the immortal desolate Great Emperor and now wants to devour the 9 Heaven Lion. Therefore, the people who followed Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon don't dare to return. They are afraid that they will be eaten by Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Heaven Creation Divine Palace, Qin Yun is inside a room filled with delicate fragrance. After Princess Xianxia came back, she took off her mask and black robe. She is wearing a snow-white long skirt, she is elegant and dignified, she is sitting on a chair in the room. Her innately arrogant and beautiful face is now looking very gentle. Her beautiful eyes are filled with gentle light as she looked at Qin Yun and said, "How is the 9 Heaven Lion?" Qin Yun informed Princess Xianxia about Heavenly Lion King's situation. "It seems like this guy hates Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon to the core," Princess Xianxia said. "Princess, was the extermination of 9 Sun royal family related to Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon?" Qin Yun asked. "There are many factors, this is only one of them." Princess Xianxia sipped her tea and said slowly, "In short, the extermination of 9 Sun royal family is Heaven's will." Qin Yun sighed and said, "Could it be that it is truly impossible to exterminate Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon? If he can't kill Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, he can't avenge his father. Why is the Immortal Graveyard called the Immortal Graveyard? This Immortal Graveyard has existed since the time of the 9 Yang royal family. Who was the one who built this place?" Qin Yun is very curious about this. In the following epochs, there were people who came to the Immortal Graveyard to seal things. For example, the 9 Yang Divine Palace in the Heaven Creation City was once responsible for sealing things inside. The Immortal Graveyard was originally called the Heaven Burial Ground. The Dark Princess said, "It's also because most of the things sealed in this era came from the Immortal Desolate, that's why it's called that." Qin Yun said, "Alright, then do you know how to find that place?" "I don't know." The Dark Princess shook her head and sighed, "That place is hidden very well, it's hard to find. I'm just worried that the Divine Universe Evil Dragon will find that place." Qin Yun said with a frown, "It's impossible for him to find it, right? Even if he finds it, it'll be difficult to enter." The Dark Princess nodded, "I hope so." Qin Yun thought of Xiaqiru, he planned to find her next. Xiaqiru brought Xiaoyuan and Qi Malian over. They have 3 Immortal Graveyard diagrams in their hands, which are the key to entering the Immortal Graveyard. As for the specifics, Qin Yun is not sure, he can only find them. "Princess, I'm going to find someone." Qin Yun said, "I have to leave for a period of time. The situation in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range should be more stable. Even if the Divine Universe Evil Dragon comes to attack the Heaven Creation City, you should be able to block it, right?" "Who are you looking for?" the Dark Princess asked. "As long as I find her, I might be able to find the Immortal Graveyard," Qin Yun said. Xiaqiru knows about the Dark Princess and Qin Yun's past life. This is also one of the reasons why Qin Yun wants to find her. "I'll go with you," the Dark Princess said. "The Divine Inscription Mountain should be near the Heaven Creation City, right?" "The Heavenly Lion King is in the Divine Inscription Mountain. If the Divine Universe Evil Dragon comes, the Heavenly Lion King will also fight." Qin Yun nodded. The Dark Princess sighed softly, her beautiful and ice-cold face is filled with conflict. She said, "Forget it, I'm not going. Before I seal Xianxia Long, my position as the Palace Master will not be passed on." Her mission was to protect Heaven Creation City, and now Xianxia Long's whereabouts were uncertain. It was very likely that they would attack the city, so she needed to stay here to control the formation. After all, you are the Creator Heaven Palace Master. You have a great responsibility. Qinyan smiled and said, "Don't worry, if I know where the immortal graveyard is, I will come and find you." "All right." The Dark Princess said, "Only by entering the immortal graveyard and recovering my lost memories can I become the true Nine-Yang Divine Maiden." Before she regained her memories, she was still the Dark Princess of the Dark Royal family. Qinyan also needed to retrieve his memories. They were memories that concerned his past lifetimes. He suspected that he didn't only have Nine-Yang Divine King and Floating Cloud Immortal King in his past lives. Perhaps he had more before this. After all, the Nine Suns Sky region had a very long history, and there were many epochs before it. He already had 3 lifetimes in this era. Qinyan left the Heavenly God Palace and went to find his old friends like the Immortal Desolate Holy Master and the Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor. After chatting with them for a while, he left the Heaven Creation City and returned to the mysterious Divine Mountain. Originally, Qinyan planned to bring Long Yuqing and Xiao Yuemei with him. However, these 2 girls who liked to go wild actually didn't plan to go with him. Instead, they wanted to stay at the mysterious Divine Mountain and help increase Titan's fighting strength. Xiao Yuemei's small mirror has many martial spirits. She planned to use her small mirror to let Titan gain more power in battle. Long Yuqing is a heavenly dragon god and she is also a very strong dragon. She felt that if she cooperated with Titan, she might be able to turn Titan into a great strength dragon god. At that time, his fighting strength would be even stronger. Shiman Dazhuang also had a very bad idea. He wanted Naughty Pig to cooperate with him. When Titan fought, he could fart to attack the enemy. The mountain god felt that he could give it a try because Naughty Pig's smelly fart is indeed very strong. It is a powerful move that can kill without spilling blood. The members of the mysterious Divine Inscription Gate suddenly had a strange idea and discussed how to make Titan stronger. Yi Xiaosong felt that he should make a powerful weapon for Titan. He also planned to personally design the shape of the weapon and then refine it together with everyone. Because Qinyan wanted to find Xiaqiru, he handed over this matter to them. The level of the mysterious Divine Inscription Gate's inscription masters is pretty good. Moreover, they have enough materials, large amount of holy oil and sacred flame great formation. It is enough for them to refine huge and powerful weapons. Now the mysterious Divine Inscription Mountain can take charge of an area alone. Therefore, Qinyan is very relieved to leave and peacefully become a sect master. Ling Yuner said with smile, "Xiao Yun, when you return, maybe the mysterious Divine Inscription Mountain will become even stronger." Qinyan is inside the sky-leaping shuttle, looking at the soul-chasing talisman in his hand. Aunt Xiao is also here. Qinyan put some soul-chasing talismans together. Xiao Xianqin, Xiao Yuelan, Qi Malian, Xiaqiru, and Yang Shuriwei have all experienced reincarnation. Moreover, they were all born next to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Sister Kiru brought them here. Could it be that she has some other purpose? Qinyan said with frown. We will know when we find them. Ling Yuner said. The sky-leaping shuttle flew for more than half a day. When night arrived, Qinyan saw that the soul-chasing talisman on the table reacted. Yang Shuriwei and Xian Rujing's soul-chasing talisman suddenly became brighter. Moreover, they are in another direction. What's going on? They are suddenly very close to me. Are they not with Sister Kiru? Qinyan said in shock. They must have been teleported away. Ling Yuner said, this happened suddenly. Could it be that they stepped on some mechanism and were teleported away? I will quickly go and ask them. Qinyan controlled the sky-leaping shuttle and flew towards Yang Shuriwei and Xian Rujing. At the same time, he paid attention to the movement of Xiaqiru and Xian Rujing's soul-chasing talismans. On Xiaqiru's side, Lu Yu and Shu Yan, this killing god, are following her, so Qinyan is not very worried. Yang Shuriwei is also a very powerful immortal emperor. Moreover, she has the ice snow goddess Xian Rujing by her side. Even if she is in danger, she can still resist and escape. After Qinyan and Xian Rujing arrived, the space around the Cloud Dragon Mountain range suddenly strengthened, making it impossible to use space transmission. Back in Creation Heaven City, Qinyan asked Zhang Xingxian about it. Since Creation Heaven Mansion can use space transmission, he only knew that there is a special space barrier in Creation Heaven Mansion. Because time was too tight, he did not ask to check the barrier. Big Sister Yang and Ice Snow Goddess suddenly teleported away. Were they teleported away by teleportation formation or by some kind of power? Qin Yun is somewhat worried in his heart. Cloud Dragon Mountain Range is very large. Qin Yun flew for more than half a day, but he is still very far away from Yangshuiwei and Xian Rujing. Ling Yuner said, "Why did Sister Kiru and Xian Rujing run so far away? What are they doing? They don't have the complete immortal graveyard diagram. They should not be looking for the immortal graveyard land. Could it be that they are looking for something else?" Qin Yun said, "Sister Kiru knows about the Dark Princess past life. She must know a lot of things. Sister Kiru is too much. After seeing her, you must ruthlessly rub her cheeks." Ling Yuner said with charming groan, "If you don't rub her cheeks, she will turn back into an adult. Even if she turns back into an adult, I will still rub her cheeks." Qin Yun said with smile. Early morning, 3 suns slowly rose up in the sky. The 3 suns still look very exuberant. They don't look like they are about to fall down. However, sooner or later they will fall down and undergo nirvana rebirth. Sky Soaring Shuttle is flying in the sky, bathed in the early morning sunlight. Qin Yun is sitting in the main control room of Sky Soaring Shuttle, looking at the beautiful morning glow on the horizon. After flying for a whole night, Qin Yun still has not seen Yang Shuriwei and Xian Rujing, but he is very close. Qin Yun has been looking ahead. Suddenly, a sparkling and translucent huge mountain appeared in the distance ahead. It is flashing with sparkling and translucent light, reflecting the early morning glow. That mountain looks like it is lingering with gentle light golden light. There is also a burst of beautiful golden mist revolving around it. It is very beautiful. It suddenly appeared. It looks very beautiful, but it is also very unusual. That is an ice mountain. Qin Yun said with frown. Ice Snow Goddess must have released a crystal ice mountain while fighting. Qin Yun heard from Xiao Yuelan that Xian Rujing's crystal ice mountain is very strong. It can absorb sunlight and condense it into very strong power. He immediately increased the speed of Sky Soaring Shuttle and flew forward. He also tightly grasped the floating cloud rod in his hand. While Sky Soaring Shuttle is flying over, he suddenly saw a huge purple-red moon floating in the sky, then ferociously smashed down on the ground. Sister Yang's moon. How did her moon become purple-red? Qin Yun immediately felt fear and trepidation because that purple-red light is similar to Divine Universe purple cloud. Yang Shuriwei is also participating in the battle. After Sky Soaring Shuttle approached the battlefield, it entered a burst of frantic energy wave. Even though it is flying in the sky, Sky Soaring Shuttle is unceasingly attacked by those energy waves. It is like a small boat entering a sea filled with gale and waves. It is very difficult to move forward. What is going on? Qin Yun is endlessly apprehensive. Yang Shuriwei and Xian Rujing's power is actually so formidable, he doesn't know who they are fighting. Qin Yun had no choice but to leave Sky Soaring Shuttle. He stored it away and used Sacred Light Transforming Pupil to fly over. Formidable moon power and ice power erupted at the center of the battlefield. These two powers are fiercely colliding. After approaching the battlefield, Qin Yun is very suspicious in his heart because only Yang Shuriwei and Xian Rujing's power aura can be felt here. Very soon, Qin Yun approached the battlefield and immediately became stunned. It was a battle between two peerless beauties in white dresses. Unexpectedly, Xian Rujing and Yang Shuriwei are fighting. Their cold and elegant face is very solemn. Apparently they are seriously fighting. Qin Yun is burning with impatience because Xian Rujing and Yang Shuriwei are fighting very seriously. It doesn't look like they are training. It looks like they want to defeat each other. Xiao Yun, even though they are fighting, I can't sense any hatred between them. This is very strange. Ling Yuner said. Indeed. Why are they fighting? Qin Yun can also see that although Xian Rujing and Yang Shuriwei's expression are ice cold, their eyes are very calm. The power they burst out with is very strong. It looks like they want to exterminate each other, but their mood does not contain any malice. Don't fight. What exactly is happening? Qin Yun anxiously yelled. He is also considering whether or not to go over. Yang Shuriwei and Xian Rujing are still fighting very fiercely. They are exchanging all kind of big moves. Qin Yun feels that if Xian Rujing and Yang Shuriwei join in the fight against Divine Universe Evil Dragon, they might be able to capture it. Qin Yan doesn't know how to get involved in the fight against these two women. He doesn't want to see Xian Rujing and Yang Shiriyue kill each other. He anxiously rushed over. Xiao Yun, don't come over. Yang Shiriyue suddenly sent sound transmission to Qin Yan. We are fine. You watch from the side, be vigilant, don't get sneak attacked. Xian Rujing also sent sound transmission to Qin Yan. Qin Yan is dumbfounded. He really can't understand what these two women are doing. They are fighting to the death, yet they say they are fine. Then what exactly are you two doing? Qin Yan did not continue to go over. He just watched from the side and raised his vigilance. We are baiting the enemy. Hide yourself, don't get involved by any means. Even if both of us are seriously injured, you must remain calm, otherwise everything will be for naught. Yang Shiriyue sent sound transmission to Qin Yan. Qin Yan is baffled. He can only hide himself and watch from the side. Qin Yan is very familiar with the battle skills Yang Shiriyue is using. Heaven Extermination 9 Style, Heaven Extermination 9 Fingers, they are all related to 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, as well as Heavenly Might Dao Technique. Xian Rujing also obtained Heavenly Might Dao Technique in the past. When she fought against Yang Shiriyue, she also used it. This is the first time Qin Yan saw these two women fight so fiercely. Normally they are both delicate beauties. Especially the ice goddess Xian Rujing. In order to obtain the sun-suppressing divine arrow, she was extremely charming in front of Qin Yan. Xiao Yun, there might be something hidden in the vicinity. Ling Yan said, Xiao Yun, there must be something hidden in the vicinity. Qin Yan hid in the distance. He was secretly worried as he watched the shocking battle in front of him. These two peerlessly beautiful women were so powerful. Normally, if one saw them, one would definitely not be able to tell that they had such great power. Yun. Xian Rujing suddenly summoned 2 snow woman immortals with head full of white hair and wearing snow-white beautiful long skirt. Snow woman immortal looks exactly the same as Xian Rujing. Her long legs are faintly discernible under her long muslin skirt. Her pair of dainty and beautiful jade feet are floating in the air. Her arms are lightly dancing and releasing a burst of hailstorm and snow. Suddenly, Qin and Yu Xiao and suddenly appeared, and suddenly, he yunt. Tea on ice, and suddenly, the ice and shied Yang Shiryu was not to be outdone. Suddenly, 2 balls of light appeared behind her. As the 2 balls of light flickered, they emitted a melodious singing sound. Hearing this, Qin Yan's vision suddenly turned blurry, he almost fainted. This is actually a kind of mental attack. 2 beautiful women wearing noble purple skirts suddenly flew out from the 2 light balls behind Yang Shiriyue. They have a pair of wings and pointed ears. They are actually 2 fairies. 2 beautiful women wearing noble purple dresses suddenly flew out from the 2 balls of light behind Yang Shiryu. They both had a pair of wings and pointed ears. They were actually 2 elves. What surprised Qin Yan was that these 2 beautiful elves with voluptuous figures looked exactly the same as Yang Shiryu. Moon fairies. Ling Yuner delicately yelled, Big Sister Yang can actually summon 2 moon fairies, so beautiful. They are moon elves. Ling Yuner shouted, Big Sister Yang can actually summon 2 moon elves, so beautiful. After the moon fairies appeared, they immediately joined the battle and released formidable mental power attack. After they released formidable mental power attack, they directly controlled the 2 snow woman immortals. After they released their powerful minds, they were able to control the 2 huge ice and snow tornadoes from a distance. Xian Rujing gritted her teeth and lightly shouted. Ice-cold energy violently rushed out from her body, sparkling and translucent flashes suddenly appeared in the sky. Qin Yan looked at the sky and saw a large amount of crystal cold ice condensed into arrows and suddenly enveloped them. Yang Shiriyue and the 2 moon fairies concentrated their mental power together and controlled the crystal cold ice to attack Xian Rujing. Tricked! Xian Rujing sneered and the crystal cold ice suddenly exploded. The exploded crystal cold ice contained mental power attack. Yang Shiriyue and the 2 moon fairies immediately frowned. It is clear that their mental power is being attacked. Moon sea capturing heaven. Several hundred purple-red moons suddenly appeared in the sky above Yang Shiriyue. Although they are not big, they are very scary. Qin Yan repeatedly exclaimed in admiration seeing this scene. This is the first time he saw Yang Shiriyue fight with all her strength. Several hundred purple-red moons are attacking in the sky like waves, constantly changing position and enveloping Xian Rujing. Xian Rujing can only release a crystal ice mountain to cover herself. Boom boom boom, large amount of purple-red moons kept smashing on the crystal ice mountain, exploding and releasing waves of ice crystals. Under Xian Rujing's control, those ice crystal fragments suddenly transformed into a huge ice sword and pierced towards Xianxia. Several hundred moons suddenly fused together and transformed into a huge purple-red moon. Then it ferociously dropped towards Xian Rujing's crystal ice mountain. Boom! Boom! Xian Rujing's crystal ice mountain was smashed into pieces by the huge moon. And the huge moon blocking in front of Xianxia was also pierced by the ice sword. The Snow Woman Immortal and Moon Fairies they summoned suddenly disappeared. These two city-destroying beauties have been injured by that formidable attack. Blood is flowing out of the corner of their mouth. They are floating in the sky, two pairs of ice-cold beautiful eyes are looking at each other. Just their cold gazes alone seem to be able to create an iceberg. Although Qin Yun is earnestly watching the battle, he is still very vigilant. Suddenly, he sensed something, a burst of weak spatial fluctuation appeared. This spatial fluctuation is very weak. If Qin Yun was not sensitive to spatial power, he would not have sensed it. Two light beams came out of nowhere and shot towards Yang Shiriyue and Xian Rujing. In a split second, Yang Shiriyue and Xian Rujing threw a talisman at the same time and very accurately hit the white light beams. The two talismans in their hands are very dreadful. After they were thrown, the runes inside the talismans turned into chains, flickering with thunder and lightning and wrapped around the two white light beams. The two white light beams are very big. After being wrapped around, they began to frantically struggle. Are they using talisman tools? Qin Yun is extremely apprehensive looking at this scene. Xian Rujing and Yang Shiriyue are indeed luring something while fighting. Xian Rujing and Yang Shiriyue fought so fiercely just now. Their consumption is also very serious. They still have to keep releasing energy to strengthen the talisman tools. The things tied up by the talisman tools are two huge balls of white light. It is unknown what is inside. Gotcha, Xian Rujing's talisman tools can no longer hold on, they are already showing signs of breaking. Yang Shiriyue's side is also the same, the thing they want to tie up is very strong. Qin Yun immediately rushed over and threw out two golden bright and dazzling ropes. These are dragon tendons taken from divine dragon corpses, they are very tough and durable. Qin Yun's action is very timely, the dragon tendons just wrapped around the two huge balls of white light and the talisman tools on the talisman tools were jolted and snapped. Xian Rujing and Yang Shiriyue's expression became grave, they urged their mental power with all their might and controlled the dragon tendons to contract. What are those things? Qin Yun hastily asked. He only knows that those two things suddenly broke through the space and came out. It is not easy to break through space inside the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Let's talk about it later. Xian Rujing said anxiously, Xiao Yun, quickly think of a way to trap those two things, otherwise they will run away again. Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron? Qin Yun took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. It won't do, these two things have very strong space-piercing power, they can run away. Xian Rujing said again. Qin Yun yelled, bring them together, I will release a great formation. Yang Shiriyue and Xian Rujing immediately followed and controlled the two wriggling white light balls to collide together. 9 Dragon Rune Heavenly Sabers suddenly appeared and formed a 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation also has very strong space-sealing power. Inside the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation, the two white light balls crazily collided, they want to break through the sealing barrier but they did not succeed. Qin Yun still can't see what they are, he used Extinction Spirit Eye and can only see two huge water droplet-like objects fluctuating. Finally trapped. Yang Shiriyue let out a long sigh, then gently smiled at Qin Yun, Xiao Yun, if it were not for you, we would have failed again. Little brother Xiao Yun is very awesome. Xian Rujing said with charming smile. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, these two beautiful women, just a moment ago they were fighting to the death with ice-cold expression, now they are actually as gentle as water, chatting and laughing. Qin Yun took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and transferred the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation to the warehouse inside the shuttle. Then he brought Yang Shiriyue and Xian Rujing inside. Are you alright? Qin Yun asked. We are fine. Yang Shiriyue replied in soft voice, then smiled at Qin Yun and tied up her messy hair into a ponytail. Xian Rujing tied up her jet-black long hair in front of her chest. Both of them were fighting until their hair danced chaotically. Now they are looking at the two white light balls. Among the 9 dragon rune heavenly sabers, the two white light balls are more than 10 meters tall and are constantly colliding. Xiao Yun, is your barrier reliable? Xian Rujing somewhat anxiously asked. Of course it is reliable, this is the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation. Moreover, it is powered by divine universe golden stone. Qin Yun laughed. Xianxia said, we are also not too clear. In short, Sister Kiru sent us to catch these things. We only know that these two things have been monitoring us. Xian Rujing lightly groaned and said, there are many of these things inside the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Many of these things? These things can travel through space. Qin Yun suddenly recalled something and asked, oh that's right, what's going on? You've suddenly traversed through a very long space. It is very difficult to travel through space inside the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Xianxia pointed at the two white lights in the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation and said, at that time, Rujing and I were sucked into one of them. After we attacked inside for a while, we were taken out and then teleported a long distance. You pretended to fight, how did you manage to lure out these two things? Qin Yun asked again. These two things always wanted to devour us. They wanted to use our bodies to take human form but they never succeeded. Our strength is too strong, if we become weak, they will succeed. So we started fighting very fiercely, releasing the energy inside our bodies. We released the energy inside our bodies to lure out these two things. Qin Yun looked at the two white lights and said, are these two spirit bodies? Can we communicate with them? Sister Kiru said that this might be related to Space Heavenly Rune. Cloud Dragon Mountain Range has evolved into a very strange space, the entire space has spirituality. She wanted us to capture these things because she wants to communicate with the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Xianxia said. Qin Yun recalled Princess Anya's words, she said that the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range might be inside a huge living being. Xiakiru and Princess Anya's words are more or less the same. Oh that's right, where did you go? A heaven creation city appeared, do you know about it? Qin Yun asked. We know. Kiru has an important matter to do, so she took us to a very far place. Xian Rujing said. What important matter? Qin Yun very much wants to know what Xiakiru is doing. 2 things. The first thing is to seal a bead. She said it is some divine universe evil dragon's dragon pearl. Second, she is looking for some 9 desolate divine saber spirit. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yun is extremely shocked in his heart. What Xiakiru is doing is really not simple. He only knew that the divine cosmic evil dragon had a heart, but he didn't know that it had a dragon pearl. Powerful dragons would indeed have dragon balls in their bodies, but they were usually together with their hearts. In other words, the divine universe evil dragon's heart, body, and dragon bead were all sealed separately. This matter, even the heaven-creating palace master does not know, but Xiakiru knows. Furthermore, the saber soul of the divine saber of Jiuhuang was closely related to the divine saber of Jiuhuang that he had just obtained. Xiao Yun, we knew you could break the seal on the heavenly altar. Xianxia said, we finally returned to the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Back then, I was also very curious about this place. I didn't expect it to hide so many secrets. Qin Yun said, did Sister Kiru bring you to seal the dragon pearl? Have you found the 9 desolate divine saber soul? The dragon ball is gone, so we have to go further to look for the sword soul. I did find the saber soul, but it was severely damaged. Xianxia said, later on, we continued to track the dragon ball. It is very strange, Yuelan can actually sense the dragon ball. Qin Yun remembers that Xiao Yuelan had dragon martial spirit from the beginning. She also has a very special ability, she can very quickly copy other people's formidable ability, she is also a very heaven-defying existence. The dragon ball can run away? Qin Yun is somewhat worried. If the divine cosmic evil dragon can find the dragon ball, it will be a big problem. Indeed, moreover it can run very fast. This is what Yuelan said. Xian Rujing looked at the two light balls inside the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation and said, Sister Kiru said that if we can find these two things, we might be able to travel through space and catch the dragon ball even faster. Qin Yan understands Xia Kiru's intention. The two things sealed inside the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation are the key to breaking through the space restriction of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Xiaoyun, how long have you been in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? What happened? I heard Sister Kiru say that a very intense battle broke out in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Xianxia said. We sensed it from very far away. Xian Rujing nodded and said, Did you participate in the battle? Qin Yan took out a few chairs, sat down and began talking about Heaven Creation City, Evil Dragon City, Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon. Xianxia found out that Qin Yan's father died. She held his hand and comforted him. Don't be sad, your father will surely be reborn. Xian Rujing also held Qin Yan's other hand and said in soft voice, Xiaoyun, your father is Fire Dragon God, he has a God position totem. Through the God position totem, his soul cannot be destroyed and he can be reborn. Qin Yan nodded, he is also certain about this point. However, he doesn't know whether or not he can find Qin Long's true body in the immortal graveyard. Yang Shiyu said, Xiaoyun, if we want to find Sister Kiru, we will have to travel very far. Moreover, they are chasing after the Dragon Ball, the distance between us and them is getting bigger and bigger, it will be very difficult to catch up to them. I have an urgent matter to find her. Qin Yan said. Xian Rujing looked at the two light balls inside the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation and said, If we can use these two things to travel through space, we will be able to find Kiru very quickly. If we hurry to find Sister Kiru and the others, it might take a month. Yang Shiyu lightly sighed and said, Moreover, the road is very dangerous, it would be best to quickly research these two things and then find Sister Kiru and the others, maybe it will be faster and safer. Qin Yan nodded and said, If we can master the technique of space travel, it will be very convenient for us to move around in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Then let's begin. Xian Rujing said with smile, Xiaoyun, you are an inscription master, you will surely be able to handle it. Qin Yan looked at the two very large white light balls, shook his head and said, I might not be able to succeed, how about we return to Heaven Creation City first? I will find other inscription masters to research together. He wants to find Princess Anya to research together because Princess Anya's identity as Heaven Creation Palace Master is a very ancient sacred inscription master. She has existed since the time of Nine Sun royal family, she must be very experienced and knowledgeable. Alright, we will go to Heaven Creation City. Yang Shiyu said. Qin Yan and the two women arrived at the main control room, then controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and flew towards Heaven Creation City. Yang Shiyu and Xian Rujing are also lying down on the couch to rest. Big Sister Yang, has Sister Shuyan been with you all this time? Did she use Nine Sun World Extermination scripture? Qin Yan asked. Yang Shiyu and Xian Rujing just realized that Qin Yan killed Devil Immortal Great Emperor. And Devil Immortal Great Emperor has mastered Nine Sun World Extermination scripture. She did, she is very awesome. She was the one opening the way, we didn't even take action. Yuelan always complained that Sister Shuyan is too awesome, she didn't even have the chance to take action. Yang Shiyu said with light smile, Xiaoyun, regarding Nine Sun World Extermination scripture, Sister Shuyan and I have already discussed it. When the time comes, I will join hands with her and pass it to you. Xian Rujing said, Yuelan and Yu Shaoling, those two bad girls are not at my side, it is really peaceful. On the way, those two scoundrels are all over the place, they are even worse than Xiaoyun. Yang Shiyu giggled and said, Xiaoyun is also all over you? He is very honest in front of me. Humph, this guy's dragon claw is truly evil. Xian Rujing groaned at Qin Yan. Divine Desolate's most beautiful ice and snow goddess, you bit me first, so I used dragon claw on you. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, If you didn't bite me, I wouldn't have attacked you. In any case, you are evil, you are deliberately looking for an opportunity to take advantage of me. Xian Rujing lightly rebuked, then grinded her teeth at Qin Yan, it looks like she wants to bite him. Qin Yan shook his head and said with smile, You might not believe it but I have a very resounding nickname in Heaven Creation City, it is called Honest Qin. The eyes of the masses are as bright as snow, they recognize that I am very honest, that is why they gave me this nickname. This is indeed the case. When Qin Yun entered Heaven Creation Divine Palace, all the older generation respectfully called him Honest Qin. Oh, that's right, Xiao Yun, what is going on with that Princess Anya? Sister Kiru said that she is a very outstanding woman, she wants us to communicate with her more, we will have great harvest. Xianxia suddenly said. Yuelan met her, we even got along with her for a period of time. Qin Yun said with smile, didn't you ask Yuelan? Of course we asked, but do you know what kind of understanding that unscrupulous wild girl Yuelan has towards Princess Anya? Xian Rujing said. What did Yuelan say? Qin Yun is startled, he feels that Xiao Yuelan should understand Princess Anya very well because Xiao Yuelan has been flirting with Princess Anya for a very long time. Yuelan said that Princess Anya's body is very good, it feels very good to pat her butt. Xian Rujing rolled her eyes and said in a very speechless manner, moreover, she said that even though Princess Anya looks very cold and arrogant, she is extremely coquettish. Yang Shiyu, who is at the side, already burst into laughter and said, Xiao Yun, your wife is truly wild. Qin Yun is speechless, he really did not expect that Xiao Yuelan would evaluate Princess Anya like this. He shook his head with smile and said, I feel that it is necessary to tell Princess Anya about these things, let her guard against Yuelan. There is also Yu Xiaoling, these two wretched girls, on the road, they kept plotting how to kidnap Princess Anya, too bad. Xian Rujing angrily cursed, you and her are truly a perfect match. Qin Yun is speechless, he suddenly recalled Shiman Qinglian from Divine Inscription Mountain, she is also a wild girl, Xiao Yuemei also promised to bring her to Guanghan Palace. 2 days passed by, Qin Yun returned to Heaven Creation City. He brought along Xian Rujing and Yang Shiyu and waited in the main hall of Princess Anya's palace. Do we know each other? Yang Shiyu looked at the masked Princess Anya and asked doubtfully. Then she glanced at Qin Yun. Xian Rujing actually saw Princess Anya before. She stayed in Emperor Race Divine Palace for a period of time, but she never saw her true appearance. Dark Princess Anya must have seen Yang Shiyue's true appearance, that's why she reacted like this. This caused Qin Yun to be very bewildered. Also that means Princess Anya or Heaven Creation Palace Master has seen Yang Shiyue's true appearance before. I just feel that you look very familiar. Since you don't know me, forget it. Princess Anya said. She did not take off her mask, she looked at Xian Rujing and said, I am Princess Anya, also Heaven Creation Palace Master. Don't go around talking about this matter. Your voice has changed a lot. Xian Rujing sensed Princess Anya's aura just now. She did not expect her to become so strong, moreover she is Heaven Creation Palace Master. This, Qin Yun introduced Yang Shirui and Xian Rujing to Princess Anya so that they can understand each other. Yang Shirui said, are you the sacred inscription Master Xiao Yun is looking for? Then let's quickly begin, time is pressing. Begin what? Princess Anya asked. Qin Yun took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and entered the large warehouse. Large, there are 2 white light balls sealed inside the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Before, the 2 white light balls kept colliding with the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation, but now they have calmed down a lot and are only revolving. Princess Anya saw the 2 white light balls and said in amazement, these are space Xian ants. Princess, do you know these things? Can we use these things to travel through space? Qin Yun hastily asked. Princess Anya looked at the 2 white light balls, shook her head and said, I am not sure. Many years ago, these things appeared but then disappeared. Xian Rujing asked, what are space Xian ants? Are they like ants? Princess Anya approached the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation and looked at the 2 light balls at close range. She slowly said, their habits are similar to ants. In short, they are born from ant queens. These spatial Xian ants appeared in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, they might have snuck out. Queen ant? Qin Yun looked around and said in surprise, where is the spatial queen ant? The spatial Xian ant is a very peculiar creature. It doesn't have flesh and blood, and is formed from a mass of energy. Generally speaking, the space Xian ants are everywhere, but most of them are not exposed in the bright space. They are usually in the dark space. Princess Anyi said. Bright space? Dark space? Yang Shiyu asked, what is this? Bright space is a variety of connected spaces, such as the immortal desolate, sacred desolate, divine desolate, including the Cloud Dragon mountain range, as well as various desolate domains and so on. These spaces are all connected, and generally speaking, they can be regarded as a whole. Princess Xianxia said. It's a space that we can go to, right? Asked Xianxia. More or less. As for the dark space, it's something we can't go to. Only these space Xian ants can go there, because the dark space is full of energy. Flesh and blood that go to the dark space will turn into energy. Princess Xianxia nodded. Space Xian ants don't have flesh and blood body, their body is formed from energy, so they can hide in the dark space. Princess, can we use the space Xian ants to break the solid space? Xianxia asked. This is also something they are very concerned about. I don't know, but we can try. Princess Xianxia is also very interested. She somewhat excitedly said, Space Xian ants can weaken the space wall. They can freely travel between the bright space and dark space. If we can control the space Xian ants and weaken the space of the Cloud Dragon mountain range, we can travel through space. Xian Rujing looked at the two balls of white light and said, why do these space Xian ants want to devour us? Devour you? Princess Xianxia is somewhat astonished. She looked at Xianxia and others. Xianxia then informed Princess Xianxia about the space Xian ants. Dark after Princess Xianxia heard this, she is also very amazed. If this is really the case, then it means that these two space Xian ants have evolved to a certain level, moreover they yearn for the life of the bright space. Princess Xianxia said. How about we help them evolve into humans and then communicate further? Xianxia suddenly had a whim. She said with smile, if these two space Xian ants are easy to communicate with, then we can make them cooperate. We can give it a try. Princess Xianxia nodded her head and said. The problem is, how can we help them evolve into humans? Where can we find two suitable people? Xianxia asked. Xianxia lightly laughed and said, this is easy. Leave it to me. Then suddenly two moons appeared behind her. They are not very big. Then the two moons turned into light balls and then transformed into two spirits that look exactly like Xianxia. The spirits are wearing white muslin long skirt, have a pair of spirit wings and pointed ears. Although they look exactly like Xianxia, their temperament is completely different. This kind of tender and charming charm is something that Xianxia does not have. These are the two moon spirits summoned by Xianxia. Xianxia feels that the charm of these two moon spirits is the same as Sun Fairy Yu Shaoling, maybe even more enchanting than her. Princess Xianxia is somewhat astonished. And, these moon spirits have flesh and blood body but they have not cultivated their own soul. Xianxia said with smile, I used a secret method to cultivate them, they can become my avatar in the future. If they fuse with Xian ants, I will have two space spirits. If I had known earlier, I would have let my Snow Woman Immortal come out. Xian Rujing said. Your Snow Woman Immortal is not as awesome as my moon spirits. Xianxia said with charming smile. Alright, you are awesome. Xian Rujing also admitted. Princess Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, later we will join hands and try our best to fuse moon spirits and Xian ants. Do you need my help? Xianxia asked. Xianxia and I will first let the moon fairy and the space Xian ant enter the fusion stage. Later, you will need to release enough soul power to ensure that after the fusion, you and the moon fairy's soul will occupy the dominant position and devour space Xianxia's soul. My soul is very strong, I will definitely succeed. Xianxia cultivates moon power, her soul mental power is indeed very strong. Moreover, she also has a nether moon. Alright, let's begin. Princess Xianxia nodded at Xianxia. Xianxia controlled the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to create an entrance and then entered with Princess Xianxia. Xianxia after they entered, the two white light balls became very violent, they wanted to collide with them but were suppressed by the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation's power. Follow then two beautiful and charming moon spirits entered the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. We will draw runes, it would be best to draw runes that can suppress space power. Princess Xianxia said to Xianxia. Xianxia and Princess Xianxia each dealt with a Xian ant, released formidable blood spirit power and carved runes on the white light balls. The two white balls of light also suddenly quietened down, and the spatial energy was no longer as berserk. Shuriwek, it's your turn. Control the moon spirits and enter the light balls. Princess Xianxia said. Xianxia, you can control the moon spirits from outside the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. Moon spirits are cultivated by her, they have flesh and blood body, they are very special existences. This actually it is also a kind of avatar. Some people refine puppets as avatars, some people cultivate a body that is exactly the same as themselves. Yang, because Shuriwei has a special secret technique, she can cultivate moon spirits. Two moon spirits very easily entered the two white light balls. They have entered the fusion state. Let's go out, this process will take some time, Princess Yi said. After Qin Yan and Princess Yi left, Yang Shuryu very earnestly sensed the situation of the two moon spirits. Shuriwei, how do you feel now? Xian Rujing asked. Moon spirits seem to be dormant, they have entered a very natural fusion state. Yang Shuryu said. The fusion process is much smoother than I imagined. If it goes smoothly, Shuriwei, you will be able to understand more about Xian ants through the memories of these two Xian ants. Princess Yi said. Dark space will surely be very interesting. Yang Shuryu nodded with smile. She is a person with a strong thirst for knowledge, therefore she has a very deep understanding of many cultivation techniques. Qin Yan, do you want to see the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation of Heaven Creation Divine Palace? I will take you to see it, Princess Yi said. Qin Yan looked at Xian Rujing and said with smile, Sister Rujing, you stay here and accompany Sister Yang. There won't be any problem, right? Xian Rujing is somewhat worried. There won't be any problem, the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation is here, Princess Yi said. Don't worry, I can handle it. Yang Shuryu nodded at Qin Yan. Soon after, Qin Yan and Princess Yi left the heaven-leaping shuttle and arrived at Heaven Creation Divine Palace's main hall. Dark Princess Yi brought Qin Yan and quickly entered a secret room. From the secret room, they entered an underground passage and walked up a staircase. Princess, have you seen Sister Yang before? Qin Yan asked. I said before that there are 9 Sun Divine Maidens, she is one of them. Strangely, she doesn't seem to have any memory about this, Princess Yi said. Sister Yang is one of the 9 Sun Divine Maidens? Qin Yan said in amazement. I don't know much about the 9 Sun Divine Maidens. Although I am now a fusion of 2 9 Sun Divine Maidens, I don't know anything about the whereabouts of the other 9 Sun Divine Maidens or their mission. Princess Yi shook her head and said. Qin Yan suddenly felt that Xiaqiru might also be one of the 9 Sun Divine Maidens. He can only find out after seeing her. Princess Yi brought Qin Yan to a huge underground secret room. There are 9 more than 10-meter wide light balls floating in the air. The 9 light balls are constantly changing color. Every time they change color, the shadow of a dragon appears on the surface of the light balls. This is Heaven Creation Divine Palace's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation? This is my first time seeing a genuine 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, Qin Yan said with sigh. Qin Yan very seriously observed the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Beside him, Princess Anya sighed and said, I have studied this 9-dragon heavenly origin formation for so long, but I can't make another one. It is really a failure. To create a 9 dragons heavenly origin formation requires the right time, the right place, and the right people. Your conditions are not good enough. Qin Yan said, my luck is good, that's why I was able to find a way to create the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Princess Anya also knows that Qin Yan has a past life of immortal King Fuyun. Back then, immortal King Fuyun had already started making preparations. If there is a chance in the future, I really hope to build a 9 dragons heavenly origin formation myself, Princess Anya said. According to the ancient legends, there are only 9 dragons heaven origin arrays, and they are all naturally formed. Only later did I know that it was created by the 9 Yang royal family. Qin Yan used the extinction spirit eye to observe the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation and discovered that it was somewhat different from his 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. Legend has it that the 9 suns and 9 desolations can form a 9 dragons heaven origin formation. Princess Yi looked at a huge ball of light and said, if that's the case, then the 9 suns 9 desolation heavenly origin formation really exists, which is why it formed the powerful 9 suns heavenly domain. Nature is so magical. When Qin Yan thought of the 9 huge suns that formed the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation, he knew how powerful it was. It was no wonder it could give birth to all living things in the 9 desolate lands. There is another legend, about the 9 dragons' heaven formation. Princess Xianxia said, in the 9th wilderness, the 9 dragons' heaven formation is the most powerful. Qin Yun, who was in the immortal desolate, did not know much about the ancient desolate. Not to mention the people from the immortal desolate, even the people from the divine desolate did not understand the mysterious 9th desolate. How strong is the 9 dragons' heavenly origin array? Asked Qin Yun curiously. Legend has it that it was made from the dragon pearls of 9 divine universe heavenly dragons. Princess Xianxia said, I don't know the specifics either. Speaking of Dragon Balls, Qin Yun recalled the divine cosmos evil dragon's Dragon Balls. Xianxia and the others are currently tracking the Dragon Pearl. Princess, divine cosmos evil dragon should have a Dragon Pearl, right? Qin Yun asked. His Dragon Pearl is inside his heart. Princess Dark Knight said, don't worry, his heart is in the immortal graveyard. Qin Yun shook his head and said, his Dragon Pearl is not in his heart, it is sealed separately. The person I was looking for is now chasing after that Dragon Pearl. The reason why I'm in such a hurry to travel through space is to find that person. Qin Yun, the people you know are not simple. For example, Xianxia, she is one of the 9 sun goddesses, and the Bingxing you mentioned is also. Princess Xianxia paused and then said, Rujing has god position totem fluctuations on her body. From her divine power attribute, she should be the snow goddess. Princess Xianxia was the moon dragon god, so she could sense the god position totems of other gods. Then do you think it's possible for the Dragon Pearl to escape? Qin Yun asked. I don't know. We have to see the Dragon Ball first. Princess Dark Knight shook her head, if that's the case, then Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon might be able to sense his Dragon Pearl. Will Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon go look for his Dragon Pearl? Qin Yun suddenly became worried because Xianxia and others are currently looking for that Dragon Pearl. It's possible. Princess Anya's voice suddenly became grave. Qin Yun, how far is the person you are looking for? Very far. If we hurry, it might take more than a month or even longer. Qin Yun said somewhat anxiously. In other words, even if it's Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon, it won't be easy to find that Dragon Pearl. We still have time. Princess Anya said Xianxia should be able to control those 2 spatial Xian ants. So long as Xianxia succeeds, they will be able to use the spatial Xian ants to travel through space and immediately rush to Xianxia's location. Qin Yun nodded and said, let's go, let's go. Princess Anya said, don't you want to take a look at this 9 dragon heavenly origin formation? It is indeed very different from mine. The main thing is the internal dragon heavenly runes. These dragon heavenly runes are much stronger than the ones I control. Qin Yun said. Heavenly runes can evolve. Your dragon heavenly runes can also evolve later. Princess Anya said. She also hopes that Qin Yun can quickly make one for her so that she can carry it with her. Heaven Creation Divine Palace's 9 dragon heavenly origin formation must stay here forever, she can't take it away. Qin Yun followed Princess Anya and left the underground secret room. While walking on the stairs, he asked, Princess, does the 9 desolate divine saber have saber spirit? Yes. Saber spirit is very important, only by finding saber spirit can the 9 desolate divine saber be completely restored. Princess Anya nodded and said, Qin Yun, I will temporarily leave the 9 desolate divine saber with you. When I need it later, you must lend it to me. Of course. Qin Yun said with smile. Princess Anya also doesn't know why she wants the 9 desolate divine saber because she has lost a portion of her memories. There is also that box. I feel that it is greatly related to the 9 desolate divine saber. Princess Anya recalled the bloodline heavenly rune box. That box is indeed greatly related to the 9 desolate divine saber. Now it has already merged with the 9 desolate divine saber. Wait until you recover your memories. Although Qin Yun is very curious about what is inside the box, he can't open it now. He can only wait until Princess Anya's memories are complete. They returned to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. After entering the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's warehouse, they saw that the 2 white light balls inside the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation have become a lot dimmer. When the 2 moon elves entered the light balls before, they could not see their graceful and beautiful figures. But now they can vaguely see that there are two graceful women inside the white light balls. The moon elves released by Xianxia have absorbed a lot of energy from the space Xianxia, but their progress is rather slow because the two light balls still have a lot of energy. It seems like it will take a few more days, Princess Anya said. Qinyan nodded, we can only slowly wait. Xian Rujing suddenly pulled Qinyan and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, I have something to discuss with you alone. Alright. Qinyan pulled Xian Rujing and teleported to the 8th secret room. After arriving at the secret room, Xian Rujing lightly groaned and said, Xiao Yun, you immediately brought me to the secret room, do you think you can take advantage of me? Qinyan is startled, then laughed involuntarily and said, Divine Desolate's most beautiful ice and snow goddess, you said you have something to discuss with me alone, of course I immediately brought you to the secret room. You thought you could take advantage of me, that's why you immediately teleported here. Xian Rujing lightly rebuked and looked at Qinyan with hidden bitterness. Ling Yuner already shouted, Idiot, quickly kiss her. You scoundrel and stupid idiot. Qinyan ignored Ling Yuner and said in earnest, What important matter do you have to discuss with me? If not, let's go out. Xian Rujing stamped her foot, then leaned over and hugged Qinyan. She pressed Qinyan against the wall and ferociously kissed him, her strength is extremely rough. Qinyan really did not expect that this ice-cold ice and snow goddess would first become delicate and charming and then become wild and wild. The goddess of ice and snow, after a while, Xian Rujing proudly said, Yuelan bullied me all day long, now I bullied her man, I got my revenge. Finished speaking, she pinched Qinyan's face and delicately smiled in a very proud manner. Humph, this wretched girl Yuelan, she is actually drawing hatred for me. Qinyan curled his lips, then pinched Xian Rujing's face. Tell me honestly, when you left with Princess Anya just now, were you having an affair? Xian Rujing's expression is saying I understand. I say ice and snow goddess, how come your head is filled with these things? Qinyan pinched Xian Rujing's jade-like beautiful and pretty face and said with smile, Of course not. Humph. That Princess Anya is wearing a mask but I know that she is a beauty. Xian Rujing tied up her long hair hanging on her chest and said with light smile, A woman that Yuelan fancies is certainly not bad. Qinyan unhappily rolled his eyes and said, You have been led astray by Yuelan. Xian Rujing rebuked and said with smile, Of course not, even if I have been led astray, it is your fault. What does it have to do with me? Qinyan is very speechless, he said with grievance expression, My nickname is Honest Qin. You have a bad little Dao spirit, you must also be very bad. Xian Rujing lightly patted Qinyan's handsome face and said with smile. Qinyan pulled Xian Rujing's lily-white hand, gently rubbed it and said, Sister Rujing, I have not been able to contact Sister Star God for a long time, will something happen to her? Probably not. I heard you sacrificed a lot of remnant souls to her before, she might need some time to digest them. Xian Rujing spat in low voice, I say, you are together with me, yet you are still thinking about Sister Star God. Qinyan laughed and said, let's go see Sister Yang. Xian Rujing pulled Qinyan and said, Why are you leaving? Can't you stay with me for a while? I am a big bad guy, it is very dangerous for you to be alone with me. Qinyan is deliberately scaring her. I just want to see how honest Qin, are. Xian Rujing pinched Qinyan's waist and said with chuckle, Wait until I see Yuelan next time, I will tell her how I bullied her man. Qinyan bitterly sighed, Is it because all the girls who were taken advantage of by Yuelan want to bully me to get back at me? That's right. Xian Rujing pursed her lips and laughed, Alright, I won't tease you anymore, I really have a matter to discuss with you. But you are too unromantic, we have not seen each other for so long, it is rare for us to be alone, yet you want me to take the initiative. She spoke and lightly pounded Qinyan's chest again. Qinyan giggled, then kissed Xian Rujing's face and said, My ice and snow goddess is as pure as ice and as clean as jade, I am just a little mortal, how can I blaspheme the sacred and beautiful ice and snow goddess? After Qinyan and Xian Rujing finished playing, they sat on the ground and leaned against the wall. Xian Rujing leaned on Qinyan's bosom and said in delicate voice, Xiao Yun, the process of us getting to know each other is truly full of twists and turns. That's right, back then you came from an immortal family, a high and mighty immortal. Qinyan laughed and said, At that time, you hated me very much. Humph. Who asked you to make me hate you? Xianrujing lightly smiled and said, I did not expect you to be the king of divine desolate's myriad gods, and, you are the same as me, we are both down and out guys. Drifting down to the lower realms, we got to know each other. Qin Yan placed his hand on her slender waist and suddenly pinched it, causing her to softly cry out. Dead man, why are you pinching me? Xianrujing rebuked and laughed delicately. Didn't you say that you have something important to discuss with me alone? Qin Yan said with smile, you forgot, I was just reminding you. You stupid blockhead. I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with you first. Xianrujing said in low voice, then leaned on Qin Yan's body and started randomly pinching. Qin Yan could only allow her to act coquettishly. This ice goddess, who was usually cold, was very unbearable when she acted coquettishly. Xiaoyun, I heard from Xu Yan that you really need my snow goddess totem, is that right? Xianrujing's finger is randomly drawing on Qin Yan's chest and said in low voice. Qin Yan nodded, then very earnestly explained the situation of the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. I feel that if we have the snow goddess totem, we will be able to use it as a shield. That way, it can cool down faster. Qin Yan said, the snow goddess totem should be able to absorb sacred mystic silver crystals or other star energy, right? The effect is definitely very good. Xianrujing nodded and said. Qin Yan lowered his head to look at Xianrujing. Her cold and arrogant and beautiful face is now filled with tenderness. Are you ready to pass the snow goddess totem to me? Qin Yan raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Otherwise I would not have come to talk to you alone. Are you ready to accept it? Xianrujing said with smile. Anytime. Qin Yan nodded quickly with a serious expression. Then how are you going to thank me? First thank me, then I will give it to you. Xianrujing's charming face suddenly became filled with charm. Qin Yan was taken aback. He immediately reacted and kissed her. Xianrujing happily laughed, her face became slightly rosy and said, let's begin. Ice and snow goddess totem is on Xianrujing's body, she is calmly sitting on a cushion, pulling up her long hair and letting her god position totem appear on the surface of her body. Qin Yan very seriously looked at these totem runes. This process is very mysterious because he can very easily memorize these complex totem runes. As long as he looks at them, they will immediately be branded in his mind. Xianrujing's body is like ice and snow jade, perfect and flawless. White shining runes appeared on her body, holy and pure light rays appeared on her body. When she released the ice goddess totem, a wave of frost surged out, causing her to look like she had melted into the ice and snow. It was natural, filled with a beautiful charm. Qin Yan's recording process was very fast. It only took a moment for him to finish. After he finished, he took out a gown and draped it over Xianrujing's body and said with smile, thank you. You are indeed honest Qin. Xianrujing tidied up her clothes and said with gentle smile, if Yuelan was here, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Sister Rujing, my spirit world's little fairy is very worried. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. Ling Yuner is indeed jumping up and down anxiously because she very much wants to come out and admire this great beauty Xianrujing. She is also cursing Qin Yan in her heart for ending like this. Yuner, I will miss you. Xianrujing said with charming smile. Qin Yan also wants to modify Nine Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. Xiaoyun, you are now 9th stage Immortal Emperor Bottleneck, do you know how to transform into a sacred being? Xianrujing suddenly asked. How to transform into a sacred being? Qin Yan asked. Do you remember that I have dual spirit immortal veins, moreover it is 8 sun immortal veins and you have sacred sun spirit vein. After we fuse, both of us will have 9 sacred sun immortal veins and then evolve to 9 sacred sun veins. Xianrujing very earnestly said. Qin Yan nodded and said, of course I remember, how about it? Only with sacred veins can one transform into a sacred being even faster. We have a secret cultivation method in Guanghan Palace that can smoothly transform into a sacred being, but it won't be so easy for you. Xianrujing said, this is what Sister Kiru said. Xianrujing has dual spirit immortal veins and 8 sun immortal veins. Therefore, many people wanted to obtain her because as long as they obtained her, they would have the same immortal veins as her. This is the special aspect of dual spirit immortal veins. Qin Yan has only one spirit vein. The reason why he can absorb 9 kinds of sun energy is because of 9 sun divine soul. Using 9 sun divine soul is not a long-term solution, but Qin Yan has no way to obtain more spirit veins. You still have spirit veins. Xian Rujing inspected Qin Yan's body and said, "It is indeed so." "Sister Rujing, you want to help me cultivate sacred veins?" Qin Yan said with frown, This is not too good. If you can cultivate sacred veins on your own, I won't need to help you." Xian Rujing laughed and said, "We can talk about this later. In any case, if you can cultivate 9 sun sacred veins, you will be able to cultivate 9 sun divine veins. That is very strong." Qin Yan said, "I should be able to transform into sacred veins on my own." Xian Rujing's eyes flickered. She said with smile, "Then I wish you success. Let's go out." "I will send you out first, I want to refine something." Qin Yan took out 9 Heaven's Dragon Lion Cannon and said with smile, "I want to modify this toy." "Alright." Xian Rujing nodded. After Qin Yan sent Xian Rujing out of the warehouse, he began carving Ice Goddess Totem on the cannon. Ling Yuner said, "Xiao Yun, Ice Goddess wants to help you cultivate 9 sun sacred veins, you should follow her wishes." "What the?" Qin Yan curled his lips and said. A3. "It seems like I will have to have a chat with you alone. It is better to communicate with you alone." Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan is earnestly modifying 9 Heaven's Dragon Lion Cannon. He is very much looking forward to the cooldown effect of carving Ice Goddess Totem. What makes him feel that it is very miraculous is that the speed at which he obtained Ice Goddess Totem is very fast and the process of carving is very smooth. Why is it like this? Qin Yan is very puzzled in his heart. That is because Ice Goddess gave you her God position totem. You just didn't realize it. Ling Yuner said. Really? Sister Rujing doesn't want it anymore? Qin Yan said in amazement. She still has it on her body. Ling Yuner said with charming smile, her heart has already been given to you, that is why you can master this kind of God position totem so quickly. Qin Yan suddenly felt warm in his heart because Xian Rujing is very good to him. He suddenly feels that being bitten by Xian Rujing so many times is still very profitable. One day passed by, Qin Yan finally finished carving Ice Goddess Totem on 9 Heaven's Dragon Lion Cannon. After carving, he discovered that not only can 9 Heaven's Dragon Lion Cannon shoot out fire, it can also shoot out very strong ice-cold power. For example, he can use Ice Goddess Totem to condense very strong ice-cold power and shoot out very strong ice-cold power. He needs to fire a very strong star cannonball to test the cooling speed of the cannon, and now he doesn't have the conditions to test it. He doesn't have many star cannonballs, so he cannot waste them. I will try again next time, the result should be very good. Qin Yan looked at the flute-shaped 9 Heaven's Dragon Lion Cannon in his hand and slightly gripped it. He sensed the power of Ice Goddess Totem. Although it is Ice Goddess Totem, Qin Yan felt a kind of warm and tender feeling when holding it. After Qin Yan arrived at the warehouse, the 2 white light balls inside the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation became very faint. He can now clearly see the Moon Fairy inside. The Moon Fairy's eyes are closed, she is floating between the 2 white light balls. Her delicate body is absorbing the energy of the Space Xian ants. It is almost over. Princess Xianxia said, the body of the Moon Fairy can actually endure so much energy, it is truly awesome. My Snow Woman Immortal fought with the Moon Fairy and lost. Xian Rujing said with some envy, sure you as Moon Fairy devour the Space Xian ants, it will surely become even stronger. You can also cultivate an Ice Fairy. Ice Goddess, Snow Goddess. Princess Xianxia said. Although she has never been to Divine Desolate, she is after all a fusion of 2 9 Sun Divine Maidens, she has a wealth of knowledge. Xian Rujing's identity as Ice Goddess is very mysterious. She feels that the reason why Princess Xianxia knows about it is because of Qin Yan. You know that I am Ice Goddess? Xian Rujing said in amazement. I am Moon Dragon God, you should know right? Princess Xianxia laughed and said, we both have God position totems, we can sense each other. Xian Rujing almost forgot that Princess Xianxia and Long Yuqing are both dragon gods. Can I really cultivate an Ice Fairy? How do I cultivate? Xian Rujing promptly asked. It seems like your God position inheritance is not complete. Princess Anya said, then placed her hand on Xian Rujing's chest and said, I will pass on the technique to you. Finished speaking, she transferred a memory as well as a special ability into Xian Rujing's body. Thank you, Princess. Xian Rujing very happily said. After this is done, Xian Rujing promptly asked Qin Yun to teleport her to a secret room and let her cultivate in seclusion. Qin Yun arrived beside Princess Anya and said in low voice, Princess, I want to cultivate a spirit, do you have any secret method? Can you release Snow Woman immortal like Rujing? Princess Anya asked. This? I can't. But I have a spirit. Qin Yun is talking about Ling Yuner. Ling Yuner also asked Qin Yun to ask Princess Anya. He indeed has a weird and clever spirit. Yang Shiriyue said with smile. When she and Qin Yun cultivated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's second layer, spirit fusion technique, she entered Qin Yun's mental world and came in contact with Ling Yuner, who is very evil. Princess Anya said self-deprecatingly, so what? I can't make the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. I'm not even as good as you. I feel like I've lived all these years in vain. Don't say that, it's all luck that I can make the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Qin Yun said with a smile, you can't make the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, but you're definitely better than me in other aspects. Princess, I also want to see how the secret technique you cultivate is like. Yang Shiriyue asked curiously. She herself has mastered the secret technique of the Moon Elves, so she also wants to know about Princess Anya's secret technique. Shiriyue, you can cultivate the secret technique of the Moon Elves, how did you get it? Princess Anya arrived beside Yang Shiriyue. Well. Anyway, when my cultivation reaches a certain level, some ideas will naturally appear in my mind, and then I cultivate them. Yang Shiriyue's beautiful face is also filled with confusion. She shook her head, I still find it strange that I suddenly mastered this secret technique. Qin Yun immediately thought of something. Yang Shiriyue is one of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. Maybe she was born with it. Princess Anya pressed her hand on Yang Shiriyue's heart, stared at Yang Shiriyue's eyes and passed the secret technique to Yang Shiriyue. Yang Shiriyue is just curious. She wants to see how the secret technique is different from the one she mastered. Princess Anya's mask revealed her eyes. Yang Shiriyue and Princess Anya looked at each other and felt that those eyes are very familiar. She could not help but blurt out in a low voice, Bingxing? At the same time, Yang Shiriyue also received the secret technique. After Princess Anya took off her mask, Yang Shiriyue was immediately shocked. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Princess Anya's beautiful face. She said in shock, You are not Bingxing, who are you? I am Princess Anya and also the Palace Master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Princess Anya said, What's the difference between the secret technique I passed on to you and the one you mastered? Yang Shiriyue looked at Qin Yun with a bewildered expression, hoping that Qin Yun could explain. This matter is very complicated. It's a long story. Qin Yun said. Since Princess Anya took off her mask, it seems like she intends to tell Yang Shiriyue about the matter. As for whether or not to tell Yang Shiriyue about this matter, Qin Yun could not decide. After Yang Shiriyue calmed down the shock in her heart, she said, The secret technique you passed to me is more complete, and the one I suddenly comprehended myself can only be used to cultivate moon elves, and it's only suitable for me to cultivate. I see. Princess Anya frowned and said, Maybe you need to grow to a certain level of cultivation before you can gradually feel your mission. Xiao Yun, what's going on? Why does Princess Anya look exactly the same as Bingxing? I can confirm that they are not the same person. Could they be clones? Or are they twin sisters who have been separated for many years? Yang Shiriyue was puzzled. We might be sisters. Princess Anyi suddenly held Yang Shiriyue's lily-white hand, then closed her eyes and said softly, Shiriyue, receive the memories I passed to you. Yang Shiriyue nodded, relaxed herself, and forced herself to resist the memories of Princess Anyi. In the process of accepting the memories, surprise gradually appeared on Yang Shiriyue's jade-like face. It seemed that she knew a lot about the 9 Sun Goddess. That's about it. Princess Anyi said, I'm sure that your soul is one of the 9 Sun Goddess. My little sister Yu might also be one? Yang Shiriyue thought of Yu. Yu has a head full of white hair, but she is her twin sister. I'm not sure, I'll only know when I see her. Princess Yi shook her head. There are 9 sons divine maidens. Can we all gather together? Xianxia is somewhat looking forward to it, she said with a smile. Although we are not related by blood, we should be considered 9 sisters. Who is the big sister? I'm not sure. Princess Yi shook her head and said. There are only 8 of you, you won't be able to gather 9. Xianxia sighed. Because Princess Yi and Heaven Creation Palace Master have fused. Not really, wait until I become stronger in the future, I can make Heaven Creation Palace Master separate. Princess Yi said with a smile. You can even operate like this, you 9-sun goddess are too magical. Xianxia is astonished and said with a smile. Xianxia is thinking about something with a frown. She paused and asked, Princess, can 9-sun goddess sense each other? You can tell that I'm one of the 9 suns divine ladies, but I can't tell you. Originally, I couldn't see that others are 9-sun goddess. Only after I fused with Heaven Creation Palace Master did I obtain this ability. Princess Yi said, back then, when I met Heaven Creation Palace Master in Heaven Creation Divine Palace, she was the one who stimulated my ability. We can feel each other. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Both of them are thinking about the same question. Is Xiaqiru one of the 9-sun goddess? Xianxia and Xiaqiru have been together for a long time but she has never had any strange feeling. You can also be considered family, you must take care of each other in the future. Xianxia said with a smile, then pulled Princess Yi's hand and let her hold Xianxia's hand. Xianxia is still controlling the 2 moon elves. After she tightly held Princess Yi's hand, she suddenly felt a very intimate and warm feeling. One of you 9-sun goddess must be the big sister. I wonder where she is now. Xianxia said with a smile. It doesn't matter who is the big sister, in short, we are all good sisters. Princess Yi looked at Xianxia with gentle eyes, then hugged her and kissed her face. Xianxia smiled gently and also kissed Princess Yi's face. Xianxia said, I plan to go cultivate my spirit, I will finish very quickly. If you want to cultivate your spirit, it will take a very long time. Xianxia said with a smile, is it because Yunar wants to run out quickly? Not really, does it really take a long time? Then how long will Sister Rujing need to cultivate before she can come out? Xianxia asked. Rujing already has Snow Woman Immortal, so it will be faster. Princess Yi said, cultivating spirit is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, it will take a very long time. Alright. Xianxia also temporarily dispelled the idea of cultivating spirit. He really wanted Ling Yunar to come out and have some fun. Xianxia's progress is very smooth. Her 2 moon elves completely swallowed the Space Xian ants and obtained the ability of Space Xian ants. Shuriyue, how do you feel? You and the moon elves are connected by soul, what did you learn from it? Princess Yi saw the white light ball disappear and hurriedly asked. It's quite complicated, the situation in the dark space is much more complicated than we imagined. Xianxia closed her eyes, frowned and said, the 2 Space Xian ants are trapped in this dark space area. Trapped? Princess Yi said in shock. Yes, this dark space is sealed by a very strong power. The Space Xian ants that are active here are unable to return to their nest, so they devour each other. Finally, there are only 2 left and they opened a passage to the bright space. Xianxia said. The bright and dark space where the Cloud Dragon mountain range is located is sealed. Princess Yi walked back and forth, apparently thinking about something. Xianxia asked, Sister Yang, can we use these 2 moon elves to travel through space? It can be done but it will consume a lot of energy. Xianxia said, moreover, we can't travel through space frequently. Why can't we travel frequently? Xianxia asked. Frequent travel will cause very small cracks to appear in the space. The appearance of cracks means that the space is unstable. The mysterious power that seals the space will strengthen, causing the space to become even more solid. Xianxia said, occasionally traveling is not a problem. Xianxia nodded and said, don't worry about energy, let's go find Sister Kiru and the others as soon as possible. Alright. Xianxia nodded and said. It seems like the space in the Cloud Dragon mountain range has been reinforced, we can't enter or exit. Princess Yi said, if we transform into a sacred and go to the sacred desolate, it won't be a problem. Let's talk about it later, we still have a lot of things to do in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Xianxia said. Ever since the Heaven Leaping Shuttle was unable to travel through space, Xianxia knew that it would be very difficult to return to the Immortal Desolate. Now that Xianxia knows about the situation in the dark space, it has confirmed this point even more. Xiaoyun, let's go to the main control room first. Xianxia said, I need to let my moon elves come into contact with the core of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Xianxia nodded, then put away the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation and went to the spacious main control room. After arriving at the main control room, the two charming long-legged moon elves suddenly floated up. They closed their eyes and released spatial fluctuations from their bodies. Xiaoyun, can you allow them to communicate with the Heaven Leaping Shuttle? Xianxia said, they have been blocked by the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's defense. Xianxia can use his mind to control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. With a thought, he handed over the control of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to the two moon elves. Princess, prepare to leave. You are the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, what do you want to arrange? Xianxia said, this time we will be teleporting to a very far place. Princess Anya bit her lips, her eyes are filled with hidden bitterness. Because she really wants to follow but she can't let go of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. As the palace master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, protecting the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is her mission. She can't leave for too long. I want to stay in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Princess Anya sighed, Xianxia, let me out. All right. Xianxia nodded. After Princess Anya and Xianxia hugged each other, Xianxia sent Princess Anya out of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Xianxia controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to fly out of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, we need a lot of energy. Are you ready? Xianxia has already released the 9-dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Moreover, there are Divine Universe golden stones inside the formation. It's enough, let's begin. Xianxia is also somewhat excited, he said with smile, will we be able to see Sister Kiru and the others soon? Of course not. I can only approximate their location. Xianxia also sensed the direction of Kiru and the others through the soul-chasing talisman. The two moon elves' bodies suddenly shone with a white light, and the space around them trembled like ripples on water. The moon elves were in the center of the 9 dragons' Heavenly Origin formation. They held hands as they floated in the air, slowly spinning as they absorbed the energy released by the formation. Not only were the moon elves absorbing a large amount of the Divine Universe's power, but the Heaven Leaping Shuttle was also absorbing it. I see. Xianxia suddenly understood. The moon elves used the divine cosmos power to penetrate through many layers of space and weaken the space. As for how he did it, he had no idea. In short, he was now greatly enlightened. The fluctuations of the Divine Universe Golden Stone could pass through multiple layers of space. If one had a way to use those fluctuations, they could weaken space and allow one to pass through it. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle absorbed the energy of the 9 dragons' Heavenly Origin array in preparation for a spatial jump. It needed a lot of energy to open up a spatial crack. The two moon elves absorbed the energy to weaken the spatial barrier so that the Heaven Leaping Shuttle could successfully break through the spatial barrier. Truly amazing! Xianxia exclaimed in admiration. Xiaoyun, how about this? I'll leave a moon elf for you. Xianxia sat beside Xianxia. Her delicate lily-white hand rested on the back of Xianxia's hand and pursed her lips into a smile. This way, not only can you see me every day, you can also use Moon Fairy to travel through space. If these two moon elves are separated, I wonder if they can communicate with each other. Xianxia curiously said. He gently rubbed Xianxia's hand. I'll try again in the future. Xianxia said, if it's possible, even if I'm not by your side, I can still communicate with you through the moon elves and guide you in your cultivation. Xianxia said with smile, this is great. Thank you, Sister Yang. Xianxia suddenly said, we're going to start the spatial travel. Then, she held Xianxia's hand. She is also somewhat nervous. As the two moon elves hovered in the air, they suddenly spun much faster, and mysterious spatial ripples flowed out of their bodies. The mouth of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle suddenly shot out a very strong spatial energy, tearing open a spatial crack. Let's go! Xianxia shouted. After the Heaven Leaping Shuttle entered the spatial crack, it arrived at another place in the blink of an eye. Xianxia immediately took out the soul-chasing talisman. The soul-chasing talisman is very bright, it is very close to Xiaqiru. At most, in 2 days, I will be able to meet Sister Kiru and the others. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Being able to smoothly travel through space, she felt a lot more at ease. Even though those 2 moon elves were clones, they were also made of flesh and blood, and they were quite tired as well. Xianxia and Xianxia went over and each of them hugged a moon elf. The moon elves were both physically and mentally exhausted, and their eyes were closed as if they were asleep. Big Sister Yang, they look exactly the same as you, but why do they look so charming? Xianxia looked at the moon fairies in his bosom and cannot help but caress their charming face. It's all because of that bad little spirit. She helped me when I was training moon elves, and that's why I ended up like this. Xianxia said with a smile, Yuelan seems to like this kind of elf very much. I cultivated 2 moon elves and often played with Yuelan and Yu Shaoling. Xianxia shook his head with a smile and said, they are very tired, let them rest. Xianxia stored the 2 moon elves and entered the special space inside her body. Big Sister Yang, should we go out? Or in the heaven leaping shuttle? Xianxia asked. We should go out. When the heaven leaping shuttle is flying, its energy fluctuation will leak out, it is not enough to hide. Xianxia said. Sister Rujing is still cultivating elves. I will transfer her to another place. Xianxia said. Xianxia first summoned Xian Rujing and then transferred her to the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Xianxia changed into a light blue light armor. Xianxia is wearing a blue divine rune long robe. After leaving the heaven leaping shuttle, Xianxia stored it and looked all around. The trees here look very normal. Xianxia remembers that the trees near Heaven Creation City have all kinds of huge tree trunks. Xianxia held Xianxia's hand, her beautiful face suddenly became ice cold. She said in deep voice, Xiaoyun, this place is very far from Heaven Creation City, it is completely different from that place. Is this place very dangerous? When Xianxia was in Heaven Creation City, the biggest danger was those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. However, he is now a 9th stage immortal emperor, even if he encountered evil spirits and heavenly monsters, he can easily kill them. There are very dangerous things in this area, Sister Kiru said so. Xianxia tightly held Xianxia's hand, follow me closely, we will be a bit careful, nothing will happen. She pulled Xianxia into the forest, they did not fly in the sky. Xianxia asked Zhang Xingxian for advice on how to quickly cultivate multiple runes. During this period of time, he also learned it, now he can already draw 4 runes. But he feels that it is still not enough because if he wants to use inscription battle technique in battle, he needs to draw at least 6 runes. Now he is following Xianxia, while walking, he is drawing runes with 1 hand and 2 fingers. The runes he drew are imprinted on the tree trunks of some big trees. If something stealthily follows them from behind, the runes on the big trees will react and he will know. Sister Yang, although this place is also in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, why is it so strange? Xianxia also felt an indescribable sense of danger. I don't know either. In short, Sister Kiru said that this is the most dangerous place in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Xianxia shook her head. Every time she walked, she would stop and carefully observe her surroundings. Xianxia suddenly regretted not bringing the Heavenly Lion King along. If he encountered something powerful, he could use the complete Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron. Xianxia can feel that Xianxia's soft lily-white hands are flowing with vigorous energy. After all, Xianxia is one of the palace masters of the Guanghan Palace. Furthermore, her comprehension of martial arts cultivation techniques is extremely high. Her strength is also very strong. The immortal emperor power within Xianxia's body is circulating, she can immediately unleash a powerful big move at any time. Xiaoyun, you are very strong now, Sister Yang also knows, but in her heart, she still regards you as someone to protect. Ling Yun'er laughed tenderly, just like Big Sister. Back then, when Xianxia met Xianxia, he felt her kindness, causing his heart to immediately feel warm. Yun'er, what's going on with this place? Did you discover anything? Xianxia thought to himself. Ling Yun'er's perception was sometimes inexplicably strong. Furthermore, she had absorbed a large number of ancient books, so her knowledge was very broad. I'm not too sure. I keep having the feeling that this place is going to erupt with heavenly tribulation at any time. Ling Yun'er said, do you have the same feeling? It's a bit like that kind of hidden danger. Once it appears, it seems like it can destroy the world. It does feel like a heavenly tribulation is coming. When Qin Yun heard Ling Yun'er's words, he felt the same way. Xianxia brought Qin Yun in the direction pointed by the soul-chasing talisman. Xiaqiru is there. They carefully ran through the forest, neither fast nor slow. This way, they could maintain their vigilance at all times. If they rushed too fast and there was an ambush in front of them, it would be difficult for them to escape. Along the way, Yangshu's face was solemn and she did not say a word. Qin Yun was also silent and maintained the highest level of vigilance. At noon, the three suns in the sky were very fierce. The falling sunlight was incomparably hot. Even in the forest covered by branches and leaves, it was still hot and humid. Yangshu suddenly stopped and looked at the sky. She frowned and said, Xiao Yun, do you feel something? It seems like something is falling. Qin Yun used the extinction spirit eye to penetrate the dense branches. He could see a purplish-red energy falling down. Xiao Yun, prepare for battle. Yangshu hurriedly shouted and took out a slender silver saber. Qin Yun was alarmed and hurriedly rushed forward. Boom, a purplish-red lightning bolt suddenly struck down and fell into the forest, erupting into a large area of thunder and lightning. Electric snakes blotted out the sky and earth, turning into a surging gale that rushed in all directions. Voila, a large area of trees in the forest was suddenly torn apart by countless flying electric snakes. Damn it, it's the thunder and lightning formed by the divine universe purple chi? Qin Yun was extremely alarmed. He held the floating cloud rod in his hand and looked behind him. He discovered that at the place where the lightning had landed, there was a cold and arrogant youth wearing a black luxurious robe and holding a black folding fan. Qin Yun only took a glance and saw that on the youth's folding fan, there were two words flashing with a bloody light, Heavenly Tao. He suddenly realized that the cold and arrogant youth was related to the Heavenly Tao. What a beautiful woman. To be able to meet such a beauty in this broken place, this is simply a fortuitous encounter. When the cold and arrogant youth saw Yangshu, he licked his lips and smiled sinisterly. His figure suddenly flashed over. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the cold and arrogant youth flashed behind Yangshu and said with a sinister smile, You're mine. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and released a black chain, wanting to tie Yangshu up. The chain immediately bound Yangshu. However, Yangshu's body suddenly dissipated. It was just an illusion. Damn bastard. Don't even think about touching big sister Yang. Qin Yun used a very strong power and released a very strong tree claw, grabbing the cold and arrogant youth. After the cold and arrogant youth was firmly grabbed by the tree claw, his face was immediately filled with anger. He shouted, Idiot, do you know who I am? I am the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao your ass. Qin Yun cursed and rushed over. Yangshu rushed ahead of Qin Yun and slashed down at the cold and arrogant youth. Boom, the explosion was accompanied by a dull loud sound. The saber energy carried a fierce shockwave. This was the Heaven Annihilation 9 style, Heaven Quake. The cold and arrogant youth was shaken to the point that he vomited a mouthful of blood. In his rage, his body surged with a very strong purple-red energy wave, instantly scattering the tree claw that bound him. All of you, get, before the cold and arrogant youth could finish his words, Qin Yun jumped over and used the floating cloud rod to ruthlessly strike him. This rod strike was also the Heaven Annihilation 9 style, Heaven Quake. Its aura was even more ferocious and it was accompanied by a vast and mighty heavenly might. The icily arrogant youth was completely infuriated, but he was also in despair because he had greatly underestimated Qin Yun and Yangshu's strength. In the beginning, he thought that Yangshu was the strongest, so he did not place Qin Yun in his eyes at all. And after taking Qin Yun's rod strike just now, he knew that Qin Yun was not simple at all. Within the power that he released, there was a very strong divine universe purple chi. Although Yangshu was a woman, she did not hesitate to deal with her enemies. Seeing that the arrogant youth had been beaten silly, she slashed down with her saber. The arrogant man still had some strength. Sensing the approaching danger, he immediately dodged. However, the hand holding the folding fan was chopped off by Yangshu. Bang, Qin Yun, who was ready to strike, had already swept out the staff in his hand. Qin Yan's judgment was very accurate. The place where the rod struck was exactly where the arrogant man had dodged and landed. Therefore, the rod struck the arrogant man's head. The icily arrogant man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. As his body was sent flying, he coughed up blood and screamed. Tears fell from his eyes. When he first appeared, the cold and arrogant man was still awe-inspiring. However, he was only handsome for 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, he was beaten to the point of crying for his parents by Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu's perfect cooperation. Qin Yan's floating cloud rod can store energy and then explode it. Its power is extremely terrifying. That icily arrogant man's head was hit with such great force, but his head did not explode. It can be seen that his body is very strong. "Big brother, big sister, please spare me, I know I was wrong." The arrogant youth immediately begged for mercy and shouted. Yang Shiyu waved her hand and the black fan that had fallen to the ground flew over. She held the fan in her hand and said coldly, "Is this fan yours?" "Yes. It's mine, I came from the heavenly Tao." Before the arrogant man could finish his words, Yang Shiyu waved the slender blade in her hand, leaving behind an arc of light in the air. When she slashed out with her saber, she instantly sent out hundreds of saber strikes, slicing that man's body into countless pieces. Qin Yan's hand that was holding the staff trembled, his face filled with shock. Because the silver saber in Yang Shiyu's hand was too sharp, one had to know that Qin Yan's rod did not even manage to smash the arrogant man's head. However, with a single slash from Yang Shiyu, the man's head and body were smashed into smithereens. "Sister Yang, what's with this fan?" Just as Qin Yan finished asking, Yang Shiyu used her mental power to control the fan to float in the air. Then, with a few quick slashes, she shattered the fan. Sister Kiru said that if you see someone with this kind of fan, you have to kill them as fast as possible. Don't waste your breath on them. Yang Shiyu's expression was grave as she said, "Xiao Yun, burn that guy." Qin Yan released sacred flame from 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon and burned the icily arrogant youth's body. "Sister Yang, your saber is really sharp," Qin Yan praised. He was very curious about the fan with the words Heavenly Tao written on it. What was going on? "This blade was given to me by Big Sister Star God." The solemn and ice-cold Yang Shiyu suddenly smiled at Qin Yan and said, "At that time, Sister Kiru said that this saber is very suitable for me. Later on, it was refined by moon core and became very strong." "Moon core refinement?" Qin Yan asked in bewilderment. "What's that?" "That's the center of the moon. There's a very strong moon core fire pool there. This is the secret of the Guanghan Palace. Right now, the entire moon is under our control." Yang Shiyu said, "When there's a chance, I'll take you to see that mysterious moon core." The moon changed before and a large group of women from the Guanghan Palace were summoned back. They said that they had to seize the time to cultivate and whatnot. A very strong barrier also appeared outside the moon, causing the moon to look a lot bigger. The moon has indeed changed a lot. "Let's go, let's continue our journey. Hurry up and find Sister Kiru," Yang Shiyu said. She continued to pull Qin Yan's hand and ran through the forest. Qin Yan now knows why Yang Shiyu is so vigilant. For example, that icily arrogant youth just now is a very strong guy. Moreover, he suddenly appeared. If he was ambushed, it is very likely that he would be seriously injured. "Sister Yang, do you know where that guy from just now came from?" Qin Yan asked. Sister Kiru said that they are from the heavenly law divine realm. "I don't know the specifics," Yang Shiyu said. At this moment, Yang Shiyu regained her serious appearance because she wanted to pay attention to the situation around her. Until late at night, Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu did not encounter any attacks. Late at night, when they were resting, Qin Yan took out the floating cloud pagoda and entered with Yang Shiyu. Their speed was not fast, but because they were always vigilant, it was very tiring. They are resting now to recover their lost mental energy. During the rest time, they cultivated together. Moreover, it's the second layer of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, spirit fusion technique. Yang Shiyu once again appeared in Qin Yan's mental world, which made Ling Yuner very happy. Although this is an illusory space, it is very real when they come into contact. This is equivalent to soul contact. When Ling Yun'er saw Yang Yu, she immediately hugged this great beauty and kept shouting that big sister Yang is so beautiful. Furthermore, she asked many questions about cultivation spirits. Yang Yu previously discussed with Ling Yun'er about the use of nether sun power, which benefited Ling Yun'er greatly. At this time, she also imparted some fairy cultivation knowledge to Qin Yun and Ling Yun'er. If Qin Yun wants to help Ling Yun'er cultivate a body, he needs their cooperation. They rested until late at night and recovered. Then, they continued their journey. At night, they ran in the forest. During the day, the forest was very hot and stuffy, but at night, it was very cool and chilly. Sister Yang, there's no moon in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. I remember there used to be. Qin Yun said. Because the moon has been isolated, now only the immortal desolate can see the moon. There's a problem with the sacred desolate and divine desolate's moons. Yang Yu said. I see. Qin Yun finally understood and said, we can still see 3 suns here, that means we are still in the 9 suns heavenly domain. Yes, this space is formed from the energy of the 9 suns heavenly realm, so we can see the 9 suns. Yang Yu nodded. They hurried on in the middle of the night. When it was almost dawn, the sky suddenly turned gray, as if it was accumulating rain. It was a gloomy morning, and the earth was lifeless. In the forest, the chilly wind was accompanied by coldness. Suddenly, a very strong energy wave surged and roared, causing the branches and leaves of the giant trees in the forest to shake violently, issuing a hua-hua-hua noise. Yang Yu suddenly stopped. Not good, this power belongs to divine cosmos evil dragon. Qin Yun said with frown and gritted his teeth, how did this guy come so fast? It's not divine cosmos evil dragon, it's the dragon pearl. Yang Yu said. Really? Qin Yun said in shock, dragon pearl has such a terrifying power? When we were chasing after this dragon pearl, because the power it released was too strong, it caused our formation barrier to shatter. Even if we joined hands, it would be very difficult to suppress the dragon pearl. Yang Yu said with frown, could it be that Sister Kiru and the others are suppressing the dragon pearl? Then let's hurry over and help. Qin Yun said. Wait, if they are suppressing the dragon pearl, then the commotion is so big, it means that many people will be attracted over. Yang Yu said in low voice, we must be careful and get rid of those guys lying in ambush nearby. Are they all using that kind of black fan? Qin Yun said in shock. There are at least 3 groups of people looking for the dragon pearl. Yang Yu tightly gripped the hilt of her saber and said in low voice, someone is coming. Yang Yu is extremely vigilant. After sensing that a few people are approaching, her killing intent immediately surged out and she very bravely charged towards those people. And Qin Yun also promptly released tree claws to coordinate with Yang Yu. Stop. An old man suddenly appeared in a flash and used a black walking stick in his hand to block Yang Yu's slender silver saber. In the instant of collision, energy waves surged and blew away the surrounding trees. We are not enemies. The old man sensed Yang Yu's terrifying killing intent and hastily shouted, it's Miss Xia who told us to come. Yang Yu immediately retracted her hand and returned to Qin Yun's side. Qin Yun is still using tree claws to grab those 5 youths. Those 5 youths don't know that it was Qin Yun who did it because Qin Yun is still standing at his original spot. At this moment, Qin Yun and Yang Yu are also observing these people. Those 5 youths are very strong but they are still inferior to the cold and arrogant youth who attacked them earlier. If not for the appearance of that powerful old man, those 5 youths would have died long ago. Then why are you guys sneaking around? Yang Yu said coldly. We thought it was someone from the heavenly law divine realm. The old man said, you should be Miss Yang, right? We are from the heaven suppressing sect. This old man is Elder Peng of the heaven suppressing sect. Heaven suppressing sect? Do you have a token? Yang Yu asked. The old man took out a medallion and threw it to Yang Yu. After Yang Yu looked at it, she nodded and returned the medallion to the old man. At this moment, Qin Yun also kept the tree claws. Miss Yang, who is this little brother? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any men in the Guanghan Palace right now, right? Could it be that this is a woman disguised as a man? Elder Peng asked. These people from the heaven suppressing sect were all wearing white robes and looked like they were from a righteous sect. I'm a man. Qin Yin shouted and walked to Yang Shiyu's side. He said, Big Sister Yang, the Dragon Pearl is right in front of us. What's going on? Hearing Qin Yin call Qin Yin Big Sister Yang, the people from the heaven-suppressing sect immediately felt that Qin Yin was Yang Shiyu's little brother. Yang Shiyu looked at the old man and asked, Elder Pang, the Dragon Pearl is right in front of us, right? The Dragon Pearl has been temporarily sealed by us. But the fellows from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm will definitely come and snatch it. Elder Pang said, so we have to get rid of the Dragon Pearl as soon as possible. How? Qin Yin asked. It's to use the Dragon Pearl as a sacrifice to the heavens. The reason why so many people are fighting over that Dragon Pearl is because it's an excellent sacrifice to the heavens. Elder Pang said. Yang Shiyu nodded and said, hurry up and bring us there. Qin Yin knew that a large amount of Divine Universe Purple Qi was approaching. The people of the Natural Law Divine Realm all had a very strong Divine Universe Purple Qi on them. The cold and arrogant youth that he and Yang Shiyu had killed before had a very strong Divine Universe Violet Qi. Qin Yin was very curious about the Heavenly Law Divine Realm because the Divine Universe Purple Qi they cultivated came from the Divine Universe Amethyst. The Divine Universe Evil Dragon claimed to be a divine beast of Tian Fa and that it was under the command of some heavenly Tao, and it had also cultivated a very powerful Divine Universe Purple Qi. When Qin Yin was in Evil Dragon City, he met 3 old men. They claimed to be heavenly guards and were guarding a Divine Universe Amethyst. Do you want me to help? Yang Shiyu asked. She also looked at the direction where the Divine Universe Purple Qi was coming from. Her face became serious, because the Divine Universe Purple Qi was very strong, and there were a lot of people from the Natural Law Divine Realm. Miss Yang, someone from the Heaven Suppressing Gate will come out to stop us. I'll bring you to the Heaven Suppressing Gate first. Elder Pang said as he rushed towards the direction of the Dragon Ball. Qin Yin had many questions in his mind, but he did not ask them. He quietly followed behind Yang Shiyu. Yang Shiyu asked, Elder Pang, is the Heaven Suppressing Gate nearby? Elder Pang nodded, yes, we have obtained the Dragon Orb and sealed it in the Gate of Heaven. The Dragon Pearl of the Divine Universe Evil Dragon was definitely something very important. Otherwise, the Natural Law Divine Realm would not have sent so many people over. Sister Yang, you previously said that there are at least 3 groups of people searching for the Dragon Pearl. Other than the Heaven Suppressing Sect and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, who else is there? Qin Yin asked Yang Shiyu with a voice transmission. There's also a very mysterious Heaven Old race. Yang Shiyu replied to Qin Yin with a sound transmission, this is what Sister Kiru told me. She said that the ancient Heaven race and the Heaven Suppressing Sect are considered righteous sects. Natural Law Divine Realm is not. We are not too sure about the specific situation of these 3 powers. Qin Yin and Yang Shiyu followed Elder Pang. After passing through an ancient forest, they saw an ocean. Is this still the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range? Qin Yin exclaimed. There was actually a sea in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. At the edge of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Elder Pang said, the Heaven Suppressing Gate is right ahead. Qin Yin can see a black dot in front of him, it looks like an island. At that moment, countless specks of light appeared in the sky ahead. A large number of people were flying in the sky, releasing powerful barriers around them. Those are all warriors of my Heaven Suppressing Sect. They are going to deal with those fellows from the Natural Law Divine Realm. Elder Pang heaved a sigh of relief before flying towards the ocean with Qin Yin and Yang Shiyu. Not long after, Qin Yin saw the Heaven Suppressing Gate floating above the sea. It is extremely huge, like a very sturdy city. The city walls were very tall and thick, reaching a height of 3,000 zhang, forming a huge octagonal shape. Looking down from the sky, one could see many tall mountains and buildings within the walls. Ancient and magnificent buildings were built on the top of the mountain or halfway up the mountain. Within the walls, there were many rivers and waterfalls, as well as various kinds of birds and beasts. Qin Yin saw a flock of giant birds that were several meters long flying past a waterfall that flowed down from the heavenly river. Is this the Heaven Suppressing Gate? Qin Yin exclaimed in admiration, so powerful. Yang Shiyu was also very shocked. There were quite a few powerful things hidden in the sea at the edge of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Elder Pang led them in through the main gate. Then, he looked at the sky behind them and said, they didn't fight. They should be negotiating. Does this happen often? Xianxia asked. Yes. Elder Pang nodded. Qin found it very strange. The various powers hidden in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range should be very ancient. He had never heard of them in the Immortal Desolate. This made him somewhat worried. There were so many ancient powers in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. It was very likely that they were going for the Immortal Graveyard. After Elder Pang brought Qin and Xianxia here, he felt a lot more at ease. Then, he arranged for them to stay in a small building halfway up a mountain. The small building was located halfway up a mountain. Standing at the door, Qin could see the scenery of the heaven-suppressing gate. Big Sister Yang, this heaven-suppressing gate is really powerful. Qin said with a frown, I wonder what relationship Sister Kiru has with the heaven-suppressing gate. It seems like their relationship is quite good. Kiru knew a lot of things. She had also awakened her memories bit by bit. At least they are safe here. Xianxia said, I wonder what they are doing in the heaven-suppressing gate. They didn't directly come to see us. Could it be that they are cultivating? Qin said, otherwise, they would have come. Xiaoyun, do you think the Heaven Creation Divine Palace has anything to do with the heaven-suppressing gate? Xianxia pulled Qin back to the hall. Qin also thought of this matter before. After he sat down, he gently caressed Xianxia's lily-white hand and said, one heaven creation, one heaven suppressing? Heaven creation, heaven suppressing? If there really is a relationship, could they be enemies? Xianxia and Qin squeezed into a chair, the two of them leaned on each other very intimately. Suddenly, Xianxia jumped up because someone has arrived. The person who arrived is Elder Pang. Elder Pang brought a masked woman in a white dress over. Although the woman is wearing a mask, Qin can immediately recognize that she is Liu Shuyan. You guys take your time, this old man will take his leave. After Elder Pang brought Liu Shuyan over, he immediately left. Liu Shuyan entered the hall, closed the door and immediately arrived beside Qin. She pinched Qin's handsome face and said with a gentle smile, Xiaoyun, you're crazy. Is that so? Why didn't I notice? Xianxia spoke, she also touched Qin's face and said with a smile, I don't think so. Qin's handsome face was touched and pinched by two soft and gentle hands, he felt very helpless in his heart. Sister Shuyan, the God position totem on your face still hasn't retreated? Qin asked because Long Yuqing and Princess Anya's God position totem have already hidden into their bodies. Liu Shuyan sighed and said, not yet. I also hope that you can see the beautiful me sooner. Sister Shuyan, why are you the only one here? Where are those two hoodlums? Xianxia said with a smile, their young husband is here, why aren't they coming over? After Liu Shuyan sat down, she said, they are together with Xiao Rou, they are tossing around some things. Xiao Rou asked them to help. Tossing around what? Qin curiously asked. Secret. After Liu Shuyan finished speaking, she looked all around and said, where is Rujing? Why didn't she come? She is cultivating her fairy. Xiaoyun hit her. Xianxia said with smile. Qin let out Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Long Tianji. The three of them spent a very long time with Sister Yao Feng, their feelings for each other are very deep. Soon after, Qin told Liu Shuyan about how he killed the Devil Immortal Great Emperor. Xiaoyun, the Devil Immortal Great Emperor's 9-son world extermination scripture is only half a bucket of water. Even though he obtained it, he didn't cultivate it well. Liu Shuyan giggled and said, not only that guy didn't cultivate it well, he even went astray. Xianxia said, too. Cultivate the 9-son world extermination scripture, one must have world extermination spirit. Qin recalled Su Xiaoba. This Suwudi tyrant is also in Creation Heaven City. He followed Netherworld Great Emperor and others here. When dealing with the evil spirits and heavenly monsters, this guy's achievement was also very astonishing. Therefore, many Creation Heaven Cities people respectfully call him Brother Tyrant. The world extermination spirit came from Su Xiaoba. Xiao Yuemei used her own mirror to record it. Later on, Qin and Xiao Yuemei cooperated and refined a world extermination spirit for Liu Shuyan. I forgot to kidnap Yuemei. Qin patted his thigh and said with some vexation, that little girl is inside the divine inscription mountain. no rush. Anyway, Shuriwei and I will join hands, we can help you master the 9-sun world extermination scripture very quickly. Liu Shuyan said with smile. Sister Shuyan, you have a clone in Divine Desolate, I remember he went to find Sister Star God, right? Xiao Yun said that he can't contact Sister Star God. Xianxia suddenly said. N. Liu Shuyan nodded and said, Star God is in seclusion. The offerings that Xiao Yun gave her before were simply too generous. Qin Yan said with smile, I have prepared a lot of things, when she comes out, I will offer them to her. That Dragon Ball, what happened? How did it fall into the hands of the heaven-suppressing sect? Long Tianji curiously asked. The situation at that time was very complicated. We were the first to discover the Dragon Pearl, then the people of the Heaven Old race suddenly jumped out, and finally, the heaven-suppressing gate appeared. When the Heaven Old race saw the people from the heaven-suppressing sect, they immediately ran away. Liu Shuyan said, later on, the people from the heaven-suppressing sect joined hands with us to take down the Dragon Pearl. Qin Yan said, in other words, obtaining the Dragon Pearl was the result of your cooperation with the heaven-suppressing sect? Liu Shuyan sighed, yes, both of us know very well that if we don't cooperate, we won't be able to obtain the Dragon Balls. After some discussion, we decided to use the Dragon Ball as a sacrifice to the heavens. Sacrifice to the heavens? Qin Yan has been wondering what this is all about. Back when he was inside the Heavenly Law Altar, he was almost sacrificed. The immortal graveyard is sealed by the heavens. If you want the immortal graveyard to come out, you have to sacrifice to the heavens. As for where it will appear after the sacrifice, I have no idea. Liu Shuyan suddenly said in a low voice, the heaven-suppressing sect's guys agreed to let Xiao Rou and the others go to the heaven-suppressing sect's sacred land to cultivate. Begin the sacrificial ceremony. Sister Shuyan, do you know what's going on with the Heavenly Law Divine Realm? Qin Yan asked. I don't know. In short, Xiao Rou said that those guys all claim to represent the Heavenly Tao. They are a very mysterious and ancient force. The divine cosmos evil dragon was created by them to destroy the 9-sun heavenly domain, but was stopped by the 9-sun royal family. Liu Shuyan said. Qin Yan was now relieved. As long as the sacrifice to the heavens succeeded, the immortal graveyard would appear in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Suddenly, a series of beast roars came from outside. Liu Shuyan frowned, the people from Heaven Old race are here? Are the people of the Heaven Old race all beasts? Zi Qingqing said in surprise. There are beasts, humans, orcs, and so on. In short, they are very strong. Let's go out and have a look. Liu Shuyan said. When Qin Yan saw the gigantic azure dragon, he thought that it was not the azure dragon he was familiar with. However, when he sensed the aura, he was very sure that it was the azure dragon of his inscription gate. Back then, when they had just arrived at the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, Black Rat Baizé and the 3 dragons had felt a very magical call. Then, they chased after the call. Inscription beasts like the Black Donkey and Old Fox Huang also sensed the call but they didn't go. Qin Yan had always wanted to know where Baizé and the 3 dragons had gone. There had been no news of them for so many days. Now that he saw the azure dragon outside, it meant that they were all in this area. Sister Shuyan, is it really the people from the Heaven Ancient race? Qin Yan asked. It should be. Liu Shuyan nodded her head, we met the fellows from the Heaven Old race before, their auras are probably like this. The power aura that Liu Shuyan was talking about was not the one released by the azure dragon, but a few other powerful auras. Qin Yan was already at the peak immortal emperor realm. Even if he encountered an expert who had just become a sacred, he would still be able to put up a fight. In this realm, he was very clear that only those people or beasts that absorbed the divine universe violet chi were his opponents. And the auras he felt from the Heaven Old race were not the divine universe purple chi. However, it gave him a very strong feeling. Only a few of them came? Qin Yan and Yang Shuriwa followed Liu and Shu Yan and flew towards the gate. On the Heaven Old race's side, only a few people are releasing their auras. From the looks of it, they are definitely here to quarrel. Yang Shiyu said in a low voice, Xiao Yun, we'll just wait and watch from behind. Leave this matter to the heaven-suppressing sect. Lu Yu, Shu Yan and Yang Shuriwen know that Azure Dragon and Qin Yin know each other and their relationship is very good. I got it. Qin Yin nodded. After the Azure Dragon transformed into its huge body, it flew in front of the heaven-suppressing gate and roared loudly. This way of shouting was indeed very domineering. In just a short while, everyone in the heaven-suppressing sect knew that the people from the Heaven Old race had arrived. Yang Shuryu said, Heaven Ancient race and Heaven Suppressing School should both be righteous forces. If they were to fight, wouldn't they be laughed at by the natural law divine realm? It's not strange for there to be a conflict between the forces of the righteous path. However, for such a huge righteous faction, when there was a conflict, they would have other ways to resolve it. There are very few large-scale conflicts. Lui Wishuyan said. When they flew towards the gate, many experts from the heaven-suppressing sect also flew out. The Azure Dragon in the air suddenly transformed into a burly man and landed in the crowd outside the gate. There were not many people from the Heaven Old race, only 100 or so, but there were thousands of people flying out of the heaven-suppressing sect. In comparison, the number of people from the Heaven Old race was pitifully small. Friends of the Heaven Old race, your actions just now have scared us. An old man from the heaven-suppressing sect chuckled and said, We thought you were going to attack our heaven-suppressing sect. The 100 or so people from the Heaven Old race could be considered relatively gentle. They all looked like humans, but most of them were beasts that had turned into humans. High in the sky, Qin Yin immediately saw the 3 dragons and Bai Zhe. They were also in the crowd. They're all here. Could it be that they were all called away by the Heaven Old race using a secret technique? Qin Yin felt that it was strange. The Heaven Old race actually possessed a very mysterious power. Even though they were so far away, they could still communicate with those powerful inscription beasts. On the side of the Heaven Old race, an old man wearing beast skin and with a pair of bull horns on his head walked out and said with a smile, Our Heaven Old race is really going to attack the heaven-suppressing sect. We might have already reached the heaven-suppressing sect's sacred grounds. Ancient Ox Demon, you still like to brag as much as before. The old man from the heaven-suppressing sect laughed and said, Why do you have to put on such a big show? It's really scary. Elderly, all of you saw it just now, right? The Ancient Ox Demon laughed. I saw it, isn't it just the Azure Dragon? Elderly waved his hand and said with a smile, Congratulations to your Heaven Old race, another Heaven Old beast has returned. The Ancient Ox Demon chuckled and said, We are not here to show off to you. We are here to discuss the matter of the Dragon Pearl with you. Speaking of the Dragon Pearl, the people of the heaven-suppressing sect became noisy. This was because the Dragon Pearl was within the heaven-suppressing sect. The Heaven Old race had appeared here and caused such a huge commotion, making people feel that they wanted to snatch the Dragon Pearl. Qin Yin had been looking at the 100 or so people from the Heaven Old race. Not only did he see the black rat Bai Zhe and the 3 dragons, he also saw a familiar person from the depths of his memories. That person was someone he had met in the Hualingwu school. He was a teacher who had once guided him, and his name was Ding Tianchun. Back then, Ding Tianchun's son was poisoned. After his son successfully detoxified the poison, in order to prevent others from taking revenge on him, he brought his son away from the Hualingwu school. Although it was a memory from many years ago, Qin Yin still remembered this teacher Ding. He was a good person he had met when he entered the Hualingwu school. Sister Yang, is that teacher Ding? Qin Yin floated in the air and looked at the crowd outside the door. Yang Shuryu also looked at a square-faced man with thick eyebrows and said with some surprise, It's him. I never thought that I would be able to see him again after so many years. Who is he? Is he powerful? Lu Yu Shuyan asked curiously. He's a person who has done a lot of research on beasts. Yang Shuryu laughed, I don't know if he's strong or not. But for him to be able to appear here, he's definitely not weak. The seniors of the heaven-suppressing sect were all worried that the Heaven Old race would snatch the Dragon Pearl. This was because there were a large number of beasts in the Heaven Old race. In most people's impression, beasts were very barbaric. If the Heaven Old race wanted to snatch the Dragon Pearl, then a great battle was inevitable. The heaven-suppressing sect did not want to start a war with the Heaven Old race, because once both sides were injured, that fellow from the natural law divine realm would be able to take advantage of the situation and enter. The dragon pearl belongs to our heaven-suppressing sect. Elderly frowned and said, Ancient bull demon, what are you planning to talk about? I know that you want to use the dragon pearl to sacrifice to the heavens, right? The ancient bull demon said. Yes. Elderly nodded. How about this, give us the dragon pearl, don't sacrifice it to the heavens. Because that's not good for anyone. The ancient bull demon said. Give it to you? Elderly laughed, Ancient bull demon, this joke isn't funny at all. The ancient bull demon laughed out loud, if we really sacrifice to the heavens, will that heaven burial mausoleum really appear? Whether the heaven burial mausoleum will appear or not, we'll have to try to find out. Elderly said, besides, if it appears, it will be beneficial to you, right? No matter how you say it, it won't be beneficial to anyone. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. The original name of the immortal graveyard was indeed called the Heaven Burial Land, and the people of the Heaven Old Race and the Heaven Suppressing Sect called it the Heaven Burial Mausoleum. Although the names were different, they were all about the same. It was also because it had been too long that it had become the immortal graveyard. If we really sacrifice to the heavens, who knows what will happen? The ancient bull demon said, Does your heaven-suppressing sect know that the divine universe evil dragon has already broken the seal? That's impossible, right? Back then, the seal on the divine universe evil dragon was very tight. Besides, even if the divine universe evil dragon runs out, isn't there still the heaven creation god palace to protect it? Although Elderly looked calm on the surface, he was panicking in his heart. Because the thousands of people in the heaven-suppressing sect were discussing this matter with fear. The ancient bull demon shook his head and shouted, You all think too highly of the heaven creation god palace. Back then, the majority of the heaven creation god palace's resources were given to your heaven-suppressing sect. Furthermore, because the heaven creation god palace violated the taboo, it caused them to fall out of favor. Xianxia was secretly alarmed. The heaven creation god palace and the heaven-suppressing sect were indeed related. From the looks of it, there seemed to be people above the heaven creation god palace and the heaven-suppressing sect taking care of them. Even if the divine universe evil dragon comes, isn't there still your heaven old race? If your heaven old race and our heaven-suppressing sect join hands, dealing with the divine universe evil dragon will definitely not be a problem. Elderly said, We have already discussed the matter of the sacrifice to the heavens, it is impossible to change it. The ancient bull demon shook his head, After the sacrifice, I am worried that the power of the dragon pearl will return to the divine universe evil dragon's body. At that time, if our two families join hands, we will definitely not be able to deal with the divine universe evil dragon. Furthermore, those bastards from the heavenly law divine realm are eyeing us covetously. Impossible, the prophecy said that if we use the divine beast's dragon pearl to sacrifice to the heavens, the heaven burial mausoleum will appear. Elderly said, The energy of the dragon pearl will all be used to undo the seal on the heaven burial mausoleum and will not return to the divine universe evil dragon's body. The prophecy cannot be trusted. If the energy of the dragon pearl flows back into the divine universe evil dragon's body and the heaven burial mausoleum appears, then the divine universe evil dragon will enter the heaven burial mausoleum and take back his heart, then we will all be finished. The ancient bull demon said. These are all your guesses, and they are all baseless guesses. Elderly laughed a few times and said, Ancient bull demon, we have already decided to sacrifice to the heavens. You will know when the time comes. The ancient bull demon was very angry. He stomped his feet vigorously, causing the ground to tremble. Ancient bull demon, you can't use force. Although there have been many small conflicts between your ancient heaven race and our heaven-suppressing sect over the years, there has never been a huge battle because we all know very well that this is not beneficial to either of us. Elderly said. Elderly, where is your heaven-suppressing sect's leader? I want to talk to him. The ancient bull demon said, Quickly get him out. The leader of the heaven-suppressing sect is already in the divine wasteland. Isn't the patriarch of your ancient heaven race also in the ancient wasteland? Right now, it is us elders who are in charge. You are the little clan elder of the ancient heaven race, and I am the little clan elder of the heaven-suppressing sect. Elderly said. Xianxia is extremely apprehensive after hearing this. That ancient ox devil actually has a little nether son, he is suddenly very curious, what kind of little nether son is, is it the same as his nether sun? Ling Yun'er found out that there is a little nether sun and immediately became excited. She delicately shouted in Qin Yun's mental world, Xiao Yun, think of a way to get it. If we can get that little nether sun, it will become my life crystal. I will also cultivate nether sun, and together with your nether sun, we will be invincible. It's not easy. Let's leave it to fate. Qin Yun said in his heart. Of course he wants it, but something like little nether sun must be very precious. Qin Yun noticed Elder Li's expression. He is actually very excited. The other heaven-suppressing sect disciples and elders are all discussing in amazement. It can be seen that little nether sun is very attractive to the heaven-suppressing sect. Heavenly ancient race's little nether sun is said to be only the size of a fist, but it is very powerful. It is a supreme treasure that can allow their heavenly ancient race to flourish for a long time, a heaven-suppressing sect disciple said in amazement. Yeah, I heard that little nether sun can be fused with a body and become a life crystal. This is impossible. How can a body be so weak and small? How can it contain such a powerful little nether sun? That's right, it will definitely be turned into mincemeat by little nether sun's power. Many heaven-suppressing sect disciples are discussing this matter one after another. Yang Shiyu and Liu Shuyan both know that Qin Yun has a nether sun. It can be considered a little nether sun. Are you really willing to take out little nether sun to gamble? Elder Li can no longer resist the temptation and asked. Of course it's true. How about we all take a gamble? Ancient Ox Devil said with smile, even if you lose, you will only lose a dragon pearl. Anyway, the Dragon Ball is not important to the heavenly suppressing sect. Consider it an unexpected gain. An elder from Heavenly Ancient Race said, our Heavenly Ancient Race is different from you. If I lose, then our clan's supreme treasure will become yours. To us, it will be a heavy loss. Elderly said, let's gamble, but we must sign a soul contract. Each of us will have 10 elders sign the contract. If we go back on our words, then 10 elders will die. How about it? All right. The ancient bull demon laughed. My heaven old race will send out the 10 strongest elders to sign a soul contract with you. If you act shamelessly, then 10 of our elders will die. And I will also participate in the signing of the contract. All right, I will also participate in signing the soul contract. Elderly chuckled and said, same old rules, send people out to fight, and if they win, they win. All right, it's settled then. The ancient ox devil laughed, Elderly, let's sign the soul contract. Just as Elderly and the other 9 elders were about to fly over, Liu Shuyan suddenly shouted, wait. Lady Luyu, what's wrong? Elderly and the rest stopped and looked towards Luyu and Shuyan. Elders, don't forget that the Dragon Pearl is only in the heaven-suppressing sect. It doesn't belong to you all. Our Moon Palace also has half. Liu Shuyan said, you didn't talk to us before taking the Dragon Pearl to gamble. That's not good, right? Qin Yun is also very unhappy. If they win, heaven-suppressing sect will get a small nether sun, but what if they lose? If the Dragon Pearl was given to the heaven-old race, then how is the Guanghan Palace going to make up for its losses? These things have not been discussed yet, and Elderly wants to go over and sign the soul contract. This is simply ignoring the Moon Palace, causing Liu Shuyan and Yang Shiyu to be very angry. Lady Luyu, back then when we obtained the Dragon Pearl, our heaven-suppressing sect contributed the most. We have the right to make any decision. Elderly said with a smile, what's more, didn't your Moon Palace's people also enter our sacred land to cultivate? Entering your sacred land to cultivate, that's your invitation. There's no exchange. Liu Shuyan snorted, back then, several of your elders were poisoned and we saved you. That's why you invited us to enter your sacred land to cultivate. But no matter what, without our heaven-suppressing sect, the Dragon Pearl would have run away in the end. Isn't that so? Elderly said. But without us, you wouldn't have been able to discover the Dragon Pearl, much less catch up. Liu Shuyan is somewhat angry and said coldly, moreover, when we were sealing the Dragon Pearl, we also put in a lot of effort. Yang Shiyu said, that's why it's wrong to say who contributed the most, both of us have half of the credit. Liu Shuyan coldly snorted and said, we clearly have half of the Dragon Pearl, why did you take it out to gamble and not discuss it with us? It's not like we aren't here. Liu Shuyan and Yang Shiyu are here, but Elderly didn't discuss this matter with them. Clearly, they don't put the Moon Palace in their eyes at all. No matter what, the Dragon Pearl is now in our heaven-suppressing sect. Our heaven-suppressing sect consumes a lot of energy to suppress and seal the Dragon Pearl every day. Elder Li's voice also became a bit colder and said, "Your Moon Palace only has a few people and our heaven-suppressing sect used a lot of power to suppress the Dragon Pearl." Liu Xian's voice sank and said coldly, "So you're saying that the Dragon Pearl completely belongs to the heaven-suppressing sect?" "Not really, I just think that our heaven-suppressing sect has the right to make any decision. If we win this bet, the little nether sun we obtain will belong to our heaven-suppressing sect. Of course, we will use other methods to compensate you." Elder Li's voice is filled with majesty and coldly said, "It's decided, yes. Don't worry, if we lose, we will compensate you." Liu Xian is very angry, the killing intent on her body could not be suppressed. "Sister Xuyan, don't be angry." Xianxia suddenly held Liu Xian's hand and said in a low voice, "We are not their match." Qin Yan had also observed that if they were to fight, they would not be able to defeat so many powerful elders of the heaven-suppressing sect. Furthermore, they are still in the heaven-suppressing sect and Xiaqiru and the others are cultivating in the heaven-suppressing sect's sacred land. The current situation is very disadvantageous to them. The people from the ancient heaven clan also saw Liu Xian and Elder Li quarreling. The Black Rat Baizhe and the three dragons all saw Qin Yan. They were shocked to see their boss here but they didn't say anything. Ding Tianquan's memory is not bad. When he saw Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu, he sighed with emotion in his heart and also wanted to chat with Qin Yan. Elder Li brought the 9 elders and went to sign the contract with the ancient bull demon. "Elder Li, that Dragon Pearl is not completely yours. If you lose the Dragon Pearl to our ancient heaven clan, will the Guanghan Palace come looking for trouble with us?" The ancient bull demon laughed. "How about this, if the Guanghan Palace comes looking for trouble with us, this is your responsibility. You have to make a soul contract. Make an explanation." "Alright, if the Guanghan Palace comes looking for trouble with you, we'll block them." Elder Li laughed. "Ancient bull demon, don't worry." Liu Xian gritted her teeth, she was so angry that she wanted to start a massacre. Qin Yan said in a low voice, "Sister Xuyan, let's wait and see. Even if the Dragon Pearl falls into the hands of the ancient heaven clan, it doesn't matter much." The Black Rat Baizhe and the 3 dragons were in the ancient heaven clan. Qin Yan felt that he could use them to talk to the ancient heaven clan. When Elder Li signed the soul contract, he had also offered some conditions that were beneficial to them. For example, the ancient heaven clan could not send beasts to fight, or they were not allowed to send beastmen. Beasts and beastmen were both very strong. Especially the azure dragon that appeared just now, it was very scary. That was why the heaven-suppressing sect made such a request. The ancient heaven clan readily agreed. It could be seen that they were confident in their victory. Generally speaking, both sides were very confident in this kind of bet. If he won, he would be able to obtain a treasure. This kind of temptation was simply too great. Especially the rare little nether sun, which made Elder Li and the others extremely fanatical. "Dingjing, come and fight," the ancient bull demon said with a smile. Beside Ding Tianchun, there was a white-clothed youth with delicate features. With a smile on his face, he nodded and said, "Old ox, I will definitely win." "Ah Zheng, correct your mentality, don't be arrogant," Ding Tianchun sternly warned. "Got it, Dad, I'll definitely win." Dingjing was Ding Tianquan's son. He chuckled and flew out. Not far from the entrance of the heaven-suppressing gate was a sea. The place of battle was also on the surface of the sea. There was no stage or barrier. Therefore, during the battle, the aftermath of the explosion would definitely be very strong. As for the heaven-suppressing gate, it had tall and thick walls and the protection of a barrier. Even if it was at the site of the fierce battle, it wouldn't be affected. At this moment, the entire heaven-suppressing gate was slightly floating, leaving the surface of the sea. This way, it could avoid being hit by the surging waves. When Elder Li saw Dingjing, he chuckled and said, "Ancient bull demon, have you confirmed your candidate?" Dingjing looked like a young and energetic young man. "I've confirmed it. It's time for you to send someone to fight. Hurry up, we're in a hurry." The ancient bull demon rubbed the pair of horns on his head. He was also a beast man, so he couldn't fight. At this time, a large group of heaven-suppressing gate experts flew back. These were the people who had gone to talk to the natural law divine realm. When they returned, they found out that the heaven-suppressing gate was going to send people to fight with the ancient heaven race. They were all looking forward to the results. Elderly smiled and said, "All right, this battle will be fought by this old man. My old bones will definitely suffer a lot against these young men, but it doesn't matter. As long as I don't die, I can still fight." Many people cursed Elderly for being shameless in their hearts, because no matter how they looked at it, Elderly was stronger. "Then thank you, Elderly." The ancient bull demon laughed. "Ding Jing, the other party is an old grandpa. When you attack, you have to show mercy, don't break his old bones." Ding Jing smiled slightly. "All right, I won't hit his body, I'll only hit his head, that way his skeleton won't fall apart." From Ding Jing's words, everyone knew that this young man was the more arrogant type. He actually wanted to beat the head of an elder like Elderly. Liu Shuyan really wanted to go over and beat up Elderly, and scolded in a low voice, "This old fellow, from the looks of it, he's definitely going to lose." The way Ding Jing acted was indeed very confident. He looked like a young man, yet he was so arrogant in front of an elder. This caused many people from the heaven-suppressing sect to mock him repeatedly. Our Elderly is one of the top 10 experts of the heaven-suppressing sect. This brat doesn't even look like he has grown all his hair, yet he's actually so arrogant. Wait a moment, I don't even know how he lost. A middle-aged elder from the heaven-suppressing sect sneered. That brat's name is Ding Jing, and he's Ding Tianquan's youngest son. He does have some ability, but to let him fight against Elderly. Isn't the heaven old race looking down on our Elderly too much? A young man from the heaven-suppressing sect shook his head and laughed. The heaven old race will regret it. Everyone, don't be in such a hurry to laugh at him for being young. This is a gamble after all. If the heaven old race loses, they will lose a little nether son. This is not a child's play. Someone said very seriously, when has the ancient bull demon ever suffered a loss? In the heaven-suppressing sect, many people did not think highly of Ding Jing, but there were also a small number of people who felt that things were not that simple. They understood the heaven old race quite well, and knew that the heaven old race rarely suffered losses. Although there were many beasts in the heaven old race, they were all very experienced. The reason the heaven old race sent Ding Jing out was definitely because Ding Jing had sufficient strength, or perhaps he had mastered a strange and powerful ability. Ding Jing and Elderly were dozens of meters apart, floating above the ocean. Everyone had also dispersed, waiting for the battle to begin in the distance. Although Elderly did not think highly of the young man in front of him, he was still extremely cautious. He knew that this battle was not simple, because he understood the ancient bull demon very well. Since the ancient bull demon had used the little nether son to gamble and even sent out a young man like Ding Jing, it was obvious that he believed in Ding Jing's strength. "Begin!" The ancient bull demon shouted. Ding Jing was indeed not weak. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind Elderly. His arm suddenly turned into a very sharp blade. Whoosh, the ferocious and sharp broadsword slashed down, emitting a horrifying sharp whistling sound. Even the space around it fluctuated. Elderly was indeed worthy of being the leader of the heaven-suppressing sect. He was actually able to dodge that blade strike, but a lot of his long hair had also been chopped off. This caused the people from the heaven-suppressing sect to cry out in alarm. When that kid draws his saber, the cohesion is very strong. Xianxia said, he can concentrate his strongest power on the blade. When he slashed out, if he missed his target, he would immediately retract his power. Xianxia nodded and said, this saber strike is only relatively loud. That's because the strength of the saber strike is very strong. However, the aura of the saber strike is very small. It's because if the saber doesn't hit its target, it will immediately retract its strength. Liu Shuyan exclaimed in admiration, this guy's control over his power has reached perfection when he attacks, he's very powerful. When they were discussing the contract just now, they had already agreed that they could not use weapons in battle. Although Ding Jing had a blade, it was not considered his weapon. Instead, it was a blade formed from his arm. This was not considered a violation of the rules. It was the same as a sword cultivator's origin sword. It was a part of his body. Elderly cursed in his heart, because in this aspect, he had indeed suffered a slight disadvantage. When Ding Zhang's saber missed, he immediately retreated and maintained a distance from Elderly. He did not want to be killed by the old fox in a few moves. It can be seen that Ding Zhang is still very cautious. Ding Zhang's body is very strange. This guy seems to have transformed into a weapon. Qin Yin used his extinction spirit eye and saw that inside Ding Zhang's other hand, there is a long whip coiled up. Ding Zhang's left hand turned into a long saber and his right hand suddenly turned into a long whip. Pow! After Ding Zhang's right hand turned into a long whip, he lashed at Elderly. Elderly sneered, his body flashed and easily dodged. However, Ding Zhang's long whip seems to have eyes, it chased after Elderly without letting go. Furthermore, Ding Zhang himself is moving to chase after Elderly and the long whip is constantly growing longer. This is equivalent to Ding Zhang having a very long arm. Moreover, he can even whip people or entangle them. Brat, don't be arrogant. Elderly coldly shouted and pushed his palm towards the long whip that was rushing at him. When Elderly pushed out his palm, it was neither fast nor slow but the power is vigorous. This kind of immortal emperor power is extremely terrifying. The palm energy transformed into a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. Accompanied by a ferocious sea wave, it quickly rushed towards Ding Zhang. The long whip that Ding Zhang released was immediately sent flying by the power. His body was quickly enveloped by the palm energy that is like a mountain. Everyone can see that in that instant, Ding Zhang revealed a trace of pain. It can be seen that Elderly's palm attack is very powerful. Ding Zhang's left hand turned into a long saber and suddenly chopped randomly. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of saber images flashed out, accompanied by tyrannical saber energy, all kinds of energy burst out. Elderly's palm energy also tore apart the tens of thousands of saber images. What caused people to be alarmed is that the sea below was actually torn apart by the saber images and then slowly healed. Elderly spread his arms, his palms slightly trembled. He frowned, his expression is solemn. After a loud shout, a golden pagoda suddenly appeared. After the golden pagoda appeared, the seawater below immediately rushed in all directions. The power of the huge pagoda poured into the sea and actually caused a deep black pit to appear in the sea. The pagoda that is like a huge mountain is formed from powerful energy. It fiercely pressed down. Ding Zhang's movement speed is very fast but at this moment he is unable to dodge. Because the moment the pagoda appeared, the pressure it produced has already locked his body in place. Brat, you are still inexperienced. Elderly said with a sneer, heaven-suppressing mysterious pagoda power, this is our heaven-suppressing sex absolute art. Boom, as the pagoda pressed down, the sea waves immediately roared ferociously, setting off monstrous waves. Ding Zhang's body, as if being suppressed by the pagoda, pressed into the depths of the sea. Crash, the pagoda that entered the depths of the sea suddenly exploded, a large amount of seawater rushed into the sky. Everyone released their power to resist the large amount of seawater that rushed into the sky from below. It is as if the seawater is violently pouring into the sky. Moreover, it is accompanied by Elderly's valiant power. Elderly slightly sighed and said to the ancient ox devil indifferently, after a period of time, if that brat still hasn't surfaced, you will be able to go down and fish him out. He should be suppressed by me at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, many heaven-suppressing sect disciples started cheering one after another, unceasingly praising how mighty Elderly is. Just as Elderly was feeling proud of himself, a white light suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the sea. Elderly is extremely alarmed, he did not expect Ding Zhang to actually come up so quickly. He quickly dodged but his leg was wrapped by a whip. Ding Zhang's arm transformed into a whip finally wrapped around Elderly. He forcefully pulled Elderly, who was about to escape, back a little. With a splash, Ding Zhang emerged from the sea and simultaneously rushed towards Elderly, slashing with his saber. While Elderly is alarmed, he struck out with his palm. A vigorous palm power rushed out and landed on Ding Zhang's chest. What is shocking is that Ding Zhang's body is actually wrapped in two shields. It is as if he is wearing square shields to protect himself. Boom, Ding Zhang's arm transformed into a saber and was unable to slash down from Elderly's palm power. Moreover, the saber is still bleeding, it is as if it has been torn apart. Elderly's body was also impacted by the powerful palm power. His body's skin can transform into an extremely strong defensive shield, but at this moment, that shield is also bleeding. It has to be said that Elder Li's strength is indeed terrifying. Ding Jing looks like he has already been seriously injured, but his arm transformed into a whip is still tightly wrapped around Elder Li's body. What Elder Li did not expect was that Ding Zheng's leg that suddenly kicked out actually turned into a sword. Ding Zheng's legs transformed into long swords. What is terrifying is that Ding Zheng's sword power is very strong. The concentration is extremely frightening. The sword pierced through Elder Li's body. Following that, Ding Jing swings his leg again, the thigh transformed into a sword and slashed horizontally at Elder Li's waist, cutting more than half of it. Elder Li's defense is also very strong, that is why his waist was not cut in half. Damn brat. Elder Li is enraged, his palms are incomparably ferocious, he quickly pushed out. This time, Ding Jing quickly circled behind Elder Li. His arm turned into a long whip and quickly extended upwards, binding Elder Li's body. Ding Jing stood behind Elder Li. His arm turned into a long saber and rested on Elder Li's head. He said coldly, "Do you want me to chop off your head before you admit defeat?" Elder Li was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Right now, he didn't dare to resist at all. If he were to risk his life, Ding Jing also had enough strength to kill him. "I admit defeat." Elder Li gritted his teeth and shouted. Although Ding Jing won, it was not an easy victory. His legs turned into long swords, and although they hit Elder Li, in order to break through Elder Li's defense, they were also torn apart by that powerful defensive power. Ding Zheng's entire body could be turned into a weapon, but now, it was severely damaged. It was all cracked and bleeding. Ding Tianchun and the ancient ox devil immediately flew over to treat Ding Zheng's injuries. "I'm fine, just a small injury." Ding Jing smiled faintly, but his smile was somewhat forced. Elder Li took out a lot of medicine to treat his injured body. He was almost cut in half at the waist. Although he wouldn't die, he would definitely lose in an even more unsightly manner. "Hand over the dragon pearl," the ancient ox devil said. "Don't worry, I'll give it to you." Elder Li's expression was extremely ugly as he instructed the elders to take out the dragon pearl. The disciples of the heaven-suppressing sect were all very unconvinced, saying that Ding Jing was shameless for using so many weapons. Liu Shuyan said with a sneer, "Elder Li, how does your heaven-suppressing sect plan to compensate my Guanghan palace?" They said that they would use the dragon pearl to sacrifice to the heavens, but now, the dragon pearl had been won by the ancient heaven race. "Let's wait for Miss Xia to come out before we talk." Elder Li was even more furious in his heart. Very quickly, those elders came out with a square golden chest. The chest was more than a meter tall and there were many powerful Dao Yan runes engraved on its surface. "We agreed before that the chest would be given to us as well." The ancient ox devil smiled. "Take it." An elder unhappily tossed the chest to the ancient ox devil. The ancient bull demon and some of the elders of the heaven old race were immediately shocked. It was the same for Heavenly Suppression Gate. Only a small number of youths did not know what a divine universe amethyst was. It was just that the younger generation was unfamiliar with the divine universe amethyst. As for the older generation, they all knew what the divine universe amethyst was. Divine universe amethyst, what is that? Is it something as powerful as the divine universe goldstone? A youth asked. It's much more powerful than the divine universe goldstone. How the divine universe amethyst was formed is still a mystery to this day. An elder said, "Those fellows from the natural law divine realm, it's precisely because they have the divine universe amethyst that they are so strong." Elder Li looked in Qin Yun's direction and sneered, "How could something like the divine universe amethyst possibly appear in your hands? Moreover, the divine universe amethyst is something that can compare to the dragon pearl, and it might even be more precious than the dragon pearl." Another elder nodded and said, "That's right. Exchanging a divine universe amethyst for a dragon pearl is a huge loss." Ancient Ox Fiend looked at Qin Yun and said, "Little brother, you are not a disciple of Heaven Suppression Gate, right?" Elder Li immediately replied, "Of course not. Our Heaven Suppressing sect doesn't have such a weak ninth Heaven Immortal Sovereign. Although he's a ninth Heaven Immortal Emperor, he can't pass the test of our Heaven Suppressing sect. Even the weakest ninth Heaven Immortal Emperor in our Heaven Suppressing sect is stronger than him." Because Qin Yun did not reveal himself, he looked just like that. When Liu Shuyan saw that someone was looking down on her man, she was secretly angry and sneered, "Elder Li, then who do you think you are? You can't even beat a young man from the heaven ancient race, what right do you have to look down on others? Elder Li's body was almost severed by this young man, Ding Jing, and he was now choked by Lu Yu and Shu Yan to the point that he could not speak. Now, everyone can see that Qin Yun is together with the two women from Guanghan Palace. Little brother, how should I address you? The ancient ox demon asked. I am Qin Yun, sect master of Inscription Gate, nicknamed Honest Qin. Qin Yun cupped his fists towards ancient ox devil and said with a smile. Although Azure Dragon and the others saw their boss in front of them, they didn't say much. Sect Master Qin, you said that you have the Divine Universe Amethyst. Is this true? The ancient ox demon was in disbelief and said with a smile, you actually have such a rare item? This is truly suspicious. Elder Li said, Ancient Devil Ox, you have to be careful, this guy might be lying to you. Even old antiques like us who have lived for so long have never seen something like the Divine Universe Amethyst crystal, yet he has it. Whoever believes him is a fool. Shut up. Lu Yu Shuyan shouted coldly. Qin Yun ignored Elder Li and said to Ancient Ox Devil with a smile, Senior Ox Devil, if you understand the Divine Universe Amethyst crystal, you would definitely know that this kind of thing is not good to display, so I can't take it out for you to see. Elder Li laughed and said, did you see that? I knew he would say that. The ancient ox devil said, Sect Master Qin, you can sign a soul contract with me to prove that you have the Divine Universe Amethyst. If you don't, then you will die. How about it? All right. But after I prove it, are you willing to exchange with me? Asked Qin Yun. Exchange? I don't think it's good. I don't really like to exchange because if I exchange, it means that I will lose the Dragon Balls I just won. The ancient ox devil said with smile, I am a rather greedy person. I want the Dragon Balls and also your Divine Universe Amethyst. Then are we going to gamble? To tell you the truth, I am just an inscription master. I don't like to fight. Qin Yun sighed. I can tell that you are an inscription master. The runes on your robe are dragon transformation runes, their level is also very high. Ancient Ox Devil said with mischievous laugh, although I am an uncouth old man, I still have good eyesight. Elderly snorted and said, maybe he picked up that robe. The people who are the most unhappy are the people from Heaven Suppressing Sect. If Qin Yun really has the Divine Universe Amethyst crystal, then they will die of jealousy. If this kind of good thing falls into the hands of the ancient heaven race, it will make them feel even more uncomfortable. Qin Yun said, I really only want to exchange, I don't want to fight. He was serious because he did not want to have any conflicts with the ancient heaven race. The main reason was also because the Black Rat Baizé and the others were all in the ancient heaven race. The Dragon Pearl was the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's Dragon Pearl, so there must be Divine Universe Amethyst inside. It's just that the Heaven Suppressing Sect and the others did not discover it. Furthermore, the ancient heaven race is not weak. Ding Jing is very strong, he can defeat Elderly. And Qin Yun could tell that Ding Jing had yet to display his strongest power. This was only the level of the ancient heaven race humans. If it was those beastmen or beasts, wouldn't they be even stronger? Elder Qin is not good at fighting, you can let someone else do it for you. Ancient Ox Devil looked at Lu Yu, Shu Yan and Yang Yu and said, these two ladies are quite strong. If you can persuade them to fight, your chances of winning are very high. Lady Lu Yu, Lady Yang, don't listen to that guy's lies. You all saw it just now, the people from the ancient heaven race are very strong, you are not their match at all. Elderly said, it's only because of me that I can keep my life. If you were to fight, you wouldn't even know how you died. That's right, ladies, it's not easy for you to come here from the immortal desolate land. That guy shouldn't have a good relationship with you, right? There's no need to fight for him. Elder Pang of the Heaven Suppressing Sect said. Lu Yu Shuyan snorted, he's our man, how can our relationship not be good? As she said that, she and Yang Yu stepped forward and stood behind Qin Yun. The people from the Heaven Suppressing Sect were all stunned. Lu Yu Shuyan was wearing a mask but everyone knew that the women of the Guanghan Palace were very beautiful. Yang Yu did not wear a mask. Her beautiful face captivated many young men of the Heaven Suppressing Sect. These two beauties were actually the women of sect leader Qin. The thousands of disciples of the Heaven Suppressing Sect immediately went into an uproar. What was funny was that this sect leader Qin had previously said that his nickname was Honest Qin. The ancient ox devil was also startled. He suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was not simple. To have two women with such high cultivation as companions, it meant that he was very capable. Elderly and the other elders were speechless. They never expected that such a powerful woman like Liu Shuyan would also have a man. Sect leader Qin, do you really have divine universe amethyst? The ancient ox devil did not believe it before. He thought that Qin Yun was teasing him. Qin Yun frowned, nodded, and said, "All right, let's sign the soul contract. Sister Shuyan, come and fight." If they really sign the soul contract, it means that Qin Yun really has divine universe amethyst. Elderly is somewhat anxious. He suddenly shouted, "Miss Liu Yu, divine universe amethyst can also be used as a sacrifice to the heavens. If we lose, we won't have anything to sacrifice to the heavens. Even if I lose, I won't give it to you," Liu Shuyan said coldly. She was infuriated earlier because the heaven-suppressing sect arbitrarily took out the dragon pearl to gamble. Xianxia also said, "Heaven-suppressing sect, you lost the dragon pearl, remember to compensate us. This matter can only be discussed after Xiaqiru comes out." The ancient ox devil also began signing the soul contract with Qin Yun. When signing the contract, the ancient ox devil was very cautious. He requested for beasts to fight. One must know that in the previous battle with the heaven-suppressing sect, they could not send out beasts. "Sure, no problem," Qin Yun agreed. The seniors of the heaven-suppressing sect are all very astonished. If the ancient ox devil wants to send out beasts to fight, it means that he values the opponent very much. However, they can't see how strong Liu Shuyan and Xianxia are. After signing the contract, the ancient ox devil said, "Azure Dragon, after you cultivated the ancient heaven race's secret technique, you have become even stronger. Do you want to test your strength?" A tall and sturdy man suddenly flew to the front and stood beside the ancient ox devil. "To be honest, Azure Dragon is a protector of my inscription gate and also an elder," Qin Yun suddenly said. "Senior Ox Devil, it's not good for you to send Azure Dragon to fight. The powerful Azure Dragon is actually a member of the inscription gate." The ancient Ox Devil is immediately alarmed. He looked at Azure Dragon and asked, "Is this true?" "Yes, sir." Azure Dragon also nodded and said, "Lord Ox Devil, boss is a very good person. How about we directly exchange with him?" The people on the heaven-suppressing sect's side were stunned. The powerful Azure Dragon that had just shouted was actually a member of the inscription gate. At this time, He Shu, Baizhe, Water Dragon and Fire Dragon also flew to the front. "Boss!" The four of them all smiled and shouted at Qin Yun. The beasts and humans on the ancient heaven race's side were all astonished. They were very clear about how powerful He Shu, Baizhe and the three dragons were. They were all very strong inscription beasts and they were all from the inscription gate. "Sect leader Qin, you're not being honest." The ancient ox devil laughed. "Under your inscription gate, there are so many experts in my ancient heaven race, but you didn't tell me." "Well, I thought that after joining the ancient heaven race, they wouldn't return to the inscription gate." Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile, "Although they are all elders of the inscription gate, they can leave the inscription gate at any time." "Boss, we won't leave the inscription gate. We're all planning to go back." The Azure Dragon said, "Of course, we are also from the ancient heaven race because we can find the source of our bloodline here." The ancient ox devil laughed. "Since we've already signed the soul contract, we still have to fight." He turned to look at Ding Tianchun and said, "Old Ding, you do it." Ding Tianchun sighed and said, "Old bull, to be honest, Qin Yun and I know each other." The ancient ox devil was stunned. The people from the ancient heaven race and the heaven-suppressing sect were all somewhat shocked. This time even the black rat Baizhe and the three dragons were shocked. "Old Ding, you are a human elder of my ancient heaven race. You've been in the ancient heaven race for so long, how come I didn't know that you knew an expert like sect leader Qin?" The ancient ox devil said. "That was many years ago." Qin Yun smiled and cupped his hands at Ding Tianchun. "Teacher Ding, long time no see. Thank you for your teachings back then." Ding Tianchun said with a smile, "Qin Yun, back then, you were able to become a character at such a young age. Now, you are even more incredible. This Ding admires you." He truly admired Qin Yun. Back then, Qin Yun was Yang Shiryu's student, but now, he was together with her. Qin Yun said with smile, "This is all in the past, Heavenly Qin Empire no longer exists." Ancient Devil Ox shook his head and said with sigh, "It seems like old Ding can't fight." "Alright then, old Hua, you fight." A skinny old man wearing fiery red robe flew over with a smile on his face. "Old Hua, you shouldn't be this sect master Qin, right?" Ancient Devil Ox said with smile. "I don't know him, but I suddenly want to know him." The dragon transformation runes on his robe are not ordinary. The runes carved by my ancient Heaven clan's dragon transformation inscription masters are not as natural as the ones on his robe. That old man called Old Hua said with smile to Qin Yun. "Boss, this old man is a fire Qilin, he has fire heavenly rune and Qilin heavenly rune on his body, he is very strong." Azure Dragon said with smile, "When dealing with him, we can use water to restrain him." "It is actually a fire Qilin, a very powerful heavenly rune beast." Ancient Devil Ox patted Azure Dragon's shoulder and said with smile, "Xiao Qing, you are helping an outsider." He Shu said, "Grandpa Devil Ox, I think it is best to give the dragon pearls to Boss because he has the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation." "Didn't you say that the strongest 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is made from 9 divine universe dragon pearls?" "Qin Yun actually has the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation." This caused Ancient Devil Ox and heaven-suppressing sects people to be greatly alarmed. Fire Qilin's expression also became solemn as he said in earnest, "Sect Master Qin, where did you get the Divine Universe Amethyst? Can you tell me a thing or two?" "I got it from Evil Dragon City." "Evil Dragon City has already broken the seal." Divine Universe Evil Dragon rushed out of the seal. "My inscription sect destroyed Evil Dragon City, defeated 3 heavenly guards and obtained the Divine Universe Amethyst." Qin Yun said. "Boss, is this true? Did Divine Inscription Mountain come out and get rid of Evil Dragon City?" Bai Zhe said in shock. "Divine Inscription Mountain is very strong now." Qin Yun said with smile, "Once you return to Divine Inscription Mountain, you will know how powerful they are." Elderly rushed over in shock and asked, "Divine Universe Evil Dragon really came out?" Qin Yun said, "Yes, Divine Universe Evil Dragon even released Heavenly Lion King." Heaven-suppressing sect and ancient Heaven clans people's faces. "Then, what about the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon?" Elderly asked anxiously. "He ran away." Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is too strong. Heaven Creation City's Divine Inscription Palace, 9 Yang Divine Palace and Heaven Creation Divine Palace have all dispatched a large number of experts, but they are still unable to capture it. Qin Yun said. Then what about your 9 dragons heavenly origin formation?" Elderly asked. "Was it not used?" "I gave my 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to the dragon race from Immortal Desolate, it is not very strong." Qin Yun said again. "Then how did you obtain the 9 dragons heaven origin formation?" asked the Fire Qilin. "Luck," Qin Yun said. Ancient Ox Demon smiled and said, "Headmaster Qin, I hope that no matter who wins or loses, we can all be calm. I want to invite you to visit the Heaven Ancient Race." "No problem," Qin Yun said with smile, "then let's begin." Luyu Shuyan was not weak. After all, she was the goddess of death in her previous life. Furthermore, she had grasped the 9-sun world extermination scripture. The world extermination spirit in her body allowed her to unleash powerful destructive power. The Fire Qilin smiled and said, "Sect Master Qin, I must win this battle. Please forgive me if I have offended you." Qin Yun retreated far away and said with smile, "You might not win. Don't look down on us humans." Luyu Shuyan is wearing a mask, her beautiful eyes flickered with ice-cold killing intent. She is the reincarnation of a killing god. The divine position totem on her body allows her to release a very strong killing god power. As long as one has a divine position totem, even if they did not become a god, they would be able to cultivate some weak divine power. Their strength is still very strong. Previously, the moon had a strange change and a very strong energy appeared in the moon's core. Many disciples of the Guanhan Palace returned one after another and seized the time to cultivate and absorb that energy. Luyu Shuyan absorbed quite a bit at that time. When Qin Yun and Yang Shiryue were on the way here, he could feel that Yang Shiryue's immortal Emperor power contained a very special and formidable power. He suspected that it was a type of divine universe power. The Fire Qilin is indeed very confident because his opponent is only a human woman and the human women he has met are very few powerful. Therefore, he feels that the human woman in front of him is at most at the level of elderly. From the Fire Qilin's point of view, elderly is one of the more powerful humans. As an inscription beast, the Fire Qilin naturally feels that defeating a human is a very easy matter. The Fire Qilin and Liu Shuyan were 100 meters apart, floating above the sea. The battle was about to begin. The people from the Heavenly Suppression sect had mixed feelings. Because regardless of whether Liu Shuyan wins or loses, they will feel terrible. If Liu Shuyan wins, she will obtain the Dragon Pearl. Furthermore, the Dragon Pearl was previously in their heaven-suppressing sect, and Elderly had previously argued with Liu Shuyan over this matter. If the Dragon Pearl were to land in Qin Yan's hands, it would be equivalent to Liu and Shuyan's hands. Elderly's mood was obvious. If Liu Shuyan lost, then the Divine Universe Amethyst would fall into the hands of the Heaven Old race. If the Heaven Old race obtained the Dragon Pearl and the Divine Universe Amethyst, this would make the people of the heaven-suppressing sect jealous to death. The ancient ox demon shouted, "Begin!" The Fire Qilin did not transform into its true form. It believed that its human form was enough. This kind of powerful god beast was very arrogant. It felt that it was facing the weak, so it did not take the initiative to attack. The Fire Qilin hovered in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a skinny old man, but his eyes were filled with a disdainful aura. "Come." The Fire Qilin smiled proudly. The killing intent on Liu Shuyan's body was very dense, everyone could feel it. Everyone was only secretly alarmed by this woman's killing intent, but they did not feel that it was terrifying. After all, a dense killing intent was not a reflection of strength. But after the battle began, Liu Shuyan's killing intent was completely released. Whoosh, the release of that killing intent transformed into waves of violent astral winds. The sea that had just calmed down suddenly rose and fell. The sudden surge of tyrannical killing intent shocked everyone present and the powerful beasts. This kind of killing intent seemed to be able to destroy the world, as if it could slaughter all living beings in this world. This was the power of the god of slaughter. In that instant, the Fire Qilin was also shocked. He instinctively erupted with violent flames, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a mighty red Qilin that was the size of a small mountain. Suddenly changing back to his original form was the Fire Qilin's instinctive reaction. This was because he sensed danger approaching. That kind of danger was a power that could erase his life. Qin Yan could be considered to have experienced Liu Shuyan's formidable strength. Liu Shuyan was very clear that if she lost, Qin Yan would lose the precious Divine Universe Amethyst, so she absolutely could not lose. The clear seawater suddenly surged up and turned into a huge black water dragon in the blink of an eye. The water dragon was formed from seawater, but at this time it was black. It was an incomparably black dragon, full of murderous intent, like a crazed killing dragon. This dragon was the power released by Liu Shuyan, condensed from a large amount of seawater. Not only was it filled with killing intent, but it also contained a terrifying destructive power. Qin Yan could tell that Liu Shuyan had used the 9-Sun World Extermination scripture, Roar. The black water dragon roared and coiled around the Fire Qilin. Water countered fire, and this was just ordinary water. It was filled with killing intent and destructive power, as well as faint divine power. The Fire Qilin roared loudly, its voice trembling slightly. It was clear that the Fire Qilin was filled with fear. The ancient ox demon's expression turned solemn while Elder Li's face turned pale. They all thought that Liu Shuyan's strength could only be considered ordinary. No matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be stronger than a heavenly rune beast. But now, it seemed like she was going to crush the Fire Qilin. The black water dragon coiled around the Fire Qilin, and the flames on its body were immediately extinguished. Walala, suddenly, a large amount of seawater rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a large black water ball condensed in the sky. This water ball is like a large star floating in the sky. It is several tens of thousands of meters wide. Liu Shuyan released berserk energy and condensed it inside the black water ball. Such a large thing is floating in the sky, moreover it is releasing waves of killing intent and world extermination power. If it smashed down, its might can be imagined. Liu Shuyan's beautiful eyes turned purple-red. This is her form when she entered a state of slaughter. When Qin Yan saw Lu Yuxian's purple-red eyes, he suddenly recalled that the Divine Universe amethyst has this kind of purple-red color. He cannot help but be alarmed in his heart. It seems like I was thinking too much. The black water dragon released by Lu Yuxian coiled around the fire qilin, causing it to roar again and again. The fire qilin's power originates from flame, however, it is currently unable to release flame. This is the sea, there is a large amount of water, it is very disadvantageous to the fire qilin. The ancient ox demon blamed himself for underestimating the enemy. He actually sent the fire qilin to fight in this kind of environment, otherwise he would not have been suppressed. The black water ball condensed in the sky became bigger and bigger, everyone began to retreat. Is this the power of 9 sun world extermination scripture? Qin Yan can sense an incomparably dreadful world extermination power, it is as if the sun is about to smash down. The ancient ox demon gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stop, we concede." Lu Yuxian immediately retracted her hand, the destruction power inside the black water ball returned to her body in a short while. Lu Yuxian's eyes returned to their beautiful and clear appearance, the seawater fell down like a heavy rain. The black water dragon coiling around the fire qilin suddenly dispersed. After the fire qilin returned to human form, his face is filled with fear. "If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat," the ancient ox demon let out a long sigh and threw out a square golden box. "You still haven't warmed it up, let me warm it up first, then it won't be too late." The fire qilin said with a regretful expression, "It's all my fault, otherwise I wouldn't have lost." Lu Yuxian took the box and said to Elderly with smile, "Elderly, this dragon pearl was obtained by Sect Master Qin. It is not in my Guanhan Palace's hands, you must remember to compensate my Guanhan Palace for our losses." Elderly is angered to death, he never expected that the dragon pearl would end up in Lu Yuxian's hands. After Qin Yan obtained the dragon pearl, he said to the ancient ox demon with smile, "Senior ox demon, I only wanted to exchange at first, it was you who insisted on gambling with me." "Sect Master Qin, don't say any more, I regret it to death," the ancient ox demon laughed at himself. Everyone knows how precious little nether sun is, it is not strange that Qin Yan is interested in it. Elderly of the heaven-suppressing sect had sacrificed his dragon pearl because he wanted to obtain the little nether Sunday. Sect Master Qin, dragon pearl is indeed very precious, but the value of my little nether sun is much higher than the dragon pearl. Ancient devil ox laughed and said, "So forget it. Senior ox devil, it was you who took the initiative to use little nether sun to bet with the dragon pearl. Why are you unwilling now?" Qin Yan said. Previously, it was the ancient devil ox who used little nether sun to bet with heaven-suppressing sect. Now that Qin Yan wants to bet with him, he says that little nether sun's value is higher than the dragon pearl. Ancient devil ox's meaning is very clear, he feels that the dragon pearl is not enough. The main reason is because our chances of winning are not high. Ancient devil ox looked at Lu Yu and Shu Yan, who was not beside Qin Yan, and said with smile, "This young lady is so powerful, my ancient heaven clan has no match." "Then how about this, I won't let her fight, is that okay?" Qin Yan feels that his or Yang Shiryu's strength is not bad, it is possible for them to win. Ancient devil ox shook his head, looked at Yang Shiryu and said again, "This young lady's strength should also be very strong. I can feel a very terrifying power inside her body." Now the ancient devil ox is very cautious. That's why he very seriously sensed the power inside Yang Shiryu's body. Yang Shiryu has the nether moon, she is indeed very strong. Qin Yan spread out his hands and said with smile, "Then only I can fight?" Heaven-suppressing sect and ancient heaven clan people all know that Qin Yan is an inscription master. Even if inscription masters are very strong, their battle strength is very limited. If only sect master Qin fights, then we still have a good chance of winning. Ancient devil ox said with smile. "So it turns out that I am actually so weak in senior ox devil's eyes." Qin Yan laughed at himself. "That's not it, you are a very powerful inscription master. I am very sure of this." Ancient devil ox said with smile, "Sect master Qin, your chances of winning are also very high." Qin Yan nodded and said, "All right then, I will fight." Ancient devil ox did not immediately agree, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Sect Master Qin, how about adding another Divine Universe amethyst? This way, if Ancient Heaven Clan wins, they can obtain the Dragon Pearl and Divine Universe Purple Crystal." This caused everyone to exclaim in admiration. The ancient ox devil had made a good plan. If he wanted to win, he wanted to win the most in one go. If the ancient bull devil only won one Dragon Ball, it would be considered a loss. After all, they had obtained the Dragon Ball from the heaven-suppressing sect. On the heaven suppression gate's side, many elders did not wish for Qin Yun to agree. Qin Yun agreed. Once he lost, the Dragon Pearl and Divine Universe Amethyst would all belong to the ancient heaven race. If the heaven old race were to obtain these things, it would be a huge threat to the heaven-suppressing school. Although they were not enemies with the heaven old race, they did not wish to see the heaven old race be too much stronger than them. The next person to fight in the heaven old race will definitely be the ancient bull demon. Elder Peng said, Leader Qin, please consider carefully. The ancient bull demon is one of the 4 great rankers of the heaven ancient race. Qin Yun guessed that the ancient ox fiend would be the one to fight. He does not know how strong the ancient ox fiend is, so he hesitated. The ancient ox fiend is a beast man. He combined the advantages of humans and beasts. In addition, he holds a high position in the ancient heaven race and obtained a lot of cultivation resources. The energy inside his life crystal is definitely very strong. Generally speaking, an expert like the ancient ox devil would have converted almost all of the immortal emperor power inside his life crystal into saint power. He is only one step away from becoming a saint. Yang Shiyu and Liu Shuyan have never seen Qin Yun's strength at the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm. However, they know that Qin Yun is definitely very strong, so they will not interfere with Qin Yun's decision. Qin Yun really wants the little nether sun because he wants to cultivate Ling Yuner and have her turn into a spirit with flesh and blood. Ling Yuner also said that if she also had a little nether sun, she would be able to make Qin Yun even stronger. Before becoming a saint, if one wants to increase their strength and make themselves comparable to a saint transformation expert, they can only obtain more energy. This way, they can even be stronger than some experts who have just become saints. Qin Yun faced the divine cosmos evil dragon before and felt that he is still too weak. If he has a little nether sun, he won't be in such a sorry state when facing the divine cosmos evil dragon again. The ancient ox devil also gave Qin Yun time to consider. After all, this kind of decision needs to be carefully considered. If Qin Yun loses, he will lose the Dragon Pearl and the Divine Universe Amethyst. The gains do not make up for the losses. If you want to obtain good things, you have to bear the risk. The ancient ox devil said with smile, just like before, if I wanted to obtain the Dragon Pearl, I used the little nether sun to gamble. But you still lost to us and the Dragon Pearl fell into our hands. Qin Yun said with smile. So, if I want to win it back, I can only take a risk again and use the little nether sun to gamble. If I win this time, I can win it all back. The ancient ox devil said with mischievous smile, when I want to gamble, I never hesitate. I lost last time, but the next time, I will definitely win. This is the psychology of gamblers, they always think that they can make a comeback in the next round and win back everything they lost before. Alright, I will gamble with you. Qin Yun inhaled a mouthful of air and finally made a decision. He said, come, let's sign the soul contract. Everyone shook their heads one after another because no matter the result of this battle, no matter who wins or loses, one side will suffer disastrous losses. Qin Yun knows nothing about the ancient ox devil's strength, even Azure Dragon and the others don't know about it because the ancient ox devil very rarely takes action. Elder Peng said, Sect Master Qin, the ancient ox devil has never revealed his strongest strength in front of others. None of us know how strong he is. Elderly groaned and said, anyway, this brat is bound to lose. The ancient ox devil is a sacred transformation expert. The ancient ox devil heard those old men's words and said to Qin Yun with smile, Sect Master Qin, you won't change your mind just because of a few words from them, right? I won't. Qin Yun said with smile. Inscription masters can't use weapons during battle, this limits their strength. Powerful inscription masters can refine powerful weapons, as well as all kinds of talismans and tools. Adding their defensive equipment, it is not a problem for them to fight above their level, they can even kill a group of experts. Very soon, the soul contract was signed. Sect Master Qin, you should be an inscription dome master, right? The ancient ox devil said with smile. You can tell? Qin Yun is somewhat amazed. Heaven-suppressing sex people are all emotionally moved. Inscription dome masters are very strong. The ancient ox devil chuckled and said, "Of course I can tell. Moreover, I also know that you can only draw 4 lines." Qin Yin said with frown, "How can you tell?" He can even tell that he can draw 4 lines. This caused Qin Yin to be very apprehensive. Heaven-suppressing sex people were exclaiming in admiration just moments ago, but now their faces are filled with disdain. What? I thought he was a 10-path inscription dome master, but he is only a 4-path inscription dome master. I thought he was very powerful, Elderly said with sneer. 4-path inscription dome master is useless against the ancient ox devil. Elder Peng shook his head and said, if it was 10 lines, his chances of winning would be very high. If it is 4 lines, then forget about it. The ancient ox devil chuckled and said, Sect Master Qin, it is because I can see that the remnant blood spirit power in your finger bones is very thick. My pair of ox eyes can see many things. Senior ox devil, it seems like your chances of winning are very high. Qin Yin said with smile. I will definitely win this round. The ancient ox devil's aura suddenly rushed out. Everyone immediately dispersed. Liu Shuyan and Yang Shuriwei are very at ease with Qin Yin because he is also a hidden expert. Qin Yin and the ancient ox devil are separated by more than 100 meters. Both of them look very calm, but their bodies are releasing a formless dreadful aura. It is as if they are peerless experts fighting at the peak. Begin. Liu Shuyan yelled. At the beginning, the ancient ox devil spread his hands, his 10 fingers moved very quickly and a light ball suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Yin rushed over and arrived at the ancient ox devil's side. Just as he was about to attack, the light ball suddenly exploded. Countless lightning bolts burst out from the light ball. Just as Qin Yin was about to attack, he was rammed by the lightning-transformed bullhead in a split second. In that split second, Qin Yin felt as if his body is being torn apart. He was sent flying, his body became entangled by many lightning bolts. These lightning bolts are very dreadful. They contain flowing runes. A light ball formed by interweaving lightning bolts is floating in front of the ancient ox devil. These lightning bolts are all runes. Thunder and lightning heavenly rune? Qin Yin is extremely shocked in his heart after being sent flying. The ancient ox devil has mastered thunder and lightning heavenly rune. You are heavenly rune beast? Qin Yin said in shock. That thunder and lightning heavenly rune was carved by me. I am an inscription dome master. The ancient ox devil proudly smiled, then rushed towards Qin Yin and yelled, Sect Master Qin, I am truly sorry, I will definitely win this battle. 10 runes, moreover he instantly drew a thunder and lightning heavenly rune. Everyone present is completely shocked by the ancient ox devil's strength. Especially the heaven-suppressing sex elders, each and every one of them has expression of horror. Qin Yin's body is being entangled by the thunder and lightning heavenly rune. It is as if he is being locked in the sky, unable to budge. When the ancient ox devil rushed over, it transformed the thunder and lightning heavenly rune into a huge axe and chopped down at Qin Yin. When the ancient ox devil raised the huge axe, the ocean below has already been split into 2 halves by the imposing aura. Xiaoyun. Liu Shuyan anxiously yelled, she wants to take action. Qin Yin's body shook, he let out a heaven-shaking and earth-shaking furious roar. It is as if the heaven and earth are roaring in anger, incomparably dreadful heavenly might burst out from Qin Yin's body. The thunder and lightning heavenly rune wrapped around Qin Yin's body suddenly exploded. This is the power of heavenly might tyrant body. At the same time, the ancient ox devil's huge axe chopped down and hit the heavenly might tyrant body's barrier. Boom, amidst the explosion, tyrannical thunder and lightning surged all around like a thick cloud. The ocean below is surging violently, it is as if a huge wave of lightning is churning, it is incomparably shocking. That attack from the ancient ox devil was extremely powerful. The surface of the sea was still crackling with electricity and waves. As for the people nearby, they also felt like they were going to die. In particular, those especially powerful seniors knew very well that if it were them, they would have been blasted into pieces. But Qin Yin very calmly blocked that move. It must be known that Qin Yin was entangled by lightning heavenly runes earlier. But he was able to burst out with such a formidable defense. Even the ancient ox devil is filled with admiration. Old oxes move just now, even I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if I don't die, I'll still be heavily injured. The Fire Qilin sighed repeatedly and said to the Azure Dragon and the others, your boss is really powerful. Blackrat, Baizé, and the others were very worried just now. They naturally knew how terrifying the power of the ancient Ox Devil was. Although Qinyan blocked that terrifying attack, he can't help but feel fear in his heart. He is certain that this ancient Ox Devil is a sacred transformation expert. The group of elders from the heaven-suppressing sect might be right. The ancient devil ox had become a saint, and the power it released was very pure saint power. In order to become a saint, one needed to cultivate a saint meridian. Only with a saint meridian could the saint energy released be stronger. Just now, the ancient Ox Devil used his own power to draw the lightning heavenly rune. The might of the rune is incomparably ferocious. It left a great shadow in Qinyan's heart. Liu Shuyan and Yang Shuriwei are very worried because the ancient devil ox's cultivation is higher than Qinyan's. Qinyan is only a 9th stage immortal emperor. It will be very difficult for him to win against a sacred transformation expert and a very powerful inscription dome master at that. They could also see that the ancient Ox Devil didn't hold back at all. Therefore, the ancient Ox Devil was now gathering his strength in preparation for the next wave of powerful attacks. The ancient Ox Devil didn't immediately attack after finishing his move. The main reason was that he had used up a lot of energy and hadn't recovered yet. Qinyan's heart is heavy. He feels that it will be very difficult for him to defeat the ancient Ox Devil. He thought, I was careless, I couldn't tell that the ancient Ox Devil is a sacred transformation expert. I really didn't expect this. Why didn't this guy go to the sacred wasteland? Generally speaking, sacred transformation stage experts had to go to the sacred wasteland. There were only a few exceptions, such as the heartless immortal venerable and the immortal desolate holy master. Qinyan did not expect that the ancient Ox Devil in front of him was a rare exception. Xiaoyun, don't panic, we must defeat this guy and obtain his little nether son. Ling Yuner said, let's do it step by step. You have to believe in your own strength. I will release your hidden strength bit by bit. Qinyan's formidable power comes from Nether Sunday. The power released by Nether Sun is mainly controlled by Ling Yuner. Alright. Qinyan suddenly rushed over. Seeing Qinyan arrive, ancient Ox Devil is not worried at all. He said with smile, Sect Master Qin, although you can block my move, it doesn't mean you can defeat me. Qinyan did not say a word. After arriving, Ling Yuner released Nether Sun's power. A very strong supergravity wrapped around the ancient Ox Devil. The ancient Ox Devil's body suddenly felt a powerful force colliding with it from all directions. Its expression immediately changed. The gravitational force released by the Nether Sun crashed into the ancient Ox Devil from all directions and pulled at its body. The ancient Ox Devil originally wanted to dodge but found out that its body has become very slow. It can only raise its hand and attack Qinyan with palm strike. Qinyan's arm suddenly swelled up, 3 Nether Sun totems appeared on the surface of his arm. He fused the power of 3 heavenly Dao together and released the power of Nether Sun totems. He raised his arm and slapped towards the ancient Ox Devil. A huge lion claw appeared on it. It is Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw. The golden Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw is accompanied by frantic flame, ferocious arrogant power and heavenly might Dao aura. It grabbed towards the ancient Ox Devil. The ancient Ox Devil's palm strike is filled with berserk palm wind and thunder and lightning. However, the power condensed from this palm strike was instantly disintegrated by Qinyan's Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw. Roar! The Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw dropped down. It is as if a furious lion is roaring and hit the ancient Ox Devil's body. The ancient Ox Devil's body is being attacked by the supergravity coming from all directions. Adding on the fact that it consumed a lot of energy, it won't be able to struggle free in a short period of time. Moo! The ancient Ox Devil's body suddenly became bigger. A huge golden bull illusory image appeared and wrapped around the ancient Ox Devil's body. Boom! The lion claw landed on the huge golden bull illusory image. Energy waves surged and whistled. The sea that has yet to calm down became even more turbulent. It's the Ox Devil Golden Bell cover, the Fire Qilin shouted in alarm. Qinyan's Heavenly Lion Fighting Dragon Claw is very dreadful but the ancient Ox Devil's defense is very strong. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. They remember that Qinyan said before that he is an inscription master and doesn't like fighting. They didn't expect that his strength would be so dreadful when fighting. The ancient ox devil is also extremely shocked. The power of Qin Yan's attack just now far surpassed that of many formidable ninth-stage immortal emperors. It is enough to kill a sacred realm expert. Roar! Qin Yan immediately unleashed Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar. Moreover, it is combined with the one-thought Imperial Heaven art. Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar is a very strong sound wave attack. It can intimidate souls and carry out mental attacks. Although the Ox Devil Golden Bell cover released by the ancient Ox Devil is very strong, it was still shattered by the Heavenly Lion fighting Dragon Claw. Taking advantage of the fact that the ancient Ox Devil has yet to react, Qin Yan immediately unleashed a formidable mental attack. He used Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar and directly attacked the ancient Ox Devil's head. The moment the ancient Ox Devil was hit, he felt a sharp pain in his head. The opportunity is here. Qin Yan immediately grabbed this opportunity and launched a ferocious attack. Roar roar, one of Qin Yan's arms transformed into a mighty Heavenly Lion fighting Dragon Claw. The sharp claws are like several sharp sabers. Suddenly, the Dragon Lion's roar came from the sky. The Heavenly Lion fighting Dragon Claw was unleashed, accompanied by the Dragon Lion's roar. Heavenly Lion Extinction Dragon Palm. This berserk palm power was released through the Heavenly Lion fighting Dragon Claw. Its might is incomparably ferocious. This ferocious aura caused many people and beasts to sigh in fear. Qin Yan's Heavenly Lion martial art is mainly used to restrain dragons. It is also effective against some beasts. The ancient Ox Devil became absent-minded, its body was enveloped by the huge lion claw. The Heavenly Lion fighting Dragon Claw exploded with the power of the Heavenly Lion Extinction Dragon Palm. Even the coarse skin and thick flesh of the ancient Ox Devil could not withstand it. Its tall and sturdy body was sent flying. Just now, Qin Yan injected a suffering divine ability power and a berserk vibration power into the ancient Ox Devil's body. This is mainly to make the ancient Ox Devil feel pain and at the same time, use vibration power to disperse the power condensed in the ancient Ox Devil's body. When seizing the opportunity to attack, one must do it in one go. At the same time the ancient Ox Devil's body was sent flying, the ocean also roared. Qin Yan's repeated attacks just now caused the ocean to surge. Whether it is the people from the ancient Heaven clan or the Heaven-suppressing sect, they are all shocked by Qin Yan's strength. The ancient Ox Devil is very strong, this is very normal. After all, he is a beast man and a big shot of the ancient Heaven clan, a sacred transformation expert. However, Qin Yan is only a human and not a sacred transformation expert. He is actually able to beat the ancient Ox Devil. Qin Yan used the light transformation sacred pupil and caught up to the ancient Ox Devil. The ancient Ox Devil is truly very strong. Its body suffered several heavy blows in a row but it did not bleed at all. Qin Yan is very clear that when dealing with this kind of guy with a strong body, a few moves in a row will not be able to heavily injure his body. There is not much meaning in continuing to attack. His arm that has transformed into the Heavenly Lion fighting Dragon Claw suddenly changed back to its original appearance. Two of his fingers came together. He is about to use the heaven-extinguishing 9 fingers. The ancient Ox Devil roared loudly. The sound wave is vast and mighty. He knew that Qin Yan is approaching, so he wanted to send Qin Yan flying. However, Qin Yan used the mysterious penetration divine ability and passed through the sound wave. He flashed to the side of the ancient Ox Devil and stabbed forward with 2 fingers. A transparent energy shot out from his 2 fingers. This is a very strong mental power attack. Heaven extinguishing 9 fingers, void breaking finger and open soul finger, 1 move, 2 styles. The void breaking finger broke through the defense and the open soul finger directly attacked the ancient Ox Devil's soul. The ancient Ox Devil immediately let out a painful roar. This roar can be said to be earth-shattering and very frightening. The ancient Ox Devil's soul suffered a heavy blow, it hugged its head and shouted. The power of the sun and moon splendor is indeed very strong. It's a pity that I can't continue using it. Qin Yan's finger just now was the fusion of the nether sun and nether moon, using the power of the sun and moon splendor. The ancient Ox Devil did not admit defeat. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and saw that a black moon suddenly appeared above him. Nether moon. Qin Yan released the nether moon. It means that he is about to use the strongest mental attack. One of the Heaven Extermination 9 style soul attack technique, Moon Leaving Soul. Xianxia said in low voice, this move might be able to destroy the ancient ox devil's soul. Moon-leaving soul is a soul attack technique within the Heaven Extermination 9 style. It was also created by Xianxia based on the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra and the Nether Moon. A huge nether moon appeared and is currently condensing power. Seeing this scene, the people from the heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven race all swallowed their saliva. Even the nether moon has been released, it means that the next attack will be an incomparably powerful mental attack, though seniors only feel that it is inconceivable. The ancient ox devil is a very strong inscription dome master, his mind and soul should not be weak, yet he is unable to resist Qin Yan's mental attack. This can only mean that Qin Yan's soul is stronger than the ancient ox devil's. The ancient ox devil's head is still in great pain. Just now, his soul was attacked by the Heaven Extermination 9 fingers open soul and almost torn apart. His soul is indeed strong enough, but Qin Yan's open soul finger is unleashed through the sun and moon splendor together with the one-thought imperial heaven art. Its might is incomparably formidable. I admit defeat, the ancient ox devil suddenly shouted. If they continue fighting, even if he can withstand Qin Yan's nether moon, his soul will definitely suffer serious damage and he will definitely lose in the end. Qin Yan immediately took back the nether moon. Now, everyone knows that Qin Yan has the nether moon and next, he will obtain the little nether sun, possessing both the nether moon and nether sun. How terrifying is this? Of course, Qin Yan already has both the nether moon and nether sun. In the end, Qin Yan did not use the moon soul move. Just as Xianxia said, once it was used, the ancient bull devil's soul would most likely be destroyed. And this move would also cause Qin Yan's nether moon to be damaged. Senior bull devil, where is little nether sun? Qin Yan said with a smile, I offended you just now, please forgive me. The ancient bull devil said, I don't have something like little nether sun with me, it's in the clan. Looks like I'll have to go to the ancient heaven clan as a guest. Qin Yan said with a smile. You guy, just now you pretended to attack my body but secretly weakened my defense. Then you took advantage of my carelessness to attack my soul. The ancient bull devil scolded with a smile, I was careless. The ancient bull devil still has a very formidable power that he has yet to use. If his soul was not heavily injured, he would definitely be able to defeat Qin Yan. Qin Yan already knew that he was not a match for the ancient bull devil head-on, so he could only use his wits. I used a trick. Qin Yan said with a smile, in terms of strength, Senior is still the strongest. The ancient bull devil let out a long sigh and said, a defeat is a defeat. This is also my weakness, otherwise I wouldn't have lost. You were able to seize the opportunity to attack my soul in one breath, this is your strength. Everyone now understood that the reason Qin Yan could defeat the ancient bull devil was not because he was stronger than the ancient bull devil but because he could grasp the opportunity during the battle. Without sufficient strength, even if the opportunity came, he would not be able to grasp it. This battle made everyone sigh with emotion. And those seniors are very clear that whether it is Qin Yan or the ancient bull devil, in the battle just now, neither of them used their strongest power. It is not that they held back their strength but that they did not have the time to release it. Sect Master Qin, come with us to the ancient heaven clan. Let's chat along the way. The ancient bull devil said with a smile, don't worry, I won't eat you. Our ancient heaven clan's beasts and beastmen don't eat human flesh. There's only so much human flesh, what's so delicious about it? This caused everyone present to have a strange feeling. Although the ancient bull devil lost, it seems like he lost wholeheartedly. Yan Shiyu and Liu Shuyan came to Qin Yan's side, wanting to go with him to the ancient heaven clan. It must be known that Qin Yan won the ancient heaven clan's Dragon Pearl and Little Nether Sunday. The heaven old race had enough reason to attack Qin Yan. Xiaqiru and the others are still cultivating in the heaven-suppressing sect's sacred land. They all have sufficient strength, so Qin Yan is not too worried about them. This time, the heaven-suppressing sect had learned their lesson. Especially that elderly. He felt that he was blind to not be able to tell that Qin Yan was so powerful. All they wanted to do was try to salvage the situation. Elderly flew over and said, Sect leader Qin. That using the Dragon Pearl as a sacrifice to the heavens will allow the Heaven Burial Mausoleum to appear. This is beneficial to all of us. Elderly, I'm not afraid to tell you that even if we don't use the Dragon Pearl, the Sky Burial Mausoleum will appear when the time comes. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Within 10 days, a phenomenon will appear in the Cloud Dragon mountain range. That will also be the time when the Heaven Burial Mausoleum appears. Speaking of gambling, Elderly was traumatized and did not dare to gamble anymore. Is this true? Elderly still couldn't believe it. How are you so sure of this? The dragon pearl can be used as a sacrifice to the heavens. Who did the dragon pearl originally belong to? The ancient bull devil asked. Of course the dragon pearl belongs to the divine cosmos evil dragon. Everyone knows this. Elderly asked doubtfully, why are you asking this? The ancient bull devil said with a smile, since the dragon pearl can be used as a sacrifice to the heavens, then can the divine cosmos evil dragon be used as a sacrifice to the heavens? Elderly and the elders of the heaven-suppressing sect were immediately tongue-tied. This. Of course it's possible. But who can use the divine cosmos evil dragon as a sacrifice to the heavens? Although the divine cosmos evil dragon doesn't have a dragon pearl or a heart, his strength. Elderly looked at Qin Yun and said, sect leader Qin has experienced it before. Unless the heaven-suppressing sect, ancient heaven race and heaven creation city join hands, it will be difficult to take down this guy. The ancient bull devil said, Elderly, your heaven-suppressing sect is not well informed enough. The divine cosmos evil dragon originally planned to find the dragon pearl, but later on he met the guy from the heavenly law divine realm. The divine cosmos evil dragon was created by the heavenly law divine realm. The heavenly law divine realm also wants to find the heaven burial mausoleum. The fire Qilin said, and the divine cosmos evil dragon himself also wants to see the heaven burial mausoleum as soon as possible. Liu Shuyan said in shock, the divine cosmos evil dragon is willing to be a sacrifice to the heavens? Wouldn't that mean he would die? The ancient bull devil shook his head, he doesn't need to die, but he will consume a lot of energy. If the divine cosmos evil dragon wants to recover, he will have to enter the heaven burial mausoleum to find his own heart. That is where he is most powerful. The divine cosmos evil dragon was originally a powerful divine beast from the divine wasteland. His heart contained a powerful divine punishment power. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Elderly shook his head and sighed, if you had said it clearly earlier, we wouldn't have done this. That's because we want the dragon pearl. If I tell you, I'm afraid you won't bet anymore. The ancient bull devil laughed, Elderly, don't feel so bad. My losses are greater than yours, just let it go. Elderly curled his lips and said with a low snort, I'm not as heartless as you. What happened today is enough for Elderly to be depressed for many years. The ancient bull devil, who suffered the most, seems to be completely fine. Sect Master Qin, let's go, the ancient bull devil said with smile. Boss, they won't dare to bully you. We are here. He Shu said with smile. The ancient bull devil very seriously said, if your boss fights with his life, this old bull might not be able to defeat him. Qin Yun laughed, then followed the ancient bull devil and flew away from the heaven-suppressing sect. Liu Shuyan and Xianxia are a lot more relieved. Qin Yun obtained the dragon pearl and little Nether's son, his strength will definitely increase by a lot. Half a day later, Qin Yun arrived at the ancient heaven clan. The ancient heaven clan is on a huge island in the sea. Nearby this huge island, there are many large and small islands. The overall strength of the ancient heaven clan is also very strong. The ancient bull devil is on the largest island. In the middle of the island there is a huge mountain shaped like a bull's head. This Ox Head Mountain is the place where the ancient bull devil lives. After arriving here, the fire Qilin and the others also returned to their island. Only He Shuzhe and San Long are still here. Qin Yun, Yang Shiyu and Liu Shuyan were invited by the ancient bull devil to enter a cave inside the Ox Head Mountain. Inside the cave, there is a very large and bright living room. Although it is not luxurious, it is quite elegant. Qin Yun and company are somewhat surprised. They never expected that a rough old man like the ancient bull devil's cave would be so exquisite. Senior bull devil. Qin Yun did not finish speaking when he was interrupted by the ancient bull devil. Our strength is equal, just call me old bull. The ancient bull devil waved his hand and said with smile, Sect Master Qin, since you are here, you are a guest and a friend. Don't call me a senior. Qin Yun said with a smile, old bull, we all came from the immortal desolate to go to the heaven burial mausoleum. Is your ancient heaven clan's goal also the heaven burial mausoleum? This matter is very complicated. When the ancient bull devil mentioned this matter, he nodded his head. We have been in this sea for many years. Originally, we wanted to protect the heaven burial mausoleum, but now we received an order to enter the heaven burial mausoleum. Order? Where did the order come from? Liu Shuyan asked. Ancient Desolate, the ancient bull devil pointed up and said, the mysterious ninth desolate, ancient desolate. Ancient desolate? Then how much do you know about ancient desolate? Yang Shuriwei curiously asked. Not a bit, they contact us from time to time to ask about the situation here. And we don't even dare to ask them about ancient desolate, after all, we can't even go to sacred desolate. The ancient bull devil shook his head and said. Then what about little Nether Sun? How did it come here? Bai Zhe asked. That thing is very mystical, everyone knows that Nether Sun is very powerful, but it is just a legend. The legend is definitely not fake, it is just that we are too stupid and don't know how to use it. To be honest, in my eyes, little Nether Sun is just a useless thing, I don't even know how to use it. The ancient bull devil said. Everyone in the living room is startled, the ancient bull devil actually doesn't know how to use little Nether Sun, no wonder he is acting like nothing happened after losing little Nether Sun, it is because in his eyes, it is simply a useless thing. Grandpa Devil Bull, you actually want to use useless things to win against my boss's Divine Universe Amethyst and Dragon Pearl. Luckily boss is powerful enough. Fire Dragon laughed loudly and said. The ancient bull devil said with smile, when you come out to mess around, you have to play some tricks to maximize the benefits. I already sent people to get that little Nether Sun, don't worry. Qin Yun is actually not in a hurry because the ancient bull devil signed a soul contract with him, he can't act shamelessly. Old bull, how much do you know about the heavenly law divine realm? What exactly does this heavenly law divine realm do? Qin Yun said. I only know that the heavenly law divine realm, heaven creation god palace, heaven suppressing sect and my heavenly ancient race all received orders from the ancient desolate. The heaven creation god palace in the cloud dragon mountain range has long since lost contact with the ancient desolate, it should have been abandoned, the ancient bull devil said, and we were originally in charge of guarding the heaven burial mausoleum. We put some things into the heaven burial mausoleum. Yang Shuriwei said, then have you seen the heaven burial mausoleum? The ancient bull devil shook his head and said, never seen it. When we want to put things in, a palace will appear. When we put things in the palace will disappear, it is very strange. At this time a few expressionless large men brought in a golden sarcophagus. The little Nether Sun is inside. It has always been inside the sarcophagus, the ancient bull devil said. Qin Yin walked over and said, can I open it? Of course you can, little Nether Sun won't run away. Sect Master Qin, after you see it, don't be disappointed, the ancient bull devil said. Qin Yin nodded and opened the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is filled with pitch-black liquid. This is little Nether Sun? Qin Yin thought that he would see a black ball. Yes, little Nether Sun is exactly like this. I am very sure that this is little Nether Sun, the ancient bull devil said. Yang Shuriwei said, can I touch it with my hand? Qin Yun and company came to the side of the stone coffin and placed their hands into the black liquid. How strange. Yang Shuriwei said in shock, it looks like black water but I can't touch anything. It's always been like this, I can't absorb it into my body. The ancient ox devil sighed, I've had this thing for many years, I can see it but not touch it. Qin Yun asked Ling Yuner. Ling Yuner didn't know the reason for this for the time being. Ancient Ox Devil closed the lid and said with smile, Sect Master Qin, little Nether Sun is yours. Don't be disappointed, this little Nether Sun is like this, I don't know what's going on either. Lord Demon Ox, how did you get this thing? The Azure Dragon asked. I got it from Heaven Burial Tomb. Ancient Ox Devil said in a low voice, don't tell anyone about this, something bad will happen. Bai Zhe exclaimed, Demon Bull, didn't you say that you've never seen Heaven Burial Tomb? How can I obtain this little Nether Sun? The ancient ox devil smiled, didn't I just say that when you send something to the Heaven Burial Tomb, a palace will appear? As long as you put the item in the palace, you will be teleported to the heaven burial tomb. Could it be that you saw the stone coffin when you went to the palace? Heishu said. Heishu? More or less. Speaking of which, it is very strange. Back in the day, I received a mission to bring a very strong evil ghost and heavenly monster into Burial Heaven Mausoleum. After I arrived at the palace, I saw this stone coffin and Yunlong suddenly appeared and told me that this is the little nether sun. He told me to take it, so I took it. The cloud dragon of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range was also a very mysterious existence. In the future, the ancient bull devil's heaven-old race, Chuangtian City, and heaven-suppressing sect would receive orders from time to time to escort some things to a palace. Then, through those palaces, they would be teleported to the heaven burial mausoleum. What kind of guy is Yunlong? Qin Yun is suddenly very curious. Xiao Yuemei and Long Yuqing also met Yunlong before. I don't know. Legend has it that the Cloud Dragon is the spirit of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. He knows everything about this place, the ancient ox devil said. How can I meet the Cloud Dragon? The Azure Dragon said. You are a dragon, can't you sense it? The ancient ox devil laughed. You should be able to, right? This? I occasionally feel it, but it quickly disappears. Azure Dragon looked at the Water Dragon and Fire Dragon beside him, and they nodded. Qin Yin remembered that Long Yuqing was able to find Cloud Dragon because she was the heavenly dragon god. That will depend on luck, the ancient ox devil said. Qin Yin has obtained the little nether sun, but he doesn't know how to use it for the time being. So he is very anxious to study it. The ancient ox devil also arranged a very spacious secret room for him. Yang Shiryu and Liu Shuyan followed Qin Yin to a large secret chamber in Oxhead Mountain. After arriving, Qin Yin released the stone coffin. How can little nether sun be like this? Could that old bull be tricking you? Liu Shuyan walked over and opened the coffin's lid. After opening the stone coffin, Liu Shuyan exclaimed. That was because the black liquid in the sarcophagus had disappeared and turned into clear water. This. Should we go ask the old bull? Yang Shiryu's face is filled with shock as she hastily said. No need, maybe the little nether sun suddenly changed. Could it be because I touched it before that the change occurred? Qin Yin said. When Qin Yin placed his hand inside the sarcophagus, the nine-sun divine spirit also touched the black liquid. Liu Shuyan also recalled Qin Yin's nine-sun divine spirit. She stayed inside the nine-sun divine spirit for a period of time before and knows that it is very mysterious. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, try to control the nine-sun divine spirit and see if you can absorb the black liquid into your body. Qin Yin nodded and placed his hand inside the sarcophagus. Yang Shiryu and Liu Shuyan are watching from the side. They are worried that something might happen to Qin Yun. Because they don't know whether the black liquid inside the sarcophagus is the little nether sun or not. It is very strange. More than an hour later, Qin Yin has not made any progress. I feel that this is not the little nether sun. Liu Shuyan lightly groaned and said, that old bull must also think so. Otherwise, he would not be so happy after losing a little nether sun. I'll give it another try. Qin Yin said, at the very least, the things inside the sarcophagus have undergone a great change after being in my hands. Qin Yin continued to earnestly proceed. Suddenly, he felt the ground slightly tremble. There's a reaction? Liu Shuyan said in shock, there was an earthquake just now. No, the earthquake came from outside. Yang Shiryu said with a frown, could it be that someone is attacking the heavenly ancient race archipelago? This place is on the surface of the sea. For this huge island to suddenly tremble, it must be caused by a very strong energy. Shiryue, you stay here with Xiao Yun. I'll go out and take a look. Liu Shuyan said and then quickly walked towards the secret room's stone door. Yang Shiryu stayed here. If anything happens to Qin Yun, someone would be able to discover it in time. Qin Yun suddenly said, Sister Yang, this water can be seen but not touched. It's as if it's an illusion. Do you think it's an illusion? Yang Shiryu walked over, looked at the water and said, can you pour it out? Qin Yun immediately looked at the sarcophagus. He wanted to pour the water out but he did not succeed. He said in shock, what's going on? Yang Shiryu suddenly opened her palm and a small silver moon appeared in her palm. Big Sister Yang, is this your nether moon? Qin Yin said, the nether moon should be black. My moon is the fusion of 9 moons. It can change into many colors. Xianxia smiled gently and said, if there's a chance, I'll teach you how to cultivate. It can make your mental power even stronger. Great, Big Sister Yang is going to teach me cultivation techniques again. Qin Yin said with a happy smile. Xianxia placed the little silver moon in her palm into the sarcophagus. When the silver moon entered the clear water of the sarcophagus, the entire silver moon slowly turned white. Xianxia said in shock, I feel that the water is hot. Previously, they were unable to touch the water. Even if they put their hands in, they would not feel anything. But now, Xianxia could feel that it was hot water and the silver moon in her hand had turned white. Big Sister Yang, what does it mean that your little silver moon has turned white? Qin Yin asked. It means that it's in a very strong soul power. Xianxia frowned and said, Xiao Yun, this little nether sun might only be in its initial state, it is not the true nether sun form. Very strong soul power, don't tell me this is only nether sun spirit? Qin Yin said. It's possible. Xianxia nodded and said, I remember that back then, you only had a nether sun martial spirit. Later on, you cultivated the nether sun. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, Xiao Yun, use the nether moon and 9 sun divine spirit to devour. Qin Yin immediately attempted to release his nether moon. Then, he placed his hand into the stone coffin and established a connection with the nether moon through the 9 yang divine spirit. The watermelon-sized nether moon floated above the sarcophagus. Suddenly, it spun and absorbed the clear liquid inside the sarcophagus. There's hope. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered as she said with a smile, I can devour it. Ling Yin'er also shouted in surprise, Xiao Yun, leave it to me. The nether moon began to devour the nether sun martial spirit before entering the illusory space of the spiritual world. It was the space in the depths of Qin Yin's soul. Ling Yin'er was greedily absorbing the energy inside. The speed of absorption wasn't very fast, it was rather slow. Suddenly, Lu Yu and Shu Yan rushed in. Sister Shu Yan, what's wrong? Did something big happen? Xianxia immediately walked over and asked. Something big, something very big. Lu Yu Shu tone was grave. When she saw Qin Yun releasing the nether moon and absorbing the energy from the sarcophagus, she was pleasantly surprised. What's the matter? Xianxia asked anxiously. Shuyue, you stay here with Xiao Yun. I need to make a trip back to the heaven-suppressing sect. Lu Yu Shuyan said, the Cloud Dragon mountain range is expanding. Expanding? What's going on? Qin Yun asked in shock when he heard this. Let's put it this way, the heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven race are both in the sea and the Cloud Dragon mountain range is the shore. It is expanding and constantly devouring the sea. Not long from now, the heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven race archipelago will be flattened by the expanding land of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Lu Yu Shuyan said. What did the old ox say? Qin Yan's expression changed as he said, a huge change has occurred in the Cloud Dragon mountain range? The old ox said that the heaven burial mausoleum might be coming out. The heavenly law divine realm is secretly offering sacrifices to the heavens and is about to succeed. Lu Yu Shuyan said, I have to go back and find Xiao Rou and the others. I have to quickly leave the sea. The ancient devil ox said before that within 10 days, the heavenly law divine realm and the divine universe evil dragon will definitely carry out the heaven sacrifice ceremony and it will begin now. Sister Shu Yan, be careful on the road. Xianxia warned. Got it. Lu Yu Shuyan nodded and then hastily left the Oxhead Mountain. After Xianxia closed the door, she released the 2 sleeping charming moon elves. I need to speed up their recovery. If necessary, we need to use these 2 moon elves to travel through space. Xianxia said. She pulled the hands of the 2 moon elves and sat down cross-legged in the air, as if they are cultivating together. Qin Yan released the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation and surrounded them to help them speed up their recovery. Big Sister Yang, I can make the Moon Lady inscription spirit take human form but it will look like you. Qin Yan said. Really? That's very good. Xianxia is somewhat astonished, then she sweetly smiled and said, Xiaoyun, the Moon Lady inscription spirit can transform into my appearance, it should be very strong, right? I haven't tried it yet. I'll give it a try if I have the chance. Qinyan said. And, I really want to see the appearance of the Moon Lady inscription spirit's human form. Xianxia said with charming smile. Weak earthquake continuously occurred. Qinyan doesn't know what is happening outside. He needs to calm his heart and absorb the small nether Sunday. What caused him and Ling Yuner to be surprised is that a black nether sun appeared above Ling Yuner's head in his mental world. Qinyan was worried before that the little nether sun given to him by the ancient ox devil is fake. But now that he saw Ling Yuner's happy expression, he knows that this little nether sun is very reliable. Yuner, is this little nether sun really useful? Qinyan looked at the stone coffin, the water inside is decreasing bit by bit. Of course it's useful, it's very useful. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiaoyun, just wait and see, I will definitely make you stronger. Yuner, it seems like I have to quickly cultivate you. Qinyan said with smile. Don't be too anxious, the most important thing now is to enter that place. There are many important things to do inside the Heaven Burial Mausoleum. Ling Yuner said. Qinyan nodded. Yang Shuriwei used the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation to quickly restore her 2 moon elves. After the moon elves became very spirited, Yang Shuriwei took them back. Xiaoyun, what's the progress now? Yang Shuriwei asked. It's going smoothly. Qinyan said, I left it to Yuner to handle. I don't know what the situation outside is like. The earth has not stopped shaking. Although it is not very violent, it gives people a very uneasy feeling. Nothing will happen. Yang Shuriwei gently caressed Qinyan's cheek and said with gentle smile. Qinyan continued to earnestly absorb the energy inside the stone coffin. The strange water inside the stone coffin doesn't seem to be much, it doesn't have any reaction, but Qinyan can absorb it for a very long time. Qinyan continued for several hours, more than half of the water inside the stone coffin is still inside. Inside Qinyan's mental illusory space, Ling Yuner is looking at the little nether Sunday. The little nether sun is slowly rotating, although it is continuously absorbing energy, it has never become bigger. Now, the little nether sun is in Ling Yuner's hand, it looks like a small pearl. Yang Shuriwei has been accompanying Qinyan inside the secret room. Even if there is no other situation, she still wants to look after Qinyan to prevent any accident from happening while he is absorbing the little nether Sunday. Big Sister Yang, Sister Kiru, and the others are very strong, right? Qinyan said with smile, I really want to see her quickly, I really want to pinch her cute face. Yang Shuriwei pursed her lips into smile and said, Xiaoyun, you can't pinch her. Qinyan asked curiously, why? Because she's no longer that little girl. She's grown up. Yang Shuriwei laughed, she's grown up, do you still want to pinch her face? She's not your big sister steamed bun. How did it get bigger? Qinyan said with a regretful expression. He has always been thinking about Xiakiru's cute little face. He really wants to rub it non-stop. She swapped bodies with little Nianyun. Yang Shuriwei said, Nianyun is the real little Nianyun now. Ah? It can be done like this. Qinyan said in surprise. Little Nianyun was originally her avatar. Although she didn't awaken this avatar's memories, they can exchange souls, exchange bodies, and even fuse together to become stronger. Yang Shuriwei said. Looks like I can only go back and pinch little Nianyun. Qinyan said with smile. You face-plucking maniac. Yang Shuriwei caressed her jade-like face and said with a smile, fortunately, the shape of my face isn't the kind that can be pinched. Qinyan extended his hand and said with a smile, Sister Yang, I want to touch your face. Yang Shuriwei smiled and came to Qinyan's side. Qinyan extended his hand and gently caressed Yang Shuriwei's smooth as jade face. Although he can't pinch it, it's very easy to touch. Just as Qinyan was caressing the beauty's face, the earth suddenly trembled. Yang Shuriwei immediately became vigilant and said with a frown, this movement is not small. What's going on? Qinyan let Long Tianji come out and said, Tianji, go out and take a look at the situation. Long Tianji immediately went out. Just as she went out, the earth shook violently again. It's as if someone is fighting outside, Xianxia said worriedly. Xiaoyun, a battle might have broken out. Is your current situation alright? I can stop. Qinyan said, if I can continue, that would be for the best. He already took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He could still enter the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. If he really wanted to leave, he could walk inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Not long after, Long Tianji returned. Master, there are a lot of people fighting outside. Long Tianji said, those people seem to be from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. The people of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm are actually attacking the Oxhead Mountain. This Oxhead Mountain is the territory of the ancient Bull Devil. If the Heavenly Law Divine Realm comes to attack, they definitely don't care about their lives. They want to attack the Oxhead Mountain even if they don't care about their lives, they must be here for something. Got it, you go back first. Qinyan nodded and returned Long Tianji back into the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Xianxia's expression is solemn. She took out a light blue battle armor and put it on. She said, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm was able to persuade the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon to cooperate with the Heaven Sacrifice. Maybe they agreed to some of the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's conditions. If the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon cooperates with them in the Heaven Sacrifice, it will consume a lot of energy. It is very likely that the Heavenly Law Divine Realm agreed to help the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon take back the Dragon Pearl. If the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon finds the Dragon Pearl and takes back his own heart, he will be invincible. Qinyan snorted, we can't let him succeed. Xianxia tied up her hair in a ponytail and took out a silver knife. Her serious appearance made her look cold and gorgeous. She caressed the silver saber and said coldly, Xiaoyun, don't worry. With me here, they won't succeed. And, thank you big sister Yang. Qinyan smiled in relief. For many years, Xianxia had always been so concerned about him. Sister Rujing still hasn't cultivated her snow fairy? Xianxia asked. Not yet, she's still in seclusion. Qinyan said. If necessary, we have to get her to come out and help. Xianxia said. Qinyan looked at the large jade white gourd beside him and said, Big Sister Yang, let's enter the Heaven Leaping Shuttle first. All right. Qinyan nodded. Qinyan controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and teleported him and Xianxia inside. After entering the main control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, someone suddenly knocked on the stone door of the secret room. Qinyan used his mental power to control the door to open it. The person who entered was He Shu. Boss, the people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm are here. They are here to ask for the Dragon Pearl. He Shu looked at the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and said, hurry up and leave, there is the ancient heaven race supporting this place. Can they sense the Dragon Pearl? Qinyan asked. Demon Ox said that they can't sense it. There is a special seal on the Dragon Pearl and the box that contains the Dragon Pearl also has a seal. Even the Divine Universe Evil Dragon can't sense it. He Shu said. Then be careful. Qinyan said. Don't worry, the ancient heaven race is very strong. If these fellows from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm come, they will only be sending themselves to their deaths. He Shu said. Then I'll be leaving first. Qinyan said. Alright, Big Brother Azure Dragon has already used a secret technique to contact the Black Tortoise. The Divine Inscription Mountain is already on its way. He Shu said again, Boss, you go first. Qinyan controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and flew out of the door. When he arrived outside, he saw a burst of light exploding in the pitch-black night sky. Near Oxhead Mountain, there were many people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm fighting with the ancient heaven race. Qinyan had originally planned to leave Oxhead Mountain, but after he flew out, he saw that many of the ancient heaven race people were injured and could only use their powerful bodies to block. Big Sister Yang, go out and help them. Qinyan said, looks like the Heavenly Law Divine Realm is still very strong. Be careful. Alright. Xianxia left the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The people of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm were indeed very strong because they absorbed the strong Divine Universe Purple Qi to cultivate. The Divine Universe Purple Qi in their bodies was much stronger than those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. Therefore, their physical bodies were also much stronger. The Heavenly Law Divine Realm was very mysterious. The people there all absorbed a large amount of Divine Universe Purple Qi, but they did not become evil. Qin Yun looked at Yang Shiryu's beautiful figure inside the heaven-leaping shuttle and paid attention to her situation at all times. Xiao Yun, big sister Yang is very strong. She seems to have mastered a method to deal with those fellows. Ling Yin'er said, those who have cultivated the divine universe purple qi are very difficult to deal with, just like those evil spirits and heavenly monsters. However, with big sister Yang's strength, she can easily deal with those fellows. Qin Yin remembered that a cold and arrogant youth with a heavenly Dao folding fan had appeared. At that time, Yang Shiryu had taken that cold and arrogant youth down in a few moves. After Yang Shiryu flew out, the silver blade in her hand shone with a silver radiance like moonlight. She flew towards the people from the heavenly law divine realm. The people of the heavenly law divine realm all called themselves heavenly guards. Those heavenly guards were about the same as the 3 old men Qin Yun had seen in the evil dragon city. However, they were not as strong as those 3 old men. In the direction that Yang Shiryu flew over, there were 5 heavenly guards surrounding 2 heaven-old race beastmen. The 2 beastmen were both centaur beasts, with a pair of steel-like wings. They were constantly using their wings to attack. There were a lot of people in the heavenly law divine realm. They had ambushed the Oxhead Mountain and were fighting with numbers, suppressing the heaven-old race people of the Oxhead Mountain. Yang Shiryu suddenly flashed over, the silver blade in her hand swiftly slashing towards a heavenly guard dressed in black armor. Bang! Her silver blade was very sharp, but when it landed on the armor, it did not immediately split it open. It only created a spark and a flash of energy. As for the heavenly guard that was struck by her, his body was also shaken. Although his body was not split open, cracks appeared on his armor. Yang Shiryu caught up to the heavenly guard that was sent flying, and the second slash immediately followed, exploding out with a burst of mighty heavenly might and an arrogant aura. Heaven's wrath of the 9 styles of heaven extermination, this slash was like a heavenly roar, and its power was extremely shocking. When the heavenly guard from the heavenly law divine realm felt this terrifying might, he was scared out of his wits. After letting out a blood-curdling scream, his body was cut in half by Yang Shiryu's blade. Yang Shiryu's battle looked very fierce, but it was not as brutal and crazy as Lu Yu's. Yang Shiryu was a very calm battle, giving off a very calm and cold feeling. Qin Yin watched from inside the heaven-leaping shuttle and secretly exclaimed in his heart. Sister Yang must have cultivated some kind of power that can restrain the power of the heavenly guards. Ling Yin'er said with certainty. If she were to face the evil spirits and heavenly monsters, she would definitely be able to harvest them as quickly as cutting grass. Qin Yin also felt that Yang Shiryu's power could restrain the heavenly guards. He asked doubtfully, how did she cultivate it? Xiao Yun, don't forget who she is. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, she is one of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden and she is with Sister Kiru. It must have been Sister Kiru who guided her. The moon of the Immortal Desolate had once undergone a strange change. Not only was there a moon god mountain, there was also a powerful energy within the moon's core. The disciples of the Guanhan Palace had all returned to cultivate in the moon's core. Xiaqiru is an extraordinary woman. She is proficient in many things and knows many ancient secrets. Before she came to the Cloud Dragon mountain range, she had been in seclusion for a long time, so she must have been prepared. Sister Kiru's divine position is damaged and sealed in that heaven burial mausoleum. Qin Yin said, why are there so many things sealed in the heaven burial mausoleum? Heaven burial, could it be that you are all buried together? Ling Yin'er said in shock, your 8 souls and 9 spirits, Princess Anya's 8 souls and 8 spirits, Sister Kiru's divine position and her strongest body, as well as Father's fire dragon true body. Other than that, there must be even more things sealed inside. Yang Shiryu joined the battle and quickly took care of more than 10 heavenly guards. When the people of the ancient heaven clan saw how powerful Yang Shiryu was in dealing with the heavenly guards, they immediately admired this beautiful woman. When the ancient bull devil saw Yang Shiryu, he shouted, Miss Yang, where is Sect Master Qin? He's very safe, don't worry. Yang Shiryu replied. She has always been near the heaven-leaping shuttle. The heaven-leaping shuttle is invisible and the heavenly guards can't see it. The ancient bull devil is not worried about Qin Yun. After all, he is defeated by Qin Yun. He is only worried that the dragon pearl will be taken away. The ancient bull devil's strength is also very terrifying. His palms are covered with violent lightning and turned into a pair of claw images. When he saw the heavenly guards, he rushed over and inserted his hands into the heavenly guards of Qin. Inside the heaven leaping shuttle, Qin Yun was alarmed. There were many heavenly guards. These guys, no matter how many of them there are, they can't just throw away their lives like crazy. Qin Yun saw a large number of heavenly guards being killed, their broken corpses fell into the sea. He immediately released the Nether Soul Sacred Blade. However, after the Nether Soul Sacred Blade flew around, it was unable to collect any remnant souls. No remnant soul? Are these heavenly guards soulless? Qin Yun said with a frown. The large number of heavenly guards outside looked like normal people. They could feel pain, they could feel anger, and they were also arrogant. They did not look like puppets at all. Qin Yun immediately used the Extinction Spirit Eye and quickly made a shocking discovery. After the heavenly guards died, the divine universe purple gas in their bodies immediately disappeared, as if it was suddenly absorbed by something. Once they die, the divine universe purple chi will return. Ling Yuner said, the divine universe purple chi can quickly mold a powerful body. Could it be that the heavenly guards are created? Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat as he said, if that's really the case, wouldn't the heavenly law divine realm be invincible? Not necessarily invincible, but they are definitely the most numerous and they are not afraid of death. Ling Yuner said, I suspect that these heavenly guards have a unified soul that controls them across space. Qin Yun nodded and said, if that's really the case, then these heavenly guards are also puppets. They have flesh and blood, they are puppets that look like real people. The divine cosmos evil dragon was also created this way, right? But the process is definitely more complicated and uses even more resources. Ling Yuner said. Speaking of the divine cosmos evil dragon, Qin Yun is suddenly worried that it will be able to find its heart. What is the use of the immortal graveyard diagram? Now that we don't need the immortal graveyard diagram, the heaven-burying mausoleum will appear. Qin Yun is very doubtful in his heart. It will definitely have a great use. Ling Yuner said. Xianxia flew in the sky, wherever she went, heavenly guards would be chopped and killed. What Qin Yun finds inconceivable is that while Xianxia is fighting. Although Xianxia looks very brave and fierce, she gives people a very calm feeling from beginning to end. She is like a cold and elegant peerlessly beautiful fairy, calmly fighting. No matter what, her beautiful ice-cold face is very calm from beginning to end. If it were Lu Yushuyan, her killing intent would have already blotted out the sky and earth and her eyes would have turned purple-red. Just as Qin Yun was thinking about Lu Yushuyan, he suddenly sensed a very strong killing intent rushing over. Lu Yushuyan is truly here, she is wearing a mask, draped in a black robe, holding a pair of long sabers in her hands, her long hair fluttering wildly, she rushed into the battlefield like a peerless devil. After entering the battlefield, the heavenly guards screamed miserably again and again. The bodies of the heavenly guards were torn to shreds by the berserk killing god power released by Lu Yushuyan. Qin Yun looked at Lu Yushuyan who was going on a killing spree and felt a very shocking impact. Although this is not the first time he saw the appearance of this killing god, every time he sees it, he can't help but feel shocked. Because he knows that under that mask, this killing god has a dreamy and peerlessly beautiful face. Moreover, it is a very charming and seductive woman. Qin Yun extended his hand into the sarcophagus, at the same time he seriously looked at the battle situation outside. Just as he is entranced, a pair of lily-white hands suddenly covered his eyes. This caused his whole body to tremble in fright. Someone suddenly appeared in the heaven-leaping shuttle's control room. He can't sense any aura but his intuition tells him that this person is very powerful. After he sensed a pair of delicate lily-white hands covering his eyes, a burst of fragrance that caused his soul to linger in his dreams assaulted him. Sister Kiru! Qin Yun shouted. How did you know it was me? Xianxia chuckled and said, so boring, you recognized me in an instant. I can recognize you. Qin Yun very happily said with smile. Xianxia appeared in front of Qin Yun in a flash. She is wearing a simple white dress, her flawless beautiful face is filled with gentleness, at the same time it is somewhat charming and delicate. This gentle as water, yet somewhat mischievous beauty made Qin Yun feel as if he returned to his childhood. Back then, this beautiful and gentle imperial tutor elder sister often played with him. Xianxia stuck out her fragrant tongue and said with gentle smile, Xiao Yun, long time no see, you seem to have lost weight. let elder sister pinch your cheeks. After speaking, her lily-white hands began pinching Qin Yan's face. While pinching Qin Yan's handsome face, she giggled tenderly. Her very happy appearance is tender, beautiful, and moving. Qin Yan still has one hand that can move. He promptly pinched Xiaqiru's gentle and tender face. This is little Nianyun's body, you exchanged bodies with her. Qin Yan curled his lips and said with smile. Little Nianyun has become a real little Nianyun. From now on, she will be a little dot. I also like to pinch her face. Xiaqiru said with charming smile. Qin Yan gently caressed Xiaqiru's face and said with smile, Sister Kiru, although you have turned back into an adult, your face is still very good to touch. Xiao Yun, your face is not as chubby as it was when you were a child. Xiaqiru said with gentle smile, I really want Yume to turn you into a child and let elder sister pinch you to my heart's content. Sister Kiru, where are little Malian and Yume? Qin Yan asked. They are still in heaven suppressing sect. Xiaqiru said, don't worry, they are very safe in heaven suppressing sect. Yuelan and Yu Shaoling, these two violent girls are not to be trifled with. Xiaqiru suddenly grabbed the hand that is pinching her face and said with smile, Xiao Yun, you have obtained another nether son, you must properly use it. Qin Yan gently rubbed Xiaqiru's hand and said, Sister Kiru, what's going on with this little nether son? Xu Yan told me before. I guess it is something that Heaven Burial Mausoleum bestowed to ancient Bull Devil back then. But he doesn't know how to use it. Xiaqiru said with smile, this is truly a little nether son, moreover it is the most initial type, it is the easiest to fuse with. That's very good. Qin Yan said with smile. Xiao Yun, I heard from Xu Yan that you killed Devil Immortal Great Emperor and obtained Divine Universe Amethyst, is that right? Xiaqiru said. N. Qin Yan nodded and said, Divine Universe Evil Dragon devoured Immortal Desolate Great Emperor. Xiaqiru looked outside and said with frown, Heavenly Law Divine Realm people are here to snatch the Dragon Pearl. Sister Kiru, do you still remember Princess Anya? You said she has enmity with me, what exactly is going on? After Qin Yan finished speaking, he told Xiaqiru about Heaven Creation Palace Master and Princess Anya fusing together. He also mentioned that Yang Shuriwei and Bing Xing are 9 Sun Divine Maidens. After Xiaqiru finished listening, her expression is very calm, as if she is not surprised at all. She said faintly, don't worry, although she has enmity with you, it is not very big. When did I offend her? Qin Yan is very doubtful, was it during my 9 Sun Divine King life? No. Xiaqiru gently smiled, pinched Qin Yan's face and said with smile, Xiao Yun, let nature take its course. I guarantee you that even if she recovers her memories later, she won't kill you. Alright, then Sister Kiru, are you one of the 9 Sun Divine Maidens? Qin Yan asked. I am one of the 9 Sun Divine Maidens. Xiaqiru nodded and said, perhaps I am the one with the most complete memories so far. Bing Xing and Shuriwei both don't know anything about their own situation. Then what about Sister Yu? Although Qin Yan already guessed it, he is still somewhat astonished. Yu too. Xiaqiru nodded and smiled, not only Yu. She looked at Lui with Xu Yan outside and said again, Xu Yan is also one of the 9 Sun Divine Maidens but she doesn't even know about it. Qin Yan is startled. He really did not expect that Lui with Xu Yan is also a 9 Sun Divine Maiden. Seeing Qin Yan's astonished expression, Xiaqiru sweetly smiled and said, Xiao Yun, now you know why we are in Guanhan Palace. I only know that 9 Sun Divine Maidens are born from the moon and stars. Is the moon very important to you? Qin Yan asked. It can be said to be our home. Xiaqiru said. Sister Kiru, Princess Anya, Sister Bing Xing, Heaven Creation Palace Master, Sister Yang, Sister Yu and Sister Xu Yan, these are the 7 9 Sun Divine Maidens. What about the other 2? Qin Yan very curiously asked. Xiaqiru looked at Qin Yan with a smile and said, Xiao Yun, who are you thinking of? Tell me, maybe you guessed wrong. Yuelan and Yueme? Are they 9 Sun Divine Maidens? Qin Yan asked in bewilderment. They are indeed 9 Sun Divine Maidens. They both have very formidable talent and they are somewhat similar. Xiaqiru smiled and caressed Qin Yan's stunned face. She said with smile, of course, Yuelan and Yueme's situation is rather special. This is mainly because of their relationship with Xuyan. Qin also knows that Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yuelan have a part of Lui Wuxian's soul and a part of Lui Wuxian's body. Their growth seems to be related to Lui Wuxian. When Lui Wuxian was Fang Yueyao, she was Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei's master. She can be considered as their elder sister. I really did not expect this. Qin shook his head and smiled. 9 son. Divine maidens are actually by my side. This is our fate is destined to be intertwined with yours. Xiaqiru's beautiful eyes are filled with tenderness and at the same time melancholy. She sighed and said, I truly hope that we can have a good ending in this life. Qin Yin can imagine that in his past lives, because of various reasons, he got together with these 9 sun divine maidens. Then he entangled with them for many years and experienced several lifetimes. Qin Yin crouched beside the sarcophagus and placed his arm inside. Xiaqiru crouched beside him and looked at the liquid inside the sarcophagus. He suddenly embraced the delicate and fragrant beauty and said, Sister Kiru, I will definitely protect you. Xiaqiru leaned on Qin Yun's bosom and said with smile, Xiao Yun, it was us who protected you before, you just didn't know. Really? Qin Yun deeply inhaled the delicate fragrance from the beauty's body and said in disbelief, I was very weak before? Xiaqiru raised her head, her beautiful eyes are filled with deep affection and gentle ripples. She said with gentle smile, look at your big sister Yang and big sister Xuyan, aren't they risking their lives to protect you? Of course he can feel Yang Shiyu and Liu Xuyan's concern for him. Even when Liu Xuyan was still sister Yao Feng, she misunderstood him greatly, she still cared about him very much. We'll go out and help them. Qin Yin suddenly wanted to take his hand out of the sarcophagus but Xiaqiru stopped him. No need, it's very easy for them to deal with the fellows from the natural law divine realm. Even if the divine universe evil dragon comes, he won't be able to do anything to them. Xiaqiru said. Qin Yin looked at Xiaqiru's beautiful face and asked, do they have a method to restrain the heavenly guards? This power is something we cultivated through Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. It is a very feminine power, men cannot learn it. Xiaqiru said. Yang Shiyu and Liu Xuyan, who were outside, joined hands to attack the group of heavenly guards from the natural law divine realm. Even if they were surrounded and attacked by many heavenly guards, they would still be able to deal with them easily. Even the group of people from the Heaven-Old race felt that this was inconceivable. The Heaven-Old race was strong enough, they were not afraid of these heavenly guards, it was just that it would not be easy to deal with them. As for Yang Shiyu and Liu Xuyan, whether it was the power they released or the weapons in their hands, they could easily cause fatal damage to the heavenly guards. Therefore, it was easy for the two of them to deal with the heavenly guards. Even if a large number of heavenly guards attacked them without any regard for their lives, they would still die no matter how many came. Sister Kiru, what's going on with those heavenly guards? I can see that after they died, the divine universe purple chi on their bodies suddenly disappeared. Qin Yin said, he is filled with doubts about the current Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Those divine universe purple clouds, return to the natural law divine realm. There is a pool of creation in the heavenly law divine realm, and the heavenly guards are all born from there. Xiaqiru said. It was born from the divine universe purple gas? Qin Yin exclaimed. Yes. Don't worry, they are only temporarily tearing open the space and sending out the heavenly guards from the natural law divine realm. Once the space closes, the heavenly guards will not be able to come back. Xiaqiru said. What's going on with the space in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range? When I first arrived, I could still easily travel through space. When Qin Yin mentioned this matter, he became even more puzzled. Then he simply explained the matter to Xiaqiru. After Xiaqiru heard this, she said with a smile, Xiao Yun, this Cloud Dragon Mountain range is alive. The sudden restriction on spatial travel was caused by the Cloud Dragon Mountain range's own consciousness. Princess Anye's guess is indeed correct. Qin Yin exclaimed, the Cloud Dragon Mountain range is actually alive? Was he in the body of a living being? Or what's going on? The Cloud Dragon Mountain range is a holy land of the sun. This kind of holy land is an independent space. Because of the special nature of this holy land, it once gathered all kinds of energy. Xiaqiru chuckled as she caressed Qin Yin's face. It was obvious that she liked to caress Qin Yin's face. She paused for a moment before continuing, there is an immortal graveyard here, which is the Heaven Burial Mausoleum. In addition, this is the starting point for the creation of the heavens, which is why all kinds of different energies are gathered here. What is unexpected is that this independent space can evolve its own consciousness. How magical! Xianxia sighed and said, then can we communicate with the consciousness of this space? When the opportunity comes, it's possible. The consciousness of the Cloud Dragon mountain range is erratic. Xianxia said with a smile, the legendary Cloud Dragon is the spirit of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. The mysterious Cloud Dragon was actually such an existence. Yuqing has seen the Cloud Dragon before. She can even sense the location of the Cloud Dragon. She should have brought her here. Xianxia said. She could sense the Cloud Dragon before because the Cloud Dragon wanted to see her. If the Cloud Dragon didn't want to see her, she wouldn't have been able to sense it. Xianxia said with smile, I am quite surprised that this girl Yuqing can become a heavenly dragon god. Xianxia pinched Xianxia's soft and beautiful jade-like face and said with smile, Sister Kiru, you don't seem surprised at all. Oh, that's right, you said that this is the starting point for the creation of the heavens, what do you mean? Did this place really succeed in creating the heavens? Creating the heavens is only creating the nine-sun heavenly domain, it is not the so-called heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is mysterious and unfathomable. After creating the nine-sun heavenly domain, the heavenly Tao will naturally connect with this heavenly domain. Therefore, most of the heavenly domains operate more or less the same. Xianxia leisurely smiled and said, Nine-sun heavenly domain, this is the earliest heavenly domain. It was also created by the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. The nine-sun heavenly domain was created by people? Xianxia said in disbelief, I thought that the nine suns were naturally born. The nine suns in the sky are naturally formed. The Heaven Creation Divine Palace perfected the space of the nine-sun heavenly domain with the foundation of the nine suns. Xianxia said with smile, the formation of the nine suns is very complicated. The nine-sun royal family has always been researching and also wanted to create a formidable sun. Xianxia hastily asked, did they succeed? Xianxia nodded and said, half succeeded. The suns they created are not very strong. And I have mastered the method to create a formidable sun. I need to use the nine-sun divine spirit and nine-yin divine spirit and then cooperate with the nether sun spirit. Xianxia suddenly grabbed Xianxia's hand, her 10 fingers tightly intertwined, and she said in low voice, the nine-yin divine spirit is with me and the nine-sun divine spirit is with you. We can surely create a very powerful nine-sun and break away from the shackles of fate. Sister Kiru, so there is such a complicated matter hidden behind this. Xianxia said with sigh. There are some things that even if I tell you, it will be useless. It will only make you overthink and distract you. Xianxia pulled Xianxia's hand and placed it on her cheek. Oh, that's right, Princess Yi said that she has been looking for me for the nine-sun divine spirit and nine-yin divine spirit, as well as the nine desolate divine saber. Xianxia told Xianxia about this matter again. She is looking for the nine-sun divine spirit and nine-yin divine spirit to create formidable nine suns. As for the function of the nine desolate divine saber, I don't know. Xianxia said. Xianxia suddenly said with frown, Sister Kiru, is there any connection between your nine-sun divine maiden and the creation of nine suns? Of course there is. Xianxia nodded. Ah? Then what about me? What kind of existence am I in this grand plan? Xianxia asked again. Very crucial existence, I also don't know. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, wait until we enter the Heaven Burial Mausoleum and take back your 8 souls and 9 spirits, you might not even know what is going on. Xianxia shook his head and said with smile, it seems like I shouldn't think too much about it. Xianxia took out the immortal graveyard diagram and said again, even if the Heaven Burial Mausoleum appears, they won't be able to find the true main Heavenly Burial Mausoleum. Only we know. Is this the use of the immortal graveyard diagram? Xianxia finally understood. The Heaven Burial Mausoleum is very, very big. There are many palace mausoleums and city mausoleums. There are all kinds of big and small mausoleums. Xianxia said. Then, why are we sealed inside? Xianxia is very puzzled. Because we were once the creators of heaven, moreover we also violated the true heavenly Tao. Xiaqiru said in low voice, we also didn't understand this matter back then. In short, there is a very formidable power that wanted to suppress our growth. Qin Yun is somewhat astonished. Once the creators of heaven, some of them were the creators of 9-sun heavenly domain, so they were sealed inside the heaven burial mausoleum. Some of them wanted to destroy the 9-sun heavenly domain, so they were also sealed inside. The heaven burial mausoleum will appear after the heaven worship ceremony. It means that these two hostile powers will have a great battle and both sides will lose, both sides will suffer. Qin Yun finally understood why there are so many things sealed inside the heaven burial mausoleum, so it is because of this reason. It is getting more and more complicated. Qin Yun shook his head and let out a long sigh. That's why I said, don't think too much about it. Xiaqiru smiled faintly and gently caressed Qin Yun's face. Her beautiful eyes are filled with enchanting tenderness. Qin Yun said with smile, Sister Kiru, among you 9-sun divine maidens, there must be one who is the big sister, right? Which one of you is the big sister? Xiaqiru pursed her lips and said with smile, you guess, I feel that you are definitely wrong. I will give you 3 guesses. If you can't guess, I won't tell you. Qin Yun's face is filled with suspicion. He touched Xiaqiru's face and said with smile, Sister Kiru, are you lying to me? I think only you are the big sister. Among the 9 suns divine maidens, you know the most. Xiaqiru giggled, Xiaoyun, continue guessing. I will never lie to you. Qin Yun thought about it very seriously. He was carefully analyzing who was the big sister. He looked at Yang Shiyu and Liu Shuyan who were fighting outside. They all looked like big sisters, especially Liu Shuyan. But he immediately thought of Heaven Creating Palace Master and Princess Dark Knight. The Heaven Creation Palace Master has been in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range for many years and is in charge of looking after the Heaven Creation City. She might also be the big sister. Furthermore, Princess Yi had helped the 9 Suns royal family conquer the 3,000 heaven regions back then. It was highly possible. He did not consider Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei. Xiao Yuelan is a very bad female hoodlum and Xiao Yuemei is very mischievous and mischievous. He felt that these 2 sisters could not possibly be 9 Sun Divine Maiden's big sister. Sister Yu Yu and Sister Bingxing might also be. Qin Yun muttered. Quickly guess. Xiaqiru pinched Qin Yun's arm and said with charming smile, you still haven't decided? Is 9 Yang Divine Maiden's elder sister important? Asked Qin Yun suddenly. Very important. Xiaqiru said, of course, her current importance cannot be shown. Qin Yun said, I think it is Sister Shuyan. After Xiaqiru heard this, she tenderly smiled, flicked Qin Yun's nose and said, wrong, it is not Shuyan. Ah? Qin Yun looked at the domineering Liu Shuyan who was fighting bravely and fiercely and said, I feel that she has the demeanor of a big sister. Qin Yun felt that Xiaqiru has the appearance of a big sister. Because many things were arranged by her, Qin Yun thought that she was the big sister from the very beginning. Xiaqiru stuck out her tongue and said with smile, continue, you still have one more chance. Qin Yun pouted, touched Xiaqiru's tender and smooth face and said, I won't guess anymore. Beautiful Sister Kiru, just tell me. Keep guessing. If you guess correctly, I will get a reward. Xiaqiru said with a mischievous smile. What reward? Qin Yun asked curiously. You guessed correctly, I will kiss your face. Xiaqiru said with smile. Heaven Creating Palace Master. Qin Yun immediately shouted. Wrong again. Xiaqiru flicked Qin Yun's nose with smile. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, Princess Anya. Xiaqiru just smiled and did not speak. Sister Bingxing. Qin Yun said again. However, Xiaqiru smiled sweetly and gently. It seems like she does not intend to tell Qin Yun who the big sister is. You. Qin Yun shouted again. Xiaqiru smiled tenderly and said, Stop guessing, you will know in the future. Qin Yun asked curiously, Who is it? Xiaqiru leaned over and kissed Qin Yun's cheek, leaving behind an intoxicating fragrance. She said with smile, I will give you the reward, no need to guess. Sister Kiru, I also want to kiss your face. Qin Yun said with smile. Alright, come on. Xiaqiru moved her beautiful face closer. Qin Yan immediately kissed the beautiful and gentle face. At the same time, he took a deep breath and greedily sucked in the fragrance of the gentle beauty. Ling Yun'er, who was absorbing little nether sun inside the illusory space, kept shouting tenderly, "Kiss, kiss, quickly kiss, idiot, you have missed such a good opportunity." Qin Yan is already accustomed to Ling Yun'er's instigation, so he pretended not to hear. He feels that being this close to Xiaqiru is already very satisfied. "Xiao Yun, how about this? I will cultivate with you and help you quickly absorb the energy of little nether sun," Xiaqiru said. "Is this okay? Little nether sun's energy is very dangerous, I am afraid you won't be able to endure it," Qin Yan said. Xiaqiru's current body is not her strongest, it is Xian Yanyun's previous body. "Don't worry, little Nyanyun is very diligent in cultivation, her body is very strong," Xiaqiru said with light smile and then reached her hand into the sarcophagus. Qin Yan's hand is also grabbed by Xiaqiru, his 10 fingers are tightly intertwined. "Xiao Yun, I will cultivate the second layer of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with you, Divine Fusion Technique," Xiaqiru suddenly said. "This little nether sun's energy is mainly soul power. Divine Fusion Technique can allow our souls to fuse together and speed up your absorption." Qin Yan promptly nodded. Cultivating Divine Fusion Technique means that mind and soul are closely intertwined. Qin Yan first cultivated it with Yang Shuriwei. Sun and Moon Heart Sutra also has third layer, it can only be cultivated by husband and wife. Qin Yan has only cultivated it with Xiao Yuan. Very soon, Xiaqiru entered Qin Yan's illusory space. This is Qin Yan's mental world, everything here is illusory but also very real. After entering, Xiaqiru saw a charming and pleasant woman. Ling Yun'er's appearance is sweet and pleasant, yet she does not lose her charm and tenderness. She is also a very enchanting little fairy. "Hello Sister Kiru, I am Ling Yun'er." Ling Yun'er is earnestly absorbing little nether sun's energy, otherwise she would have rushed over and hugged Xiaqiru. "Yun'er, I have heard of you long ago." Xiaqiru gently smiled, walked over and caressed Ling Yun'er's charming and pleasant face. "Sister Kiru, your hand is so fragrant and soft. Touch my face more." Ling Yun'er narrowed her eyes and said with sweet smile. "What a weird and eccentric beautiful fairy." Xiaqiru gently smiled and caressed Ling Yun'er's face. She raised her head and looked at the nether sun and said, "Do you want to cultivate this nether sun?" Ling Yun'er nodded and said earnestly, "I am considered a nether sun fairy. If I also have a nether sun, Xiao Yun will be even stronger. Then I will leave Xiao Yun to you. You must guide his growth," Xiaqiru said. Because he is cultivating together with Xiaqiru, Qin Yan is absorbing energy from the sarcophagus even faster. The sarcophagus energy unceasingly flowed into Qin Yan and Xiaqiru's body and then into Qin Yan's illusory space. Then it was absorbed by Ling Yun'er. "Sister Kiru, you are so beautiful, can I kiss you?" Ling Yun'er spoke, she already tiptoed, moved her small mouth over and kissed Xiaqiru's face. "You are also very beautiful." Xiaqiru charmingly smiled and also kissed Ling Yun'er's face. Qin Yan said, "Sister Kiru, after cultivating together with you, my absorption speed has indeed become a lot faster. If I had known earlier, I would have let Sister Steamed Bun and the others come out and cultivate with me." Ling Yun'er said, "Xiao Yun, Sister Steamed Bun and the others can't. Don't forget, Sister Kiru has 9 divine spirit, that's why she can be so fast." Yun'er is right, if it was Qing Qing and the others, they might not be able to withstand the nether sun's energy. Xiaqiru nodded and said. Inside Qin Yan's illusory space, there is a grassland with many beautiful flowers. Inside the illusory space, Xiaqiru is sitting on the grassland with Qin Yan's palms tightly pressed against each other. The two of them are sitting beside Ling Yun'er. They are earnestly absorbing the sarcophagus energy. With Xiaqiru joining them, the absorption speed has indeed become a lot faster. Not long after, more than half of the remaining energy inside the sarcophagus has been completely absorbed. Ling Yun'er also took control of the nether sun and gradually fused it into her body. "I just obtained this small nether sun, I still need some time to adapt to it. I will let this small nether sun release formidable power as soon as possible." Ling Yun'er very happily smiled, then threw herself at Xiaqiru, hugged this great beauty and bounced up and down. Qin Yan is watching from the side, his teeth are itching. When Ling Yan'er hugged Xiaqiru, she is not honest at all. Alright, we will end our joint cultivation, there is still a battle outside. Qin Yan walked over and said to Xiaqiru. Because Xiaqiru is about to leave, Ling Yan'er is very sad and can only kiss Xiaqiru again. Yun'er, don't be sad, we will definitely meet often in the future. Xiaqiru gently smiled and caressed Ling Yan'er's face. Ling Yan'er nodded and said with smile, I will definitely make Xiaoyun stronger. Goodbye. Xiaqiru said. Qin Yan and Xiaqiru finished their joint cultivation. Xiaqiru also disappeared from Qin Yan's illusory space. That immoral elf. Qin Yan groaned. Xiaqiru only chuckled a few times and did not say anything. She is already used to it, after all, she is often together with Xiao Yuelan and Yu Xiaoling. Let's go out and fight. Xiaqiru took out a long sword. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud rod. After they left the heaven-leaping shuttle, they immediately rushed to the place with the most heavenly guards. The sea outside is roaring. The battle between the powerful heaven ancient race people and the heavenly guards set off a storm, causing the sea to be in a state of rage and churning. Qin Yan can sense which ones are heavenly guards and which ones are not. After he rushed over, he directly poured the absolute yang power into the floating cloud rod and smashed it onto a heavenly guard's body. Boom, the floating cloud rod absorbed the absolute yang power and exploded with an even stronger power. When it landed on the armored heavenly guard's body, a shockwave burst out. The armored heavenly guard was smashed by the rod and immediately screamed in pain. His body exploded from the violent shockwave. The heavenly guard's armor is very strong and it doesn't seem to be damaged. However, their bodies were torn apart by the shockwave. One must know that Qin Yan absorbed a large amount of divine universe purple energy to cultivate. His absolute yang power contains a very strong divine universe purple energy. It can't be said that the divine universe purple energy can restrain the heavenly guards, but it can erupt with a very strong power and cause great damage to the heavenly guards. It is also because of the powerful divine universe purple energy on Qin Yan's body that the heavenly guards who were beaten up by him felt very shocked. If Qin Yan did not beat them up, they would have thought that Qin Yan was a very strong heavenly guard. These heavenly guards are not very strong. They are much weaker than the youth with the heavenly Dao folding fan that Yang Shiriwei killed earlier. Qin Yan can smash one of these heavenly guards with a single rod, however, these heavenly guards are much stronger than the evil dragon city's evil spirits and heavenly monsters. The evil dragon city's evil spirits and heavenly monsters are larger in size and more berserk. Only when they go all out would they be able to defeat these heavenly guards. These heavenly guards actually didn't go to support the evil dragon city before. Qin Yan smashed more than 10 heavenly guards in one go and felt very puzzled. If there were enough powerful heavenly guards to support the evil dragon city, the evil dragon city would not have been destroyed. The divine universe evil dragon might even have been able to take down the 9 heaven lion. Because of the special nature of the Cloud Dragon mountain range, the divine cosmos evil dragon could still stay here. As for the stronger sacred transformation realm experts, it would be very difficult for them to stay in the Cloud Dragon mountain range. The immortal desolate sacred master, heartless immortal venerable and ancient ox devil were all sacred transformation realm experts. Because they could stay in the immortal desolate, they could also stay in the Cloud Dragon mountain range. The reason why they were able to make an exception was because they gave up on entering the sacred desolate. It could be said that they would never go there. Therefore, in the Cloud Dragon mountain range, the strongest could only be a sacred transformation realm expert like the ancient ox devil. Any stronger would not do and would destroy the order of space. This kind of order was set up when the 9 suns heavenly domain was created. If the divine cosmos evil dragon recovered its powerful strength, it might also be sucked into the divine desolate. The reason why the heaven burial mausoleum was released is definitely to let both of you suffer. Ling Yan'er said, the guy who arranged all of this behind the scenes can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Qin Yan said, they won't succeed. As long as one had enough power, if one could suppress the other side, both sides would not suffer. Qin Yan crazily slaughtered the heavenly guards, but these heavenly guards did not know that Qin Yan was the target they were looking for. What made Qin Yan somewhat depressed was that after these heavenly guards died, they did not have remnant souls, causing him to be unable to take them away. If there were remnant souls, with so many powerful heavenly guards, they would definitely be good sacrificial offerings. Although Xiaqiru was usually a gentle and charming beauty, she did not even blink when she killed the heavenly guards. When she was killing the heavenly guards, she looked so quiet and gentle. Although she was engaged in a fierce battle, it did not cover up her gentleness. When Qinyan saw that Xiaqiru was very strong, he wondered if she could defeat a sacred transformation realm expert. Although there were more and more heavenly guards, they were being killed faster and faster. The heavenly guards that came later were also becoming weaker and weaker. The divine universe purple chi on their bodies was very thin. Facing the ancient heaven race beast men, they were torn apart in an instant. The sea below was still churning, but the seawater had turned blood red. The divine universe purple chi in the heavenly guards' bodies had returned, but their bodies were made of flesh and blood. Qinyan suddenly felt that something was amiss because the heavenly guards seemed endless. Even though they knew that he would die, they still rushed over. Xiaqiru had previously said that the heavenly guards were bred from some kind of life creation pool. As long as there was enough divine cosmos purple chi, they could quickly breed sufficiently powerful heavenly guards. The heavenly guards passed through the spatial rift and crazily came over from the natural law divine realm. The heavenly guards' target was Qinyan. They wanted to snatch Qinyan's dragon pearl. But now, Qinyan felt that things were not that simple. Xiaqiru also suddenly stopped and flew to Qinyan's side. She lightly shouted to Yang Shuriwei and Lu Yu, "Quickly come over, don't deal with those guys." After Lu Shuyan and Yang Shuriwei flew over, Qinyan released the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and teleported them in. Xiaqiru can easily enter the Heaven Leaping Shuttle because she is also one of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's owners. Xiao Rou, what happened? There are more and more heavenly guards, but they are getting weaker. Lu Shuyan was in the control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, looking at the surging Scarlet Sea. The methods of the natural law divine realm are truly high. They pretended to come to snatch Xiaoyan's dragon pearl. But in reality, they have other goals. Xiaqiru frowned slightly and said, "They should be carrying out a sacrificial ceremony." Yang Shuriwei said, "They must have promised the divine universe evil dragon that they would help find the dragon pearl. They sent a large number of heavenly guards to besiege the heaven old race, just to put on an act for the divine universe evil dragon to see, and also to carry out a sacrificial ceremony?" Yes. After Xiaqiru finished speaking, she looked at the sky. The sky was dark and scarlet, as if a large amount of blood energy had drifted into the air, forming a cloud that emitted a dark red glow. This place can't be considered the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, right? Qinyan said, "What are they doing?" This place is about to be devoured by the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. Doing this might be a negotiation with the Cloud Dragon, to provide the Cloud Dragon with flesh and blood for the Cloud Dragon to cultivate. Xiaqiru said. This was a sacrifice to the Cloud Dragon, Lu Shuyan said. The Cloud Dragon Mountain Range is constantly expanding. Sooner or later, it will devour this entire sea, and it will also devour a large amount of blood. Xiaqiru shook her head. This might be a scheme of the heavenly law divine realm. They want to transform into a cloud dragon. I hope that the cloud dragon can remain clear-headed and not fall into their trap. The cloud dragon was very mysterious, but no one knew if he was strong or not. Right now, everyone only knew that the cloud dragon was the spirit of the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range and knew a lot of things. "Look over there." Yang Shuriwei suddenly shouted. Qinyan and company immediately looked to the side. It was the direction of the coast. In that direction, a large amount of yellow sand was rolling over, engulfing the churning sea. The Cloud Dragon Mountain Range was expanding, and it was unknown where so much yellow sand came from. The yellow sand continued to gush out, filling up the deep sea in an instant. The sea was disappearing, Xiaqiru said. It seems like the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range can devour the energy contained in the sea and continuously create sand. Lu Shuyan said in shock, "Xiao Rou, why does the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range have such an ability?" Because the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range was once the holy land of creation. Back then, there were many places in the 9 desolate lands that were seas. The creator of the heavens used the power of the inscription to turn the sea into yellow sand and then into soil. Xiaqiru said, "The cloud dragon must have grasped the power of this inscription." At this moment, a large number of heaven-old race people flew into the air. the island of the Heaven-Old race would definitely be engulfed by this large amount of yellow sand. Xianxia said in shock, then what about Yulan and the rest? They are still in the sacred land of the heaven-suppressing sect. Don't worry, the city of the heaven-suppressing sect can float. Xianxia said. The heavenly guards seemed to be accompanied by a large amount of yellow sand. There were still a large number of heavenly guards flying over. Countless heavenly guards were like a sea of people, constantly attacking from the sky and the land. The heavenly guards that came later were getting weaker and weaker. It was as if they were used to fill the sea and they no longer attacked the people of the Heaven-Old race. Xianxia said with a frown, what the hell is going on? The heavenly guards are actually cooperating with the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to fill the sea? This is not filling the sea, it's devouring the space where the sea is located. Xianxia said. The bottom of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle was already a stretch of yellow sand. The yellow sand continued to move forward at a very fast speed. Accompanied by a large number of heavenly monsters, the sea was constantly being filled up. The smaller islands of the Heaven-Old race were all submerged in the yellow sand. More than half of the Oxhead Mountain was still visible. Xianxia said, looks like the heavenly guards that want to capture me are only the first batch. The rest are all here to die. Xianxia nodded and said, this is a new land. It is built from the flesh and blood of the divine universe purple chi. It can make this land even stronger. Liu Shuyan said, Xiao Rou, do you have a way to contact Yunlong? Xianxia shook her head and said, there's nothing I can do. Yunlong is very strange. It seems like this guy wants to create a new heavenly domain, separate from the Nine Suns' heavenly domain, form his own body, and become the master of the heavenly domain. Can he succeed? This is the place where the Heaven Burial Mausoleum is placed. Xianxia said. As long as he can get rid of the Heaven Burial Mausoleum, he will succeed. It seems like Yunlong is trying his best to cut off his connection with the Nine Suns' heavenly realm. He has even evolved his own spatial laws. Xianxia said. The fact that Yunlong had evolved a new spatial law meant that people from other heavenly realms could not come as they pleased. The spatial laws of the Nine Suns' heavenly realm and the 3,000 heavenly realms were one, so the other heavenly realms could easily enter the Nine Suns' heavenly realm. Xianxia looked towards the depths of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and suddenly felt that this place was not simple at all. The situation was so complicated that it was hard to imagine. The fall of the Nine Suns is the weakest period of the Nine Suns' heavenly realm. The Cloud Dragon Mountain range might really succeed. Liu Shuyan said. Let's go to Heaven Suppressing Sect first. Xianxia said, those fellows from Heaven Suppressing Sect might know something. At this time, a large number of people from the Heaven-Old race flew towards the Heaven Suppressing Sect. They seemed to want to discuss this matter with the Heaven Suppressing Sect. The Cloud Dragon Mountain range expanded very quickly. When Xianxia controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to fly towards the Heaven Suppressing Sect, it was filled with yellow sand. A large number of heavenly guard corpses seemed to have merged into the yellow sand. The Cloud Dragon Mountain range had a large number of corpses of heavenly guards. The natural law divine realm was very mysterious. They definitely knew that the Cloud Dragon Mountain range was going to be independent. Helping the Cloud Dragon Mountain range meant that they had an exchange of benefits with Yunlong. Xianxia was very worried that Yunlong would join hands with the natural law divine realm. If that was the case, then they would be in danger. Furthermore, the natural law divine realm might even be able to find the dragon heart of the divine universe evil dragon and the main heavenly mausoleum. Xiao Rou, does Yunlong know where the most important main heavenly mausoleum is? Liu Shuyan asked. I don't know. That's what I'm worried about as well. Xianxia gently shook her head. She kept looking forward with a heavy heart. The city where the Heaven Suppressing Sect was located was indeed floating in the air. What was shocking was that the city was being attacked by a large number of heavenly guards. That group of heavenly guards. What's going on? Xianxia shouted in shock. It's the Great Heavenly Guard, an even stronger heavenly guard. Xianxia said with a frown. The heavenly guards besieging the Heaven Suppressing Sect were all close to 3 meters tall. They wore golden armor and black cloaks. On their cloaks were the 2 blood-red words Heavenly Tao. There weren't many of these great heavenly guards, only a few hundred of them. The weapons in their hands were all very large and powerful as they crazily attacked the barrier of the heaven-suppressing sect. Everyone could tell that these few hundred heavenly guards were much stronger than the large group from before. When the people of the ancient heaven race saw the heavenly guards, they immediately rushed over. "Let's go and help. The heaven-suppressing sect is on the same side as us, don't let the heaven-suppressing sect fall," Xianxia said. The ancient heaven race also thought so when the ancient ox demon and the others saw the great heavenly guards attacking the heaven-suppressing sect, they rushed forward without saying a word. Although the ancient heaven race and the heaven-suppressing sect usually had a little conflict, at this critical moment, they would join forces to fight against their common enemy. The natural law divine realm was very strong. If either heaven old race or heaven-suppressing school were to be exterminated, the remaining one would also be exterminated. Therefore, once the natural law divine realm attacked one of them, the other side would not stand idly by. Not only were the great heavenly guards sent by the natural law divine realm very strong, the golden armor on their bodies also had a very special ability. When they got close to them, they would be bombarded by the lightning released from their bodies. The armors of these heavenly guards have the ability to fight back automatically. With his extinction spirit eye, Xianxia could see many runes inside the great heavenly guards' golden armor absorbing energy. The great heavenly guards also cultivate divine cosmos purple energy. Their runes absorb the divine cosmos purple energy, making them stronger. "Let's be careful, these heavenly guards are very powerful," Xianxia said and rushed towards a heavenly guard. Luiwa Shuyan and Yang Shuriwa also found their own targets and participated in the battle. Xianxia observed carefully and found that the heavenly guard's armor not only had strong defensive power, but it could also absorb all kinds of energy and then transform it into lightning to counterattack. Yang Shuyu's slender silver saber slashed down on the helmet of a great heavenly guard, producing an explosive sound. The resulting shockwave was also very strong. However, the great heavenly guard seemed to be fine. The moment his body was struck by Yang Shuriwa, a fierce lightning suddenly erupted. Yang Shuryu had no choice but to divert a portion of her power to block the lightning. Almost everyone who attacked the heavenly guards was in the same situation. The people of the heaven old race were all caught up in a bitter battle. Several of them had joined forces to besiege a heavenly guard, but they were unable to gain any advantage. Instead, they were struck by the lightning that erupted. These guys' armors are really awesome. While flying over, Xianxia's floating cloud staff condensed a berserk power. A great heavenly guard suddenly charged at Xianxia, thrusting his spear at him. Xianxia dodged the golden battle spear and smashed the floating cloud staff into the heavenly guard's head. Rumble, Xianxia's staff strike was very powerful. It was the 9-style heavenly annihilation, Heaven Shaker. However, the more powerful his attack was, the more ferocious the lightning that erupted from the heavenly guard's armor. Xianxia thought that his violent strike could kill the heavenly guard at once. After all, the turbulent vibration power was so terrible that it was enough to shake the body through the armor. Just like everyone else, he had greatly underestimated the power of those golden armors. Xianxia did not resist, so he was struck by the lightning that suddenly burst out, causing his body to feel numb. The great heavenly guard was ruthlessly struck by the rod. His armor exploded with a powerful lightning bolt that struck Xianxia. This was originally a very good opportunity to attack, but the might of Xianxia's rod was too strong. The great heavenly guard seemed to have been struck silly. Xianxia's body felt numb for a moment, but the pain quickly disappeared. He immediately used the one-thought Imperial Heaven Art and used a very strong mental power attack. The powerful mental attack hit the heavenly guard, but it didn't take long for Xianxia to feel a strong mental power rebound. He was shocked and hurriedly protected his mind and body. The heavenly guard's armor could also absorb psychic attacks and turn them into lightning to counterattack. That counterattack was also a psychic attack. Xianxia protected himself from the counterattack and at the same time retreated, no longer attacking the great heavenly guard. He can't think of an effective method, so he didn't continue attacking the great heavenly guard. Continuing to attack is completely useless. The ancient ox devil's body has been hit by the lightning countless times, but he is still very brave and ferocious. He weighed the rod in his hand and kept smashing the great heavenly guards. Xianxia noticed that the ancient ox devil also used inscription battle technique to attack before, but it still had no effect. Those golden armors are very strange. They can absorb any kind of formidable power and then turn it into violent lightning to counterattack. Xianxia and the others are very cautious. They are dealing with the great heavenly guards and looking for their flaws. Xianxia suddenly flew to Qinyan's side and said in low voice, "Xiaoyun, the lightning released by the great heavenly guard's armor is a bit like heavenly punishment lightning. Even if you use your body's power to attack, you will be counterattacked." "I know." Qinyan nodded and said, "Sister Kiru, do you have any way to deal with these guys?" "Not at the moment, their armors are too powerful. They must be from the Divine Desolate," Xianxia said and rushed towards the great heavenly guards again to continue fighting. What they can do now is to suppress the great heavenly guards as much as possible, not letting them break through the heaven-suppressing sect and not letting them kill the ancient heaven race people. Within the heaven-suppressing sect, powerful elders also came out to help deal with the great heavenly guards. Qinyan attacked the great heavenly guards again. He used many methods, such as divine ability power, inscription battle technique, heavenly might Dao technique and so on, but they were all useless. Ling Yun'er suddenly said, "Xiaoyun, the armor on these guys is very strong. Not only is it difficult to break through, it can also reflect power. I guess that after the armor is stimulated by a strong power, it will absorb the power and then release lightning. In other words, we have to use gentle attacks?" Qinyan said in his heart, "As long as it's an attack, it means that the power is very strong. It will definitely stimulate the armor." "That's right. However, if we use a very strong and tough thing to tie up their bodies and then put them into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to seal them, wouldn't that be fine?" Ling Yun'er said. "Use the power of the divine tree totem to tie them up?" Qinyan immediately tried to release the tree claws and grabbed a great heavenly guard. After the tree claws formed by the tree vines and roots grabbed the great heavenly guard, just as Qinyan was about to release the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, the great heavenly guard's body burst out with a burst of lightning and shattered the tree claws. In this way, it would be very difficult to put the great heavenly guard into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The strength of the great heavenly guard is not weak. It is impossible for them to obediently be put into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. They must make the great heavenly guard lose the power to resist. It won't work. The tree claws I released are formed through energy. When I grab it tightly, the armor will definitely be stimulated and then devour the power of the tree claws. Qinyan said. "Use the divine dragon's dragon tendon." Ling Yun'er said again, "This kind of thing is very tough and it is not formed by energy. It will not be damaged. When attacking the great heavenly guard, even if a weaker weapon was used to bombard their golden armor, it would not be damaged. It can be seen that the power of the armor cannot damage powerful materials." Qinyan has a lot of divine dragon's dragon tendon in his hands. He immediately took out a dragon tendon and used his powerful mental power to control the dragon tendon, making it flexible like a swift snake. The golden dragon tendon is as big as a water tank. After being thrown out by Qinyan, it tied up a great heavenly guard. In the blink of an eye, the great heavenly guard was tied up like a rice dumpling. Although the great heavenly guard's body burst out a lot of lightning, the lightning became very weak after penetrating the dragon tendon. Success! Qinyan was secretly happy and said with a smile, "Great beauty Yun'er, you are really smart." Ling Yun'er smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. With my wisdom, this is just a piece of cake." Qinyan promptly took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and swung the very long dragon tendon, throwing the great heavenly guard that was tied up at the end into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. "Use something that can be tied up, tie up all these things and throw them into my cauldron." Qinyan suddenly shouted. "That cauldron, could it be the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron?" The ancient ox devil shouted in alarm. "It is the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron." Elderly of the heaven suppressing sect shouted with certainty. When the elders of the ancient heaven race and the heaven suppressing sect saw the appearance of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, they all exclaimed in admiration. The heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron turned into a small mountain and floated below. Qinyan used the dragon tendon to tie up the great heavenly guards and threw them into the cauldron. Although the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron was wide open, the inside was bottomless and pitch black. Anything that was thrown in would be suppressed by the seal inside the cauldron. The azure dragon's arm suddenly turned into a huge azure dragon claw. He fiercely grabbed a great heavenly guard and flew towards the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, smashing the great heavenly guard into it. Everyone now understood that as long as they captured the great heavenly guards and threw them into the cauldron, it would be fine. They couldn't kill them, but they could temporarily prevent the great heavenly guards from attacking. Although the great heavenly guards were strong, they could still be taken down by many people. It was just that their armor was very powerful. Everyone used all sorts of methods to capture the great heavenly guards and threw them into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The number of great heavenly guards decreased. The remaining great heavenly guards fled, but they couldn't escape far. They were chased and captured by the heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven clan. Just like that, the great heavenly guards who were attacking the heaven-suppressing sect were all captured and thrown into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Xianxia put away the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. He was secretly delighted. The great heavenly guards were inside his cauldron. That was a few thousand sets of powerful armor. Sect Master Qin is truly wise to think of such a brilliant plan. Elder Li's old face was filled with smiles as he said to Xianxia, "The heavenly law divine realm has shed all pretense of cordiality and wants to start a war with us. This time, with the addition of Sect Master Qin's inscription gate, we will definitely be able to defeat those fellows." The ancient ox devil laughed. "Old ox, your archipelago has been buried, right? How about this, you guys stay in our heaven-suppressing sect for the time being, we have a lot of space inside." Elder Li laughed. "That's fine too." The ancient ox devil nodded. He had brought almost 20,000 people from the ancient heaven clan with him. If the heaven-suppressing sect accepted these powerful people from the ancient heaven clan, they would have a certain level of confidence if they were to face the attack of the heavenly law divine realm. "Sect Master Qin, you are also our esteemed guest. Let's discuss how to deal with the heavenly law divine realm and how to explore the heaven burial mausoleum." Elderly walked over and said with a smile. They had a conflict before, but now, everyone tacitly didn't mention it, as if nothing had happened. "Let's go in quickly." Xianxia smiled and said. "Army? Are they very strong?" Xianxia asked. "They must be very strong." Elderly said, "Let's enter the heaven-suppressing sect first. At least we'll be safe inside." The ancient bull demon looked at the sky with a solemn expression. In the dusky crimson sky, blood-colored lightning roared and waves of violent pressure came crashing down. "It seems that the heavenly law divine realm intends to kill us," the ancient bull demon said in a deep voice. "This might be our final battle in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range." Elder Pang sighed. Everyone entered the heaven-suppressing sect one after another. After entering, a blood cloud-emitting red light flew over from afar. A large number of powerful heavenly law divine realm heavenly guards flew over on clouds and mist, filled with ruthless killing intent and berserk heavenly might. The heaven suppressing sect is extremely large, with thick and tall walls. Furthermore, there are many powerful barriers protecting it. After entering the huge city of the heaven-suppressing sect, everyone temporarily felt relieved. The ancient heaven clan and the heaven-suppressing sect understood the heavenly law divine realm the most. They immediately found a hall and discussed how to fight against the heavenly law divine realm. As for Xianxia, Yang Shiyue and Liu Shuyan, they followed Xianxia and flew towards the west side of the huge city. Xianxia and the others were treated pretty well in the heaven-suppressing sect and had a very good residence. Xiao Yuan and the others were still cultivating in the sacred ground all day long. Cultivating in that sacred ground allowed them to reach the peak of the immortal emperor realm even faster. On the west side of the heaven-suppressing sect, there is a garden with mountains and rivers. There are many beautiful flowers planted there. If the sky wasn't filled with scarlet clouds, this garden wouldn't have become so gloomy. There is a wooden building in this garden, which is where Xianxia and the others used to live. As for how to deal with the heavenly law divine realm, Xianxia, Xianxia and the others did not participate in the discussion. This is because they only have so few people, so it's useless to know. The heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven clan are also discussing how to coordinate the forces of both sides to fight against the heavenly law divine realm. Their main goal is to break through the encirclement of the heavenly guards and explore the heavenly burial tomb. Xianxia came to the small hall of the wooden building and sat down. He said, I thought that if the heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven clan joined hands, they would be able to crush the heavenly law divine realm. The current natural law divine realm is very strong, that's why they can't deal with it. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, you also saw those heavenly armor guards from before. That kind of guy is something that heaven ancient race and heaven suppressing sect have never met before. Heavenly armor guards? Were we dealing with the heavenly guards just now? Xianxia asked. Yes. Their strongest point is that set of heavenly armor. Xianxia sighed, if Xiaoyun hadn't suddenly thought of a way, we might still be bitterly resisting the heavenly armor guards. While we were defending, the natural law divine realm's army suddenly arrived. Then we would be finished. Lu Yushuyan said. It's not over yet. We still don't know what kind of people have come from the natural law divine realm, and how many experts have come. Xianxia looked at Qin Yun and said, Little Yun, you better hurry up and study those heavenly armors and see if there's any way to break them. Sister Kiru, can you tell me how these heavenly armors are formed? Qin Yun asked. Those are things that the natural law divine realm created many years ago. It is said that they are armor formed from the power of the heavenly Tao. Xianxia said, those fellows from the natural law divine realm can indeed control a very strong power of the heavenly Tao, but they are definitely not the heavenly Tao. Qin Yun nodded and said, I'll go study it now and try my best to find a way to break it. Hurry up and go. The things formed from the power of the heavenly Tao will return to the heavenly Tao at any time. Don't think that you can really obtain so many heavenly armors. Xianxia urged. Qin Yun walked out of the wooden building and released the sky-leaping shuttle. Then, he entered the sky-leaping shuttle's large warehouse. In the spacious warehouse, he first released the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and then grabbed a heavenly armor guard from the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. The heavenly armor guard was sealed within the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and was unable to break through the seal and return to the heavenly Tao. Xiaoyun, the power of those heavenly armors will quickly dissipate. You have to think of a way to preserve them. Ling Yin'er said, hurry up and use the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation to surround the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron. Don't let the power of the heavenly Tao inside dissipate. Qin Yun immediately did as he was told. He controlled the 9 dragon vein heavenly sabers and distanced them from each other, forming a larger circle. This way, he could seal even more things. The heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron is in the middle of the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation and the heavenly armor guards inside are all sealed. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation can seal the power of the heavenly Tao. Ling Yin'er said, the heavenly armor is formed from the power of the heavenly Tao. There are many things that can be studied. Qin Yun entered the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. The heavenly armor guard that was captured was bound by the 9 chains released by the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation and was unable to struggle free. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation is truly a powerful formation. The power of the heavenly armor is sealed. Qin Yun walked over and punched the golden armor, causing the heavenly armor guard to cry out loudly. The golden heavenly armor was unable to absorb energy, much less release lightning. These heavenly armors are really good stuff. The power of the heavenly Tao can directly transform into this kind of armor? Qin Yun felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. This is not a difficult matter. With enough energy and good runes, it can transform into weapons and armor. Ling Yin'er said, if there are more runes on the weapon-shaped trees in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, they can become weapons. That's right, in the inscription battle technique, using runes to draw weapons, infusing enough blood soul power, the weapons will also be very strong. Qin Yun said with a nod. Previously, when he was fighting in the inscription battle, he had drawn weapon runes to fight. Ling Yin'er said with a smile, simply put, these powerful heavenly armors are equivalent to being quickly drawn by an inscription battle master. However, the energy used is the mysterious power of the heavenly Tao. Qin Yun asked Momo to come out and let her look at the runes on the heavenly armor. Momo, can you see the dark lines on the heavenly armor? Qin Yun asked. He could only see the bright lines. Yes. Momo nodded her cute little head and said sweetly. 2 rays of white light shot out from her eyes and shone on the heavenly armor. Momo was the high priest of the magical fairies. She was constantly cultivating and growing within the 9-sun divine spirit. She could eat all kinds of good things all day long, and the energy she obtained allowed her to grow very quickly. Not long after, Momo saw through all the runes on the heavenly armor and then passed it to Xianxia. After Xianxia received it, he was extremely shocked. Heavenly armor rune, this seems to have evolved from the heavenly rune. Although it is not a Tao derivation rune, it is still a very strong sacred rune. Xianxia said in shock. Since he could see the dark lines, Xianxia could find a way to crack them and find the main node runes when the heavenly armor rune was operating. After some research, Xianxia began testing. He first controlled the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and released the heavenly armor guard. After the heavenly armor guard was released, it angrily charged at Xianxia and roared at him. Xianxia pressed his 2 fingers together and quickly dodged, arriving behind the heavenly armor guard. His 2 fingers quickly tapped a few times on the armor on the back of the heavenly armor guard. He condensed the power of the blood soul and combined it with the power of the 9 fingers of absolute heaven. It entered the armor and destroyed a few key runes. If one didn't know where the key point was, it would be impossible to accurately hit it. If one couldn't hit a place, the armor would devour the power of the attack and then explode with a lightning counterattack. Xianxia tapped 7 times in a row, almost in an instant. He tapped on very accurate points and smoothly caused the heavenly armor to temporarily lose its effect. This only caused the runes within the heavenly armor to lose effect for a period of time. After a period of time, the runes would recover again. The heavenly armor guard's heavenly armor had lost its effect. Xianxia used the 9 fingers of absolute heaven to pierce through the heavens and hit the heavenly armor guard's heart. Boom! With an explosive sound, a berserk power pierced through the golden heavenly armor. The heavenly armor guard let out a painful cry as a bull-sized hole appeared in his chest. Success! Xianxia faintly smiled, then punched with both fists and unleashed absolute yang power filled with ferocious flame. Scorching hot fists accompanied by sacred flame whistled and landed on the heavenly armor guard's body. In an instant, the heavenly armor guard was torn apart. The flame fist energy of each fist pierced through the heavenly armor guard's thick and large body. After the heavenly armor guard was killed, the heavenly armor guard turned into heavenly Tao power. Xianxia looked at the golden heavenly Tao power and said with frown, "Is this heavenly Tao power? What kind of power is this?" Xianxia said, "Suck it in and take a look. This is heavenly Tao power. What if this heavenly Tao power tortures me?" Xianxia is somewhat worried. "What are you afraid of?" "It's just a little bit," Xianxia said with smile. She is not afraid at all. All right. After Xianxia agreed, Xianxia and Xianxia controlled the nether sun together and absorbed the golden heavenly Tao power. After absorbing it, Xianxia and Xianxia are pleasantly surprised to see that the heavenly Tao power can be quickly refined by the nether sun naturally. After the nether sun refined the heavenly Tao power, what absorbed the heavenly Tao power is the mysterious heavenly Tao divine rune. The heavenly Tao divine rune has always been hidden inside Xianxia's nether Sunday. It will appear from time to time. It is very mysterious. Now, the heavenly Tao divine rune is absorbing the heavenly Tao power. Is the heavenly Tao divine rune going to evolve? Xianxia said with smile, "This mysterious heavenly Tao divine rune will definitely bring us formidable power. I will slowly unearth it in the future. In short, with this heavenly Tao divine rune, my comprehension ability seems to be even better. I can comprehend even more things." Xianxia mischievously laughed and said, "There are still many heavenly armor guards inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. The heavenly armor guard's body is connected to the heavenly armor. Once the heavenly armor is finished, the heavenly armor guard's body will also become heavenly Tao power." Xianxia can sense that the heavenly Tao divine rune is very hungry. It needs this kind of heavenly Tao power. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation released energy and entered the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. It began refining the heavenly armor guards inside the cauldron. The refining process is also relatively fast. The power of the heavenly Tao power is very crazy. It caused the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to tremble unceasingly. Xianxia had no choice but to release the nether sun to quickly absorb the heavenly Tao power. The nether sun devoured the heavenly Tao power very quickly, it was all absorbed by the heavenly Tao divine rune inside. The 3 heavenly Tao stances that Qin Yun had previously cultivated were all cultivated through the heavenly Tao divine runes. The process back then was rather mysterious. Whatever, I'll feed this heavenly God rune first. Qin Yun said with smile, the heavenly Tao divine rune is mine, I should be able to control a portion of the heavenly Tao's power. If the fellows from the natural law divine realm were to send a large number of heavenly armor guards, then it would be much easier to deal with them. Ling Yuner said. By studying the heavenly armor guards, Qin Yun had not only found a way to crack the heavenly armor guards, but he had also made a huge discovery. It allowed the heavenly Tao divine runes to absorb heavenly Tao powers. A day later, Qin Yun walked out of the heaven leaping shuttle. Xiaqiru and Liu Shuyan are not in the wooden building. Only Yangshiyu is there. Big Sister Yang, why are you the only one here? Where is Sister Kiru and the rest? When Qin Yun arrived at the hall, he saw a beautiful woman in a white dress. She was sitting by the table with her hands supporting her cheeks as she read a book. They are all going to the heaven-suppressing sect's sacred land to cultivate. I don't want to go, so I'll wait here for you to come out. When Yangshiyu saw Qin Yun come out, she did not put down the book. Her beautiful eyes were still staring at the book. After Qin Yun walked over, he leaned over and kissed the beauty's fragrant jade face. Then, he looked at the contents of the book. What are you looking at? Qin Yun asked with a frown. He could not see anything. The page of the book was blank, without a single word. Yangshiyu chuckled, of course you can't see it because you don't cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Men cannot master the Sun Moon Heart Sutra, only women can. Big Sister Yang, what exactly is on it? Quickly tell me. Qin Yun hugged Yangshiyu from behind and asked curiously. This is the other part of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. I can't tell you the specifics. Yangshiyu smiled tenderly and said, Xiao Yun, you can learn it but you will become a girl. Qin Yun curled his lips and combed Yangshiyu's beautiful long hair. He asked, how's the situation outside? It seems to be very quiet. Did the fellows from the natural law divine realm not attack the heaven-suppressing sect? Not at the moment, but there are many fellows from the natural law divine realm wandering around outside, and the heaven-suppressing sect is also investigating the situation. Yangshiyu said, I'm guessing that the heavenly guards of the natural law divine realm want to trap us here and prevent us from going out to search for the heaven burial mausoleum. Yangshiyu put down the book in her hand and stood up. She stroked her long hair to her chest, making her look elegant and moving. Big Sister Yang, I have successfully broken the heavenly armor's defense. Qin Yun said with smile. Really? How do I break it? Yangshiyu was pleasantly surprised and said with a gentle smile, Little Yun, you're really amazing. You really didn't disappoint us. Qin Yun giggled as he hugged Yangshiyu and let her sit on his lap. Then, he beautifully embraced her. Hugging the elegant beauty in his arms, he explained the entire process in detail. It's really difficult to break through the defense of the heavenly armor. It seems like only an inscription master like you who is proficient in inscriptions can do it. Yangshiyu nodded. Don't worry, I plan to make a talisman tool. This way, when Sister Yang and you face the heavenly armor guard, you can also kill them. Qin Yun said with a smile. That's great. Yangshiyu smiled sweetly and looked at Qin Yun tenderly. Her beautiful eyes suddenly flickered with a blurry light. Qin Yun looked at the delicate beauty in his arms. The two of them looked at each other affectionately and hugged each other tightly. Then, they couldn't help but kiss each other. The two of them kissed each other sweetly, feeling very happy in their hearts. Big Sister Yang, I'll go make talismans now. Qin Yun kissed Yangshiyu's cheek and said, we might be leaving the huge city of heaven. Suppressing gate soon. At that time, those heavenly armor guards will be our great enemies. We have to be prepared. Yangshiyu gently caressed Qin Yun's cheek and smiled tenderly. Don't worry, with us here, we will definitely help you find your sealed 8 souls and 9 spirits. Qin Yun kissed the red lips of the beauty in his arms again before happily entering the heaven-leaping shuttle. Yangshiyu also felt sweet in her heart as she continued to study the other part of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. In the warehouse of the heaven-leaping shuttle, Qin Yun released the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. He sat in the middle of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and took out a piece of holy talisman paper. Xianxia and the others were in the 9 yang divine spirit, and whenever they had time, they would make holy talisman paper. They were rather slow when making them. This was to ensure that they could make better holy talisman paper. What Xianxia wanted to refine now was a talisman tool. Not only did he need holy talisman paper, he also needed some weapons made from saint-level materials. Xianxia and Shui Tianzi could also do this. In the 9 yang divine spirit, they could use a large amount of holy oil. Coupled with the great formation set up by the sacred fire totem and the furnace refined by the sacred fire totem, they could forge a good weapon. In this way, it would be much easier for Xianxia to craft a talisman tool. The requirements for Xianxia's holy talisman tool were not very high, so as long as the saint-level materials were good, it would be fine. I want to gather the power of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation into the rough embryo of the weapon and then create a talisman to seal the heavenly armor. When the time comes, the holy talisman and the rough embryo of the weapon will fuse into one, and I will be able to create a holy talisman tool. Xianxia added the power of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation in order to temporarily suppress the heavenly armor when attacking the heavenly armor guards. Then, he would let the runes release their power and temporarily seal the heavenly armor guards. This way, it would be safer. If he directly used talismans, it would not be easy to hit the heavenly armor guards. However, using a talisman tool would be easier to control. Xianxia's progress was very smooth. In just half a day, he had created 10 holy talisman tools. They were all in the shape of light golden throwing knives. He didn't have any more heavenly armor guards, so he didn't know if he would succeed. After Xianxia left, it was already night outside. Xianxia was still sitting in the hall, seriously reading the wordless book. Big sister Yang, I've made a talisman tool. Let's go out and try it. Xianxia happily ran into the hall. Xianxia put away the book and caressed Xianxia's cheek. She said with a smile, so fast, let's go out and try it. Xianxia pulled Xianxia out of the wooden building. Heaven-suppressing gate was in a huge city. Although this huge city only had one gate, other than the gate, there were many other small passageways. Over the past 2 days, the heaven-suppressing sect had sent people out to investigate the situation from time to time. Xianxia and Xianxia went straight to heaven-suppressing sect's Elder Peng. When Elder Peng found out that Xianxia and Xianxia were going out, he was a little worried for them. This was because the situation outside was still unclear and Xianxia, the sect leader Qin, was someone that the heaven-suppressing sect valued quite a bit. Elder Peng, quickly take us out. Xianxia said with a smile, I want to go out and test the sacred talisman tool I made. Sect leader Qin, didn't you capture a few thousand heavenly armor guards? Elder Peng said, just test it here. It's very dangerous to go out. Those heavenly armor guards are gone. They are formed from the power of heavenly Tao, they have all returned to the heavenly Tao. Xianxia sighed. I see. Elder Peng exclaimed. Elder Peng, you don't need to worry about us. You should be clear about sect leader Qin's strength. Xianxia said. That's true, even the ancient ox demon can't beat him. Elder Peng nodded and brought Xianxia and Xianxia to a secret passage. The huge city where the heaven-suppressing sect was located was floating in the air. The exit of the secret passage was from the bottom of the city. After leaving, Xianxia pulled Xianxia's hand and made them invisible. Then, they flew towards a blood-colored cloud in front of them. Elder Peng and the others said that most of the heavenly guards surrounding the heaven-suppressing sect are heavenly armor guards. Xianxia transmitted her voice to Xianxia. The heavenly guards of the heavenly law divine realm want to trap the ancient heaven race and the heaven-suppressing sect here and prevent them from causing trouble everywhere. If the heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven race are trapped, wouldn't the heavenly law divine realm have very few enemies in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range? Xianxia said. Yes. The strength of the heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven race are not weak. Furthermore, they can contact the higher-ups and ask for support. Xianxia said, once they have investigated the situation, they will go out to fight. The heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven race were both under the command of the power behind them. Their main goal was to enter the heaven burial mausoleum and divide up the things sealed inside. Xiao Yun, can you make those heavenly armors? Xianxia asked, those heavenly armors are very powerful. If we can make them, our defense will be even stronger. I can't for the time being because it requires a very strong heavenly energy. If I only use the power of the blood soul, I won't be able to unleash the potential power of those inscriptions. Xianxia shook his head. He had tried it before but to no avail. He had mastered the complete set of inscriptions on the heavenly armor but he did not have the power of the heavenly Tao. That kind of heavenly energy is very strong and mysterious. It must be something that only an expert can create. Xianxia said, I might need to go to the divine wasteland. I don't know but I will continue to study it. Xianxia felt that it was still possible for him to create the heavenly armor. Because he had mastered the heavenly law divine inscription. Not long after they entered the blood mist, they quickly sensed the appearance of the heavenly armor guards. Xianxia gave Xianxia 10 sacred talisman tools so that she could give it a try and see if she could temporarily destroy the heavenly armor's ability. There are 7 heavenly armor guards. Xianxia transmitted her voice to Xianxia and said, let's go and scatter them first. Then, I'll try that sacred talisman tool. Alright, I'll go first. Xianxia took out the floating cloud rod. Oh right, Xiaoyun, does this sacred talisman tool have a name? Xianxia asked. Let's call it the suppression armor sacred talisman tool. After Xianxia finished speaking, he charged towards the heavenly armor guard squad. Those heavenly armor guards were only patrolling. They were also paying attention to the movements of the heaven-suppressing sect at all times. After Xianxia rushed over, he swung the floating cloud rod. A dragon tendon came out from the floating cloud rod and instantly tied up 2 heavenly armor guards. After the heavenly lion dragon suppression cauldron came out, it immediately placed the 2 tied-up heavenly armor guards inside. At this moment, Xianxia also rushed over and threw out 3 throwing knives. The throwing knives are the suppression armor sacred talisman tool. They very accurately landed on the 3 heavenly armor guards' bodies. After the 3 heavenly armor guards were hit, their heavenly armor immediately lost its effect. Xianxia flashed over and a silver saber in her hand quickly slashed out. 3 consecutive slashes cut the 3 heavenly armor guards in half. The sacred talisman tool made by Xianxia was extremely effective. After Xianxia used it, she could easily kill the heavenly armor guards. It's very useful. Xianxia smiled and said, Xiaoyun, is this kind of thing easy to refine? The effect is not bad but it's still quite difficult to refine it in large quantities. Xianxia sighed softly and said, there must be a lot of heavenly armor guards. To deal with a heavenly armor guard, we have to use a sacred talisman tool. Suddenly, Xianxia and Xianxia sensed a large number of heavenly armor guards approaching. Xianxia immediately held Xianxia's hand and said in a low voice, let's go back and talk. Although the 2 of them were not afraid of the heavenly armor guards, it was still quite troublesome to face a large number of them. Furthermore, they did not know what kind of powerful fellows had come from the heavenly law divine realm this time. If a very strong person came to attack them, it would still be very dangerous. Xianxia and Xianxia immediately flew back to the heaven-suppressing sect. When they left, there was no remnant aura and they were not discovered. The huge city where the heaven-suppressing sect was located was floating in the air. Although it was surrounded by a large number of heavenly guards from the heavenly law divine realm, those heavenly guards did not dare to approach the heaven-suppressing sect. They were mainly worried that they would be attacked by the heaven-suppressing sect's formation. Xianxia and Xianxia arrived at the bottom of the heaven-suppressing sect and returned to the wooden building in the garden through the secret passage. The sacred talisman tool is very useful but it's difficult to make quickly. Xianxia said as she poured Xianxia a delicious fruit tea. To deal with ordinary heavenly armor guards, we don't need to waste the sacred talisman tool. We can only use it to deal with the more powerful leaders. Xianxia said. And then take this opportunity to make some. Xianxia kissed Xianxia's face and said with a smile, it's been hard on you. It's nothing. Xianxia said with a smile. After he finished drinking the cup of fruit tea, he was about to make a sacred talisman tool when a muffled sound suddenly burst out from within the heaven-suppressing sect. It came from the middle. What's going on? Xianxia's expression changed slightly as she said, the heaven-suppressing sect has been attacked? Heaven-suppressing gate's defense was still very strong. There were many layers of barriers, especially at a time like this. Not only were all the defensive barriers activated, even the offensive formations were on standby. If someone could break into the heaven-suppressing gate, it meant that the heaven-suppressing gate would soon be finished. No, there is a very strong spatial fluctuation. Xianxia said with a frown, could it be that a very strong spatial formation has been activated? Xianxia and Xianxia walked out of the wooden building and looked in the direction of the voice. There, a beam of light broke through the thick red clouds and shot into the sky. I'll go take a look, Xianxia said. This shouldn't be an invasion, the heaven-suppressing sect seems to be quite calm. Xianxia looked around, no one was panicking because of this. After Xianxia left, Xianxia entered the heaven-leaping shuttle and began crafting sacred talisman tools. In order to quickly produce, Xianxia let Xianxia and Xianxia come out. He first carved the seal script on their Gemini treasure mirror, then taught them how to merge the seal paper with the seal weapon embryo. Most importantly, he had to channel the power of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation into his practitioner weapon. In order to suppress and seal the power of the heavenly armor, the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation is also very important. Xianxia and Xianxia's perception is very good, especially Xianxia, this charming and alluring demoness. Although she is usually very flirtatious and frivolous, when she is serious, she does it very well. Even Xianxia admitted that in this aspect, she is inferior to Xianxia. Little brother hubby, big sister has done so well, don't you want to reward me? Xianxia's charming eyes are like silk, she looked at Xianxia affectionately. Xianxia looked at the small throwing knife in her jade-like hand. It is indeed a pretty good sacred talisman tool. Although they used the Gemini treasure mirror to carve the runes, the quality is still very good. This means that she has a certain level of skill. This is not all your credit, there is also big sister steamed bun. Xianxia reached out and pinched Xianxia's jade-like face and said with a smile. Then you should reward us. Xianxia laughed tenderly, hugged Xianxia and said in a low voice. Xianxia kissed Xianxia. Only then did she feel satisfied and continue crafting sacred talisman tools. Xianxia extracted a lot of energy from the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and condensed it into a pearl. This way, even if the two of them don't have the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation inside the 9-sun divine spirit, they can still use the energy stored in the pearl to make sacred talisman tools. This made Xianxia suddenly miss Princess Anya. He wants Princess Anya to look at his furnace even more. Princess Anya and Heaven Creation Palace Master have fused together. She is a sacred inscription master. If she leads Xianxia and Xianxia to refine tools and materials, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Only Xianxia would dare to think of letting a powerful woman like Princess Anya look at the furnace fire. Xianxia and Xianxia use the Gemini treasure mirror together. Their blood soul power is not bad. As long as their Gemini treasure mirror has good runes, they can make qualified sacred talisman tools or even sacred tools. Through the Gemini treasure mirror, Xianxia can speed up the process of crafting sacred talisman tools. He can make 5 small throwing knives in an hour. Xianxia and Xianxia, these two absolutely charming concubines, have about the same speed as Xianxia. Refining the armor-suppressing sacred talisman tools doesn't require a lot of power. The runes are also not complicated, so it is relatively easy to refine. 2 hours later, Xianxia, Xianxia and the others had refined a total of 10 small flying daggers. He stopped what he was doing and gave his Gemini treasure mirror to Xianxia so that she could make a sacred talisman tool by herself. Xianxia and Xianxia each have a Gemini treasure mirror. They are making armor-suppressing sacred talisman tools by themselves. When Xianxia left the heaven-leaping shuttle, Xianxia has already returned. The white beam of light in the center of the heaven-suppressing gate is still there. Xianxia is in the hall. He saw that Xianxia's expression is relatively calm. There is a faint smile on her beautiful jade-like face. He knows that nothing major has happened. Big Sister Yang, what's the situation over there? Xianxia asked. These guys from the heaven-suppressing gate actually invited reinforcements. They said that they came from the upper realms. I really underestimated them before. I thought that they only had this much ability. Xianxia said. From the upper realms? sacred desolate? Xianxia said. I don't know. In short, there are quite a few of them and they are all very strong. They said that they have a way to deal with the heavenly armor. Xianxia said, if nothing unexpected happens, they will go out to fight in the next few days and eliminate the heavenly guards outside. Then, they will go investigate the heaven burial mausoleum. Xianxia and Xianxia are in the hall when they suddenly sensed someone coming from outside. The Azure Dragon is here. Xianxia immediately went out to welcome him. Boss, the divine inscription mountain is on its way. The Azure Dragon said, I can contact the Black Tortoise. He just sent me a message saying that the Heaven Creation City is also moving and rushing over. The Heaven Creation City is here as well? Xianxia is somewhat surprised. Yes, but I don't know when they will arrive. After the Azure Dragon finished speaking, he looked at the white beam of light in the middle of the heaven-suppressing gate and said, those fellows might be from the ancient desolate. They are all very powerful. Xianxia said in shock, from the ancient desolate? The Azure Dragon nodded and said, that's what Old Bull Demon said. Old Bull Demon said that the situation in the ancient desolate is very complicated and there are many people with cultivation similar to the immortal desolate. If this group of people really came from the ancient desolate, then they must be very strong, right? Xianxia said. I just came over from that side and saw a few of them. They are indeed quite strong. They should be able to deal with those heavenly armor guards. The Azure Dragon said. Xianxia took out 10 throwing knives and handed them to the Azure Dragon. He said in a low voice, these throwing knives are sacred talisman tools. After they are shot out, they can temporarily disable the heavenly armor. You guys can use them at the critical moment. Really? That's great. The Azure Dragon said with a smile, Boss, I will give them to Black Rat by Zay and the others. Then I will take my leave first. Good. When the Divine Inscription Mountain arrives, we will return to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Xianxia patted the Azure Dragon's shoulder and said with a smile. After the Azure Dragon left, Xianxia said with some doubt, the Divine Inscription Mountain actually managed to call over Heaven Creation City. That's not strange. Xianxia said with a smile, Yuqing and Princess Dark Knight have a very good relationship. The relationship between Long Yuqing and Princess Dark Knight is indeed very good. One is the Heavenly Dragon God and the other is the Moon Dragon God. The two of them are like sisters. That's right, Princess Dark Knight is in charge of the entire Heaven Creation City. Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, Princess Dark Knight is also one of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. I wonder what will happen when she sees Sister Kiru and the others. The princess has already seen Yuan and Yuemei but she did not sense that they are 9 Sun Divine Maiden. This point made Xianxia very puzzled. Xianxia said, could it be that Yuan and Yuemei are special? Or could it be that the princess can only sense a part of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden? Xianxia shook his head and said, it might take them a lot of time to come over from that side. Heaven Creation City is so big, along the way, they will definitely cause quite a commotion. Xianxia said, not necessarily, if Heaven Creation City can fly over at an extremely fast speed and not be afraid of any attacks along the way, they will be able to arrive very quickly. Heaven Creation City is protected by the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin Formation, they should be able to fly all the way. Xianxia said with a smile, in that case, they will arrive very soon. If Heaven Creation City came over, it would be a very strong force. Boom, the heaven-suppressing gate suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, urgent bell sounds rang out in the heaven-suppressing gate. The heaven-suppressing gate has been attacked and it is a very strong attack. Xianxia and Xianxia walked out of the wooden building and looked at the sky. They saw a huge red beast tear through the thick red clouds and appear. The huge beast has a pair of thick and powerful arms, holding a huge golden hammer. It bombarded the barrier of the heaven-suppressing gate. Although the heaven-suppressing gate has a powerful barrier, it is still unable to withstand the powerful bombardment and is violently trembling. Obviously, the appearance of this huge red beast is to interrupt the white light beam and prevent the upper realms from supporting the heaven-suppressing gate. The ancient bull demon could be considered to be homeless now. Their heaven-old race's archipelago's defense was not as good as the heaven-suppressing schools, and most of the archipelago was buried in yellow sand. The heaven-suppressing gate took them in, this was their home. If the heaven-suppressing gate was destroyed, they could only wander the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Therefore, the ancient ox devil truly wanted to protect the heaven-suppressing sect. This way, even if the Hotian clansmen were to stay here, the other disciples of the heaven-suppressing sect would be more willing to accept them. That thing is so big, it's not easy to deal with. Elderly said. We have to go out and stop them. The ancient ox devil's expression was grave as he looked towards the sky. Boom, the 10,000 feet tall red beast swung its golden hammer down again. Although the flying island-like heaven-suppressing gate's huge city was protected by a very strong spirit formation barrier, after being struck by the huge hammer, it was unable to offset the powerful explosive power, causing the entire heaven-suppressing gate to violently tremble. The red behemoth had 4 feet that were as huge as pillars that supported the heavens. Its upper body had a pair of very long arms, and those abrupt muscles flowed with violent power, causing its red skin to overflow with a true purplish-red aura. The head of this giant beast was a very ferocious and terrifying human head. It was clear that this giant red beast was the same as the divine cosmos evil dragon. They had both been nurtured using divine cosmos amethyst. Not only was its body extremely powerful, but the divine cosmos amethyst chi it released was also extremely berserk. Although this sort of giant beast was not as powerful as the divine cosmos evil dragon, it would still put enormous pressure on the heaven-suppressing gate. Let's go ask the people of the higher realms and see if they are willing to take action. Elderly said. The white light that connected to the upper realm had already disappeared. It had been interrupted by the sudden appearance of the giant red beast. Xianxia and Xianxia were outside the wooden building. When they looked up at the sky, they could see the red beast's ferocious and terrifying head looking down at the heaven-suppressing gate. The giant beast's arms gripped the golden hammer tightly, injecting violent divine universe purple chi into it, causing the golden hammer to emit waves of purplish-red mist that turned into violent lightning. Roar, the giant red beast let out a deafening roar. The golden hammer in his hand was like a giant mountain as it smashed down once again. The rumbling sound was accompanied by tremors that filled the entire heaven-suppressing gate. Although the barrier of the heaven-suppressing gate blocked the attack once again, the people inside the heaven-suppressing gate were panicking. That was because the red behemoth's power was too terrifying. If it continued to attack the barrier like this, it would break sooner or later. Xiaoyun, let's go take a look at Old Bull. Xianxia pulled Xianxia and flew towards Ancient Bull Devil. The ancient ox devil's aura was very strong. He was ready to fight at any moment. Not long after, Elderly returned. He had just gone to meet those people from the upper realms. Elderly, what did the expert from the upper realms say? The ancient ox devil hurriedly asked. They're not willing to fight. Elderly said with a frown. Why? Are they too weak? The fire Qilin sneered, if this continues, the enchantment of the heaven-suppressing gate will be broken sooner or later. At that time, we will have no place to stay. The heaven-suppressing gate was a gathering place. If it was destroyed, they would not be able to gather together, and this Cloud Dragon mountain range would be dominated by the natural law divine realm. They said that protecting the heaven-suppressing gate is not their responsibility. They came here to enter the heaven burial mausoleum. Elderly said, they also said that if we can't protect the heaven-suppressing gate, then there's no need for us and the heaven-suppressing gate to exist. The ancient ox devil said angrily, did those bastards really say that? Elderly was also very anxious at this moment. He sighed helplessly and nodded. Ding Tianchun coldly snorted, they don't even look at how strong the reinforcements sent by the natural law divine realm are. And it's in batches, it's already beyond what we can handle. That's right. The resources that the upper realms gave us are not much, yet they want us to fight against those fellows from the upper realms. The people who are attacking the heaven-suppressing gate right now are definitely from the upper realms. The fire Qilin scolded in a low voice, those bastards, they really aren't anything. As they spoke, the red beast once again hammered the barrier of the heaven-suppressing gate. The ancient ox devil said, Elderly, let me fight. Even if I die, I'm not afraid. I'll go out too. The fire Qilin said. Old Hua, don't go out. If I'm done for, I'll leave the heaven old race to you and old Ding. The ancient ox devil patted the shoulders of the fire Qilin and Ding Tianchun and said. Lord Ox Devil, we want to go out too. Ding Tianchun shouted. No, there's no point in you guys going out to deal with someone that I can't beat. Let me test it out first. The ancient Ox Devil looked at Elderly and said, quickly let me out. If we delay any longer, the heaven-suppressing gate will be destroyed. Elderly nodded and hurriedly brought the ancient Ox Devil to the middle of a plaza. There was a formation in the middle of the plaza. The ancient Ox Devil stood in the middle of the formation. Elderly activated the formation and the formation produced a powerful force that pushed the ancient Ox Devil into the air and out of the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the ancient Ox Devil arrived outside. Just as Xianxia and Xianxia flew over, they saw the ancient Ox Devil high up in the sky. The ancient Ox Devil roared and his body suddenly became very huge, turning into a 3,000 feet tall giant. He had a pair of powerful ox legs and a huge and mighty ox head. His body and arms were like a human's. Waves of powerful saint power surged out from the giant Ox Devil's body. The strength of a sacred transformation stage expert was also displayed at this moment. After becoming bigger, the ancient Ox Devil's strength increased by a lot. Inside the barrier, Xianxia could feel the powerful aura of the ancient Ox Devil. The ancient Ox Devil had fought. The people from the ancient Heaven clan and the heaven-suppressing sect immediately cheered and continuously shouted for the ancient Ox Devil. Old Ox is really strong, Xianxia said with a smile. He is now a lot more at ease. If the heaven-suppressing gate was breached, then the pressure on the heaven city that came over would be great. They might even be destroyed. After the ancient Ox Devil became big, the spiked mace in his hand also became very huge. He raised his hand and quickly condensed a lightning heavenly rune. The heavenly rune exploded with lightning, illuminating the dark blood-red sky. The lightning heavenly rune condensed into a ball and charged forward, transforming into a bull's head that was as huge as a mountain and directly greeted the red beast's ferocious head. First, there was a loud explosion, followed by the red beast's furious roar. The red beast was sent flying backwards and was unable to continue attacking the heaven-suppressing sect. Scram! The ancient Ox Devil rushed over and swung the mace in his hand at the red beast's neck. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out. The lightning that jumped out from the huge mace surged out like a waterfall in all directions. The ancient Ox Devil had mastered the lightning heavenly rune. Furthermore, he was a very strong inscription do master. When he fought, he would use inscription do technique to form powerful lightning heavenly runes that erupted with even stronger power. After the red beast was struck by the mace, its body was once again sent flying. Its two huge arms danced wildly as it roared in anger. The ancient Ox Devil was still very strong. Seeing that he was able to suppress the red beast, everyone felt a lot more at ease. Ding Tianchun, Fire Qilin and the others were very worried that their boss would not be able to return. Now, they could feel at ease. The red beast roared ferociously, the golden hammer in its hand suddenly flickered with a golden light. Don't even think about counterattacking, the ancient Ox Devil's mace quickly smashed towards the red beast's hammer. Just when everyone thought that the ancient Ox Devil was about to send the hammer flying, a frightening scene occurred. After the red beast's hammer was attacked by the mace, it suddenly flickered with golden light and shot out a burst of violent lightning. The violent lightning struck the ancient Ox Devil's body, causing it to roar in pain. At the same time, the golden hammer turned into liquid and wrapped around the red beast's body. The surface of the red beast's body was wrapped up by the golden liquid. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a huge golden armor. It is the heavenly armor. Everyone knows how dreadful the heavenly armor is. Not to mention its strong defense. When one hits the heavenly armor, formidable power will be absorbed and it will also trigger the heavenly armor to release powerful lightning. Just now, the ancient Ox Devil was struck by the heavenly armor. After the red beast obtained the heavenly armor, its speed suddenly increased. It rushed towards the ancient Ox Devil and tightly hugged its body. After coming into contact with the heavenly armor, the ancient Ox Devil felt that the energy within his body is being absorbed by the heavenly armor. Therefore, he doesn't dare to continue releasing energy to stimulate the heavenly armor's absorption. The most frightening thing is that the heavenly armor is releasing waves of violent lightning that madly electrocuted the ancient Ox Devil. The ancient Ox Devil also uses lightning and can draw lightning heavenly runes. However, he is now being attacked by the lightning released by the heavenly armor and is screaming in pain. Elderly, quickly let us out. Fire. Qilin anxiously shouted. Even if you go out, it will be useless. Elderly said, that red beast is very strong, even the ancient ox devil can't beat it, you definitely can't beat it. But we have to go out and save him. Ding Tianchun said anxiously. The ancient ox devil's body has been bound by the lightning released by the red beast. He wants to shrink his body but he can't control it. Suddenly, the red beast opened its mouth and bit the ancient ox devil's shoulder. The ancient ox devil, who has become huge, immediately roared in pain. At this time, more than 20 cold-faced youth wearing white clothes and carrying large swords walked over. Looking at their posture, it is clear that they are people from the upper realms. Friends from the upper realms, you all have sufficient strength. Please go out and help me deal with that red beast. Elderly is very respectful towards these people. He promptly walked over and very humbly begged. There is no need to go out, that ox is dead for sure. The youth in the lead looked at the two huge beings fighting in the sky and coldly said. Why? Could it be that you can't beat that red beast? Fire Qilin said with frown. Young Master Lu, you are very strong, you can definitely deal with that red beast. Elderly hastily said. A skinny youth behind Lu Shuangji said in a sharp tone, shut up. Can't beat him? Believe it or not, I can crush you to death with one finger. Come on. I think all of you are just a bunch of weak chickens. Ding Tianchun was also very angry. He had no idea why the upper realms had sent these people here, but they didn't help at all. Wang Xiaodong, go and teach him a lesson. Lu Shuangji said to the skinny young man behind him. Wang Xiaodong's finger suddenly shot out a strong force that turned into lightning and fiercely struck Ding Tianchun. The fire Qilin roared and stretched out an arm. It turned into a gigantic Qilin claw and blocked the powerful energy. Bang! The Qilin claw split open and blood spurted out as scales flew out. The Qilin claw was almost torn to shreds. The fire Qilin's body was also very strong, but now it was actually injured by a casual finger. People from the upper realm were indeed very powerful. Ding Tianchuan's expression was ugly. These people from the upper realms were very powerful, but they didn't want to make a move. Did you see that? Wang Xiaodong sneered, if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. If not for this fire Qilin, you would have been crippled even if you didn't die just now. Ding Jing, who was beside Ding Tianchun, was so angry that he wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by the fire Qilin. Outside, the ancient ox devil was bitten by the red behemoth and howled in pain. Lords from the upper realm, why aren't you doing anything? Dealing with that big thing is a piece of cake for you guys. Elderly said in a very low voice. He also did not want to see the ancient bull demon get killed, because his heaven-suppressing sect and the heaven-old race were inseparable from each other. Lu Shuangji said coldly, that huge red beast was created by the natural law divine realm using a large amount of divine universe purple qi, and it also has a gigantic heavenly armor protecting its body. So what if they killed him? The energy of the giant beast and the heavenly armor will flow into the natural law divine realm to be reborn. And then there will be another thing like this. Then what should we do? Elderly asked anxiously. The fire Qilin said in a cold voice, Elderly, send us out. We will fight it out with that thing. Lu Shuangji sneered and said, you guys are just sending yourselves to death if you go out. Moreover, I won't let you go out. I won't allow you to disturb that thing's meal. What do you mean? The fire Qilin roared, the red beast is eating our boss. What's wrong with us going out to save him? What do you know? That old cow is stronger than the red beast. If it is eaten by the red beast will be able to fuse with the old cow and evolve even stronger. Then, it will escape the control of the natural law divine realm. Wang Xiaodong said, at that time, we will subdue this red beast that has escaped the control of the natural law divine realm. You can do whatever you want in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. You bunch of bastards. The fire Qilin could not suppress his anger and was just about to attack when he was held back by elderly Lu Shuangji said coldly, don't even think about leaving. This is a good opportunity for us to tame a giant beast. Although that old ox is dead, he made a great contribution. We will remember him. Ding Tianchun and the rest of the Heaven Old Race people were so angry that they wanted to kill someone, but they were stopped by the elders of the heaven-suppressing sect. If they attacked Lu Shuangji and the others here, they would definitely be killed, because Lu Shuangji and the others were very strong. Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu walked over and saw the scene. When Bai Zai saw Qin Yan come over, it immediately cast a pleading look at him. Qin Yan nodded, indicating that he would help. However, he did not say a word. He also knew that Lu Shuangji and company from the upper realms were very strong. He must save the ancient ox devil. If it wasn't for the ancient ox devil, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to obtain a small nether Sunday. Qin Yan secretly transmitted his voice to Elder Pang, asking him to lead him out of the secret passageway. Under such circumstances, the people of the upper realms must not know that someone went out to save the ancient ox devil. The people of the upper realms were indifferent to the life and death of the ancient ox devil. Moreover, they very much hoped that the ancient ox devil would be eaten so that the red behemoth could evolve and then subdue it for their use. Qin Yan going out to save ancient ox devil will harm the interests of Lu Shuangji and others. If they knew about this, they would definitely clash with Qin Yan here. The most important thing right now was to save the ancient ox devil. Elder Pang quietly left with Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu. Qin Yan did not let Yang Shiyu go out. Instead, he went out alone. Yang Shiyu was not very worried about Qin Yan. Qin Yan's strength is very strong, comparable to the ancient ox devil. The reason why the ancient ox devil was able to defeat the red beast was because the red beast had a powerful heavenly armor protecting its body. As for Qin Yan, he had just researched a method to deal with the heavenly armor, so his chances of winning are extremely high. Qin Yan quietly left. The Azure Dragon also secretly transmitted his voice to the Fire Qilin and the others, telling them that Qin Yan had already left and telling them not to be impatient. After knowing that Qin Yan had taken action, Ding Tianchun, the Fire Qilin and the others felt a lot more at ease. They were secretly grateful in their hearts. They also knew that at critical times, their own people were the most reliable. Lu Shuangji looked at the sky and said, if we were to deal with that red beast now, we would consume a lot of power and a lot of powerful talisman tools. We lost so much just to save a cow. How is that possible? That cow can't be used by us. Wan Xiaodong said with a sneer, when the red beast evolves, it will be able to escape the control of the heavenly law divine domain. Furthermore, the giant beast has the heavenly armor. A giant beast with the heavenly armor is very strong in the Cloud Dragon mountain range, much stronger than that old ox. The Fire Qilin snorted and said, just you wait. Why are you all suddenly so calm? Do you think that old ox can escape? Wang Xiaodong deliberately provoked the Fire Qilin and the others and said with a sneer, that old ox is dead for sure. Even if all of you go out, you won't be able to save him. Because even if we were to make a move, we would need a lot of strength to get down that red beast. That's because you're too weak. The Azure Dragon snorted. He believed that Qin Yan could deal with the red beast. Even if he couldn't, he could still save the ancient ox devil. The ancient ox devil's body was tightly hugged by the red beast's thick arms. It was being bitten and it was an unbearable pain. At this moment, Qin Yan suddenly appeared behind the red beast. Compared to the red beast's body, Qin Yan looked like a tiny bug. However, everyone could still see that it was Qin Yan. Who is that guy? Is he going to deliver food? Wang Xiaodong mocked, what a reckless guy. Azure Dragon and the others are also somewhat worried. They are afraid that Qin Yan will be killed by the red beast. Because in comparison, Qin Yan is simply too small. Elder Li saw Qin Yan go out and remained silent. He secretly hoped that Qin Yan would be able to smoothly save the ancient ox devil. Lu Shuangji and the others can also tell that Qin Yan is someone they know. Moreover, he seems to be very strong. Because the Fire Qilin and Ding Tianchun are looking at Qin Yan with eyes filled with hope. Do you know that person? Lu Shuangji snorted and said, don't hold any hope. He is a weak person, he can't resist the powerful heavenly armor. Just wait and see. Ding Tianchun snorted. Qin Yan held the floating cloud staff in his hand, it suddenly flickered with golden light and became a lot bigger. The red beast is very focused on dealing with the ancient ox devil. Even though it sensed someone behind it, it did not take it to heart. Because it has the protection of the powerful heavenly armor, it is not afraid of anything. Qin Yan held the floating cloud staff and suddenly rushed out. The floating cloud staff vigorously stabbed towards the heavenly armor. Boom! When the floating cloud staff stabbed over, it exploded with a loud sound. What is shocking is that Qin Yan's powerful attack did not cause the heavenly armor to explode with lightning, nor did it rebound and attack Qin Yan. The disciples of the heaven-suppressing sect and the people of the ancient heaven clan immediately burst into cheers. Lu Xuangji, Wang Xiaodong, and the others who came from the upper realms were all moved and shocked. Boom! 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 Qin Yan used the gigantic floating cloud staff and quickly stabbed 7 times. Every time he stabbed, the floating cloud staff would explode with a very strong power and hit the holes in the runes on the heavenly armor. Only Qin Yan knew where the holes in the runes were, and only his powerful blood-soul power combined with the absolute yang power could poke at the holes. Qin Yan's 7 consecutive strikes did not trigger the heavenly armor to explode with lightning. This was extremely shocking. That guy has some ability, but he still can't break through the heavenly armor. Wang Xiaodong sneered and said, "That old bull will die in the end." Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. The golden heavenly armor on the red beast's body suddenly dimmed. The heavenly armor had lost its effectiveness. After the heavenly armor lost its effectiveness, the ancient ox devil was no longer attacked by the lightning and immediately broke free. "Old bull, get rid of this guy!" Qin Yun shouted. The ancient ox devil roared in anger and vigorously kicked the red beast flying. Then, it crazily rushed over. The 2 gigantic horns on its head pierced the heavenly armor and pierced through the heavenly armor and the red beast's body. Both the red beast and the heavenly armor were pierced through. Within the heaven-suppressing sect, a burst of shocked cries came out. 2 huge holes appeared on the red beast's body. They were pierced by the bull's horns. The ancient ox devil's hands inserted into a huge bloody hole. After a furious roar, it erupted with a berserk beast power and forcibly tore the red beast's huge body apart. Crash! After the red beast was torn apart, a large amount of blood poured down like a waterfall and landed on the heaven-suppressing sect's barrier. Everyone was stunned when they saw the giant red beast being torn apart. They were shocked by the huge bloody scene. After a moment of silence, there was a burst of cheers and shouts. Bang! The ancient ox devil picked up the huge rod and randomly smashed the red beast's torn-apart body, smashing it into pieces to vent the anger in his heart. The yellow sand below had already formed a river of blood. Qin Yan used the extinction spirit eye to look at the yellow sand. He discovered that a large amount of divine universe purple chi was absorbed by the yellow sand and did not return to the heavenly Tao. The Cloud Dragon mountain range was absorbing the red beast. "The fellows from the heavenly law divine realm are here, let's go back quickly," Qin Yan suddenly shouted. The ancient ox devil's injuries were not light. If the powerful heavenly guards of the heavenly law divine realm came, it would not be easy to deal with them. After the ancient ox devil became small, it immediately followed Qin Yan and returned through the secret passage. Lu Xuangji and the others from the upper realms were all furious. "Who is that bastard? He actually dares to ruin our plans," Wang Xiaodong said angrily. The people from the upper realms were very strong and also very arrogant. The people from the heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven clan had already experienced it before. However, they never expected that they would attack so brazenly and directly attack the Azure Dragon, even severely injuring it. "You guys are all as weak as ants, yet you dare to be so impudent in front of us. You truly don't know what's good for you." Wang Xiaodong's face was filled with sinister intent as he pushed out with his palm, sending the Azure Dragon flying. The fire Qilin was immediately enraged. A burst of red flames erupted from its body and fiery red scales appeared on its body. Its fiery aura surged as it charged towards Wang Xiaodong. He Shu, Bai Zai, and the others went to take care of the Azure Dragon's injuries. "Do you really want to fight us?" Lu Xuangji shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the greatsword on his back suddenly flew out. After the greatsword flew out of its sheath, it surged with terrifying fluctuations. That sword actually had a very strong aura of the divine universe power. Everyone present was immediately sure that the sword had been refined with divine universe goldstone. These people from the upper realms might have come from the ancient desolate land. In a place like the ancient desolate land, even though there weren't many divine universe golden stones, there were still some. Weapons refined from divine universe golden stone were indeed terrifying. Lu Shuangji's greatsword flew out, accompanied by a burst of pressure. The power of the divine universe golden stone, through the inscriptions on the greatsword, erupted with an even stronger power. It enveloped the fire Qilin, causing it to vomit blood and fall to the ground. "What are you doing?" Elderly hurriedly stepped forward and released a large shield to block the terrifying sword might. Otherwise, the fire Qilin would definitely be severely injured. "From today onwards, the heaven-suppressing sect will be managed by us." Lu Shuangji shouted coldly. "You bastards, you ruined our plans and you still want to fight against us?" Wang Xiaodong sneered, "If you have the guts, then attack us together. Although we only have a dozen or so people, it's more than enough to exterminate you all." Because they had seen the power of Lu Shuangji's greatsword and the power that Wang Xiaodong had unleashed, everyone knew that this group of people from the upper realms had the qualifications to be arrogant. "You don't have the authority to do this, unless the sect leader of the heaven-suppressing sect gives the order." Elderly was also filled with anger, and said, "Don't go too far." Lu Shuangji's eyes were filled with contempt as he swept his gaze across the group of people from heaven-suppressing sect and heaven-old race, and mocked, "With your strength, you still want to lead the heaven-suppressing sect? You want the sect leader to pass down the order? Are you worthy?" The large sword on Wang Xiaodong's back was also suddenly unsheathed. It was actually a powerful divine weapon mixed with divine universe goldstone. "Both of you, kneel down and greet the new sect leader of heaven-suppressing sect. Here, big brother Lu is the leader." Wang Xiaodong pointed his sword at Elderly and said coldly, "Elderly, kneel first." The elders of the heaven-suppressing sect were furious, but they were no match for these people from the upper realm. Not to mention Lu Shuangji, even a lackey like Wang Xiaodong was very strong. The azure dragon was not weak, but its body was pierced through by Wang Xiaodong's punch. It could be seen how strong Wang Xiaodong was. Furthermore, there were more than a dozen strong people from the upper realms. The swords on their backs seemed to have been refined with some divine universe goldstone. If the entire heaven-suppressing sect joined hands, even if they could take down this group of people from the upper realms, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. "Give them the heaven-suppressing sect, let's go," Xianxia suddenly said because the divine mountain of inscription and Heaven City were about to arrive. At that time everyone would be able to move to Heaven City. Wang Xiaodong looked at Xianxia. Just now, these people from the upper realms had already noticed the peerlessly beautiful Xianxia. Xianxia's face was filled with frost and her entire body exuded a cold and arrogant aura. Seeing this kind of aloof and cold woman, even Wang Xiaodong had a crooked thought. "Woman, just obediently stay on the bed. There's no room for you to speak here." Wang Xiaodong laughed coldly. "Tonight, accompany our sect leader Lu or you will die." He Shu, Bai Zai, and the others immediately looked at Wang Xiaodong as if they were looking at a dead person. They were very clear about the relationship between Xianxia and Qin Yun. They also knew how powerful Xianxia was. Even if Xianxia could not kill Wang Xiaodong, Qin Yun would still kill him. Xianxia's expression became even colder. Her eyebrows slightly knitted and killing intent appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Miss Yang, we will listen to you. We will leave the heaven-suppressing sect." Elderly was also worried that something would happen to Xianxia and quickly said, "Old man, you want to leave? Kneel down." Wang Xiaodong roared angrily and rushed over. He fiercely kicked Elderly's knee, directly shattering it. Then, he chopped down on Elderly's shoulder. With a bang, Elderly knelt on the ground and let out a painful cry. "Elderly!" When the group of people saw Elderly being attacked, they all shouted in alarm and anger. Wang Xiaodong looked at Xianxia and said with a sinister smile, "Woman, from now on, you are sect leader Lu's person. Quickly take off your clothes and let sect leader Lu inspect them." A silver saber suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand and said coldly, "So what if you're from the upper realms? Do you really think that you are invincible? In this broken place, we are indeed invincible. In our eyes, you are just a group of ants from the lower realms who are struggling at death's door. You will only be manipulated by the heavenly Tao, and we are people who have transcended the heavenly Tao. It's your luck to be able to see the noble us." Wang Xiaodong sneered, "What, do you still want to fight me?" Xianxia was also infuriated, but she was still very calm. Wang Xiaodong laughed out loud and said, "Woman, you are only suitable to fight in bed. Xianxia suddenly flashed and arrived beside Wang Xiaodong. The silver saber in her hand chopped down and a ferocious vibration power followed the saber. The smile on Wang Xiaodong's face suddenly disappeared as he hurriedly brandished his sword to block. The silver saber in Xianxia's hand chopped down on Wang Xiaodong's greatsword. The shockwave exploded with a loud explosion. Wang Xiaodong was forced back a few steps while Xianxia was sent flying. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Lu Xuanji hurriedly said, "Wang Xiaodong, that woman is very strong. Don't injure her too heavily, I want her to be in good condition. Also, be careful. If you don't have the Divine Universe Sword, you will definitely be killed by her." Everyone could see that the strength of this group of people from the upper realms also has a limit. Their strongest point is still the Divine Universe Sword. The reason why they carry the Divine Universe Sword on their backs is to borrow its power. Everyone immediately understood that this group of people from the upper realms can control the power of the Divine Universe Sword very well. Xianxia secretly gritted her teeth. If she had a strong enough weapon to fight against the Divine Universe Sword, she would definitely be able to kill the other party in a few moves. She cultivated in the moon and also has the nether moon. Her strength is sufficiently strong and her martial skills are also extremely outstanding. In terms of strength, she is stronger than Wang Xiaodong. She only lost in terms of weapon, Wang Xiaodong said with a smile. "Sect Master Lu, don't worry. I will take her down." After saying that, Wang Xiaodong's body transformed into a golden afterimage. He suddenly flashed and stabbed at Xianxia. When the Divine Universe Sword stabbed over, its aura surged violently like a monstrous wave, enveloping Xianxia. Xianxia, who was unable to move, the ground around her suddenly cracked and shook again and again. Seeing this, Black Rat Bai Zai, Fire Dragon, Water Dragon, Fire Qilin and other powerful people immediately rushed over. They condensed a very strong power and dispersed the sword aura. However, they were also sent flying by the sword aura and their injuries are not light. Although Xianxia was not hit by the sword, she was still injured. Her body was attacked by the aura and the pain caused her to groan. "Not bad, much stronger than I imagined." Lu Xuanji's eyes are filled with fanaticism as he looked at Xianxia, filled with interest. Wang Xiaodong looked at the group of inscription beasts that were sent flying and said with a disdainful smile, "Wait for me to take down this woman, then I'll take care of you." Wang Xiaodong attacked again. The Divine Universe Sword's might is extremely terrifying. The Divine Universe power it released is berserk and filled with penetrating power. The aura that burst out is very heavy, making it difficult for people to move. Xianxia was once again enveloped by the sword aura. Just as she was about to go all out and release the nether moon, suddenly, a white light shot towards Wang Xiaodong. "Qin Yin has arrived." He used the light transformation sacred pupil and rushed towards Wang Xiaodong. At the same time, the floating cloud staff in his hand is also filled with berserk power. When he returned from the secret passage, he immediately rushed here. On the way, he also heard Wang Xiaodong's malicious words towards Xianxia. In his anger, he activated all the terrifying power in his body and activated the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation inside the floating cloud staff. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation crazily absorbed the power of the Divine Universe Golden Stone and surged out the power of the 9-dragon Divine Universe. The floating cloud staff gathered many types of berserk power and exploded out, attacking Wang Xiaodong. When the staff smashed towards Wang Xiaodong, it suddenly turned into a large golden saber. The Nether Soul Sacred Blade's power also exploded out and fiercely attacked Wang Xiaodong's soul. Wang Xiaodong immediately felt endless fear. He felt that death was imminent. He never expected that there would be such a powerful person in the lower realms. He is indeed worthy of being an expert from the upper realms. Even though his soul has been attacked and his body has been suppressed by the fierce and arrogant might to the point of being unable to move, he can still use all his strength to block the Divine Universe Sword above his head and use it to defend. Boom! The floating cloud staff, which has transformed into a large saber, chopped down on the Divine Universe Sword. At the same time, the Divine Universe Sword exploded and turned into a wave of energy that surged in all directions. What is shocking is that Wang Xiaodong's body was directly torn into glowing powder by the berserk power. Along with the wave of energy that surged in all directions, he disappeared without a trace. The experts from the upper realms suppressed the ancient Heaven clan and the heaven-suppressing sect to the point that they couldn't even breathe. The Divine Universe Sword they used was extremely ferocious. But now, it was suddenly killed by Qin Yun, who appeared out of nowhere. The people from the upper realms are furious and also extremely shocked because they have an indescribable fear in their hearts. Lu Shuangji's expression slightly changed. He looked at Qin Yun and said in a deep voice, "Very strong divine universe power. How many divine universe golden stones do you have?" "What does it have to do with you how many divine universe golden stones I have? You will soon become a dead man, so what's the use of knowing?" Qin Yun stood in front of Xianxia and coldly looked at Lu Shuangji. With Qin Yun's return, the people from the heaven-suppressing sect and the ancient heaven clan felt much more at ease. Seeing the azure dragon and the others injured, the anger in his heart became even more intense as he glared at the people from the upper realms. "You killed my people, you do have some ability, but that's all you are. In front of me, you are no different from the other weak creatures of the lower realms." Lu Shuangji's tone was arrogant. As he spoke, a set of golden armor appeared on his body. Heavenly armor. Lu Shuangji knows that Qin Yun is very strong, but he is still fearless. The other 19 youths from the upper realm all walked behind Lu Shuangji. It looked like they wanted to attack together, but Lu Shuangji stopped them. Lu Shuangji was so arrogant. When he saw an expert like Qin Yun, he could tell that the relationship between Qin Yun and Xianxia was not shallow. Therefore, he wanted to personally defeat Qin Yun and take Xianxia for himself. In order to display his strength, Lu Shuangji wants to face Qin Yun alone. When Qin Yun saw Lu Shuangji's heavenly armor, he thought nothing of it. He had grasped the dermic formulation to break heavenly armor. In front of him, heavenly armor could not withstand a single blow. Lu Shuangji gripped the divine universe sword and said with a gloomy expression, "You did have some ability to destroy that red beast's heavenly armor. But I'm not a red monster, I'm not that easy to deal with." Everyone dispersed. The injuries of the injured Fire Qilin, Elderly, and Azure Dragon have also been healed. At this moment, they only hope that Qin Yun can kill all these arrogant fellows from the upper realm. "Are you that confident?" Qin Yun held the floating cloud staff and secretly gathered power. "That rod of yours should have also been mixed with divine universe goldstone, right? And there are quite a few of them." Lu Shuangji looked at the floating cloud staff in Qin Yun's hand and said in a mocking tone, "It looks powerful, but it is just a broken staff. I can cut it in half with one sword strike. Your weapon is useless against my godly armor." "It's useless. Come and attack," Qin Yun said. He wanted to see how strong Lu Shuangji was for him to put on such an arrogant and invincible attitude. Lu Shuangji suddenly laughed and said, "You want me to make the first move? Come." Qin Yun's floating cloud staff is not some divine universe divine weapon. Instead, it has a 9 dragons heavenly origin formation inside it. After absorbing the energy of 9 divine universe goldstones, it can release a very strong 9 dragons divine universe power. Although I don't know who you are, you don't look weak. Wang Xiaodong was killed by you, and it just so happens that I lack a capable subordinate. Lu Shuangji said slowly, "How about this, you take Wang Xiaodong's place and give that beauty to me. This way, you don't have to be my enemy." "Dead." Qin Yun frowned and said in a deep voice, "How about this, I will kill you and let you accompany that Wang Xiaodong. Let him continue to be your dog. Arrogant and conceited fellow. You think you can kill me?" Lu Shuangji berated angrily as the divine cosmos sword in his hand shook, and a divine cosmos chi wave surged out. The entire heaven-suppressing gate was shaking because of this. Lu Shuangji's current aura was extremely powerful, causing the surrounding people to be filled with fear. This is Big Brother Lu's strength. We are from the upper realms. You people from the lower realms have no idea how strong we are. You can't even begin to imagine our strength. One of the people from the upper realms behind Lu Shuangji said proudly. Lu Shuangji's golden armor flowed with the power of the divine universe. Anyone could see that Lu Shuangji's current strength was completely reliant on the divine universe sword and the golden armor. This group of people from the higher realms could grasp the power of the divine universe. They could use divine universe metal to refine weapons and armor, so they were indeed very powerful. Otherwise, they would at most be at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. Without relying on equipment, the Fire Qilin would be able to beat them up. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You just had to court death. You can't blame me for this. Lu Shuangji sneered. His figure suddenly flickered and appeared behind Qin Yun. He thrust his sword at Qin Yun's body. At the same time, the floor tiles around Qin Yun exploded. The sword aura was terrifying to the extreme. It was as if it could pierce through Qin Yun's body and tear him to shreds. The sword pierced through Qin Yun's body, but that was only Qin Yun's phantom image. The real Qin Yun had already arrived behind Lu Xuanji. He did not approach Lu Xuanji. Instead, he maintained a distance from Lu Xuanji. Just now, he had a rough understanding of Lu Xuanji's strength. It was indeed very terrifying. The main reason was the power of the Divine Universe Sword. Lu Xuanji was inwardly furious. He did not expect Qin Yun to be so powerful that he could dodge his sword. With the power of Lu Xuanji's attack just now, it was enough to freeze many people, causing them to be unable to move, but Qin Yun was fine. He was still very agile and easily dodging. This is mainly because Qin Yun has a powerful body. Moreover, it was cultivated through the Divine Universe Purple Energy. Lu Xuanji's Divine Universe Sword only has Divine Universe power. It is not as powerful as the Divine Universe Purple Energy. Qin Yun flashed behind Lu Xuanji, took out a few throwing knives and threw them. It is the Suppression Sacred Talisman tool. What a ridiculous hidden weapon. Lu Xuanji sneered. An energy wall suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the 3 throwing knives. However, 2 of the throwing knives went around and flew behind Lu Xuanji. Boom! When the throwing knives passed by, they suddenly exploded and the power also attacked Lu Xuanji's body. Sacred Talisman Tool? This kind of Sacred Talisman Tool's power is truly pitifully weak. Just as Lu Xuanji finished speaking, everyone saw that the heavenly armor on his body suddenly lost its luster. Lu Xuanji's heavenly armor lost its effectiveness. His expression changed greatly. The moment the heavenly armor lost its effectiveness, Qin Yun and Ling Yun'er suddenly released supergravity. Ling Yun'er just obtained a small nether sun and is still adapting to it. However, she is able to let the small nether sun unleash a lot of power. The power of 2 nether suns fused together and the supergravity fiercely pressed down. Lu Xuanji just took a few steps and was forced to kneel on the ground by the sudden and ferocious gravity. His knees directly shattered the floor tiles. Ah! Lu Xuanji shouted in fear, "Quickly save me." Other higher realm people can see that Lu Xuanji is no match for Qin Yun and is about to be killed. They all took action one after another. Qin Yun rushed over. The floating cloud staff in his hand suddenly lengthened and swept towards the group of people from the upper realms. The floating cloud rod swept across, filled with explosive and berserk might. Flame violently surged like ocean waves. 9 dragon divine universe power roared out. The rod turned into a sharp blade. After those higher realm people entered the gravity domain, their bodies became extremely slow. They looked at the incomparably formidable sharp blade sweeping over and screamed in fear and despair. Along with miserable screams, those 19 higher realm people's bodies were cut in half by the floating cloud rod. They didn't even have time to use their Divine Universe Sword before their bodies were cut into 2 and their souls were devoured by the Nether Soul Sacred Blade. Lu Xuanji, who was kneeling on the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood. His eyes are wide open as he looked at those higher realm people whose bodies have been cut into pieces with fear. You can't kill me. Lu Xuanji screamed in fear. Bang! After the floating cloud rod turned back into a normal rod, it vigorously smashed towards Lu Xuanji's cheek, causing his cheek to split open and his facial bones to explode. Lu Xuanji was suppressed by the supergravity. He should have been sent flying. But now, he was only hit to the side. The power he endured is even stronger and the pain is even more intense. Qin Yun flashed behind Lu Xuanji and stabbed the heavenly armor 7 times to prevent it from recovering. Not far away, Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She flew over with a silver saber in hand and chopped at Lu Xuanji's hand. Lu Xuanji's hand holding the Divine Universe Sword was chopped off by Xianxia. He once again let out a miserable scream. The people from the ancient Heaven clan and the Heaven-suppressing sect watched from afar with fear and trepidation. At the same time, they were also feeling extremely carefree. Just a moment ago, Lu Xuanji was so arrogant that everyone wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. Lu Xuanji was the only one left from the upper realms and he was being beaten up by Qin Yun and Xianxia in turn. Lu Xuanji had underestimated Qin Yun's strength. He never expected that there would be someone in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range who could break the heavenly armor so skillfully. Even in the upper realms, it was extremely difficult to completely disable the heavenly armor. Only those experts could do it. Not only had Qin Yun easily broken through the huge red beast's heavenly armor, he had also easily done it with a few throwing knives. Lu Shuangji had originally thought that with the heavenly armor, as long as he didn't let Qin Yun get close and protected the heavenly armor, he wouldn't lose to Qin Yun. However, he had still miscalculated. With your level, you dare to be arrogant here. Qin Yun stepped on Lu Shuangji's face. Lu Shuangji had already been beaten back and forth by Qin Yun and Yang Shuriwei. If not for his heavenly armor being pretty good, it would have been shattered long ago. I am from the upper realms. You lowly bastards from the lower realms, hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, if the upper realms pursue this matter, you will all have a good time. Lu Shuangji said angrily. Go to hell. The floating cloud rod in Qin Yun's hand struck down at Lu Shuangji. Flames burst out. The power of the divine universe was incomparably strong, its might vast and mighty, directly smashing Lu Shuangji's head into pieces. Lu Shuangji had been killed. Everyone cheered happily. Qin Yun also quickly took off the heavenly armor from Lu Shuangji's body. The heavenly armor was something from the heavenly law divine realm and it was very strong. For Lu Shuangji to have such a thing, he must have used some secret technique to obtain it from the heavenly law divine realm. These divine universe swords are very strong. Elder Pang picked up the divine universe swords. There were a total of 19 of them. Adding the one in Qin Yun's hand, there were 20 of them. Qin Yun did not take all of them. He only took 10 and gave 5 to the ancient heaven race and the heaven-suppressing sect. The divine universe sword was very strong but Qin Yun's floating cloud rod was even stronger. His previous strike had shattered Wang Xiaodong's divine universe sword. Qin Yun wanted the divine universe sword mainly for research. He wanted to see how the upper realms used the power of the divine universe to refine artifacts. Everyone, let's heal first. Everyone is heavily injured. Qin Yun said, if the fellows from the heavenly law divine realm come again, I'll block them. On the ancient heaven race's side, the ancient ox devil and the fire Qilin were injured and the azure dragon's injuries were not light either. Fortunately, they all had a strong recovery ability and could recover after resting for a while. On the heaven-suppressing sect's side, Elder Li and the other 2 or 3 elders were also injured and needed to rest. At this moment, the ancient ox devil and Elder Li were extremely grateful to Qin Yun. Not only did Qin Yun go out to help the ancient ox devil kill the red behemoth, after returning, he also killed those evil people from the upper realms. Everyone could tell that the people of the upper realms did not place the ancient heaven race and the heaven-suppressing sect in their eyes at all. Furthermore, in the eyes of the people of the upper realms, the living beings of the lower realms were of no importance. Especially at the beginning, they actually wanted the ancient bull demon to die and didn't allow others to save the ancient bull demon. Later on, they became even more excessive and even injured many people from the ancient heaven race and the heaven-suppressing sect. How the hell did I know they would do this? Elderly sighed, it's a good thing that sect leader Qin is here. We don't plan on contacting the upper realms anymore. The people they sent down are too chilling. That's right, if not for some equipment, they would be about the same as us. The ancient bull demon patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, they're not as powerful as sect leader Qin. He killed them in a few moves. What's the use of having them? Everyone, go and rest. The huge beasts sent by the heavenly law divine realm have been killed. They shouldn't be sending any more for a short period of time. Qin Yun said. From time to time, a small group of people from the heavenly law divine realm would fly past the barrier. Most of the people from the heavenly law divine realm were hiding in the clouds around them. Their main goal was naturally to get rid of this floating city. However, they already knew that this floating city was very strong. It wouldn't be easy to destroy it. Therefore, they changed their goal. They wanted to trap the people here and prevent them from going to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range to explore the Heaven Burial Tomb. Qin Yun and Yang Shiryu returned to the wooden building. He touched Yang Shiryu's face with a pained expression and said, it's all my fault for coming back late and letting you be bullied. Yang Shiryu laughed, Xiao Yun, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. She hugged Qin Yun and kissed him on the cheek. Big Sister Yang, just leave one Divine Universe sword for me. I'll give the rest to you. Xianxia said, with the Divine Universe sword, I won't be afraid of encountering this kind of guy in the future. Alright, it's a good thing that I'm more comfortable with swords and sabers. Xianxia nodded. That divine armor holy talisman weapon is really useful. Xianxia chuckled and said, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of that Lu Shuangji so easily. Xianxia held a Divine Universe sword in her hand and carefully studied it as well. She said, this sheath can conceal the fluctuations of the Divine Universe golden stone. Indeed, it seems like the Divine Universe sword is very important to them. Xianxia said with smile, these guys are relying on this weapon to be so arrogant. To be honest, the weapons they use are really powerful. Xianxia smiled sweetly and said, but they met Little Cloud, so they died miserably. Xianxia also took out a Divine Universe sword, carefully looked at it and said, they didn't put a lot of Divine Universe golden rocks in it. Sister Kiru said that the Divine Universe golden stones are very small and one of them is already very heavy. It's impossible for them to have mixed in one, right? Xianxia held the sword hilt and said, this sword is not very heavy. Some materials can offset the weight. Xianxia said. Xiaoyun, can you roughly tell how many Divine Universe golden stones were used to refine it? Xianxia asked curiously, can we also use Divine Universe golden stones to refine armor or something? Xianxia nodded and said, that's for sure. However, the Divine Universe metal stone is very sturdy. Wanting to grind off some powder is still very difficult. He carefully looked at the Divine Universe sword in his hand and said, my guess is that only a little bit of Divine Universe golden stone powder was added. A rice grain-sized Divine Universe golden stone divided into 100 parts can be used to make this kind of Divine Universe sword. So you're saying it's not that strong? Xianxia said, the strength is very poor, it was broken by your stick. Xianxia kissed Xianxia's face and said with smile, Sister Yang, my stick can stab Xia Yang. This Divine Universe sword is very good, even if it goes to Sacred Desolate, it will be a very strong weapon. That's enough to use for a long time. Xianxia smiled sweetly and suddenly hugged Xianxia. The two of them sweetly kissed for a while. After they finished, they tightly hugged each other and sat on a very big chair. Xianxia leaned on Xianxia's bosom and closed her eyes to rest. Xianxia embraced the soft and fragrant beauty and gently caressed her lily-white hands. He is also thinking about how to grind off some powder from the Divine Universe golden stone. Because he saw the Divine Universe sword refined from Divine Universe golden stone today, Xianxia was inspired and wanted to use it to refine something. Xianxia does not lack Divine Universe golden stone at all. He has half a chest of this kind of thing but he doesn't know what to do with it. His current cultivation has already reached peak Immortal Emperor realm. If he continues to break through, he will go to Sacred Desolate. The current him can't go to Sacred Desolate yet because there are still very important things to do here. Xianxia thought for a while. Seeing Xianxia sleeping very beautifully, he can't help but kiss her face. He enjoys this kind of moment very much. In the illusory space, Ling Yun'er constantly instigated Xianxia to do some bold things. Ling Yun'er always has a lot of bold ideas. She clearly knows that Xianxia won't do it but she always encourages Xianxia. Xianxia hugged the beauty and held her lily-white hands, enjoying the fragrant beauty's gentleness. His thoughts suddenly drifted. Unknowingly, he suddenly heard a voice calling out softly. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, there is a very strange feeling in his mind. That feeling is very strong, it wants to guide him to a certain place. Xianxia leaned close to Xianxia's ear and whispered, Sister Yang, I'm going out for a while. Stay here and wait for me. Although Xianxia is sleeping and resting, her consciousness is very clear. She can hear Xianxia's words and feel everything that happened. I want to follow you. Xianxia said softly. She slightly opened her beautiful eyes and smiled at Xianxia. Her extremely flirtatious appearance made Xianxia unable to help but kiss her. All right. Xianxia let her enter the Nine-Sun Divine Spirit to rest. And he immediately walked out of the wooden building. Xianxia originally thought that he would have to leave the heaven-suppressing gate but after he went out, he realized that there was no need. Because that strange and clear feeling told him that the power calling him was within the heaven-suppressing gate. Behind this small garden, there is a small forest with some fruit trees planted. Xianxia entered the forest and felt that the power is becoming clearer and clearer. Suddenly, he saw a faint white mist float over. After the white mist came over, it gradually formed the shape of a dragon. The white mist transformed into a dragon. This made Xianxia think of something. Cloud Dragon, the mysterious ruler of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Cloud Dragon. You are Yunlong? Xianxia asked. Hello. Yunlong said. From his voice, he sounded like a very benevolent old man. What's the situation in the Cloud Dragon mountain range now? Xianxia was secretly delighted as he hurriedly asked. Now, he finally understood why meeting Yunlong depended on fate. Just now, Yunlong had suddenly called out to him. The Cloud Dragon mountain range is like a child that longs to grow up but is being interfered with. However, the Cloud Dragon mountain range is still able to tenaciously grow up and then escape the control of its parents. Yunlong laughed. Senior Yunlong, then why do you want to see me? Xianxia asked again. Because you might interfere with the growth of the Cloud Dragon mountain range and you are very strong and very interesting. I don't want to have a conflict with you. Yunlong said. Previously, you used a large number of heavenly guards to grow, right? Xianxia asked. He remembered that the group of heavenly guards had committed suicide crazily before being devoured and turned into yellow sand. The Cloud Dragon mountain range had now completely swallowed the sea. Yunlong said, if you want to grow quickly, you have to pay the price. Xianxia said with a frown, what price did you pay? What exchange did you make with the heavenly law divine realm? I promised them to release the restrictions of space. Yunlong said, this way, they will send more heavenly guards over. Of course, if those heavenly guards die here, it will be very beneficial to me. After a person died, their energy would return to the heavenly Tao. The gods of the divine wasteland used this point to make people sacrifice themselves. This way, they could obtain the power that a person would return to after death and become stronger. Yunlong's current situation was the same. Does the Cloud Dragon mountain range have any restrictions on cultivation? Xianxia asked, is the strongest only at the 9th level of the Immortal Emperor realm? For now, yes. However, if I grow up enough, I will allow living beings to cultivate even stronger. Yunlong said, let's put it this way. If the Cloud Dragon mountain range has a large number of saint-level life forms, the energy that these saint-level life forms absorb comes from the heavenly Tao. The power of a saint-level life form will be absorbed by me. I will absorb it. Xianxia nodded and said, this way, you will be able to absorb even more powerful energy. I can use this to evolve and become stronger. Yunlong said with a smile, you are a sensible person, I don't wish to be enemies with you. If I were to be your enemy, how would you deal with me? Xianxia said with a smile, to be honest, I really want to challenge your might. Yunlong chuckled and said, you are truly an enemy of the heavenly Tao. I haven't even become the heavens of the Cloud Dragon mountain range and you already want to be my enemy. Xianxia said, how do you know that I am an enemy of the heavenly Tao? From the moment you obtained the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, I knew. It's just that I didn't expect you to live for so long. Yunlong said, it's not easy for a guy like you to live until now. Xianxia obtained the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron from the Cloud Dragon mountain range. Senior Yunlong, what should I do so that I won't offend you? Xianxia suddenly asked very seriously. Don't fall into the hands of the divine universe evil dragon. Yunlong also replied very seriously, if you fall into his hands, he will become even stronger. At that time, no one will be able to suppress him. Xianxia said with a frown, Senior, are you also unable to suppress him? Yunlong sighed and said, no, I can only deal with you at most. I have too many restrictions, I can't directly kill the powerful creatures of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. If the divine universe evil dragon becomes stronger, can it threaten you? Xianxia doesn't understand. If the divine universe evil dragon is strong enough, then he will devour all the living beings here. He will devour everything here, what do you think? Yunlong said. If you kill me, you won't have such worries, right? Xianxia also understands the purpose of Yunlong's visit. Yes. However, I don't have the confidence to kill you. Yunlong said. Don't worry, I will kill the divine universe evil dragon. Xianxia smiled and said, also, I will think of a way to send more people from the heavenly law divine realm to their deaths. Qin Yan's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, since that's the case, I won't disappoint you. Qin Yan, you must remember, don't fall into the mouth of the divine universe evil dragon, don't be eaten by him. Otherwise, when the time comes, I can only kill you in advance. Yunlong said very seriously. Don't worry, I'm not that weak. Qin Yan said with a smile. The Heaven Burial Mausoleum has already appeared. It's in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. When are you going to search for it? Yunlong asked. When it came to the Heaven Burial Mausoleum, Qin Yan also had many doubts. Senior, do you know where the main Heaven Burial Mausoleum is? Qin Yan asked. That main Heaven Burial Mausoleum should be hiding a lot of important things. Yunlong shook his head, I don't know. Although the Heaven Burial Mausoleum appeared in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and there are large and small mausoleums, I don't know which one is the main one. Even Yunlong didn't know where the main heavenly tomb was. Qin Yan suddenly felt a lot more at ease. He was previously worried that Yunlong would tell the heavenly guards of the heavenly tomb's location. Those Heaven Burial Mausoleums are all in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Senior, how much do you know about them? Qin Yan wanted to know more about them in advance. There are many powerful creatures or souls sealed in the Heaven Burial Mausoleum, as well as some very powerful items. Yunlong said, as for why I want to seal them, I'm not too sure yet. In short, some of them were buried with me and some of them were sealed later on. Yunlong was actually not clear about this. You previously promised the Heavenly Law Divine Realm to open up the space in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. What's going on? Previously, when I just arrived at the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, the space here was suddenly reinforced. Senior, did you do it? Qin Yan asked. If not for the space in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range suddenly being reinforced, Qin Yan would not have been in so much trouble. His heaven-leaping shuttle could travel through space very quickly. Furthermore, the Divine Inscription Mountain could also teleport quickly. If the space here was opened, the Divine Inscription Mountain would be able to arrive here very quickly. Next, he and Xiaqiru would be able to find the main heavenly mausoleum. Yes, it was indeed me who reinforced the space before. Yunlong said, I also sensed that many people were traveling through space, so I reinforced it in advance. Why? Will this affect you? Qin Yan doubtfully said, we won't even be able to return to Immortal Desolate. I'm not sure if it will affect me. For safety's sake, I'll temporarily seal the space. Yunlong said, even if I open up space now, you won't be able to easily travel through space. Qin Yan was even more puzzled. He curled his lips and said, could it be that only the fellows from the natural law divine realm can freely travel through space? Of course not, those guys have very strong spatial treasures, so it's more convenient for them. Yunlong said, if you have spatial Xian ants, you can be like them and freely travel through space in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Really? Why can spatial Xian ants do it? Qin Yan said in surprise. Because my Cloud Dragon Mountain range's main spatial operation comes from the spatial Xian ant's nest. The spatial Xian ant roams in the dark space and is responsible for repairing many spatial holes. The specific situation is complicated. In short, if you can control the spatial Xian ant, you can easily travel through space. Yunlong said. Qin Yan said, Senior, I caught 2 spatial Xian ants before. I can also travel through space, but the consumption is huge. Yunlong was somewhat alarmed and hurriedly asked, when did you catch them? Not long ago. Qin Yan said with a frown, is there a problem? Not long ago? Yunlong suddenly lowered his voice and said, if it's really not long ago, then you've earned big. What do you mean? Qin Yan was alarmed. He felt that the spatial Xian ants absorbed by Yangshu's 2 moon elves were definitely not simple. Because not long ago, there was a problem with the dark space and a large number of spatial Xian ants were trapped. Later on, the group of spatial Xian ants devoured each other and in the end, there were only 2 left. Yunlong chuckled and said, the whereabouts of these 2 spatial Xian ants are unknown. Qin Yan knew this as well. After the moon elves devoured the 2 spatial Xian ants, Yangshu told him about it. Are those 2 spatial Xian ants very powerful? Qin Yan asked hurriedly. Very powerful. You have the chance to become an ant queen. As for the specifics, it will depend on how well you take care of the spatial Xian ants. Yunlong laughed. Kid, you have to be careful. If you are discovered by the ant colony in the dark space, it will be quite troublesome. Qinyan said with a happy smile, Senior, what will happen if those two spatial Xian ants become queen ants? I don't know. In short, it's a good thing. Yunlong laughed and said, Brat, you've earned big. Even I am a little envious of you. The spatial Xian ants were with Xianxia and they had even fused with the moon elves. It was hard to say how they would grow in the future. Senior, I am cooperating with you now. If you want more corpses of the heavenly guards, you have to give me some useful information, right? Qinyan said. The heavenly guards are all from the heavenly law divine realm and were born from a creation pool. Those heavenly guards who committed suicide before were all trash heavenly guards. These trash heavenly guards were created by consuming very little divine universe purple chi. Yunlong said, the most powerful heavenly guards are those heavenly armor guards. They have very powerful heavenly armor. Qinyan nodded. I've seen these heavenly armor guards before and I've even killed quite a few of them. Yunlong laughed, you seem to have found a way to break through the heavenly armor. This is indeed very powerful. If the heavenly armor guards die, there will be a lot of heavenly energy. Is the heavenly energy useful to you? Qinyan asked. Of course. However, a large amount of divine universe purple chi is still better. Yunlong said, if you go out to fight against the heavenly guards of the heavenly law divine realm, they will see that you are very powerful and send even more heavenly guards to kill you. As long as a large number of heavenly guards come over, once they die, they will become nutrients for the Cloud Dragon mountain range, right? Qinyan asked, then wouldn't I have to kill a lot of them? There's no need for you to kill them. I have a way to kill a large number of heavenly guards. Yunlong laughed sinisterly, it's not that I have to do it. In short, I have a way. Oh right, did you create that dragon forest area from before? Qinyan felt that the dragon forest area was very useful. As long as he hid in the dragon forest area, he wouldn't be able to fight and would be very safe. I created it but it's gone now. I can't create such a place anymore. The main reason is because the divine cosmos evil dragon broke the seal. Yunlong said, I really hope to get rid of the divine cosmos evil dragon as soon as possible. Qinyan chuckled and said, Senior, the divine cosmos evil dragon's body is extremely tattered. Did you devour the power of his body? Yunlong laughed a few times and said, I devoured it. Give me a little more time and the divine cosmos evil dragon will be eaten by me until not even its bones remain. Qinyan already knows that this Yunlong is not an easy person to deal with. He actually managed to torture the divine cosmos evil dragon to such a miserable state. Qinyan, you better go out and provoke those fellows from the heavenly law divine realm. Make them send more heavenly guards over. Yunlong said, as long as those heavenly guards come to the Cloud Dragon mountain range, they will be meat next to my mouth. Alright, I'll go out as soon as possible. Qinyan stroked his chin and said, then Senior, can you give me a bit of sweetness first? After the sacrifice, the heaven-burying mausoleum will appear. Many mausoleums and mausoleums will appear. Most of them are sealed with some very powerful fellows. Yunlong said. You just said that. Qinyan nodded. I know of a mausoleum with a dragon pearl inside. Yunlong said, that dragon pearl is also a divine universe dragon pearl. Divine universe dragon pearl? Qinyan muttered. You have already obtained the divine cosmos evil dragon's dragon pearl. This is also one of the divine universe dragon pearls. Yunlong said, others don't know but I know very well that you have a very strong 9 dragons heavenly origin formation in your hands. What does the dragon pearl have to do with the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation? Qinyan asked. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation set up with 9 divine universe dragon pearls is very strong. It is also called the divine universe 9 dragons formation or the ancestral dragon heavenly origin formation. In short, it is very strong. Yunlong said with a smile, don't tell me you don't want to create the strongest 9 dragons heavenly origin formation? Of course I want to. Can you really help me get that dragon pearl? Qinyan said, since dragon pearl is so precious, why don't you ask for it yourself? Yunlong said, I can't get it, but I can tell you the location and let you get it yourself. Qin Yan obtained the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's Dragon Pearl and only planned to use it as an energy source. Now that he knows that he has the chance to obtain even more Dragon Pearls, he naturally wants to use them to lay down formations. Alright. I'll go out now and think of a way to get the Heavenly Law Divine Realm to send even more and stronger heavenly guards. Qin Yan said, if you succeed, come find me again. No problem. Whether or not I can control the Cloud Dragon Mountain range will depend on your performance next. Yunlong said with a smile. The cloud dragon formed by the white cloud suddenly dispersed and disappeared. Qin Yan promptly returned to the wooden building. Xianxia is still resting inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. Qin Yan is sitting in the hall of the wooden building, recalling what he said when he met Yunlong. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, that Yunlong has already opened up the space. If Sister Yang's moon elves cooperate to control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to travel through space, the consumption won't be that great. Furthermore, they can travel more frequently. Yes, I need to return to the Divine Inscription Mountain immediately. Qin Yan said, I need the help of the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain could turn into Hercules and unleash a very strong power. 4 hours later, Xianxia came out of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. When she found out that Qin Yan and Yunlong had met, she was very shocked. Xiao Yun, let's go to the Divine Inscription Mountain now and bring it over. Then, we'll kill all the heavenly guards near the heaven-suppressing gate. Xianxia said, since the defense of the Divine Inscription Mountain is pretty good, let's let the Divine Inscription Mountain attract the attention of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Alright. Qin Yan nodded and said, at that time, the pressure on the heaven-suppressing gate will not be that great. Qin Yan took out the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and went to the main control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle with Xianxia. After Xianxia's moon elf swallowed and fused with the spatial Xian ant, they slept for a period of time. At this moment, they were even more compatible with the power of the spatial Xian ant. Under Xianxia's control, Qin Yan's Heaven Leaping Shuttle could directly shuttle out of the heaven-suppressing gate. The Divine Inscription Mountain was moving. Xianxia did not know the exact location of the Divine Inscription Mountain, so she could only try her best to travel in the direction of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. After the first spatial travel, Xianxia chuckled and said, the space in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range has indeed been opened up. This time, the moon elves didn't expend a lot of energy when they used spatial jump, so they can use it many times in a row. The opening of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range was only targeted at the heavenly guards of the natural law divine realm. If the others wanted to travel through space, they could only do so through the mysterious dark space creatures like the spatial profound ants. Qin Yan took out the soul-chasing talisman and said, we're still a distance away from the Divine Inscription Mountain. Let's continue traveling through space. Are the Divine Inscription Mountain and Heaven City together? Xianxia asked. Qin Yan took out 2 soul-chasing talismans, one for Princess Anya and the other for Xiao Yuemei. Not together. Qin Yan said with a frown, what's going on? Didn't Creation Heaven City follow the Divine Inscription Mountain? This was what the Azure Dragon had said before. The Azure Dragon could use a secret technique to communicate with the little black donkey from afar. Could it be that Heaven City went to do something else? As Xianxia spoke, she used the moon elf to control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to travel through space. After traveling through space this time, they were very close to the Divine Mountain of Inscription. The light emitted by the soul-chasing talisman was very bright. Qin Yan shook his head and said, I don't know. Let's go to the Divine Inscription Mountain and ask. Xianxia looked around. She and Qin Yan were in the main control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and could clearly see the situation outside. They were in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle floated in the air, surrounded by layers of huge mountains. The Heaven Burial Mausoleum has appeared. Those mausoleums should be in the same region, right? Qin Yan controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and flew in the direction of the soul-chasing talisman. Xianxia said, Xiao Yun, why do I feel that the Cloud Dragon Mountain range has changed a lot, especially in terms of energy? Could it be that the Cloud Dragon Mountain range is evolving towards a saint-level space? Qin Yan was alarmed. It's possible. We have to leave as soon as possible before the Cloud Dragon Mountain range evolves. Xianxia nodded and said, if the Cloud Dragon mountain range evolves into a holy level space, there will be a large number of powerful sacred transformation experts coming over. The natural law divine realm could quickly create experts of all levels. Because the Cloud Dragon mountain range was only an immortal grade space, he could only send a 9th stage immortal emperor over at most. If the Cloud Dragon mountain range evolved into a holy level space, then the people that came would definitely be sacred transformation stage experts, and there would definitely be a lot of them. Qin Yun could only deal with experts who had just become sacred. If they were stronger, it would be difficult to deal with them. That was why Xianxia said that she had to leave before the Cloud Dragon mountain range evolved into a saint-level space. Before that, they had to enter the main tomb of Heaven Burial Hill. The speed of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is very fast. Not long after, they saw the Divine Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain flew in the air and turned into a strange ship. The Inscription Divine Mountain could transform into the shape of many beasts. Previously, it had even transformed into a large stone pagoda. The current form of the Divine Mountain is a very large stone ship, several hundred meters long. When he looked over, there were many flowers, plants, and trees planted on top of the stone ship. It looked like a beautiful garden in the shape of a giant ship. It was flying above the clouds, dreamy and beautiful. The speed at which the Divine Inscription Mountain flew was very fast. It was obvious that it was speeding towards the heaven-suppressing sect. After Qin Yun chased after it, he was sensed by the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle was received by the Divine Inscription Mountain and entered the space inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. Qin Yun and Xianxia arrived at the Divine Inscription Mountain. Xiao Yuemei held a large piece of barbecued meat in her hand and ran over. She shouted, "Brother, big sister Yang." Xiao Yuemei smiled and threw herself into Qin Yun's embrace. Qin Yun pinched Xiao Yuemei's charming face and opened his mouth wide to take a bite of the barbecued meat in her hand. Long Yu Qing, the little black donkey and the others were sitting beside a large fire, roasting meat. When they saw Qin Yun return, they only greeted him and did not come over. "You guys are in such a good mood." Qin Yun walked over with a smile. "Boss, what's the situation with the heaven-suppressing sect?" Big Brother Azure Dragon said that the situation over there is very tense. The little black donkey asked. "It is indeed very tense. The enemy we are facing is very strong." Qin Yun sat beside the bonfire and slowly explained the situation of the heavenly law divine realm. Beside the bonfire, there is a mighty old man. This old man has a head full of explosive white hair and a big beard. As he ate the dragon meat, he listened attentively. This old man is the Heavenly Lion King. During this period of time, he has also integrated into the Divine Inscription Mountain. The main reason is that there are a lot of delicious food here. Furthermore, he knows that this Divine Inscription Mountain has a very bright future. Heavenly armor? This kind of damned thing is very difficult to deal with. Back then, I was chased and beaten by a guy wearing heavenly armor. The Heavenly Lion King snorted. "I never thought that the Heavenly Law Divine Realms trash would still be using this kind of damned thing. I have a way to deal with the heavenly armor." Qin Yun smiled and took out the Suppression Armor Sacred Talisman weapon. He took Xiao Yuemei's small mirror and recorded the entire set of runes of the Suppression Armor Sacred Talisman weapon. Then, he gave Xiao Yuemei a few power-storing pearls filled with the power of the 9-Dragon Divine Universe. Xiao Yuemei also more or less knows how to refine the Suppression Armor Sacred Talisman weapon. With Xiao Hua and Immortal Emperor Devil Mirror here, it is enough to help Xiao Yuemei refine it. Is this kind of sacred talisman weapon really useful? The Heavenly Lion King is somewhat doubtful. "Great Lion, believe in my brother, he is very awesome," Xiao Yuemei said with smile. "If he says he can deal with the heavenly armor, then he can really deal with it." The Heavenly Lion King said, "If Shen Cosmic Evil Dragon really gives up a portion of his energy to go to the altar, then now is definitely the best time to get rid of him." Qin Yun shook his head and said, "Shen Cosmic Evil Dragon is definitely hiding in the territory of those heavenly guards. It will be very difficult to get rid of him." "Xiao Yun, we can go and give it a try." Yang Shirihue said, "The heavenly guards came from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, they must have a secret base." Shiman Dazhuang said with smile, "We will go and cause some trouble. If we can't beat them, we can just run away. Hercules has been strengthened by us by a lot." Furthermore, we have the Heavenly Lion King. We are almost invincible in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. But we don't know where the heavenly guards are gathered. Qin Yun said. Ask Yunlong, he definitely knows. Yang Shiyue said. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, I will go outside and try to see if I can contact Yunlong. He left the space inside the Divine Inscription Mountain and came to the garden of the stone ship. He sat on the lawn, closed his eyes and released his mental power. He concentrated his mind and used his mental power to call out to Yunlong. Not long after, a dragon formed from clouds and mist appeared in the garden of the huge stone ship. Yunlong appeared. After he arrived, he exclaimed in admiration, This is your inscription gate? It's really not bad. The Heavenly Lion King should also be inside, right? Qin Yun nodded and said, Do you want to meet him? I can't be bothered to meet him. Yunlong said with smile, What business do you have with me? Where are the heavenly guards gathered? We plan to go over to investigate and cause some trouble. Qin Yun said with a mischievous smile. Going directly to the lair of the heavenly guards is rather dangerous. Yunlong said in shock. It's fine, even if there's danger, we can still escape. Qin Yun has already decided to cause trouble. Alright, I'll tell you the location. As Yunlong spoke, a white light shot out from his eyes and hit Qin Yun's eyes. Qin Yun immediately knew where the heavenly guards were gathered. There are a lot of heavenly guards. This time, they are determined to obtain more than half of the things in the heaven burial tomb. Yunlong said. Qin Yun said, They won't succeed. After Yunlong left, Qin Yun returned to the Divine Inscription Mountain. After entering the Divine Inscription Mountain, Qin Yun immediately told the mountain god the location and let him control the Divine Inscription Mountain to fly over. Sister Yang, I'll go with you first. Qin Yun said. Alright. Yang Shiyue nodded. Xiao Yuemei and the others stayed in the Divine Inscription Mountain and prepared for battle. Yang Shiyue and Qin Yun entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and left the Divine Inscription Mountain. They headed towards the gathering place of the Heavenly Guards. In the main control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, Qin Yun controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to become invisible and quickly flew away. Xiao Yun, I just asked them about the situation of Heaven City. Yang Shiyue said, Originally, Heaven City flew over together with the Divine Inscription Mountain. Later, Princess Xianxia suddenly wanted to go to a place. Let's temporarily separate. Where does she want to take Heaven City? Qin Yun said with a frown. She said that she wants to find a mausoleum. That mausoleum is as big as a city and there are very strong people sealed inside. Yang Shiyue said, She wants to release those people. Those people, are they enemies or friends? Qin Yun suddenly felt somewhat worried. They are neither enemies nor friends. If they come out, as long as we don't provoke them, nothing will happen. Yang Shiyue said, This is what Yu Qing told me. She also said that the group of people Princess Xianxia is looking for is called Ling Tian clan. Qin Yun said in surprise, Could this Ling Tian clan be a very powerful clan? Was it also sealed in the Heaven Burial Tomb before? From the name, it should be. Yang Shiyue said, This Heaven Burial Tomb is really huge, it contains so many mausoleums. Qin Yun is still somewhat worried. He said, Something that can be sealed in the Heaven Burial Tomb must be very strong. He thought of his 8 souls and 9 spirits sealed in the Heaven Burial Tomb. He did not know what kind of tomb he was in. Yang Shiyue shook her head and said, Looks like there are a lot of people sealed in the Heaven Burial Tomb. If they are all released, this Cloud Dragon Mountain range will be very lively. Forget it, let's cause some trouble first. Let the Heavenly Law Divine Realm send more heavenly guards over and then let Yunlong bring us to find the Dragon Pearl. Qin Yun said. He is in a hurry to find the Divine Universe Dragon Pearl. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle arrived above the lake. The surface of the lake was very calm, and it was surrounded by mountains and forests. There was nothing special about it. If Yunlong had not mentioned it, Qin Yun would not have known that the Heavenly Guard's lair was beneath him. The lake was huge, and one could not see the other side from the shore. The water of the lake was clear and calm. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow across the surface of the lake. It was afternoon. Although there were 3 suns in the sky, the lakeside was very cool and pleasant. Yang Shiyue exited the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and floated in the air. She looked at the calm lake and asked doubtfully, "Little Yun, are you sure that the Heavenly Guard's lair is down there?" Qin also came outside and took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon had been modified, and the Ice Goddess Totem had been added. After adding the Snow Goddess Totem, Qin had yet to test the effects. He mainly wanted to see how the cooldown was. Because after 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon fires a very powerful projectile, it becomes very hot. Qin has not been able to find a way to quickly cool it down. "Let's see what happens," Qin said with a smile. The 9 Dragons Heaven Origin Formation was placed inside the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon to power it. Qin loaded the cannon barrel with a star cannonball. When he was in the Immortal Desolate, he had obtained many good stars from the Outer Heaven Alliance army. As long as he had time, he could use the pill-melting heavenly furnace to refine star artillery shells. Run after the fight. When the Divine Inscription Mountain arrives, we will make plans, Xianxia said. Qin took a deep breath and activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. Buzz, although the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon fired a very powerful star cannonball, the sound it made was still relatively gentle. The star cannonball brought with it a very strong force and instantly pierced through the depths of the lake. Boom, the star cannonball exploded at the bottom of the lake. Qin and Xianxia hurriedly returned to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and traveled through space. They left the sky above the lake and watched from afar. After the star cannonball at the bottom of the lake exploded, the power that erupted was extremely terrifying. At the center of the explosion, a large amount of lake water was sent flying high into the sky. The huge lake immediately surged with waves. Hualala, a large amount of lake water flew into the air and fell down, colliding with the huge waves on the surface of the lake, causing a huge commotion. Not long after, many heavenly guards flew out of the turbulent lake. The heavenly guards were larger in size, more than 2 meters tall. They wore golden heavenly armor and wielded golden sabers. This is indeed the lair of the heavenly guards. I wonder if the impact of my cannon was great, Qin said. It's definitely not small. Xianxia smiled and said, "Look at them, they all look very angry." Qin looked at the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon in his hand. It is still very hot to the touch. But the Snow Goddess Totem is also playing its role. It is releasing wave after wave of ice-cold power to cool down the cannon barrel. Sister Rujing's Divine Position Totem is truly useful, Qin said with smile. 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon can recover very quickly and can attack very quickly. Xianxia said, "Is Sister Rujing still cultivating her spirit?" "It's been a long time." "That's right." Qin had previously wanted to cultivate his own spirit. He thought that it would be very fast. Xian Rujing can already summon Snow Woman immortals. She has a certain foundation, so her cultivation speed is very fast. But she has been in seclusion for so long and has yet to finish cultivating. It can be seen that it will take a very long time. After Qin shot the cannon, the originally tranquil lake surface became unceasingly large waves. After the large waves persisted for a period of time, they gradually slowed down. There are many heavenly guards wearing heavenly armor patrolling the lake surface. Qin and Xianxia are inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is very far away from the lake. It is also hidden. It is very difficult to discover it. They want to wait for Divine Mountain of Inscription to arrive and then observe the situation of the lake. Suddenly, the lake surface once again surged up and down violently. "Something is coming out," Xianxia lightly yelled. "Could it be a big guy?" Qin said in amazement, "What could it be?" Roar, a huge shark with a dragon head leaped out of the lake. The shark's body is black, its head looks like a mix between a dragon and a shark. The fins on both sides of its body are very large, they look like wings. After the huge dragon head shark leapt out, its body suddenly became wrapped up by a burst of golden mist. In the blink of an eye, the dragon head shark's lower body underwent a great change. It actually turned into a human. The shark is hundreds of meters tall. Its lower body has a pair of huge legs covered in dragon scales and its upper body is the body of a shark. Its fins also have 2 huge claws, like the claws of a bat's wings. The dragon head black shark floated in the air, looking around and constantly roaring. "Who attacked us?" Hurry up and come out, the dragon-head black shark roared. I am the leader here, the heavenly dragon shark king. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other in astonishment. This guy, is he the boss of this lair? Xianxia said in astonishment. I wonder how strong he is. He looks quite scary. Xianxia said. Xianxia patted the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon and said with a smile, give him a shot and we'll know. Can it hit him? Xianxia said, if he dodges, it will be a waste. Don't be afraid, he won't be able to dodge. Xianxia said very confidently. The reason why the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon needs to be activated by the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation is to ensure the highest speed, to ensure that the cannonball can hit the target in an instant. The cannonball shot out by the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon, no matter if it is a cannonball condensed from energy, a star cannonball or a cannonball refined from other things, they are all very precious. Only by ensuring absolute accuracy can it not be wasted. Xianxia stood in the main control room of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and aimed the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon at the heavenly dragon shark king. The guys sent by the heavenly law divine realm are not necessarily humans. Xianxia said. The things they created should be stronger beasts. The divine universe evil dragon seems to be created by them. Xianxia said. Did you aim? Xianxia asked. Yes. Xianxia said with a smile, fire. The 9 heavens dragon lion cannon fired a star cannonball. The star cannonball hit one of the heavenly dragon shark king's huge eyes, boom, with a deafening sound, the star cannonball accurately landed on the heavenly dragon shark king's eye, erupting with a burst of fierce flames. The heavenly dragon shark king's eye was also blasted apart, blood splattered out like a waterfall. Die. The heavenly dragon shark king doesn't seem to be in any pain at all. With a loud roar, his mountain-like body flashed near the Heaven Leaping Shuttle in the blink of an eye, then he attacked the Heaven Leaping Shuttle with his claw. The moment the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon fired, the heavenly dragon shark king locked onto the Heaven Leaping Shuttle's position and teleported over. Xianxia immediately used the moon fairy to control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to travel through space. Boom, the might of the heavenly dragon shark king's claw is extremely terrifying. After it landed, hundreds of huge mountains in the surrounding area immediately collapsed. The most terrifying thing is that after those huge mountains collapsed, they quickly melted and turned into water. The heavenly dragon shark king has a special ability that can turn things into liquid. This guy is worthy of being a leader, he is indeed very strong. Xianxia said in shock. If not for Xianxia's quick reaction and being able to control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to travel through space and time, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle would have been hit. If it was hit, it would most likely be severely injured. Who the hell are you? The heavenly dragon shark king roared. Don't be sneaky, quickly come out. Listen up, I am the sect master of the inscription gate, Xianxia. Xianxia shouted, I came here to kill divine universe evil dragon. Just as he finished speaking, Xianxia immediately controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to travel through space. After traveling through space, the heavenly dragon shark king flew over in an instant and his huge claws fiercely descended. Xianxia? It's you bastard who killed the red devil beast, the heavenly dragon shark king said angrily, we will definitely capture you, the enemy of the heavenly Tao, and seal you. When the heavenly guards of the heavenly law divine realm attacked the heaven-suppressing gate, they suffered quite a bit of losses. A large number of heavenly armor guards were killed and the red gigantic beast was also killed by the ancient ox devil because of Xianxia. Xianxia doesn't dare to attack now. The star artillery shells are powerful enough but they are unable to kill the heavenly dragon shark king. The heavenly dragon shark king's eye was blasted apart and a large hole appeared. However, after the heavenly dragon shark king absorbed a large amount of lake water, that eye grew out again. Fighting with this kind of thing with strong regenerative power is very difficult, even if the divine inscription mountain comes, Xianxia doesn't have the confidence to eliminate this heavenly dragon shark king. He can only think of ways to cause great damage to the heavenly guard's lair. Wait for the divine inscription mountain to come. Xianxia said. It should be here soon. Xianxia is also thinking of a way to deal with the heavenly dragon shark king when the time comes. Xianxia controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to travel through space and head towards the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Divine Inscription Mountain is flying in the air and has already turned into a giant wearing stone armor. This is the form of Hercules. Old Mountain, when you guys are fighting, remember to use dragon tendons to entangle that big guy. That guy's recovery ability is very strong. Xianxia transmitted his voice to the divine inscription mountain from within the heaven-leaping shuttle. Recovery ability is very strong? Then leave it to me, the heavenly Lion King said. Xianxia almost forgot that there is still an ancient ferocious beast like the heavenly Lion King. If the heavenly Lion King makes a move, the chances of winning this battle are still very high. The heavenly dragon shark king who is above the lake immediately roared when he saw Hercules coming over. During the battle in the heavenly lion tomb, Hercules went on a killing spree. Furthermore, he even clashed head-on with the divine cosmos evil dragon. When the divine cosmos evil dragon and the heavenly law divine realm joined forces, they naturally talked about Hercules' situation. The moment the heavenly dragon shark king saw Hercules, he recognized that it is Xianxia's item. Hercules suddenly became very big. He swooped down from the sky and punched at the heavenly dragon shark king. The heavenly dragon shark king controlled the lake water to float up and envelop Hercules inside. Roar! The heavenly lion king suddenly flew out from the divine inscription mountain and turned into a huge nether realm heavenly lion, breaking the ball of water trapping Hercules. Heavenly Lion King, the heavenly dragon shark king shouted in alarm and anger. Xianxia is a little surprised. He did not expect Heavenly Lion King and Heavenly Dragon Shark King to know each other. Xianxia said, Heavenly Dragon Shark King knows Heavenly Lion King. Could this guy be as strong as Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon back then? It should be. Heavenly Dragon Shark King definitely knows Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon. Xianxia said, it's strange. This guy should be very strong. Why was he sent to such a place? Heavenly Lion King and Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon had their hearts sealed in Heaven Burial Mausoleum. Therefore, their cultivation was at most peak 9th tier Immortal Emperor. The reason why they were still strong here was because of their bodies. If they could take back their hearts, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Their hearts were the core source of their strength. For example, Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon's Dragon Ball had been extracted from his heart. Heavenly Dragon Shark King and Heavenly Lion King fought intensely. Their strength was on par. Heavenly Lion King was suddenly sent flying by Heavenly Dragon Shark King. He landed on the ground and rolled, breaking through several tall mountains. At this moment, Vigor God was also surrounded by a large group of heavenly guards. The heavenly guards' sabers or spears were all shining with golden light. They were wearing golden heavenly armor. More and more heavenly guards flew out from the lake. Moreover, there were several tens of great heavenly armor guards that were several meters tall. The weapons in their hands were huge golden axes. Vigor God's defense was very strong. After activating the Black Tortoise formation, the spears thrown by the heavenly guards were unable to pierce through the barrier outside Vigor God. The mountain god controlled Vigor God and charged towards the nearest heavenly guards. Then, he extended his huge palm and grabbed those heavenly armor guards. When the huge palm reached out, it suddenly produced a very strong suction force. Those heavenly guards that wanted to escape were sucked in by the suction force and fell into Vigor God's huge palm. Vigor God grabbed a 2-meter-tall heavenly armor guard and squeezed it hard. After the heavenly armor guard's heavenly armor was stimulated, it burst out with waves of lightning. It also produced a very strong energy barrier, causing Vigor God to be unable to continue squeezing. Is Vigor God not strong enough? Xianxia looked at Vigor God's palm that was surging with lightning. Heavenly armor is indeed powerful. If you can't make it lose its effectiveness, the defense it produces is still very strong. Xianxia said. Sister Yang, stay here. I'll go out and help. Xianxia said. And, just pay attention. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia left the heavenly leaping shuttle and used the light transformation sacred pupil to fly over. After concealing himself, he threw out a flying saber. The flying dagger was the armor-suppressing holy talisman weapon. The flying dagger hit the heavenly armor guard with the Hercules palm. The heavenly armor of the heavenly armor guardian suddenly lost its effect. Boom! Strength surged out of the Hercules arm. As he crushed the heavenly armor guard, a loud bang was heard. In Xianxia's 9-sun divine spirit, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi could continuously refine suppression sacred talisman weapons. However, there were too many heavenly armor guards. Xianxia only had 20 to 30 armor suppression holy talisman weapons in his possession. There was no way he could deal with thousands of heavenly armor guards. Hercules became huge and floated in the air. It was a huge target. The heavenly armor guards did not approach. Instead, they kept throwing their spears to consume the energy of the divine mountain. Xianxia returned to the heaven-leaping shuttle, shook his head and said, "Hercules is very strong but he is still unable to break through the defense of the heavenly armor." After that, he communicated with the mountain god and asked him to temporarily retreat. If he continued to fight, he would consume a lot of energy and he wouldn't be able to kill many heavenly armor guards. After Hercules ran away, Xianxia controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle to approach and enter the inner space of the divine mountain. "Those heavenly armors are too powerful," the mountain god said. "I used such a strong power but I was still unable to crush it. Furthermore, my palm was attacked by a very strong lightning. The heavenly armor is that strong. That's why I told you to retreat. If we continue to waste time, we will be the ones to suffer," Xianxia said. Xiaohua said, "Boss, why don't you tell us the runes of the armor suppression sacred talisman weapon? Let us modify it and let Hercules have a weapon that can restrain the heavenly armor." The main power that could restrain the heavenly armor was rather special. Either Xianxia's absolute yang power combined with the nether moon, or the power of the sun and moon shine together. Or the power of the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. "I can release the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation and give it a try," Xianxia said. "The power of the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation can suppress the heavenly armor to a certain extent but the effect isn't too obvious. We need to use some runes to drill into the heavenly armor's loopholes to have a good effect. Let's give it a try," the mountain god said. Xianxia released the nine-dragon rune heavenly sabers and activated the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation. After the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation was activated, the mountain god immediately absorbed the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation's power and once again charged towards the group of heavenly armor guards. After going over, he once again suffered a round of attacks and was crazily stabbed by those spears. Those spears are also very mysterious. They flew over and attacked Hercules' body, causing a burst of violent small explosions. The spears also disappeared because of this but very soon, spears appeared in the hands of the heavenly armor guards again. Xianxia guessed that there is a very strong power that can continuously condense a large number of spears and then transfer them to the heavenly armor guards. This time, Hercules grabbed a few meters tall great heavenly armor guard. After using the power of the nine-dragon divine universe to suppress it, the lightning that erupted from the heavenly armor was not as violent. However, it was still difficult to break through the defense of the heavenly armor. Hercules condensed a vast amount of energy and suddenly exploded. Boom! That great heavenly armor guard was finally crushed. Xianxia, Xiaohua and the others also let out a cheer. "This won't do, the consumption is too great. There are so many of these things, it's impossible to kill them all," the mountain god said. "Killing one of these things won't yield much. The price was huge but the rewards were small. Even if they could kill the great heavenly armor guard, it wouldn't mean much. The heavenly dragon shark king and the heavenly lion king are fighting more and more fiercely in the other mountain range. From the looks of it, the heavenly lion king has the advantage because his bite force is very strong and he can bite out a very deep wound on the heavenly dragon shark king's body. At this moment, the heavenly lion king's arm is being bitten by the heavenly lion king. Let's go and help the heavenly lion king," Xianxia said. After all, this is the lair of the heavenly guards in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. It is very unrealistic to rely on the power of the inscription gate to destroy it. Xianxia's main goal is to come here and cause trouble. He wants to let the heavenly law divine realm know that the strength of his inscription gate is not weak and let the heavenly law divine realm send more and stronger heavenly armor guards over. This is the agreement between Xianxia and Yunlong. As long as he can do it, Yunlong can help him find a divine universe dragon pearl. "Damn dog, let go of me." The heavenly dragon shark king's arm is being bitten and he is swinging it with all his might. The heavenly lion king bit the heavenly dragon shark king, its claws are constantly scratching, erupting with a fierce power. It is the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw. After Hercules went over, He threw out a very long dragon tendon and tied it around the Heavenly Dragon Shark King's legs, then wrapped it around the Heavenly Dragon Shark King's other arm. Roar! The Heavenly Lion King roared and bit off one of the Heavenly Dragon Shark King's arms. You bastards, you will die very miserably. The Heavenly Dragon Shark King roared in anger. His body has already been tied up and his arm has been bitten off and eaten by the Heavenly Lion King. When the other great Heavenly Armor Guards rushed over, Hercules took out another thick dragon tendon and lashed it at the group of Heavenly Armor Guards. The dragon tendon lashed out like a whip, like a crazy and ferocious wave. It struck towards the group of great Heavenly Armor Guards. The great Heavenly Armor Guards were hit by the dragon tendon and were sent flying. They were wearing heavenly armor, so they were not injured. The Heavenly Lion King suddenly bit the Heavenly Dragon Shark King's thigh and used his claws to tear it, causing the Heavenly Dragon Shark King to let out a series of angry roars. Just you wait. The Heavenly Dragon Shark King's body suddenly turned into a large amount of water and broke free from the dragon tendon's bindings. Walala, a large amount of water rushed into the sky and seeped into many spatial cracks. The Heavenly Dragon Shark King escaped back to the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. At the same time, a large number of Heavenly Armor Guards suddenly came out from the spatial cracks. The majority of the Heavenly Armor Guards that appeared this time were giant Heavenly Armor Guards. Their bodies were more than 10 meters tall and they held huge golden axes in their hands. Their bodies were filled with explosive power and they looked very terrifying. On the Heavenly Law Divine Realm side, reinforcements were coming. It seemed like they were going to take down the Divine Inscription Mountain and the Heavenly Lion King. A large number of giant Heavenly Armor Guards and great Heavenly Armor Guards came over. They were densely packed and covered the sky as they let out shouts. Senior, come back quickly! Xianxia suddenly shouted. The Heavenly Lion King also realized how powerful the Heavenly Armor Guard army was. He immediately returned to the interior of the Divine Inscription Mountain. Let's go! Xianxia shouted. The Hercules leaped and ran on the ground because the sky was filled with Heavenly Armor Guards. While the Hercules was running, a large number of golden spears fell from the sky like a rainstorm, chasing after the Hercules and stabbing him. Boom, boom. Boom, everywhere the Hercules passed by, a large number of spears pierced him and then exploded. It was as if the ground was being plowed by wave after wave of exploding spears. That bastard Heavenly Dragon Shark King could have run long ago, but he felt that it was embarrassing, so he persisted with me. The Heavenly Lion King laughed and said, if he had run earlier, I wouldn't have eaten an arm. The Heavenly Lion King heavily injured the Heavenly Dragon Shark King and was in an extremely good mood. The Mountain God, however, was not in such a good mood because there were still many giant Heavenly Armor Guards chasing after him. Those giant Heavenly Armor Guards were very big and they were like locusts chasing after him. Xianxia and company were inside the Divine Inscription Mountain and could see the situation outside. When they saw a large number of huge Heavenly Armor Guards covering the sky, they were all astonished. The Heavenly Law Divine Domain is truly terrifying. Xiaoyuemei exclaimed. Big Sister Yang, let's go out and put the Divine Inscription Mountain into the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. We'll teleport through space and leave. As Xianxia spoke, he pulled Yang Shuriwei and entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. After the Heaven Leaping Shuttle flew out, it immediately teleported the Hercules to the warehouse. Let's go. Yang Shuriwei controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to teleport through space, distancing herself from the Heavenly Armor Guard army. After distancing themselves from the Heavenly Armor Guard, the Mountain God heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia also controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and released the Divine Inscription Mountain. You guys go to the Heaven Suppressing Sect, I'm going to Heaven Creation City. Xianxia greeted Xiao Hua and company before controlling the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to fly away. Xiao Yun, it's time to contact Yunlong, right? Yang Shuriwei said, the Heavenly Law Divine Domain has sent a lot of huge Heavenly Armor Guards. The agreement has been reached. Xianxia and Yang Shuriwei are inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Through Princess Anya's soul-chasing talisman, they can determine that Heaven City is still a distance away from them. After the space of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range was opened, the two Moon Elves did not consume too much energy to use the Space Xian ants. I'm going to start the spatial travel. Yang Shuriwei said and took over the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Xianxia nodded and said, let's begin. Xianxia closed her eyes and controlled the moon elves to release energy to cooperate with the nine-dragon heavenly origin formation and inject a very strong energy into the heaven leaping shuttle. After the heaven leaping shuttle absorbed the power of the moon elves, under Xianxia's control, it shuttled towards the direction of Heaven City. In the blink of an eye, the spatial travel was completed. After arriving at this area, Qin Yun and Xianxia could see that the ground in front of them was filled with grassland and many small flowers. After entering this area, Qin Yun felt that it was somewhat different. "Let's go out and take a look," Qin Yun said before he and Xianxia arrived outside the heaven leaping shuttle. The heaven leaping shuttle floated in the air. Qin Yun and Xianxia stood on the heaven leaping shuttle and looked at the grassland on the ground. "Is this the buried heaven land?" Qin Yun looked around and said, "What exactly is going on with this place?" At this moment, a white cloud suddenly floated over from the sky. After the white cloud floated over, it churned for a moment and turned into a cloud dragon. "Yun Long is here. Senior, is this place the buried heaven land?" Qin Yun asked. "Yes, this is a very strange place. The buried heaven land was originally in a space, but after the sacrifice, this space overlapped with the Cloud Dragon Mountain range," Yun Long said. "In that case, is this place considered to be in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range?" Xianxia asked. "It's here for now, but this space can be closed. Once it is closed, it will no longer be connected to the Cloud Dragon Mountain range," Yun Long said. "Why do I have a very strange feeling? What's going on?" Qin Yun asked curiously. "This place is the buried heaven land. All kinds of buried heaven mausoleums are inside," Yun Long said with a smile. "Those buried heaven mausoleums have sealed all kinds of powerful creatures or souls. After being sealed for so long, they are naturally filled with resentment." Qin Yun said with a frown, "The strange feeling I feel, are they all formed by the resentment?" He used the absolute spirit I detested out, but he did not see any other strange energy. "Of course it's not resentment. The resentment ending energy here have all been suppressed. The strange feeling you have is caused by suppressing the yin and resentment qi." Yun Long chuckled. "If you feel uncomfortable, then it means that you have resentment in your body that needs to be suppressed." Qin Yun was secretly alarmed because deep in his heart, there was indeed an extremely evil and brutal side to him. There were a few times when he was almost swallowed by the evil, but fortunately, he was able to avert danger every time. Hearing Yun Long's words, he suddenly felt that there was something in his body that needed to be suppressed and purified. This buried heaven land has sealed and buried all sorts of powerful creatures. It's truly rare to not sense a trace of ruthless aura in here," Xianxia said. "Isn't that so?" Yun Long laughed. "Of course, the most amazing thing about buried heaven land is that it's very hard to destroy." Qin Yun looked at his surroundings and said, "Very difficult to destroy? What does that mean?" Yun Long said, "Firstly, the space where the buried heaven land is located can't be destroyed. Secondly, everything inside it can't be destroyed. If you don't believe me, just attack below and you'll know." Qin Yun looked at the grassland below him and punched out, producing a very powerful lightning flame. When the powerful fist force landed on the grassland, it suddenly turned into a gentle breeze and dissipated in all directions. The flowers and plants were only blown a little, they were not destroyed at all. Qin Yun was alarmed. Although his punch was not the strongest, it was not weak either. It was actually unable to destroy the flowers and plants here. Xianxia said in surprise, "Doesn't that mean that it would be very difficult to break through the various mausoleums here?" "So, I know which mausoleum has the dragon pearl, but I can't take it out," Yun Long said. "The heavenly law divine realm has sent many more heavenly armor guards over, and they are all very big ones. Senior, you should be very satisfied, right?" Qin Yun chuckled. "Not bad." Yun Long smiled and said, "I'll guide you to find the dragon pearl now." As he spoke, Yun Long's eyes shot out two rays of white light towards Qin Yun's eyes, allowing him to know where the mausoleum was. In just an instant, Qin Yun knew where the mausoleum was. It was not very far from where they were. "Qin Yun, the place we are in looks very calm, but the buried heaven land is actually very dangerous," Yun Long said. "Whether or not you can obtain that dragon pearl will depend on you." "Danger? What danger?" Xianxia looked around and said, I can't see anything. There are all kinds of killing formations in the buried heaven land. In addition, there are all kinds of heavenly puppets or heavenly puppet beasts guarding the mausoleum. As long as you get close to those mausoleums, you might encounter this kind of thing. Yunlong said, I'm not trying to scare you, so you must remember, you must be small, heart. I will remember. Xianxia nodded. Senior, have you heard of the Ling Tian clan? Xianxia asked. I've heard of it. Yunlong's voice suddenly became deeper. It was obvious that he was extremely sensitive or vigilant towards the Ling Tian clan. What kind of race is this? Qinyan and Xianxia looked at each other and asked. Very powerful. So powerful that it almost destroyed the order of the heavenly Tao. That's why it was sealed. Back then, the Ling Tian clan was an existence that existed even earlier than the Nine Sons royal family. Yunlong said in a deep voice, how do you know about the Ling Tian clan? Is the Ling Tian clan sealed here? Qinyan said, if we release them, what will the consequences be? I don't know what the consequences will be. In short, it will definitely cause chaos in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Yunlong said, of course, it won't affect me. Xianxia asked, how did the Ling Tian clan destroy the order of the heavenly Tao? Yunlong shook his head, I don't know. In short, the people from the Ling Tian clan are very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sealed here. If they weren't strong, they would have most likely been exterminated. Will the Ling Tian clan really have no effect on the Cloud Dragon Mountain range? Qinyan was somewhat worried. After all, it was a very strong clan. If the Ling Tian clan really comes out, their greatest enemy will definitely be the heavenly guards of the heavenly law divine realm. Back then, the Ling Tian clan fought with these guys. Yunlong laughed, they are fighting and killing in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. After they die, their energy will be absorbed by me. Of course it won't affect me. Qinyan curled his lips and said, the Ling Tian clan will destroy the order of the heavenly Tao. You are the heavens of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, aren't you afraid that they will destroy you? I am only the ruler of this Cloud Dragon heavenly region and the source of my energy is still that mysterious and ethereal heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao that the Ling Tian clan is targeting is that mysterious and ethereal heavenly Tao. They will not find me. Yunlong chuckled. Yunlong's body began to dissipate. After disappearing, Qinyan and Xianxia returned to the heaven leaping shuttle. Big Sister Yang, let's go to that mausoleum first. Qinyan said, Heaven Creation City is so big and it's not weak either. If they release the Ling Tian clan, nothing will happen to them. Xianxia nodded and said, we have to be careful when we go find the Dragon Pearl. Yunlong said that it's very dangerous inside, he's definitely not trying to scare us. Qinyan controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and carefully flew through the air towards the mausoleum that hid the Divine Universe Dragon Pearl. In the message that Yunlong sent to Qinyan, the mausoleum was a small hill. It was not a huge tomb palace or tomb city. If it was just a small hill, Qinyan felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. If it was a large tomb city or tomb palace, it would be extremely dangerous to enter. The heaven leaping shuttle flew for more than half a day. What surprised Qinyan and Xianxia was that after such a long time, the position of the three suns in the sky did not change at all. The sun hasn't moved, what's going on? Qinyan said in alarm, could it be that there's no night here? Xianxia looked at the sky and said, let's go out and take a look and feel the energy of the sunlight. Qinyan and Xianxia arrived outside the heaven leaping shuttle. They very seriously felt the power of the sun between heaven and earth. A moment later, Qinyan said in shock, what's going on? Xianxia was also very surprised. Xiaoyun, I can feel 8 types of very strong sun power. This is something that can only be felt when the 9 suns are complete. She already has 8 sun immortal veins, so she can feel 8 types of sun power. Through the 9 sun divine spirit, Qinyan can absorb 9 types of very strong sun power. Moreover, they are the kind that lean towards sacred power. There are only 3 suns left. Logically speaking, there should only be 3 types of very strong sun power. The other 6 types are relatively weak, they are the residual heat of the 6 suns that fell. How strange. Qinyan said with a frown, this place is filled with 9 types of very strong sun sacred power. It's as if the 9 suns are at their peak. The 3 suns we saw should be illusions. Xianxia said, there must be a large amount of powerful 9 sun sacred power stored inside the heaven burial tomb. Looks like this is truly a strange space. Qinyan exclaimed. Xiaoyun, let's quickly take the divine universe dragon pearl and leave this place. Xianxia said, I'm afraid of being trapped here. Qinyan and Xianxia returned to the heaven leaping shuttle, their expressions are rather grave. This was because this buried heaven land was truly incredible. Although they had yet to encounter those powerful things, they knew that in this kind of environment, many powerful things could definitely be nurtured. I wonder how strong the heaven puppets and heaven puppets that Yunlong mentioned are. Qinyan is somewhat worried about encountering these 2 things. Let's hurry up and find that tomb. Xianxia urged. Just as Qinyan was about to control the heaven leaping shuttle to move forward, he discovered that a small hill had appeared 1,000 meters in front of him. Qinyan only knows one direction, he only knows what the mausoleum looks like. As for how far it is, he is not very clear. Just now, he and Xianxia went out for a while and observed the surroundings. However, they did not see that small hill. But now, that small hill suddenly appeared in front of him. This is truly too horrifying. Big Sister Yang, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Qinyan looked at the small hill in front of him and said, did you see that? Xianxia said with frown, your eyes are not playing tricks on you, I also saw it. That small hill can be said to be neither big nor small. It suddenly appeared in front of them without any sound, it is truly frightening. Furthermore, that small hill is a mausoleum. Could it be that all the mausoleums in buried heaven land can run around? Qinyan said in shock, isn't this too scary? Even if it can run around, it won't be so coincidental that it will appear in front of us when we want to look for it. Xianxia said, Xiaoyun, get something to investigate. It's best if we don't go there ourselves. Qinyan let Long Tianji come out. Long Tianji released many small lightning dragons. Hundreds of small lightning dragons rushed towards the small hill. Then with the small hill as the center, they spread out in all directions to investigate whether or not there are any traps in the vicinity of the small hill. Qinyan and Xianxia are inside the heaven leaping shuttle. They can clearly see that after the small lightning dragons went over, they did not trigger any bewildering formation or trap formation. Moreover, that small hill is also real because when the small lightning dragons attacked that small hill, they created quite a bit of commotion. It seems like nothing powerful has appeared? Qinyan looked around and said, didn't Yunlong say that there will be heaven puppets or heaven puppet beasts? Hundreds of small lightning dragons flew out and searched a large area around the small hill. However, they didn't find anything. Xianxia shook her head and said, this mausoleum suddenly appeared, it is so strange. If there is no danger, I don't believe it. Could it be that the small lightning dragons can't find anything when they go over? Qinyan said with frown, can we only go over by ourselves? Xiaoyun, do you have any puppets? Xianxia asked, it's best if they have flesh and blood. In the past, Qinyan had captured some wraiths and heavenly monsters that had turned into humans. Some of them were tortured to death, while others were frozen for research. He took out an evil spirit and said, this guy's soul is gone, but I can control it. Qinyan took out the Gemini treasure mirror and imprinted a set of totems on the head of the evil ghost. This way, he can easily control the evil ghost. The monster looked like a middle-aged man. After being controlled by Qinyan, he immediately sat up. Xianxia injected some power into the evil ghost and heavenly monster's body and said, I want this guy to look like he's full of life. Big Sister Yang, you are very meticulous. Qinyan said. The evil ghosts and heavenly monsters he released have been frozen, they look like corpses. After Xianxia injected her power into the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters, the evil ghosts and heavenly monsters seemed to come to life. Their eyes were bright and their bodies were full of life. Enough. Xianxia said. Qinyan controlled the evil ghost and heavenly monster to leave the heaven leaping shuttle. They landed on the grassland and then walked towards the small hill. Long Tianji said, my small lightning dragon is condensed from energy, it doesn't have any signs of life, so it can't cause any commotion? Xianxia nodded and said, indeed. If we want to find out about the killing formation or lure out other things, we must use living beings. Moreover, their life aura must be vigorous enough. Quickly look. There is movement. Xianxia looked at the grassland below from inside the heaven-leaping shuttle. Under his control, the evil ghost and heavenly monster slowly walked on the grassland. After the evil ghost and heavenly monster approached the small hill, the grassland within several hundred meters of the small hill suddenly turned black. This kind of black color is very evil. However, Xianxia and Xianxia did not sense any evil aura on the heaven-leaping shuttle. Xianxia said, "The entire small hill is inside a barrier. That evil power has not rushed out because it has been sealed by the barrier. A very strange barrier. The small lightning dragon can enter and exit as it pleases, but the evil power cannot come out." Xianxia said in amazement. "There is evil power inside the evil ghost and heavenly monster's body. After entering, it won't be easy to come out." Xianxia said. Xianxia suddenly became worried because there might be evil power hidden inside the evil ghost and heavenly monster's body. He is worried that after entering, he won't be able to come out. After entering the barrier, the evil ghost and heavenly monster can no longer come out, they are blocked by the barrier. What is even more frightening is that as the evil ghost and heavenly monster stepped on the pitch-black grassland, their body suddenly began to shrink bit by bit. The power of the evil ghost and heavenly monster is being devoured. The flowers and grass around the small hill have now turned black and are crazily dancing, as if they are in a carnival. It looks very evil and scary. Furthermore, the dragon head statue on the top of the small hill, the dragon eyes have also turned red. The entire dragon head looks like it is grinning sinisterly. It looks very creepy. The evil ghost and heavenly monster did not even get close to the small hill and fell to the ground. Only dried up skin and bones remain, their vitality has been completely devoured. At this time, the flowers and grass also quickly wrapped around the evil ghost and heavenly monster and started devouring their body. It is indeed very dangerous. Xianxia shook her head. "Xiaoyun, the things sealed in the buried heaven land are very powerful. The dragon pearl is sealed in the small hill, it can devour the outside world even through the small hill. Fortunately, the entire small hill is inside a strange barrier. It seems like we just happened to be near this tomb, but this tomb suddenly hid itself and wants to attack us?" Xianxia said in horror. "If we didn't know and continued forward, we might have stepped into a trap." Previously, because they saw that the position of the three suns did not move, they came out to take a look and did not continue forward. "Have you thought of a way to enter the tomb?" No wonder Yanlong said that it is very difficult to obtain the things inside. Xianxia asked. "In the buried heaven land, there must be many such tombs. The things sealed inside are either living beings or other things. Even if it is a weapon, after such a long time, the weapon spirit will certainly give birth to a spirit and its own consciousness. If there is enough energy, it might even be able to cultivate a fleshly body. Xianxia has read about it in some ancient books. After some powerful weapons are lost, they can cultivate into a human. I wonder what kind of dragon that divine universe dragon pearl belongs to." Xianxia said, "It is so evil, it looks even more frightening than the divine universe evil dragon's dragon pearl." Xianxia has the divine universe evil dragon's dragon pearl, and the divine universe evil dragon is already very evil. There is actually a dragon that is even more evil than the divine universe evil dragon. That's why the dragon pearl is sealed here. It seems like that dragon pearl is very difficult to destroy. Xianxia said. Xianxia is also thinking of a way to pass through the barrier and enter safely. It shouldn't be difficult to pass through the barrier. Xianxia said, "I just don't know what other powerful things are inside." Xianxia took out a divine universe sword, tied up her beautiful black hair and changed into a light blue armor. She said, "Xiaoyun, we are going to take the risk." Xianxia took out Lu Shuangji's heavenly armor and handed it to Xianxia. He said, "Big sister Yang, you wear this." "You wear it." Xianxia shook her head. "I'm fine." Xianxia spoke and pulled off the blue armor on Xianxia's body. Xianxia had no other choice. She smiled sweetly and took off the light blue armor on her body. She is only wearing thin underwear inside. Of course, those clothes are engraved with runes and have the effect of healing and recovery. After Xianxia changed into the golden heavenly armor, Xianxia felt a lot more at ease. In terms of defense, Qin Yan is not afraid. After all, he has absorbed the divine universe purple energy to cultivate, and he also has the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. They left the heaven leaping shuttle and put it away. Then, they walked towards the small hill. The flowers and plants within a radius of several hundred meters of the small hill are still black. When Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu stepped into the black area, it was equivalent to entering the barrier. After they entered, they immediately exited the barrier and confirmed that they could come out. Only then did they feel relieved and continue moving forward. After they walked for dozens of meters, they suddenly sensed a very strong power surging out from the ground, sucking their bodies in. A large number of black flowers and plants suddenly became very large and malevolent, wrapping around Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu's legs. Qin Yan let out a muffled groan. Through the absolute yang power, he activated the overwhelming righteous martial spirit and released a very powerful overwhelming righteous energy. A white energy wave surged and immediately ignited all the black flowers and plants in the surroundings, igniting them with pure white flames. And the devouring power that surged up also immediately retracted. "Let's continue walking," Yang Shiyu said. She tightly gripped the divine universe sword in her hand. They walked towards the small hill and looked at the dragon head stone sculpture at the top. The dragon head stone sculpture's red eyes suddenly shot out 2 beams of light. Yang Shiyu immediately waved the divine universe sword in her hand and released a very strong energy wave, scattering the 2 beams of light. "Xiao Yun, use the cannon to blast that dragon head," Yang Shiyu lightly shouted. Qin Yan took out the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon and fired at the dragon head stone sculpture at the top of the small hill. The energy condensed by the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation turned into a ball of light and shot out from the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon, hitting the dragon head stone sculpture. Bang! After the dragon head stone sculpture was hit, it was enveloped by the 9-colored light and let out a trembling sound. The 9-colored light disappeared and the dragon head stone sculpture is unexpectedly undamaged. The power of the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation? The dragon head stone sculpture actually spoke. It laughed sinisterly and said, "Great, great. I will be able to see the light of day again soon, ha ha ha." Hearing the words divine cosmic devil dragon, Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu looked at each other in amazement. It sounds like it is a powerful existence on par with divine cosmic evil dragon. "What is your relationship with divine cosmic evil dragon?" Qin Yan asked. "He is my brother." "You bastard, you are dead for sure," divine cosmic devil dragon shouted. Qin Yan took out the 9 heavens dragon lion cannon and shot at the black dragon head sculpture again. The power this time is even stronger than before. It even let out a burst of ferocious lion roar. After the black dragon head sculpture was hit, divine cosmic devil dragon suddenly roared. The small hill slightly trembled as if something is about to come out from inside. The dragon head sculpture is very hard, it is impossible to break it. It is also unknown what kind of material it is made from. Yang Shiyu suddenly released a purple moon. The beautiful purple moon shot out rainbow energy in all directions, creating wave after wave of glowing energy. It condensed into purple lightning and attacked the dragon head sculpture. "Ah!" Divine cosmic devil dragon immediately let out a painful cry. Yang Shiyu's attack just now was a very strong mental attack. After the divine cosmic devil dragon suffered that golden attack, it is clearly in incomparable pain. "This guy doesn't have a body, only a soul. Xiao Yun, we don't need to be afraid of him," Yang Shiyu said. Yang Shiyu said, "Let's continue forward. This guy's soul and dragon pearl are sealed inside. He can only use his evil consciousness to corrupt the energy outside. This kind of power can't harm us. Damned woman, I will eat you." Divine cosmic devil dragon shouted. A black energy suddenly emerged from the ground and rushed towards Yang Shiyu. Qin Yan's body released overwhelming righteous power to purify the black gas rushing towards him. Then he continued forward. Soon, they arrived beside the small hill. "The dragon pearl is inside, how to get in is a problem. How can we get in? If we break it and that guy's soul comes out, it should be very strong, right?" Qin Yan circled around the small hill to see if there is an entrance or something. Divine cosmic devil dragon's black dragon head sculpture on top of the small hill looks very scary. Moreover, it is constantly roaring, but it can't do anything to Qin Yan and Yang Shiyu. This divine universe devil dragon shouldn't be very strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed in such a small hill. Xianxia said. Woman with long hair and short knowledge, don't look down on me. Back then, I, Divine Universe Demon Dragon, was the strongest Tianfa divine beast created by the heavenly Tao. Divine Universe Demon Dragon was my little brother. When he saw me, he had to kneel down and call me Big Brother Demon Dragon. Divine Universe Demon Dragon shouted angrily. The Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon claimed to be a very powerful Tianfa divine beast. This Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon was indeed closely related to the Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon. You're stronger than the Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon? Why was it sealed here? Divine Cosmos Evil Dragon is not sealed. Xianxia said with smile. Bullshit. The Divine Cosmic Evil Dragon's heart and dragon pearl have both been sealed. Only his tattered body and soul managed to escape, but he was still sealed by the 9 Sons royal family. The Divine Universe Demon Dragon snorted. Then tell me, how can I save you? Xianxia asked. With your strength, you can't release me at all. Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon sneered. You want my dragon pearl, right? Dream on. Xianxia said, Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon, if we get you out, do you think we have enough strength to take away your dragon pearl? Of course not. If you really release my dragon pearl, the ones who will die will be you. Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon laughed loudly and said, I will devour that brat, occupy his body and then eat you. Ha ha ha, Xianxia said with sneer, then quickly tell us how to open this mausoleum. Only then can we release you and let you eat us. There's no harm in telling you. If you can really release me, that would be for the best. Before I eat you, I will properly thank you. Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon said, find a square groove on this small hill, that is the key to open the mausoleum. Xianxia and Xianxia immediately split up. After a while, Xianxia suddenly shouted, Xiaoyun, I found it, quickly come over and take a look. Xianxia immediately flew over to Xianxia's side. Xianxia pointed to a stone wall on the small hill. There is indeed a square groove the size of a palm. How can we open it? Xianxia said, is there a way? When Xianxia saw the groove, he immediately thought of his Divine King Heavenly Seal. It was previously called the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal, but after fusing with his Divine King deity position, it became the Divine King Heavenly Seal. You two idiots, so what if you found it? You need a Heavenly Seal to open the mausoleum. Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon laughed loudly and said, you two hopelessly weak fellows, do you think you can take away my dragon pearl just because you know I'm here? Truly an extremely foolish creature. When Xianxia heard the 2 words Heavenly Seal, he became even more certain that his Divine King Heavenly Seal could open the mausoleum. Previously, Xianxia told him to find the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal, saying that it was the key to entering the immortal graveyard. He only thought that the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal could only allow him to take away the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Later on, the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal transformed into the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Only now did he realize how useful the Divine King Heavenly Seal was. Xianxia immediately took out his Divine King Heavenly Seal. His heart is filled with doubt. Why is this Heavenly Seal that can open the mausoleum in his hands? Furthermore, it can fuse with the Divine King deity position. Just as Xianxia was about to open it, Xianxia immediately grabbed his wrist and said in a deep voice, first set up the formation, then release the cauldron. Xianxia knew that the Divine King Heavenly Seal in Xianxia's hand was formed from the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal. In her previous life, she was with Xianxia and understood how powerful the Floating Cloud Heavenly Seal was. She and Xianxia are equally puzzled. Why would Xianxia have such a thing? Xianxia was almost careless. He immediately released the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and surrounded the small hill. Then, he took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and floated it in the air. This way, he could suppress the dragon pearl at any time. When he saw the square groove, he was astonished and took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal to seal it. He almost forgot to set up the formation. If he did not set up the formation, it would be troublesome if the Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon's dragon pearl and soul ran out. After finishing her preparations, Xianxia nodded at Xianxia and said, let's begin. The Divine King Heavenly Seal can now become big and small. Xianxia controlled the Divine King Heavenly Seal to fit the palm-sized square groove and then pressed the seal into the groove. The groove looks very shallow, but after the Divine King Heavenly Seal is pressed in, it can be pressed very deep. How can you have the Heavenly Seal? The Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon suddenly cried out in alarm, his voice is filled with fear. After Xianxia pressed the Divine King Heavenly Seal in, the entire small hill suddenly trembled. He quickly rotated the Divine King Heavenly Seal, issuing ka-ka-ka sounds as if he has opened some mechanism. After rotating it once, Xianxia took out the Divine King Heavenly Seal and then quickly arrived outside the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin formation with Xianxia. The small hill suddenly turned golden and then burned with golden flames. The small hill disappeared and turned into a ball of fire. Inside the golden ball of fire, there is a large black bead. It is more than a meter tall. Who are you? Who are you? The Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon shouted and controlled the Dragon Pearl to crazily charge. With the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin formation, the Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon is unable to break out. Then who do you think I am? Xianxia also wants to know who the person controlling the Heavenly Seal is. I don't know. I don't know. The Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon shouted. Although there is the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin formation, the Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon's Dragon Pearl is very terrifying. When it collided with the barrier, it produced a series of rumbling sounds and waves of the Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon's aura surged out. Let's go in and talk. Xianxia controlled the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron to seal the Dragon Pearl inside. The surroundings quickly quietened down. The golden flames disappeared and the originally black grassland also returned to its original appearance. The small hill that sealed the Divine Cosmic Demon Dragon Pearl disappeared. It is as if the small hill never existed. Everything is very calm, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that the Heavenly Seal is the key to open these heavenly mausoleums? Xianxia said with a frown. I don't know, let's leave this place first. Xianxia shook his head, released the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and said, to Heaven Creation City. Xianxia and Xianxia entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and flew in the sky. Princess Xianxia wants to release the Lingtian clan. How is she going to open the Tomb City? Xianxia asked curiously, I wonder if she succeeded? I don't know. Princess Xianxia is also the Heaven Creation Palace Master, she must have her own way. Xianxia said, I always feel that this buried heaven land has a lot to do with the Heaven Creation God Palace back then. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle flew at high speed in the sky. Xianxia pinched Princess Anya's soul-chasing talisman and could feel the distance between them getting closer and closer. It should be night now, but the three suns here are always in the same position. Xianxia looked at the sky and said. They have already been flying for 4 hours. The sun still hasn't moved. Princess Anya should be nearby. Xianxia suddenly stopped the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and controlled it to rotate to check the surroundings. Below them is a lush green plain, occasionally decorated with colorful flowers. It looks very calm and peaceful. Xianxia said, I don't see anything, could it be that she is hiding? That small hill from before is the same. Could it be that I can only see it when I get close? Xianxia said with a frown, then controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to land. Just as the Heaven Leaping Shuttle landed, Xianxia lightly shouted, Look up. Xianxia and Xianxia looked up at the sky and saw a dazzling golden behemoth suddenly appear. It is the Heaven Creation City floating in the sky. Strange, why didn't I see it just now? Xianxia immediately controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to fly into the sky. However, after approaching, the Heaven Creation City suddenly disappeared. Helpless, Xianxia could only let the Heaven Leaping Shuttle land again. This time, just as the Heaven Leaping Shuttle landed, the Heaven Creation City in the sky suddenly fell down. The huge Heaven Creation City suddenly fell down, the impact is very terrifying. Under Xianxia's timely control, the Heaven Leaping Shuttle teleported away. The Heaven City suddenly fell down and fiercely hit the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. The sound and aura are very shocking. Xianxia's heart still has lingering fear. He looked at the Heaven City in the distance and said in shock, What's going on? Did something happen to the Heaven City? When the Heaven City fell, it also released a very strong barrier to protect the entire Heaven City. Even if it fell from the sky, it did not shatter. I don't know. Yang Shiyue's expression is solemn. She shook her head. The heaven city suddenly became like this. Something must have happened. Let's go take a look. When the heaven leaping shuttle flew over, the heaven city suddenly floated up and slowly rose into the sky. Let's hurry up and catch up. Qin Yun shouted. The heaven leaping shuttle is now controlled by Yang Shiyue because she can make it teleport, which will be safer. Yang Shiyue controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and quickly flew over. In an instant, she arrived in the sky above the heaven city. After arriving in the sky above the heaven city, they could see that there are many people in the city. Let's go directly to the Heaven Creation God Palace, Qin Yun said. All right. Yang Shiyue quickly flew to the sky above the Heaven Creation God Palace. In the sky above the Heaven Creation God Palace, Qin Yun saw a person wearing a black robe and a mask. It is Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia is floating above a palace in the Heaven Creation God Palace, looking at the sky. Princess! Qin Yun immediately shouted. After Princess Xianxia used the space leaping shuttle, she quickly controlled a hole in the barrier to let the heaven leaping shuttle in. Yang Shiyue immediately controlled the heaven leaping shuttle and arrived beside Princess Xianxia. After Princess Xianxia let the heaven leaping shuttle in, she immediately closed the hole. What's going on? Yang Shiyue quickly sent Princess Xianxia in and asked. The heaven city is being controlled by a very strong power. We can't control the movement of the heaven city. Princess Xianxia said anxiously, if this continues, we can only give up on the heaven city. Qin Yun said, the heaven city is rising, how high is it going to fly? There is a barrier in the sky above the heaven burial land. If you touch that barrier, you will be fiercely attacked by a force and then violently fall to the ground. Princess Xianxia said, just now was the second time. Yang Shiyue looked up into the sky and saw that it was pitch black. There was indeed a barrier in the sky above the buried heaven land. Furthermore, it was a pitch black sphere that enveloped the entire buried heaven land. How could this be? Yang Shiyue asked, didn't you go to save the Ling Tian clan? Where are the people from the Ling Tian clan? We did indeed help Ling Tian city remove the seal. Their Ling Tian flying city has already flown away. We were originally following behind Ling Tian flying city, but we were suddenly controlled by a power. Princess Xianxia said, I am using all my strength to control the 9 dragons heaven origin formation to resist that power. All of a sudden, the heaven creation city rose rapidly. It was still very slow before, but now it suddenly accelerated. It was obvious that it wanted to make heaven city fall. There was a force that wanted to destroy heaven city. I suspect that it is the enchantment in the heaven burial mausoleum that is causing trouble. Originally, they wanted to deal with the Ling Tian flying city like this, but they locked onto our heaven creation city. Princess Xianxia sighed, looks like we can only give up on heaven creation city. Qin Yun said, maybe not, I will go out and take a look. Be careful. Princess Xianxia warned, if it really doesn't work, quickly tell me. I will let the people of Heaven Creation City leave quickly. After Yang Shiyue sent Princess Xianxia out, she controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to fly high in the sky. Qin Yun came outside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and sensed the power controlling Heaven City. Not long after, he sensed that it is 9 very strong sun power. This power is very strong and it is all sun divine power. Ling Yin'er said, Xiao Yun, you'd better use the 9 dragons heaven origin formation and cooperate with the nether sun to devour this power. Why do I have to devour this power? Qin Yun asked. Because only the nether sun can disturb these 9 sun divine power. It is the easiest to disturb when devouring. Ling Yin'er said, as long as you disturb this power, Heaven City will be able to get rid of the control. Alright, I will do it now. Qin Yun returned to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. He let Yang Shiyue control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to the bottom of Heaven City. The 9 strands of very strong sun god power were very strange. They rose from the ground and pushed the Heaven City upwards. After Qin Yun arrived at the bottom, he ran outside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle again and absorbed and devoured the 9 sun divine power. In the process of absorption, the 9 sun divine spirit played a great role. The 9 sun divine power frantically rushed into the 9 sun divine spirit, causing Qin Yun's entire body to be wrapped in a 9-colored light ball. Qin Yun, who was inside the light ball, also felt very stuffy. After all, it is 9 sun divine power gathered together. In the process of Qin Yin frantically devouring, Heaven City suddenly stopped rising and flew away in one direction. Success! Ling Yin'er shouted, Heaven City is fine, it is safe. However, Qin Yan's 9 Sun Divine Spirit is still absorbing the 9 Sun Divine Power. Not good, now it is my turn to be trapped. Qin Yin shouted in alarm, Yun'er, is there any way to get rid of it? Don't be afraid, continue absorbing. Ling Yin'er said, the 9 Sun Divine Power here is very strange. The 9 Sun Divine Spirit seems to like it very much. It doesn't matter if you absorb more. The 9 Pearl Bracelet appeared on Qin Yan's wrist. The 9 Sun Divine Spirit was originally 9 black pearls, but now they have turned white and are still shining. The 9 Sun Divine Spirit absorbed a lot of 9-colored Sun Divine Power. Qin Yan can feel wave after wave of Sun Divine Power rushing over. In just a moment, Qin Yan, who is floating in the air, is in a huge 9-colored whirlpool. In the middle of the whirlpool, Qin Yan is drawing a large amount of Sun Divine Power into the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle is not far away. Xianxia is also very worried inside the shuttle. She quickly shouted, Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you? I'm fine for the time being. Qin Yan said, don't worry. Qin Yan only knows that his 9 Sun Divine Spirit likes the 9 kinds of Sun Divine Power here very much and is frantically devouring them. Not long after, Princess Anya suddenly flew over. Heaven City is already safe, so she came to take a look. Qin Yan, how are you now? When Princess Anya came over, she saw a huge 9-colored whirlpool wrapping around Qin Yan. In the middle of the whirlpool is a 9-colored light ball. She can't see Qin Yan at all, but she can sense him inside. I'm fine for the time being. Wait for me in the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. Qin Yan said. Although Qin Yan said that he is fine, Xianxia and Princess Anya are extremely worried. After Princess Anya entered the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, she looked at the huge 9-colored light vortex and said with self-blame, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have saved Ling Tian City. I have caused Qin Yan a lot of trouble. Xiaoyun will be fine. Xianxia walked over, held Princess Anya's hand and said softly. Although she said that, she is very worried about Qin Yan, Princess Anya shook her head and said, that power can trap the entire Heaven City. It was Qin Yan who let Heaven City escape, they definitely won't let Qin Yan go. We have to do something. Just as Princess Anya was about to go out, a white mist suddenly floated over. Xianxia shouted in pleasant surprise, Cloud Dragon is here. After the white cloud came over, it turned into a huge white cloud dragon. The huge white cloud dragon also began to revolve around the huge 9-colored whirlpool. Senior, will Xiaoyun be alright? Xianxia shouted. Nothing will happen, don't worry too much. Moreover, this might be a good thing for him. Yunlong can also see that Qin Yan has a very strong thing on his body that can attract a large amount of Sun Divine Power. Qin Yan's body did not devour the 9 Sun Divine Power and he can't withstand that much. It is the 9 Sun Divine Spirit that is devouring it. This is the first time Qin Yan knows that the 9 Sun Divine Spirit is so thirsty for energy, as if it has been hungry for a long time. Ling Yin'er said, Xiaoyun, the 9 Sun Divine Spirit might evolve. It would be great if it could evolve into some special ability, just like the Sun Soul. After Qin Yan heard this, he secretly looked forward to it. The 9 Sun Divine Spirit is formed from 9 Sun Souls. The Sun Soul can transform into divine weapons or some powerful beasts. And the Divine Spirit should also have some ability or something. Now that the 9 Sun Divine Spirit has absorbed 9 kinds of Sun Divine Power, it must be replenishing itself. Senior, what are you doing? Qin Yan asked. I'm here to eat something. If you can't eat, I'll help you eat. Yunlong chuckled. Senior Yunlong, you can't eat for free. I got this for you. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. You greedy brat, you already have so many good things in your hands, why are you still thinking of fishing? Yunlong scolded with a smile. Of course, the more good things there are, the better. Even if I don't need it, I'll still be very happy to collect it. Qin Yan said with a smile, Senior Yunlong, this Cloud Dragon Mountain Range is a sun-sacred land. Other than the Heaven-Burying Mausoleum, is there any other good place? No. Yunlong immediately replied. When Qin Yun saw Yunlong reply so decisively, he knew that the Cloud Dragon mountain range must be hiding something. Kid, just absorb this energy in peace. Yunlong knew that Qin Yun is not someone who is easy to deal with. His answer just now had already exposed something. Alright. Qin Yun did not pursue Yunlong further. However, he secretly remembered this matter. In the future, when he was about to leave the Cloud Dragon mountain range, he would go find Yunlong and ask him about it. Just as Qin Yun and Yunlong were absorbing the condensed 9 Sun divine power, a black shadow appeared in the distance. Qin Yun is in the center of the whirlpool of 9-colored light. He can't see the huge black shadow, but he can feel a fluctuation approaching. What's coming? Qin Yun asked. The flying Ling Tian flying city was very big. Although Qin Yun could not see it, he could feel from the chi wave that it was bigger than the Heaven Creation City. Inside the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, Xianxia looked at the huge black shadow in the distance and said worriedly, "What exactly is the Ling Tian flying city doing here?" "I'll go talk to them," Princess Anya said. Xianxia nodded and let her go. Princess Anya floated in the air, blocking in front of the Ling Tian flying city. The Ling Tian flying city suddenly stopped. "Heaven Creation Palace Master, why are you blocking our way?" An old man asked coldly from within the city. "My friend is cultivating in front, please don't disturb him," Princess Anya said. "Cultivate? Who is your friend?" For him to be able to draw upon such a large amount of 9 Yang divine power, it means that he has the 9 Yang divine vein in his body. "This is an extraordinary fellow," the old man said. "I'm not sure about his situation. He's cultivating and I don't want to be disturbed. Your Ling Tian clan is not an ungrateful person, can you give me some face?" Since Princess Anya had already said this, it was not good for the Ling Tian clan to continue flying over. The old man's voice replied, "Of course we are not ungrateful people. We will leave immediately." "Oh right, Heaven Creation Palace Master, let me remind you that a large number of people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm have already entered this buried heaven land." "Thank you for the reminder." Princess Anya nodded. The huge black Ling Tian flying city suddenly started to spin, changing its direction and flying away. After the Ling Tian flying city left, Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This Ling Tian clan is quite reasonable. These fellows can be unreasonable at times. If not for the fact that the Heaven Creation Palace Master is their benefactor, they would not have left so easily," Yunlong said. Princess Anya returned to the Heaven Leaping Shuttle. She and Xianxia knew that Qin Yun was absorbing a very strong 9 Yang divine power and could not be disturbed. "Qin Yun possesses the 9 Yang divine vein? Is this true?" Princess Anya asked. She did not know that this was actually the power of the 9 Yang divine spirit. Although Xianxia knew, she did not reveal it to Princess Anya. She only shook her head and said, "I'm not too sure." Although the Ling Tian clan did not interfere, Qin Yun was even more worried. This was because his 9 Yang divine spirit was not full yet. If the heavenly guards of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm came over, he could only stop. "Senior, if the heavenly guards of the Natural Law Divine Realm were to come, would you be able to block them?" Qin Yun asked. "How can I block those heavenly guards? I'm just a cloud, I can't stop them," the cloud dragon said. "Ah? Are you really that weak?" Qin Yun did not believe Yunlong's words. "Really? Besides, this is the buried heaven land, which belongs to another space. Right now, it is only temporarily overlapping with the Cloud Dragon mountain range." Yunlong said, "If the heavenly guards come, just run." Qin Yun said disdainfully, "Senior Yunlong, you are the supreme ruler of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. How can you be so weak?" Yunlong sighed, "I am that weak. I also want to become stronger. Isn't devouring the 9 Yang divine power to become stronger now?" "Alright, you asked me to lure a large number of heavenly guards over. How do you plan on killing them?" asked Qin Yun. "If a large number of heavenly guards died here, the Cloud Dragon mountain range would be able to absorb the energy. In any case, I have a way to kill them, but it will take some time. If the heavenly guards suddenly come, I won't be able to deal with them." Yunlong said, "So don't think too highly of me. Don't expect me to turn the tide. Qin Yan had thought that Yun Long was a godly teammate, but he never expected that he was a pig teammate who ran away when he encountered an enemy. Looks like there's really no other way. Qin Yan only hoped that his 9-yang divine spirit could eat its fill. He really wanted to see what would happen after the 9-yang divine spirit absorbed enough energy. Yun Long said, Qin Yan, after you angered the natural law divine realm, not only did they send out the great sky armored guard army, they also sent out other powerful things, hee. Ah? How powerful is it? Qin Yan asked hurriedly. The heavenly guards were all created by the pool of creation and can be considered to be of a lower level. In battle, this kind of guy can die at will. No matter how many people die, the natural law divine realm will not feel any heartache. Yun Long laughed. Other than the heavenly guards, there are even higher level things in the natural law divine realm. Qin Yan said in shock, could it be a large number of sky law divine beasts? Yun Long chuckled and said, it's not a sky law divine beast. If there really was a large number of sky law divine beasts, that would be great. Even in the natural law divine realm, there aren't many sky law divine beasts. Those powerful fellows from the natural law divine realm are about to arrive. Why are you still so happy? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I can't be happy at all. The natural law divine realm has sent out some powerful figures this time. Yun Long said, in the natural law divine realm, they are called heaven men. Heaven man? What's the difference between them and the heavenly guards? Qin Yan asked in bewilderment, stronger than the heavenly guards, or what? They are not heavenly guards from the pool of creation. The heavenly man is much stronger than the heavenly guards in all aspects. The most terrifying thing is still their equipment. Yun Long seemed to be very excited as he laughed excitedly. If there are more of these heavenly men and they all die in the Cloud Dragon mountain range, then it would be easy for me. Qin Yan cursed in a low voice. This Yun Long was looking forward to the natural law divine realm sending more powerful fellows. It would definitely cause the buried heaven land to become even more chaotic. Qin Yan, don't worry. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to deal with a heaven man. The buried heaven land of the Cloud Dragon mountain range has yet to become a saint-level space, so there won't be any sacred heaven man coming here. Yun Long laughed, don't be afraid, you are definitely very strong here. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Qin Yan was also afraid that a large number of sacred transformation realm experts would come over. If he had strong equipment, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Many of the fellows from the Ling Tian clan have surpassed the 9th stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. After that Ling Tian flying city broke the seal, those who surpassed the cultivation level were all sent to the sacred desolate or divine desolate. I saw this with my own eyes. Yun Long said, if you don't believe me, you can ask the Heaven Creation Palace Master. The buried heaven land contained a very large amount of 9-yang divine power. The 9-yang divine power was originally used to deal with the Heaven Creation City, but it was inadvertently grabbed by Qin Yan with the 9-yang divine spirit and then crazily devoured. That was why the current situation happened. Qin Yan was in the 9-colored vortex and even Yun Long was crazily absorbing the 9-yang divine power. 2 hours had passed. Yun Long suddenly cursed in a low voice, the fellows from the heavenly law divine realm are here. These fellows are really fast. Senior, weren't you very happy before? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Who the hell knew that they would come so quickly? Yun Long sighed, this is a rare opportunity, are we going to waste it like this? Qin Yan snorted and released the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation. The 9 dragon-marked heavenly sabers floated in the surroundings, surrounding the gigantic whirlpool and protecting it as it continued to devour. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation absorbs the 9-yang divine power, its defense must be very strong. Yun Long suddenly laughed, it can hold on for a period of time. The heaven leaping shuttle also entered the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation and hid. The gigantic 9-colored vortex floated in the air. The beautiful clouds of 9 colors gathered together and the gigantic arm slowly rotated. From the ground, it was both shocking and magnificent. The 9 dragon-marked heavenly sabers were also wrapped up by the 9-colored divine power and turned into 9 huge pillars, protecting the gigantic 9-colored vortex. In the distance, a large group of people suddenly flew over. That group of people were all wearing golden armor and holding golden swords in their hands. When Xianxia saw those people from the heaven-leaping shuttle, she said in a deep voice, "Those fellows. They are wearing heavenly armor and wielding divine universe swords. They look very strong." Lu Shuangji and the others who descended from the upper realms to the heaven-suppressing sect all had divine universe swords in their hands. Lu Shuangji also had a set of heavenly armor, which was worn by Xianxia. Yunlong said somewhat excitedly, "Look carefully at these fellows from the natural law divine realm. The heavenly armors on their bodies are different from the heavenly armor guards." There were more than 1,000 people from the natural law divine realm. At the very front were people with relatively normal physiques, and at the back were those enormous heavenly armor guards. Although the heavenly armor on the 100 or so people at the front was also golden, it looked like a type of golden crystal. Furthermore, there was a faint purplish red flowing under the golden color. Furthermore, only these 100 or so people had divine universe swords in their hands. The other heavenly armor guards didn't have any. "Those guys at the very front are heaven men," Yunlong said. "Just how strong are they?" Xianxia asked. She had fought with the people from the upper realms before and understood the power of the divine universe sword. She believed that if she had the same powerful equipment, defeating these people wouldn't be a problem. "I don't know. In short, they aren't as easy to deal with as the heavenly armor guards." Yunlong snorted, "Those fellows from the Ling Tian clan are nearby, but they haven't appeared." Princess Yi cursed in a low voice, "Those bastards from the Ling Tian clan, on the surface, they are giving me face, but when they see me in trouble, they don't plan to help me. The Ling Tian clan is just like that. But don't mind it too much. It's right for you to let them out. You can let them fight to the death with the heavenly realm of the natural law divine realm." Yunlong chuckled. Among the group of people flying at the very front, someone suddenly threw out a divine universe sword and pierced it towards the gigantic 9-colored vortex. When the divine universe sword struck the barrier released by the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation, it exploded with a loud sound and waves of air surged in all directions. The divine universe sword was also sent flying. The 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation was very strong, which made Yunlong and Qin Yun feel a lot more at ease. At the very least, they could continue absorbing the 9 yang divine power in peace. 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation? Qin Yun, you really do have a very strong 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation in your hands. Someone shouted. The divine cosmos evil dragon was originally from the heavenly law divine realm. The divine cosmos evil dragon had devoured the immortal desolate great emperor, so it understood Qin Yun very well. As a result, the people of the heavenly law divine realm had a certain understanding of Qin Yun. Qin Yun and the heaven-leaping shuttle were at the center of the ball of light in the middle of the 9-colored vortex. The energy there was the strongest, so it was able to hide them very well. The group of people from the heavenly law divine realm only suspected that there was a 9 dragons heavenly origin formation. They did not confirm that Qin Yun was here. Especially after they saw Yunlong, they also believed that it was impossible for Yunlong to be with Qin Yun. Because in the eyes of the heavenly law divine realm, Yunlong was on their side. "Yunlong, what's going on? This naturally formed barrier is too strong. And that kind of power is very similar to the 9 dragons heavenly origin formation," the middle-aged man in the lead said. The 9 dragons heavenly origin formation is closely related to the power of the 9 suns. What I am absorbing right now is the 9 yang god power, and it is being released by the buried heaven land. I suspect that there is a very strong 9 dragons heavenly origin formation in the buried heaven land. Yunlong said, "That's why such a powerful natural barrier was born. The buried heaven land is indeed very mysterious. It stores a large amount of 9 yang god power. We suspect that there are 9 large divine universe amethyst S in the buried heaven land, and they form a 9 dragons heavenly origin formation to maintain the operation of the buried heaven land." The man also nodded. "Looks like my guess is right. Friends, do you have any clues?" Yunlong asked. "There are no clues at the moment. Our main target this time is Qin Yun. I just didn't expect that the Ling Tian clan would actually come out. So we also have to destroy the Ling Tian clan," the middle-aged man said. "Ling Tian clan? This clan seems to be your strong enemy," Yunlong said in surprise. "Yes. These guys can actually break the seal and escape. The heaven-reaching man snorted, "Alright, let's take this opportunity to completely exterminate the Ling Tian clan." Yunlong laughed, "After so many years, your heavenly law divine realm should have found a way to kill the Ling Tian clan. This time, even if we start a war with them, we will still be able to kill them." The man laughed, "Our heavenly law divine realm is getting stronger and stronger. We can destroy many things that we were unable to destroy back then. After all, we are the incarnations of the heavenly Tao. Friends, I wish you success." Yunlong said. "Yunlong, don't worry. When you completely leave the Nine-Yang heavenly realm and build your own heavenly domain, the heavenly Tao will definitely take care of you. At that time, our heavenly law divine realm will also send a large number of heavenly guards and heaven realm to help you take care of this new world." The man said. "I can't thank you enough," Yunlong happily said with a smile. The celestial waved his hand, and then led the team to chase after the remnants of Flying Heaven City's aura. After the heavenly guards left, Qinyan felt completely at ease. "Senior Cloud Dragon, they are giving you face," Qinyan said. "They know that I'm not to be trifled with. If they piss me off, those fellows from the natural law divine realm can forget about getting anything from the graveyard of heaven." Yunlong laughed. "I can tell that the natural law divine realm really wants to enslave you," Princess Dark Knight said. "Well, the hands of the heavenly law divine realm extend to many heavenly regions. They are only unable to do anything in the Nine-Yang heavenly realm, so they can only secretly cause trouble," Yunlong said. Qinyan said with a smile, "Senior Yunlong, is it because the heavenly law divine realm is concerned about your tiny cloud dragon heavenly realm that you are hiding something good here?" "Of course not. They just think that I have great potential and can develop into a very powerful heavenly domain. That's why they want to interfere." Yunlong immediately denied it with a smile. Qinyan was very sure that other than the graveyard of heaven, there was something else in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range that the heavenly law divine realm was concerned about. Thinking about it carefully, he knew that the Cloud Dragon Mountain range was not simple. There must be another reason why the graveyard chose the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. This immediately piqued Qinyan's curiosity. He knew that Yunlong would not say anything. If he wanted to investigate, he didn't know where to start. And the most important thing right now was to enter the main heavenly mausoleum first. "Senior Yunlong, is the Cloud Dragon Mountain range still expanding?" Xianxia, who was inside the heaven leaping shuttle, asked. "Previously, it devoured that ocean." Qinyan said with a smile, "Big Sister Yang, the Cloud Dragon Mountain range has already become the Cloud Dragon heavenly domain. It will definitely continue to expand. It can't be considered a heavenly domain. The heavenly domain is a very complicated structure. This fart-sized place of mine can only be considered a small world. Let's call it the Cloud Dragon Realm." Yunlong said with a smile, "Under the heavenly Tao, there are many existences like me." "Really? Why have I never seen it before?" Qinyan said with a frown, "In the Immortal Desolate, there's an inscription world. I wonder if it's similar to this. If we continue to rely on the Nine Suns heavenly domain, then it can only be considered a desolate domain. The spatial rifts in the Nine Desolate will still need to rely on the Nine Suns heavenly domain to operate." Yunlong said, "And my Cloud Dragon realm will be able to completely break away from the Nine Suns heavenly domain in the future and operate independently." Princess Yi said, "If you want to be independent, you need to have your own sun and moon. The stars are common. The stars belong to the heavens, which means that no matter what heavenly domain, no matter what world, they are unable to escape from this heavens. The sun and moon are also a type of star. I need to draw a suitable sun and moon from the countless stars," Yunlong said. Qinyan thought about it carefully and suddenly sighed with emotion. "Creating a world is really interesting. It sounds very great, and when the time comes, you will be able to control the operation of this world. It took me a very long time to reach this step today." Yunlong said, "If the Cloud Dragon Realm is formed, I can rely on the living beings of the Cloud Dragon Realm, rely on the Cloud Dragon Realm to obtain the power of the heavenly Tao and become even stronger." "It sounds really inconceivable," Qinyan said. "If there are many living beings in my Cloud Dragon Realm, when these living beings cultivate, they will more or less be able to absorb some heavenly energy. I will be able to extract a bit of it and use it to strengthen myself. The cloud dragon said. Then in the Nine Suns' heavenly domain, is there a ruler like you? Xianxia suddenly asked curiously. The Nine Suns' heavenly domain originally had one, but it disappeared later on, so the Nine Suns' heavenly domain is in a lot of chaos. As for what the situation is, I'm not very clear. Yunlong said, of course, it's impossible for a huge world like the Nine Suns' heavenly domain to have only one ruler. It should be a large group of people who created the Nine Suns' heavenly domain together and used it to cultivate. Xianxia thought of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Back then, they created the Nine Suns' heavenly domain on the basis of the Nine Suns. Yunlong and Xianxia are absorbing the Nine Sun divine power as if it is endless. They can't finish absorbing it no matter how much they crazily absorb it. Yunlong also knows that Xianxia has something on him that can crazily devour the Nine Sun divine power. Because with Xianxia's body, it is impossible for him to contain so much Nine Sun divine power. When will it end? Xianxia asked. I don't know. Don't look at how we are crazily absorbing the Nine Sun divine power. This bit of Nine Sun divine power is nothing to buried heaven land. Yunlong said, wait until buried heaven land realizes that the Nine Sun divine power is being lost, then they will fill the hole. Xianxia said, so you're saying that I accidentally opened a hole? That's right, you're really lucky. Of course, my luck is also pretty good, I bumped into it. Yunlong said with a smile. The Nine Sun divine power continued to gush out, it was mainly drawn out by the Nine Sun divine spirit. After all, it is the Nine Sun divine spirit, a large amount of pure Nine Sun divine power can easily be drawn out by the Nine Sun divine spirit. Time passed in a flash and 4 days passed. Xianxia suddenly sensed that his Nine Sun divine spirit is no longer absorbing. After stopping absorbing the Nine Sun divine power, the nine-colored whirlpool is no longer spinning. The Nine Sun divine spirit stopped drawing out the Nine Sun divine power, which means that it has absorbed enough. The Nine Sun divine spirit on Xianxia's wrist has already turned into a white 9-pearl bracelet and then hid within Xianxia's flesh. Xianxia did not sense any change in the Nine Sun divine spirit, but he knew that it is definitely evolving. It stopped. Yunlong also sensed that the Nine Sun divine power is no longer gushing out. He said with a smile, very good, this is an unexpected harvest. I have devoured quite a bit. I'll be leaving first. Xianxia said and entered the heaven-leaping shuttle. And in the sky, there is still a large expanse of 9-colored light. It is the remnant Nine Sun divine power that Yunlong gathered and devoured. After Xianxia entered the heaven-leaping shuttle, a pair of huge red eyes suddenly appeared in the blue sky. That pair of eyes were completely red. They looked cold and merciless, filled with might and even carried a very terrifying pressure. Xianxia looked at the pair of eyes from inside the heaven-leaping shuttle and was immediately scared speechless. Xianxia and Princess Anya were also shocked by the terrifying pressure and tightly held on to Qin Yun's hands. This? What is this? After Qin Yun recovered from his shock, he cried out, did it just appear? Senior Yunlong, did you see it? Xianxia shouted anxiously. In the blue sky, a pair of red eyes suddenly appeared. Furthermore, it carried an incomparably terrifying pressure. The eyes looked like a human's eyes, but they also looked like a dragon's eyes. Each eye was very big, bigger than the 3 suns combined. The red eyeballs were suffused with a deep purple color. The bloodshot veins in the eyes were like purplish-red lightning flashing. This seems to be the heavenly eye. Yunlong was also stunned for a moment before he shouted in alarm, quickly leave the buried heaven land first. Heavenly eye? Why did it appear? Xianxia was extremely worried that it was caused by his Nine Sun divine spirit. I don't know. In short, let's go. Yunlong shouted. Xianxia immediately controlled the heaven-leaping shuttle and began to travel through space. In an instant, the heaven-leaping shuttle left the area where the buried heaven land was located. In the sky above the Cloud Dragon mountain range, the pair of huge purplish-red eyes were still hanging there. As long as one looked up, it would feel as if they were being stared at, causing a great deal of mental pressure. I can still see it. Xianxia said with a frown, what the hell is going on? Yunlong said, don't worry, if we were really targeted, we would have died a long time ago. The sudden appearance of the heavenly eye should not be aimed at us. No one knew how strong the heavenly eye in the sky was, but it looked extremely terrifying. It was as if they could be killed at any time under the gaze of the heavenly eye. It might be a coincidence, Yun Long said with a relieved smile. The heavenly eye has appeared for so long, but it hasn't made any movements. It shouldn't be aimed at us. Qin Yan was still worried. He was worried that the appearance of the heavenly eye was related to his nine-sun divine spirit. Really? But why do I feel that it's coming from us? Qin Yan looked worriedly at the pair of huge eyes that appeared in the blue sky. This might be because you feel that you have absorbed a large amount of nine-sun divine power, so you have a guilty conscience and are worried that you will be targeted. Yun Long said with a smile, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. I'll go ask those fellows from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm." Yun Long suddenly disappeared. Qin Yan let Xianxia control the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and head towards the Heaven Suppressing Sect. The Divine Inscription Mountain and the Heaven City have both gone to the Heaven Suppressing Sect. After a few days, they must have arrived. After the Heaven Leaping Shuttle passed through space, it was very close to the Heaven Suppressing Sect. Qin Yan and company looked at the sky from the main control room and could still see the terrifying heavenly eye. Ling Yin'er said, "Xiao Yun, the heavenly eye should not be targeting the nine-sun divine spirit. If it really was, it would have already taken action." Is that so? But why would it appear after the nine-sun divine spirit absorbed a large amount of nine-sun divine power? Qin Yan asked doubtfully. The nine-sun divine spirit hasn't moved at all. It hasn't evolved yet. It shouldn't have attracted the mysterious heavenly punishment. Ling Yin'er said. Just as Qin Yan was worrying, Princess Anya suddenly shouted in alarm, "Look ahead!" Qin Yan looked ahead and saw three huge objects floating in the air. Two of them were Heaven Creation City and Heaven Suppressing Sect, and the other one was Ling Tian Flying City. Ling Tian Flying City was actually here. How did this guy from the Ling Tian clan find the Heaven Suppressing Sect? Qin Yan said. I thought they would continue to stay in Buried Heaven Land. I didn't expect them to come looking for Heaven Suppressing Sect and Heaven City. Princess Anya said, I'll go take a look. You guys go back to Heaven Suppressing Sect first. Don't come into contact with the people from the Ling Tian clan for now. Princess Anya left the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and flew towards Ling Tian City. Heaven Creating, Heaven Suppressing, Heaven Ling Tian, they are all together. I wonder if they are related. Qin Yan looked at the three huge monsters in front of him. Xiao Yun, let's return to the Divine Inscription Mountain first. Xianxia said. The Divine Inscription Mountain turned into a garden stone ship, floating in the air. Although it was quite big, compared to the three flying cities, it was pitifully small. The Inscription Divine Mountain was near the Heaven Suppressing Gate. Qin Yan controlled the Heaven Leaping Shuttle to go over and said, there should be a large number of heavenly guards surrounding Heaven Suppression Gate. Yet, there aren't any. Could they have all left? Both Heaven Creation City and Ling Tian City have come. They have no choice but to leave. If they fight, they will all die. Xianxia laughed. While flying towards the Divine Inscription Mountain, Qin Yan raised his head and looked at the pair of heavenly eyes in the sky. He could not help but shiver because he felt that the pair of huge eyes were staring at him. The Heaven Leaping Shuttle entered the space inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. It was very lively inside. The Ancient Ox Devil, Fire Qilin, Black Rat Bai Zai and the three dragons, as well as Ding Tianchun and his son, were all inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. The Heavenly Lion King also chuckled and bragged to the Ancient Ox Devil and the others. Sect Master Qin, your territory is really not bad. It's much better than my Oxhead Mountain. When the Ancient Ox Devil saw Qin Yan return, he chuckled and said, I have no home to return to now. I'll temporarily stay here with you for a period of time. Qin Yan said with a smile, the territory of the Heaven Suppressing Gate is so big. If you don't go, what's the point of staying in my small place? It's much more interesting. The Ancient Ox Devil said with a smile, I feel like I'm at home here. Even if you want to chase me away, I won't leave. Qin Yan suddenly said with a stern expression, did you all notice that pair of big eyes outside? Xiao Yuemei nodded and said, I saw it. It's a very scary pair of eyes. I wonder if they will disappear after the sky turns dark. Little demon, do you know the origin of that pair of eyes? The heavenly Lion King held a large bowl of wine and asked solemnly. I don't know. Xianxia looked at the ancient ox devil and asked, Old ox, do you know? The ancient ox devil and the heavenly Lion King are both very ancient fellows. They definitely know something. Especially the ancient ox devil, he is a member of the ancient heaven race. That thing is the heavenly eyes, the ancient ox devil said with a frown. Sect Master Qin, this pair of heavenly eyes is very scary. It means that heaven is angry. Big Lion, you are a very ancient beast. How much do you know about the heavenly eyes? Xiaoyuemei asked. The appearance of this pair of eyes indeed represents the wrath of heaven, the heavenly Lion King said with a mysterious expression. Heaven's wrath is mighty but powerless. Powerless? What does that mean? Xiaohua asked. It means that there is no heavenly punishment power descending, it's just anger. That's why it's very strange, the ancient ox devil said. Long Yuqing said, those eyes look a bit like the eyes of a dragon. What exactly is heaven's body like? The ancient ox devil shook his head and said, I also don't know. The heavenly Tao is illusory but it is closely related to us. Yang Shuriwei asked, Senior Lion King, is the appearance of the heavenly eyes very calm? Of course not, the heaven eye has appeared. The appearance of the heavenly eyes means that the power of exceptional heavenly punishment will descend. The heavenly Lion King said, legend has it that even the strongest people in the divine desolate and ancient desolate cannot resist this kind of exceptional heavenly punishment and will be turned into ashes. After Qin heard this, he is secretly apprehensive. The appearance of the heavenly eyes is indeed related to the heavenly punishment. He and Xiaoyuemei glanced at each other, there is some worry in their eyes. Xiaoyuemei can help Qin refine inscription spirit, this is a very heaven-defying existence. Qin is also afraid that the heavenly punishment will be too strong and will injure Xiaoyuemei. Therefore, he did not refine inscription spirit again. Oh, that's right, how do you feel when you see the heavenly eyes? Qin asked. He wants to know if other people have the same feeling when they see the heavenly eyes. At first, it was quite scary, but after getting used to it, it doesn't feel like it anymore. The ancient ox devil said with a smile, Sect Master Qin, the heavenly eyes are so black, they give people a very evil feeling, that's why they are a bit scared. Xiaoyuemei said with a smile, if it's night time, the black heavenly eyes won't be able to see anything, they will blend into the night. Qin is startled because the heavenly eyes he saw are red and the inside of the eyeballs are purplish red. However, the heavenly Lion King and the others saw the heavenly eyes are black. Previously, when he was discussing with Yunlong, Yang Shuriwei and Princess Anya, they did not mention the color of the heavenly eyes. Qin saw that Yang Shuriwei's expression is very calm and knew that the heavenly eyes she saw are black. Must the color of the heavenly eyes be black? Qin asked. The heavenly eyes are black, there's nothing strange about it, the heavenly Lion King said, if it were any other color, it would be strange. Qin looked at the huge eyes in the sky again and felt even more uneasy because the color of the heavenly eyes he saw is different from other people's. I'll go and rest first. Qin released the floating cloud pagoda and then entered it. Inside the pagoda, he can't see the heavenly eyes, so he feels a lot more at ease. Yuner, you heard it, right? The heavenly eyes they saw are black. Qin is sitting in a corner at the top floor of the floating cloud pagoda, he is very nervous. Although he has experienced many heavenly punishments, he has never felt so terrified and uneasy like now. Xiaoyun, don't be afraid. If they were really targeting you, they would have already taken action. Ling Yuner said. Qin took out the golden devil horn and said, I wonder if I can contact the evil god here. He tried for a while, originally he did not hold much hope, but the golden devil horn suddenly had a great reaction. Great ancestor, how have you been recently? Evil god asked. Not bad. Qin is somewhat pleasantly surprised and said, guess where I am? You are in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. Evil god said, moreover, you even destroyed the 2 Xiaoyangs of the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. The dark royal race people hate you to the core. Qin said in shock, they actually know that I am in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range? You are a big celebrity. Everyone is looking forward to you coming to the Divine Wasteland as soon as possible. Evil God laughed. They said that you are a human-shaped treasure trove. You came to the divine wasteland to give them treasures. These guys are really confident. If I were to go to the divine wasteland, they would definitely cry and beg me to leave. Xianxia curled his lips and said, "How is the situation in the divine wasteland right now?" "It's quite chaotic. The Imperial clan and the Dark Royal race are fighting, and then some fellows from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm came. They are very, very strong, especially their heavenly armor." Evil God said. "What? There are also people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm in the Divine Wasteland?" Xianxia shouted in shock, "What the hell is going on?" "It's not just the people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, there's also the Heaven-suppressing sect and the Ling Tian clan. The people from the Ling Tian clan only appeared in the last few days and caused the people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm to be in a mess. The Divine Wasteland is extremely lively," Evil God said. Inside the Ling Tian flying city, there were many sealed Ling Tian clan that could enter the Divine Wasteland. If they went to the Divine Wasteland and encountered the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, they would naturally attack them. "You seem to be in a good mood," Xianxia said. "It's pretty good." The Evil God chuckled. "Evil God, do you have any news about the Star God?" Xianxia asked. "Star God? He has been in seclusion for a long time and hasn't come out yet. If this woman comes out, she will definitely be very strong," the Evil God said. Xianxia suddenly thought of the Heavenly Eyes and asked, "Evil God, have you heard of the Heavenly Eyes?" "Heavenly Eyes? The Cloud Dragon mountain range also has a Heavenly Eye?" The Evil God exclaimed, "I thought this thing only appeared in the Nine Desolate Land." Xianxia is even more puzzled. Why is the Heavenly Eye he saw purple-red while the others saw black? He felt that it was necessary to ask Xiaqiru. The Ling Tian clan and the Natural Law Divine Realm definitely knew about the Heaven's Eye. Xianxia suddenly suspected that the appearance of the Heavenly Eye had something to do with the Ling Tian clan. "Great Ancestor, what good things are there in the Cloud Dragon mountain range?" the Evil God asked curiously. "Too many," Xianxia said, "but it's not easy to get them. For example, I just obtained a Divine Universe Devil Dragon's Dragon Pearl." "Humph, why do you always get such good stuff?" the Evil God said jealously. "Luck," Xianxia said with a smile. "Goodbye, I'm going to dream. I hope I can be as lucky as you in my dreams." The Evil God cut off the connection because he was greatly agitated. Xianxia felt that the pair of heavenly eyes might have appeared in the Nine Desolate. It didn't seem to be directed at him, but he was the only one who could see that the celestial eyes were purple-red, while the others could only see black. Xianxia walked out of the floating cloud pagoda and the people outside dispersed. Xiaohua said that the ancient ox demon and the others brought the heavenly lion king to Heaven Creation City for a stroll. As for Xiao Yuemei and Long Yuqing, they asked Yang Shiriyue to give them pointers on some martial arts and cultivation techniques. Shiman Qinglian also joined in the fun. Xianxia left the Divine Inscription Mountain alone. When he arrived outside, the sky was dark and it was almost dark. At this moment, the three giant cities were all glowing. Both the Heaven-creating city and the Heaven-suppressing gate were shining with golden light. Ling Tian City, which was completely black, flashed with a white light, illuminating the city. Xianxia flew towards Heaven-suppression gate. He wanted to find Xiaqiru. Xiaqiru and the others are cultivating in the Heaven-suppressing sect's sacred land. That kind of cultivation can increase their strength, especially in the aspect of physical body. Xianxia suspected that it was related to the Divine Universe purple gas. The elders of the Heaven-suppressing sect were very polite to Xianxia. After learning that Xianxia had entered the Heaven-suppressing gate, Elder Pang immediately came out to welcome him. "Elder Pang, I want to go to your sacred land." "Can I go in?" asked Xianxia. Of course, of course. I'll take you there right away." Elder Pang smiled. "Sect leader Qin, please." Xianxia killed the red giant demon and the group of people from the upper realms. While he displayed his formidable strength, he also saved the Heaven-suppressing sect. Therefore, the entire Heaven-suppressing sect revered him. "By the way, did you contact the people from the higher realm after I killed them?" asked Xianxia. "Never. The people sent by the upper realm have disappointed us too much. They don't respect us at all." Elder Pang said, we do not plan to contact the upper realm. Once the heaven-burying tomb matter is over, we will think of a way to enter the sacred desolate. The people from the upper realm did not treat the members of the heavenly suppression sect as human beings at all. After all, Elder Pang and the others had been taking care of the heavenly suppression gate for many years, but people from the upper realm could humiliate them as they pleased. Elder Pang, that pair of heavenly eyes. Qin Yan looked at the sky. The sky was already dark, but Qin Yan could still see a pair of huge heavenly eyes emitting purplish-red light. Just like during the day, the heavenly eyes are still releasing a very strong pressure, causing Qin Yan to feel terrified and uneasy. Elder Pang smiled. It's dark now. I can't see anything. In other people's eyes, the heavenly eyes can't see anything at night. But Qin Yan is different. Only he can see that the heavenly eyes are purplish-red. Moreover, they are shining at night. The heavenly eyes also appeared in the divine desolate. What's going on? Qin Yan asked. According to ancient records, the appearance of the heavenly eyes is accompanied by the descent of very strong heavenly punishment power. Then it quickly disappears. But this time it has appeared for a very long time. The heavenly eyes have remained the same. I don't know what's going on. Elder Pang said. Qin Yan followed Elder Pang and flew towards a very large mountain in the heaven-suppressing sect. This is the heaven-suppressing sect's holy land. There is a very large stone door on the mountain. After Elder Pang brought Qin Yan over, he opened the stone door and said, go in and walk straight, you will see young Miss Xia. Many thanks Elder Pang. Qin Yan nodded and walked in. The door also closed automatically. Qin Yan quickly walked through a pitch-black passage. The end of the passage is emitting a weak white light. Qin Yan arrived at the end of the passage and saw a curtain flickering with white light. He cannot see through the curtain and cannot see what is inside. Why can't I go in? Qin Yan carefully looked and discovered that it is a very strong barrier. Qin Yan lightly yelled from outside, Sister Kiru, I have something to talk to you about. After he lightly yelled a few times, a beautiful and gentle woman suddenly walked out. She is wearing thick clothes, her wet long hair is overflowing with threads of white light, it is as if she just came out of water. Xiaoyun, why are you here? Xiaoqiru looked behind Qin Yan and said with gentle smile, Shuriwa did not come? She guided Yueme and Yuqing in cultivation. Qin Yan stroked Xiaoqiru's wet long hair and asked, are you two cultivating inside? They are all soaking in water. It is not convenient for you to go in. Xiaoqiru said with gentle smile, Yuelan, Xiaoling and Shuyan don't mind but Xianxia can't. Even if I don't mind, I won't go in. Qin Yan laughed and then gently caressed Xiaoqiru's gentle and beautiful face. If you have something to say it here. Xiaoqiru said. Qin Yan told Xiaoqiru about the appearance of buried heaven land, Ling Tian clan and divine universe devil dragon's dragon pearl, as well as the heavenly eyes. While listening, Xiaoqiru slightly creased her shapely eyebrows, apparently she found these matters unexpected. The heavenly eyes actually appeared so early. Xiaoqiru is very concerned about this matter, her expression is somewhat worried. Sister Kiru, what is the color of the heavenly eyes? Qin Yan asked. Black, gold, purplish red. Most people can only see black, very few people can see golden. Very, very few people see a purple-red color. Xiaoqiru said, in my memory, I once saw a golden color. Qin Yan exclaimed in admiration and said, Sister Kiru, you really know a lot, as expected of my sister Kiru. He suddenly can't help but embrace this beautiful woman who is as gentle as water and kissed her forehead. Xiaoqiru angrily laughed, her soft lily-white hand gently caressed Qin Yan's cheek and said, Xiaoyun, you must have seen purplish red. Sister Kiru, how did you know? And you're still so sure. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, why do you know so much about me? I just know. Xiaoqiru mischievously smiled and said, don't worry, don't be scared by the heavenly eyes. The appearance of the heavenly eyes is a good thing and also a bad thing. If you deal with it well, it's a good thing. If you deal with it badly, it's a bad thing. Qin Yan said, they all say that the appearance of the heavenly eyes is because the heavenly punishment or something is about to appear. And the Nine Sun Divine Spirit suddenly absorbed a lot of Nine Sun Divine power. Qin Yan also mentioned this matter to Xiaoqiru earlier. Xiaoyun, the 9-Sun Divine Spirit can evolve. However, this needs to be coordinated with my 9-Yin Divine Spirit. Xiaqiru said, when the time comes, we will make a trip to the buried heaven land. The two of us will cultivate together and let the 9-Sun Divine Spirit and the 9-Yin Divine Spirit evolve together. So that's how it is. Qinyan looked at his wrist. No one knows what will happen after the evolution. But it will definitely be very strong. Xiaqiru held Qinyan's hand and said seriously, Xiaoyun, you should be at ease and prepare to deal with the heavenly man of the heavenly law divine realm. Their heavenly armor and divine universe divine weapon are very strong. I have a way to deal with the heavenly armor. It's just that the divine universe divine weapon is a bit more troublesome. Qinyan said. You still have to pay attention to the Ling Tian clan. These guys are also quite difficult to deal with. Xiaqiru said again. Qinyan nodded. Alright, I will continue to accompany them in their cultivation, especially little Malian and Yuan. They are at a very critical moment. Only when the two of them are strong enough will they be able to unleash the power of the immortal graveyard diagram. Xiaqiru said. Alright. Qinyan kissed Xiaqiru's face. I want to kiss you too. Xiaqiru stood on her tiptoes and kissed Qinyan's lips. Then, she entered the white light screen with a charming smile and continued to cultivate. Qinyan's heart is filled with happiness. The fear in his heart towards the heavenly eye also suddenly disappeared. Xiaoyun, it seems that in order to use the immortal graveyard diagram, one needs to have a certain level of strength. Ling Yuner said, are little Malian and Yuan not strong enough? It should be. Qinyan hummed a small tune and ran out. After he left the Holy Land, he flew out of the heaven-suppressing sect and returned to the Divine Inscription Mountain. On the way back, he kept looking at the purple-red heavenly eye. Xiaqiru did not tell him what it means to see the purple-red heavenly eye and he did not ask. Sister Kiru is still the most awesome. Qinyan said in his heart, she knows so much about the heavenly eye, even Princess Anya doesn't know about it. After Qinyan flew back to the Divine Inscription Mountain, he saw Xiaohua healing the ancient ox devil. One of the ancient ox devil's horns is actually broken and his head is bleeding. What's going on? Qinyan said with frown, Old ox, where are your horns? They were chopped off by someone. The ancient ox devil said with a bitter expression, Sect Master Qin, I fought with the Ling Tian clan and lost miserably. Qinyan looked at the heavenly Lion King and discovered that his eyes are swollen. Senior Lion King, you were also beaten up? Qinyan opened his eyes wide and said in slight astonishment. Don't mention it. Those freaks from the Ling Tian clan, they were sealed for so long yet they are still so strong. Heavenly Lion King said, Old ox, your horns should be able to grow back, right? I just need to reattach them. It will take a few days to reattach them. The ancient ox devil took out the broken horn. You guys went to challenge the Ling Tian clan? Qinyan exclaimed in admiration and said, you guys are also very strong, why are you in such a sorry state? The ancient ox devil snorted, we weren't prepared. Those old schemers don't have any integrity at all. Qinyan looked at He Shu, Bai Zhe, and the other inscription beasts. They are not injured and did not participate in the battle. In that case, the Ling Tian clan is still very strong. Qinyan stroked his chin and said, then why did they come here? They came to show off. They said that they have been sealed for so many years but they can still hang us up and beat us up. The ancient ox devil curled his lips and said, we are considered good, heaven-suppressing sect's elderly was beaten until he cried for his father and mother. Heaven Creation Divine Palace's Zhang Xingxian was also beaten until he vomited blood and admitted defeat. Qinyan heard ancient ox devil's words and said with smile, Old ox, don't tell me you are saying this on purpose to provoke me into fighting? He Shu said, Boss, Demon Ox really doesn't want you to go. Even we don't think you can defeat the Ling Tian clan. Boss, you are the sect leader of our inscription gate, our face. You have such a reputation now. If you lose to the people from the Ling Tian clan, your reputation will be gone. Bai Zhe also advised. Listen to us, don't go. The Azure Dragon said, even if you don't go, they can't do anything. Look, after the Bull Demon Lord was beaten up, they looked down on my heaven ancient race even more, the ancient bull demon said unhappily. Xiao Qing, do you think that I have embarrassed the heaven old race? The azure dragon laughed, isn't that so? If you weren't so aggressive, they wouldn't have found a chance to beat you up. The heavenly lion king said to Qin Yun, brat, don't challenge the Ling Tian clan. You can't even defeat me, let alone those people from the Ling Tian clan. Qin Yun is very unconvinced in his heart, he said, Senior Lion King, I think it is still possible for me to defeat you. Do you think you can beat me without equipment? The heavenly lion king said very confidently, it's true that you're very strong, but that's also because you're lucky to have gotten your hands on quite a lot of good equipment. Qin Yun looked at ancient ox fiend and said with a smile, old ox, I didn't rely on equipment to defeat you last time, right? Then, who do you think is stronger, me or Senior Lion King? Well, I think Old Lion is stronger. Old Ox scratched his head and said with a smile, Sect Master Qin, I'm just speaking the truth. I have no intention of looking down on you. Qin Yun was even more curious about the Ling Tian clan's strength. It actually made this group of powerful beasts so afraid. Originally, I didn't intend to go, but after hearing what you said, I have no choice but to go. Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile, I'll make a trip to Heaven Creation City now. The fellows from Ling Tian clan should still be there, right? Boss, don't go. He Shu hurriedly said, those guys are really strong. Qin Yun said, I just want to see them, I don't necessarily want to fight them. How about this, you guys come with me to take a look. The ancient ox demon and the heavenly lion king quickly shook their heads. Previously in Heaven Creation City, they fought with the Ling Tian clan, but they were defeated. Naturally, they didn't want to go again. They would be laughed at by the Ling Tian clan. Qin Yun looked at He Shu, Bai Zhe, and company and said with a smile, then come with me. The black rat, Bai Zhe, and the three dragons hurriedly shook their heads and refused to go. Boss, if you lose, it will definitely be very embarrassing. We don't want to see you lose. The azure dragon said. Qin Yun could not help but laugh. Then, he looked at Shimen Dazhuang, Yi Shaosong and company and said, who's coming with me? I don't have time, I have to refine a weapon for Hercules. Shimen Dazhuang said, boss, don't worry, you will definitely win. Yi Shaosong said, Headmaster, you can win. Shimen Dazhuang laughed and said, how about this, I'll let Pippi Pig accompany you. Alright. Qin Yun said. Pippi Pig, who is turned into a little pig, is also very cute and jumped into Qin Yun's bosom. Qin Yun left the Divine Inscription Mountain and headed towards Heaven Creation City with Pippi Pig. After Qin Yun left, Ancient Devil Ox said, how about we make a bet here? I bet that Headmaster Qin will lose. Who bet that he will win? I bet that old uncle will win. Shimen Dazhuang walked over and said with mischievous smile, Grandpa Devil Ox, what do you want to bet with me? That depends on what you have. Ancient Devil Ox laughed loudly and said. Ancient Devil Ox is a gambling addict. Even though he is injured, he did not let go of any opportunity to gamble. It must be known that Ancient Devil Ox is an inscription dome master. Therefore, Shimen Dazhuang felt that he could fish out a lot of benefits from Ancient Devil Ox in terms of inscription. Therefore, he gambled, mainly betting on some precious inscription. After Qin Yun entered Heaven Creation City, he immediately headed towards Heaven Creation Mansion. He is now a disciple of Heaven Creation Mansion. Heaven Creation Mansion's Zhang Xingxian is very good to him, so he wants to see Zhang Xingxian first. He just learned from Ancient Devil Ox and others that Zhang Xingxian was also injured by Ling Tian clan. Not long after, Qin Yun arrived at Heaven Creation Mansion. It is night time, Heaven Creation Mansion is very quiet. Qin Yun arrived at Zhang Xingxian's large stone house. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Xingxian immediately came to the main hall to meet him. Zhang Xingxian is wearing white clothes, his face is somewhat pale, he looks like a refined and weak scholar. His complexion is not very good, he looks very listless. Zhang Xingxian, your injuries are not serious, right? Qin Yun saw that Zhang Xingxian's complexion is not very good, he is very shocked in his heart. Zhang Xingxian is a sacred transformation expert, yet he was injured by Ling Tian clan. Not bad, I will recover after a month of rest. Zhang Xingxian faintly smiled and indicated Qin Yun to sit down. It seems like your injuries are not on your body. Qin Yan sat down, looked at Zhang Xingxian and said with a frown. It's mental and soul injuries. Zhang Xingxian nodded his head. I used inscription do technique to fight with them and neglected my soul and mental defense, so I was injured. Qin Yan asked, are Lingtian clan people really that strong? Zhang Xingxian's expression is solemn. He nodded and said, very strong. Palace Mistress can fight them to a draw, but that is because the Lingtian clan people are giving Palace Mistress face, so they did not defeat her. The reason why Lingtian Flying City was able to break free from the seal was because Princess Yi brought Heaven City to save them. Although the Lingtian clan people are arrogant, they are still very clear about gratitude and grudges. Zhang Xingxian looked at Pippi Pig and said, Qin Yan, this little pig is an inscription beast, right? I remember that the ancient ox devil brought a few very powerful inscription beasts. They said that they are from the inscription gate. Azure Dragon and the others? They are indeed from my inscription gate. Qin Yan nodded. Then you came here to challenge the Lingtian clan? Zhang Xingxian said with a frown, the people from the Lingtian clan are very strong. Although they won't kill you, their attacks won't be light. I'll take a look at the situation first. Qin Yan stroked Pippi Pig's head and said with a smile, I'm not that reckless. Zhang Xingxian nodded his head in relief. If you can't beat them, don't force yourself to challenge them. Because even if you win, it's meaningless. I know, the main reason why Qin Yan came here this time is to see just how strong the Lingtian clan people are. Learning the strength of others can also make oneself stronger. Qin Yan, what kind of inscription ability does this little pig have? Zhang Xingxian asked curiously. It's a very smelly fart. It can be considered a kind of mental attack. Qin Yan said with a smile, it can cause a very strong mental pollution, it's quite deadly. Zhang Xingxian said with a smile, it's really amazing, this can be considered a kind of smelly mental attack. It can cause people to have a very stinky hallucination, thus affecting their mind and soul. It can cause a very strong mental influence on people or beasts. Yes, in the natural world, there are also many beasts and insects that release stench to escape being hunted. Qin Yan nodded. Little pig, I have a very special inscription here that can make you stronger in this aspect. Do you want to learn from me? Zhang Xingxian said. Alright, I'm willing to learn. Pippi Pig immediately agreed. He was very sensitive to danger. He could feel that Zhang Xingxian was not dangerous at all, so he agreed. I'll be able to learn it very quickly. Zhang Xingxian was also curious, so he wanted to see how much Pippi Pig would grow stronger. Qin Yan and Zhang Xingxian chatted for a while before leaving the stone house and heading for City Xiao Ai's residence. City Xiao Ai was resting in her room at the heaven-creating residence. Qin Yan's arrival immediately alarmed her. City Xiao Ai sensed that someone has entered her residence, so she immediately got up and ran out with her weapon. Seeing that it is Qin Yan, she felt relieved. Senior Sister Xiao Ai, I heard from Zhang Xingxian that you will be fighting with the fellows from the Lingtian clan tomorrow. Is that true? Asked Qin Yan. As the goddess of the heaven-creating abode, the people from the Lingtian clan came to challenge the Heaven Creation Palace. I have to accept the challenge, Sidu Xiao Ai said as she sheathed the sword in her hand. Although she was resting, she was wearing a white tight-fitting outfit that was ready for battle at any time. Her beauty also added a bit of heroic spirit to her. Are the other heavenly daughters and heavenly sons not going to accept the challenge? Qin Yan asked. They don't dare, because the people from the Lingtian clan are indeed too strong. Situ Xiao Ai said, I also don't have any chance of winning tomorrow. Qin Yan said, don't be afraid, even if you lose, there's still me. Situ Xiao Ai knows that Qin Yan is very strong. Now that he is here, she immediately felt a lot more at ease. She nodded and said, Qin Yan, when you watch the battle tomorrow, try your best to find out how strong the people from the Lingtian clan are. Find a way to restrain them, I will try my best to stall for time. Situ Xiao Ai's words clearly shows that she does not plan to win. Senior Sister Xiao Ai, why do you hope that I can defeat them? Qin Yan sat on a chair and took out a few divine fruits he plucked from the divine inscription mountain and gave them to Situ Xiao Ai. Because they said a lot of bad things about you today. Situ Xiao Ai said somewhat angrily, those guys look down on you very much. Qin Yan was startled and said, what did they say about me? Ancient Ox Devil, Heavenly Lion King and the others did not mention this matter to him. Even Xianxia did not mention it. City Xiaoai bit her lips and did not immediately tell Qin Yun. Senior sister Xiaoai, did they say very unpleasant things? Qin Yun felt that the words of the Ling Tian clan were definitely unpleasant to hear. Qin Yun suddenly understood why Ancient Ox Devil and the others did not want him to challenge the people from the Ling Tian clan. City Xiaoai said, Qin Yun, don't mind what they said. In short, you are very strong. Qin Yun immediately realized that the Ling Tian clan knew how powerful the Nine Desolate Divine Saber was. Back then, the Ling Tian clan and the Nine Sun royal family were definitely powerful clans that existed at the same time. Hence, the Ling Tian clan knew that the Nine Sun royal family's Nine Desolate Divine Blade was very powerful. Within the Heaven Creation City, everyone knew that Qin Yun had used his own Divine Universe Metal Stone to exchange for the heavily damaged Nine Desolate Divine Saber. At that time, everyone felt that Qin Yun had suffered a great loss. It was also at that time that he received the nickname Qin Honest. Then what is your father's opinion? Qin Yun asked. Back then, it was Elder Situ who gave him the Nine Desolate Divine Saber. Father said, the Nine Desolate Divine Saber has already been given to you, the heaven-creating Divine Palace cannot take it back. City Xiaoai said, what's going on with this Ling Tian clan, why do they want that broken blade? We have already told them about the Nine Desolate Divine Blade situation, but they are still very persistent in wanting to obtain it. Qin Yun still does not know how strong the Nine Desolate Divine Saber will be after it is restored. In short, it is definitely not an ordinary item. Senior sister Xiaoai, you rest first, I will make a trip to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Qin Yun said. Alright. Situ Xiaoai nodded. Late at night, Qin Yun headed to the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Princess Xianxia was in the Heaven Creating God Palace. During the day, she had also fought with the people of Ling Tian clan, so she was currently resting in the palace. Qin Yun could freely enter and exit the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. He went directly to the central main hall where Princess Xianxia was staying. In the entire Heaven Creation Divine Palace, only Qin Yun can walk around the Palace Master's main hall at will. Qin Yun used the soul-chasing talisman to find Princess Xianxia. The main hall in the middle was relatively large. It took Qin Yun a lot of time to find where Princess Xianxia was resting. Princess Xianxia was in a secret room underground. At that moment, Qin Yun was outside the secret chamber's stone door. Why is she hiding underground? This is not the first time Qin Yun came here. This underground secret stone room is the location of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace's Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation. Qin Yun stood outside the stone door and gently knocked on it. Princess, I am Qin Yun. Princess Xianxia immediately responded with a surprised voice, Qin Yun, why did you come to me so late? Is there anything important? Yes. Qin Yun said. The stone door suddenly opened on its own, and a wave of energy from the Nine Dragons Heavenly Origin Formation surged out. After Qin Yun entered, he saw Princess Xianxia, dressed in a snow-white dress, floating in the air of the stone room. Princess Anya's cold face was a little haggard, and her breath was very weak. Even her voice lacked momentum. Are you hurt? Qin Yun said in shock, I heard that you fought with the Ling Tian clan during the day and were actually injured so badly. He had heard that Princess Xianxia and the powerhouses of the Ling Tian clan had fought to a draw, and it was the powerhouses of the Ling Tian clan who had intentionally let her win. Even in this case, Princess Xianxia was seriously injured. My strength is inferior to the experts of Ling Tian clan. Princess Xianxia faintly sighed, then stood upright in the air and floated to Qin Yun's side. Qin Yun looked at Princess Anya's haggard and beautiful face and suddenly felt the urge to love this haggard beauty. It is mainly because the beauty in front of him has the exact same appearance as Bing Xing. It looks very serious. Qin Yun looked at Princess Anya's tired eyes and felt an inexplicable heartache. He quickly took out a comfortable chair and let Princess Xianxia sit down. I underestimated the strength of those guys. After Princess Xianxia sat down, her voice was soft and powerless. Qin Yun said with a frown, Princess, with your strength, it should be easy for you to recover after being injured for so long. However, your recovery is very slow. Princess Anya sighed and said, I don't know the reason either. My injuries mainly come from my soul. Those Ling Tian clan fellows have been sealed for so long, but not only did their overall strength not weaken, they have also increased by a lot. Soul injury? Zhang Xingxian is also in the same situation. Qin Yan said, however, Zhang Xingxian's injuries are not as serious as yours. Zhang Xingxian admitted defeat early, and I was too stubborn and stubbornly held on until the end. Princess Anya suddenly frowned and covered her head with her lily-white hands. It is obvious that her soul is causing an intense headache. Is the Ling Tian clan proficient in soul attacks? When Qin Yan saw that Princess Anya was enduring the pain, he quickly placed his hand on her forehead and injected his nether moon mental power into her. They are very good in all aspects. Princess Anya felt a lot more comfortable. She took a deep breath and said, the ancient ox devil and the heavenly lion king were injured by their powerful physical strength. As for Zhang Xingxian and Princess Anya, their souls suffered heavy injuries. The heavenly lion king and the ancient ox devil both have very strong physical bodies, but they were defeated in terms of physical strength. Qin Yan said, as for you and Zhang Xingxian, you are both very strong inscription do masters. You are very strong in terms of soul and mental strength. However, you were seriously injured in this aspect. Qin Yan realized that the Ling Tian clan is truly flaunting their formidable strength. They want to tell the big shots of the other factions here that their Ling Tian clan is very strong in all aspects. They are doing this to establish their might. When Princess Anya saw that Qin Yan was about to take his hand away, she quickly grabbed Qin Yan's hand and let him continue caressing her forehead. Because Qin Yan's hand is caressing her head, it makes her feel very comfortable. Is it really unbearable? Qin Yan stared at Princess Anya's beautiful and haggard face and can't help but caress her cheek. Princess Anya did not resist Qin Yan. She nodded slightly and said, after the battle with the Ling Tian clan, my soul has always been injured, causing my head to feel like it is being pricked by needles. One must know that after Princess Anya and the Heaven Creation Palace Master fused, the souls of the two Nine-Sun Divine Maiden fused, they are very powerful. However, after being injured, they are unable to recover and can't even suppress the pain. Your body is so cold. What's going on? Or are you always like this? Qin Yan gently caressed her delicate face and felt a very strange coldness. Even though Guanghan Palace's Bingxing cultivates ice-cold power, her face is very warm and soft to the touch. I don't know. Princess Anya's current mental state is very poor. Qin Yan promptly held her lily-white hand and released his absolute yang power. More than half of the immortal emperor power within his body has already been transformed into saint power. What he released now can be considered as absolute yang saint power. The absolute yang saint power that was poured in is very warm. After entering Princess Anya's body, her face became slightly rosy. Let's cultivate together. Qin Yan took out a stool, sat in front of Princess Anya, held her hands and said, all right. Princess Anya nodded. She has also mastered the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. The main purpose of this cultivation is to help Princess Anya heal her injuries. Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's second level, Divine Fusion Technique, do you know it? Qin Yan asked. Yes. Princess Anya closed her eyes and said in a low voice, let's begin. Divine Fusion Technique is a wondrous state of fusion between two people's mind and soul. After cultivating together, Qin Yan suddenly discovered that the condition of Princess Anya's body is very serious. Very quickly, Princess Anya's consciousness arrived at Qin Yan's illusory space. This is a grassy slope filled with beautiful flowers. Qin Yan sat on a small hill with his eyes still closed. He took the opportunity to investigate the condition of Princess Anya's body. And Princess Anya is now much better because the injury to her soul has been alleviated to a certain extent. Princess, there is a very strong mental power in your body. Qin Yan said in a deep voice, after the battle with you, the Ling Tian clan left their mental power in your body. Really? Why didn't I notice it? Princess Anya asked doubtfully. That kind of mental power is very strange. It can disguise as your power and flow in your body. This is also the reason why your soul can't recover. Qin Yan said, I don't know if this is the characteristic of the Ling Tian clan's cultivation technique or if they did it on purpose. Princess Anya looked around and admired Qinyan's illusory space. She said, they shouldn't be doing it on purpose. Maybe it's just to intimidate me and show me some strength. You are their benefactor. Qinyan shook his head, it's really not right for them to treat you like this. Maybe it's because I refused to agree to their conditions, so they gave me some color to see. Princess Anya suddenly thought of something and her face gradually turned cold. What conditions did you refuse to agree to? Qinyan asked. They want the 9 desolate divine saber and want me to get it back from you. Princess Anya said, I will never agree to this kind of thing. Princess Anya is very clear about the importance of the 9 desolate divine saber. Although she only has incomplete memories, one of her missions is to find the 9 desolate divine saber. What do they want the 9 desolate divine saber for? Qinyan said, did you ask them? They said that they want to replace the 9 Sun royal family and rule over the 3,000 heavenly domain. And the 9 desolate divine saber can make it even easier for them. Princess Anya snorted, these guys, instead of fighting against the heavenly law divine realm, they actually came to show off their strength to us. You don't regret letting them out, do you? Qinyan said with a smile. I regret it very much. How could I do such a stupid thing? Princess Anya blamed herself and said, they will definitely go find you. Qinyan said, I'm not afraid of them. I'll help you heal your injuries first. All right. Princess Anya nodded, her face revealed a gentle and moving smile and said, Qinyan, if it wasn't for you this time, I really wouldn't have known about my injuries. Qinyan used his Nether Sun mental power to devour the very special mental power of the Lingtian clan people. After devouring, Princess Anya could heal her injuries on her own. Princess Yueme and Yuelan are both one of the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. Qinyan said with a smile, you didn't expect this, did you? How is this possible? Princess Anya is very shocked, Yuelan, is she really the 9 Sun Divine Maiden? This is what Xiaqiru said. When Qinyan learned of it, he was also very surprised. All the 9 Sun Divine Maidens are here, most of them are in the Guanhan Palace. Qinyan said again. Well, it seems that I have to go to the Moon Palace in the future. Princess Anya said, of course, the most important thing now is to find the main mausoleum. Qinyan said, indeed, wait patiently, very soon we will have a way to find the main heavenly cemetery. Qinyan. The people from Lingtian clan are too strong. I can't suppress them. I regret letting them out. Princess Anya bit her lip and said, and now they are all eyeing you, wanting to obtain the Divine Universe Amethyst and 9 Desolation Divine Saber in your hands. I hurt you. Princess Dark Knight blamed herself deeply for this. Don't be afraid. I have so many good things, so I naturally have the ability to protect them. Qinyan smiled and said, Princess, it's not a bad thing for you to let them out. With their strength, they can give the heavenly man of the natural law divine realm quite a bit of pressure. Although Lingtian clan is quite arrogant, they are especially cautious when facing the natural law divine realm. When they were in the graveyard of heaven, they did not fight head-on with the heaven realm. Princess Yi said, they came here mainly to avoid the heaven realm. Qinyan was very surprised and said, they are actually afraid of heaven? The heaven man of the natural law divine realm has not been sealed. Back then, they were able to suppress the Lingtian clan. The Lingtian clan has been sealed for many years, and in terms of resources, they are definitely inferior to the heaven realm. Princess Yi sighed, the current heaven realm has enough power to destroy the Lingtian clan. Qinyan said, it seems like the heavenly man from back then was not bragging. Back in the buried heaven land, the celestial beings had told Yunlong that they had found a way to completely exterminate the Lingtian clan. The reason the Lingtian clan had come here was definitely because they were wary of the celestials. The people from the Lingtian clan are really funny. Qinyan shook his head and said with a smile, they clearly want to join us to fight against the celestials, but they can't put down their airs and insist on showing off their strength. Princess Anya snorted and said, they all know that you have a good relationship with Heaven City and Heaven Suppressing Sect, so they don't dare to act recklessly. I am not afraid of them. Qinyan said with smile. It seems like you are the only one who can defeat the experts of the Lingtian clan. Princess Yi said, you have great potential. With Princess Anya and Qinyan cultivating together, the injuries to her soul quickly recovered. After the joint practice, Princess Dark Knight's mental state recovered very well, and her body temperature also recovered. Xianxia, I promised to help you cultivate a powerful sun core, but I never kept my promise. Princess Xianxia said. It's all right, we don't have time during this period of time. Xianxia said with a smile. Also, I said I would promise you one thing. You can ask me for something. If I can do it, I will definitely do it. Princess Xianxia said. I haven't thought of it yet. Xianxia said with smile, all right, I will return to Heaven Creation Mansion. At noon, senior sister Xiaoai will fight with the Ling Tian clan. If she loses, I will have to fight. When Xianxia turned to leave, his hand was suddenly grabbed by Princess Xianxia. Anything else? Asked Xianxia. If you fight with the Ling Tian clan, you might lose. Princess Xianxia gently bit her lips and said in a low voice, I will help you cultivate a stronger sun core. Is there enough time? Xianxia said. There are still several hours until noon. It should be enough. Princess Xianxia slightly lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Xianxia. Her jade-like face is slightly red and she whispered softly, when cultivating, you have to lie down, close your eyes and take off your clothes. Xianxia is secretly alarmed. The usually cold and arrogant Princess Xianxia and the Heaven Creation Palace Master is now in such a shy state. It immediately gave Xianxia a bad premonition. Forget it. Xianxia knows that although the beauty in front of him has the same face as Bingxing, she is not Bingxing. He will not think that their relationship can go further just because Princess Xianxia and Bingxing look the same. Furthermore, he and Princess Xianxia have a deep entanglement. The two of them temporarily lost their memories, but there is an unknown hatred. Xianxia wanted to shake off Princess Xianxia's hand, but she grabbed him even tighter. I am helping you cultivate the sun core and you are still not willing, are you? Princess Xianxia is very angry, she stamped her feet and pushed Xianxia to the ground in a few moments. Big sister princess, can you help me cultivate in a normal way? Xianxia knew that something bad would happen. You are going to fight with the Ling Tian clan. I must use the fastest way to help you cultivate the powerful sun core. Princess Xianxia sat on Xianxia's abdomen. The charming beauty who was full of shyness just a moment ago became so violent and barbaric in the blink of an eye. Xianxia felt that this is very normal. After all, this is the aura of Princess Xianxia, who has commanded the Heaven Creation Divine Palace for many years. Close your eyes. Princess Xianxia shouted in a commanding tone. Xianxia did not close his eyes but struggled. When he was feeling very depressed, Ling Yun'er actually cheered crazily, as if she is celebrating the new year. Just as Xianxia was struggling, Princess Xianxia suddenly hugged Xianxia tightly, not letting him run away. The two of them rolled on the ground. Xianxia shouted and Princess Xianxia cursed in a low voice. After fighting with each other for a while, they seemed to be tired and then hugged each other. Princess Xianxia hugged Xianxia and the two of them entered a very wonderful state. Xianxia only felt that he seemed to have merged with Princess Xianxia and could clearly feel each other's heartbeat. Xianxia fell into a trance, as if he was soaking in a warm and comfortable spring. What made him feel most incredible was that Princess Xianxia's heart seemed to be fused with his. He could feel that Princess Xianxia's heart was like a blazing sun, very hot, brave and domineering, but also with a kind of wild tenderness. In short, Xianxia did not know why, in a daze, he fell asleep. When he woke up, he was lying in the middle of this underground palace, surrounded by 9 big pearls. He was still in the 9 dragons' heavenly origin formation of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Awake? Still in time, Xiaoai should be fighting with the Ling Tian clan. Princess Xianxia stood next to him, wearing a black robe and a white mask, her hands crossed over her chest and said coldly. What's wrong with my sun core? Xianxia asked. You can feel it yourself. Princess Xianxia said, you have a strong enough sun core, you can put the sun-suppressing divine arrow into the heart. In battle, you don't need to release the sun-suppressing divine arrow and you can also use a part of the sun-suppressing divine arrow's ability. Xianxia's sun-suppressing divine arrow has the ability of 10,000 Devour, which is a very powerful ability. Thank you, Princess. Xianxia said with a smile. Weren't you unwilling before? Princess Xianxia coldly snorted and said, you have taken advantage of me. you are not allowed to talk about what happened before. You must not tell Shuriwei and Yuan. Qin Yan felt a little depressed because he felt that he was the one who was taken advantage of. Also, he fell into a daze and didn't know what happened at that time. Let's go to the Heaven Creation Mansion, Princess Anya said and walked to the door. Her voice became very cold. Qin Yan suddenly felt that Princess Anya and Bing Xing are a bit similar. Qin Yan followed behind Princess Anya and asked Ling Yun inside the illusory space, Great Beauty Yun I seem to have fallen into a coma. What happened during that time? Nothing, she just entered a very strange joint cultivation state with you. It should be a kind of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Ling Yun said, it might be a small part of the third level of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Ah? Third level? Qin Yan is very surprised. You just kissed each other, nothing else. Ling Yun said with incomparable disappointment, really? Qin Yan followed Princess Anya and arrived at the Heaven Creation Mansion. There is a large battle stage in the middle of the Heaven Creation Mansion and Situ Xiaoai is on the stage. The people of Ling Tian clan have already arrived but they did not go on stage. The time for battle is not up yet, they did not go on stage. The arrival of Qin Yan and Princess Anya caused no small sensation. Although the battle is taking place in the Heaven Creation Mansion, people outside can come in and watch the battle. The people of Heaven Creation City are very familiar with Qin Yan. Especially the people of Dragon Race, Imperial Clan, Immortal Desolate Holy Palace and Nether Sect. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, Red Sun Dragon Mother, Immortal Desolate Holy Master and Heartless Immortal Venerable, these kinds of experts are all here. Qin Yan's appearance here means that he will most likely fight with the people of Ling Tian clan. After Qin Yan arrived, he first greeted the seniors and then paid attention to the people of Ling Tian clan. The people of Ling Tian clan are all wearing animal skin clothes and leather boots. Their hair is disheveled and draped over their shoulders. They are dressed like primitive hunters. This is the people of Ling Tian clan. They are not wearing luxurious armor or anything. Although they are slovenly, it highlights their innate arrogance and unruly nature. Is this sect Master Qin? A middle-aged man of Ling Tian clan walked towards Qin Yan. Although there is a smile on his face, his laughter is filled with contempt. Yes, you are. I am an elder of Ling Tian clan, Ling Tadian. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. He has a fierce square face, eyes as big as a cow and a full beard. When he laughed, he gave people a very fierce feeling. It's an honor to meet you, Qin Yan politely said with smile. At this time, a young man walked towards Qin Yan and circled around him a few times. Moreover, he is constantly sniffing Qin Yan's body like a dog. Seeing this, everyone felt that this person has a problem. It is very impolite to sniff other people's body like a dog. Brother, are you all right? Qin Yan is also puzzled and asked. Sect Master Qin, why do you have the body fragrance of Heaven Creation Palace Master? Moreover, it is very strong. It seems like the rumor is true, you are indeed the boy toy of Heaven Creation Palace Master, the man said with smile. I am even more certain of this now. Princess Anya is very angry after being accused of having a pet boy. Ling Tadian sensed Princess Anya's anger. He immediately pulled the young man back and said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Quickly apologized to the Heaven-creating Palace Master. The young man from Ling Tian clan is also very upright. He curled his lips and said, Clan Elder, didn't you say that? You said that the Heaven-creating Palace Master is very good to Qin Yan. It must be this kind of relationship. Shut up. Ling Tadian immediately covered the young man's mouth, looked at Princess Anya and said with smile, Heaven-creating Palace Master, this guy is just talking nonsense, don't take it to heart. Anyone who knows Qin Yan's strength would not think that Qin Yan is the pet boy of the Heaven-creating Palace Master because both of them are at the same level, at most they are lovers. Ling Tian clan's attitude towards Qin Yan and the Heaven-creating Palace Master shows that they don't understand Qin Yan's strength and they look down on him. Why do you think I am the pet boy of the Heaven-creating Palace Master? Qin Yan doesn't care much because this is not the first time he encountered this kind of thing. Qin Yan thought of another reason, so he asked out of curiosity. 9 Desolate Divine Saber is a peerless divine saber, you used a broken divine universe golden stone to exchange for it, if not for the heaven-creating palace master's love for you, how could she agree? The young man from Ling Tian clan said loudly. This is more or less what Qin Yun guessed. In the eyes of Ling Tian clan, 9 desolate divine saber is indeed very powerful and incomparably precious. Elder Situ is also here. He was the one who proposed to exchange 9 desolate divine saber with Qin Yun. Everyone in Heaven Creation City knows about this matter. During the exchange, they all felt that Qin Yun suffered a great loss. They all thought that Qin Yun was too honest and was fooled by Elder Situ. At that time, Qin Yun was even laughed at as honest Qin. Everyone in Heaven Creation City knows about this matter. It was not the heaven-creating palace master who proposed to exchange 9 desolate divine saber. Qin Yun looked at Elder Situ and said. Bullshit, 9 desolate divine saber is such a precious thing. If she didn't agree, would she have agreed to exchange it? The young man shouted. Even if 9 desolate divine saber is temporarily damaged, it is still very strong. Qin Yun looked at Elder Situ and asked, Elder, it was you who gave me the 9 desolate divine saber. Does the heaven-creating palace lord know about this? She didn't know. She was in seclusion. Elder Situ said, the 9 desolate divine saber is indeed seriously damaged, and Heaven Creation City needs divine universe golden stone. Qin Yun looked at the people from Lingtian clan and said, why do you want the 9 desolate divine saber so much? Isn't that a broken knife? Broken saber? Why don't you give it to us? Ling Tadian smiled. That won't do. I used a very large divine universe golden stone to exchange for this broken blade. If you want it, just give me a divine universe golden stone of the same size. Qin Yun said with a smile. How big? Ling Tadian said, I don't believe that you have a big divine universe golden stone in your hands. Qin Yun said, I don't have any divine universe golden stone, but I have a divine universe amethyst. The young man from Ling Tian clan shouted, I don't believe you, take it out for us to see. Alright, I will take it out for you to see. Qin Yun can now more or less control the divine universe amethyst. He previously absorbed a large amount of divine universe amethyst to cultivate, plus he obtained the little nether sun. His control over the divine universe amethyst and divine universe golden stone is becoming stronger and stronger. If it was before, the divine universe golden stone would have run away after being released. Now that it is under his control, it can't run away. When Qin Yun and Ancient Ox Devil made the bet, he said that he has a divine universe amethyst. Since everyone knows about this, Qin Yun doesn't need to deliberately hide it. He took out a small box, secretly poured his nether sun into the divine universe amethyst and opened the box. After opening the box, there is a thumb-sized purple-red crystal inside. Although this purple-red crystal's aura is not overflowing, it has a very dreadful aura, causing people around to secretly feel fear. Even the people from Lingtian clan cried out in alarm. One had to know that when the divine universe sword was refined from the divine universe goldstone, it had a very powerful aura when it attacked. The divine universe amethyst's aura is even stronger. Looking at the divine universe amethyst, those 100+ people from Lingtian clan are all stunned because Qin Yun truly has a divine universe amethyst. Qin Yun immediately put away the divine universe amethyst. He is truly worried that it would be snatched away by these people. I admit that my strength is not very strong, but I am still very rich. So I am absolutely not the toy boy of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace Master. My reputation is not important, but the Heaven Creation Divine Palace Master is different. She is the Palace Master of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, and she is also a woman. She cares a lot about her reputation. Qin Yun said. Although he said this, everyone feels that his relationship with the Heaven Creation Divine Palace Master is not ordinary. Ling Tadian groaned and said, Qin Yun, 9 desolate divine saber is a peerless and evil weapon. It is an extremely evil weapon, and only the Ling Tian clan has a way to restrain it. If you don't want to die from the backlash of this weapon, it is best to give it up as soon as possible. Qin Yun said with smile, many thanks for senior's warning, this junior will definitely be more careful. Ling Tian clan youth said with a very scary tone, do you know how the 9 Sun royal family was exterminated? It was because of that 9 desolate divine saber, they were killed by that saber. There are many legends about the extermination of the 9 Sun royal family, just listen to them. Qin Yun said with smile. This is not a legend, our Lingtian clan understands the 9 Sun royal family the best. That saber will really kill you. Ling Tadian said. Xianxia said with smile, that is my problem. If you really want it, then use a big Divine Universe golden stone to exchange with me. Forget about big Divine Universe golden stones, Ling Tian clan doesn't even have small ones. Divine Universe golden stones are born inside powerful stars. Back then, the 9-son royal family plundered all the Divine Universe golden stones in the 3,000 heavenly domains. It is not easy to find one now. Ling Tadian said. Xianxia is secretly happy because all the Divine Universe golden stones obtained by the 9-son royal family from the 3,000 heavenly domains are in his hands. Princess Xianxia said, friends of Ling Tian clan, your current enemy is the heavenly law divine realm. Ling Tadian said, Heaven Creation Palace Master, you saved our Ling Tian clan mainly because you want us to deal with the heavenly law divine realm, right? Don't think too highly of us, we are not necessarily a match for the heavenly law divine realm. We were allies back then, that is why I saved you. As for whether or not you want to deal with the heavenly law divine realm, that is your problem. Princess Xianxia looked at Situ Xiao Ai and said, you have arranged a fight with my Heaven Creation Palace's disciple, can you start now? Ling Xiaofei, you go. Ling Tadian said to the man beside him. That's a woman, send a woman up. I don't want to fight with women, it's boring. Ling Xiaofei curled his lips and said, if I beat her, people will say that I bully women. That makes sense. Ling Tadian nodded his head, then looked at a tall and valiant woman wearing beast skin and said, Ling Xiaochu, you go. All right. Ling Xiaochu is wearing beast skin clothes, revealing a pair of very long thighs and a few sturdy muscles on her lower abdomen. She seems to be a very valiant and powerful woman and her appearance is also extremely beautiful. After Ling Xiaochu walked onto the large battle stage, Xianxia immediately felt a very strange energy fluctuation. What kind of power is that? Xianxia used Extinction Spirit Eye to look inside Ling Xiaochu's body and discovered that there is a very strong silver energy flowing inside. Her blood has turned into some kind of very strong energy. Xianxia is extremely alarmed, it seems to be a very strong mental power. The mental power turned into blood and fused into the powerful flesh and bones. During battle, using this kind of power to attack can indeed cause great damage to a person's soul. Xiao Yun, do the blood in their body change when they are fighting? Ling Yunar asked. Xianxia used Extinction Spirit Eye to look at Ling Tadian and Ling Xiaofei. The energy in their body is hidden and cannot be seen directly. It seems so. This Ling Tian clan should be a strong clan that is very good at fighting. Xianxia frowned and thought, this kind of guy might be born with a strong mental power. Their inscription Do Master must be very strong. Zhang Xingxian lost to the Ling Tian clan in an inscription battle. Strange, their inscription level should be pretty good, why don't they have good equipment? Look at them, they are all wearing beast skin. Ling Yunar said. Those beast skins have been simply processed, at most they can only resist fire, they don't have any special defensive power. Ling Xiaochu is a woman on the battle stage, she is only wearing simple clothes and wrapping her body, she doesn't need to rely on these beast skins for defense. After the battle stage's barrier opened, Princess Anya shouted, begin. As soon as the battle began, Situ Xiao Ai used Heavenly Strong Dao Technique. Heavenly Strong Dao Technique was passed down to her by Heaven Creation Palace Master. It is a very strong defensive Dao technique that can make one's body very sturdy. Ling Xiaochu's expression is indifferent, it is as if she doesn't care about this battle at all. She looks very casual. She just stood on the same spot and looked at Situ Xiao Ai lazily. Situ Xiao Ai's elegant and beautiful face is now filled with seriousness, making her look somewhat ice-cold. Her high ponytail fluttered along with the aura released from her body. After using Heavenly Strong Dao Technique, Situ Xiao Ai thought that her opponent would attack. She did not expect that she would not attack. Situ Xiao Ai immediately attacked, a transparent sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Looking carefully, the sword is condensed from water, it is releasing a faint golden light. Situ Xiao Ai has water martial spirit. Later on, Xianxia carved Holy Sword Totem on her thigh, allowing her to condense an even stronger origin sword. She waved her sword and stabbed, sword energy burst out along with water thorns that enveloped Ling Xiaochu's body. Boring. Ling Xiaochu's body suddenly overflowed with a burst of silver energy and formed a protective shield. At the same time that Situ Xiao AI was sent flying, Ling Xiaochu's figure chased after her like a bolt of lightning, and her palm landed on Situ Xiao AI's shoulder very quickly. Boom! Situ Xiao AI's shoulder was struck by the palm, and her body flew back and crashed heavily to the ground. How weak! Ling Xiaofei, who was below the fighting ring, shook his head and smiled. You humans have been in the 9 wilderness land for so many years, yet you have not improved at all. Ling Xiaochu looked at Situ Xiao AI, who was lying on the ground, and after yawning, she suddenly sent out another palm strike. After being continuously attacked, Situ Xiao AI's body was in immense pain, but at the same time, she was able to release a very powerful wave of holy energy that flowed through her body, maintaining the heavenly firmament Dao technique's power. Fortunately, she had used the heavenly sturdy Dao technique, otherwise, her body would have long been injured. At the same time that Ling Xiaochu's palm struck down, Situ Xiao AI rolled on the ground, avoiding the ferocious palm. The palm landed on the ground, and a silver light burst forth along with a gale, blowing Situ Xiao AI away. Ling Xiaochu did not expect that Situ Xiao AI would actually be able to dodge it. She looked at Situ Xiao AI, who was rolling on the ground, and snorted in contempt before leaping over. When she leaped over, her pair of powerful and slender thighs overflowed with waves of silver light. Anyone could tell that if they were to be trampled by her, they would definitely be severely injured. Situ Xiao AI fiercely flipped and jumped into the air like lightning, avoiding Ling Xiaochu's terrifying stomp, rumble. Ling Xiaochu leaped over and stepped hard on the ground. With her as the center, the ground swayed with silver light and violent air waves, accompanied by silver lightning whistling out. That kind of power was terrifying just by looking at it. Situ Xiao AI, who was in the air, was shocked. She did not expect the women of the Ling Tian clan to be so ferocious. Ling Xiaochu looked up at Situ Xiao AI, who was in the air, and snorted coldly. You can only hide? As she spoke, she spread her arms, and a ball of silver light surged out from her body. It rushed into the sky and turned into a silver dragon. While Situ Xiao AI was shocked, she released a large amount of water. She possessed a water martial spirit, and the water she released was also very strong. Ling Xiaochu and the silver dragon were instantly submerged by a large amount of water. Ling Xiaochu, who is in the water, is constantly releasing berserk silver energy, causing the water to splash in all directions. Voila! With Ling Xiaochu's angry shout, the water wrapped around her suddenly scattered, unable to condense together. The dispersed water returned to Situ Xiao AI's body and once again condensed into a sword. This time, the sword she condensed was pale gold in color. There was a sword totem on the surface, but inside, there were many things that looked like tree fibers. Situ Xiao AI had used the divine tree totem. This time, her origin sword was mainly made of the water martial spirit and the sacred sword totem, while the divine tree totem was inside, combining water and the sacred sword totem. In this way, it wouldn't be easily shattered. Ling Xiaochu, hurry up and end the battle. It's been so long and you still haven't taken care of her. Ling Xiaofei shouted. It wasn't just Ling Xiaofei. The other youths of the Ling Tian clan were all saying that she was too weak. She couldn't even defeat Situ Xiao AI after so many moves. Ling Xiaochu was also very angry. After all, she was a young person. She was very concerned about her face. She was not weak in the younger generation of the clan, but now she was being pointed at by many people. She wanted to defeat Situ Xiao AI as soon as possible, but she realized that Situ Xiao AI wasn't easy to deal with. Situ Xiao AI also gradually entered the battle state. Holding a long sword in her hand, she rushed over and executed a gorgeous and powerful sword art in a smooth and flowing manner. On the battle stage, several beautiful figures of Situ Xiao AI suddenly appeared. Her sword art and movement technique were both very brilliant and they were combined to perfection. Her sword art looked like a woman dancing a ribbon. It looked pleasing to the eye and at the same time, the sword aura that erupted out was shocking. Streaks of sword chi flew out of Situ Xiao AI's origin sword like beautiful and dazzling ribbons of light. Situ Xiao AI's movement technique was superb. She quickly moved on the battle stage and turned into dozens of figures that surrounded Ling Xiaochu. Then, she continuously shot out countless sword energy. Ling Xiaochu, who was in the middle, felt as if she was being bombarded from all directions. Seeing Situ Xiao AI reverse the situation, the people of Heaven Creation City cheered. because in so many battles, the people of Ling Tian clan had always had the upper hand. Now, there was finally someone who could suppress the people of Ling Tian clan. At the same cultivation level, the people of Ling Tian clan were indeed very powerful. Especially the 9th stage immortal emperors. Their saint power was extremely ferocious. That kind of silver energy was very harmful to the soul and mind. Ling Xiaochu, what are you doing? Ling Xiaofei was very anxious and shouted, quickly counterattack, quickly defeat her. Ling Xiaochu, you have been beaten to such a sorry state. This is a complete disgrace to our Ling Tian clan. Another youth of Ling Tian clan shouted. That's right, how strong can the other side be? They actually made you so passive. A large group of young disciples of Ling Tian clan watched anxiously and continuously criticized Ling Xiaochu. This made Ling Xiaochu even more angry. All of you shut up. Ling Xiaochu roared angrily. At the same time, her body surged with a burst of strong silver light. A large amount of sword energy that flew over was instantly swallowed by the strong light. Fall for me. Ling Xiaochu shouted loudly and a silver energy wave surged out of her body. That silver energy wave surged through the huge and spacious battle stage in the blink of an eye and attacked the barrier of the battle stage. The silver energy wave attacked the barrier of the battle stage and let out a series of thunder-like rumbling sounds. That kind of rumbling sound made people's hearts tremble. Even if Situ Xiao AI's movement technique was superb, she was still engulfed by the silver energy wave. She had no choice but to use heavenly strength Dao art to let her body withstand the violent silver energy. Ling Xiaochu saw that Situ Xiao AI was unable to continue showing off her beautiful movement technique, so she sneered and rushed over. She arrived in front of Situ Xiao AI and punched Situ Xiao AI's abdomen. Ling Xiaochu was originally a head taller than Situ Xiao AI and her body was also relatively large. This punch was so violent that it looked like she was bullying a little girl. There was a loud bang, Situ Xiao AI was sent flying by the punch and her body hit the barrier. Ling Xiaochu gritted her teeth. She really didn't expect that Situ Xiao AI, who looked delicate and gentle, would have an incomparably hard abdomen. Situ Xiao AI's heavenly strength Dao art is still very powerful. It can make the body very strong. Although it can guarantee that the body will not be seriously injured, it still has to bear a lot of power and the body will still feel pain. When Ling Xiaofei saw Ling Xiaochu's might, he said with a smile, "That's more like it. Wouldn't it be better to be serious from the beginning?" The people of Ling Tian clan are still worried that Ling Xiaochu would lose. After their Ling Tian clan broke the seal, they challenged the various major powers in the Cloud Dragon Mountain range and had never lost. They had to maintain an undefeated record in order to intimidate the other powers. Admit defeat. Ling Xiaochu said, "You are not my match." Situ Xiao AI gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "I won't admit defeat." Ling Xiaochu said with a frown, "Then I can only beat you until you admit defeat." Her fists suddenly overflowed with silver light. The silver light that she released this time was much stronger than before. When Qin Yun saw this, his eyes widened and he immediately shouted, "Senior sister Xiao AI, pay attention to protecting your mind and soul." When Situ Xiao AI heard Qin Yun's reminder, she immediately concentrated her power to protect her soul and mind. Ling Xiaochu also heard Qin Yun shout and cursed a few times in her heart. She rushed towards Situ Xiao AI and shouted, "You can't defend against me." Ling Xiaochu's attack is ferocious. As she charged forward, the silver energy wave that burst out from her body surged like ocean waves. Just the energy wave that erupted from her charge sent Situ Xiao AI flying backwards. It also carried a very strong mental attack. In front of Ling Xiaochu, Situ Xiao AI was as weak as a child. Ling Xiaochu only relied on her strong aura to suppress her to the point that she couldn't breathe. The aura that erupted from Ling Xiaochu's charge sent Situ Xiao AI flying. She was pressed against the barrier and unable to move. After getting close, her fists that were condensed with intense silver light violently smashed onto Situ Xiao AI's body. Boom boom boom, the fist shadows were like the wind. In an instant, hundreds of punches exploded. Each punch produced a series of explosions, like a series of cannons. Not only Situ Xiao AI's body was attacked, her soul and mind were also constantly attacked by a very strange power. Fortunately, she defended in advance and was able to withstand it. Ling Xiaochu's powerful attack, not to mention Situ Xiao AI, even many of the men present felt fear. Qin Yan's expression is solemn as he watched Ling Xiaochu attack Situ Xiaoai. He knows that Ling Xiaochu is using a very strong mental power. If Situ Xiaoai couldn't defend, her mind and soul would be severely injured. Just like Princess Dark Knight, Qin Yan used the Extinction Spirit Eye to observe the energy within Ling Xiaochu's body. He discovered that the silver energy has become much fainter. Ling Xiaochu's attack is very violent and explosive, which means that the consumption is very large. The Ling Tian clan's bodies are very strong, but they are only 9th-stage immortal emperors after all. The amount of energy they can store is also limited. In order to maintain this kind of fierce and berserk attack, they need a lot of energy. After Qin Yan observed, he also discovered the advantage of the Ling Tian clan in battle. Their explosive power is very fierce and they can release the formidable power within their body in a short period of time. If their body had to withstand this kind of high explosive energy, they would definitely suffer some losses. Therefore, they can't maintain fighting for a long time. If they continue to fight, their bodies will be very tired and the consumption will be very large. After Ling Xiaochu beat up Situ Xiaoai, she grabbed her and threw her to the ground. She shouted, "Quickly admit defeat." Situ Xiaoai gritted her teeth, her ice-cold eyes are filled with stubbornness. It is clear that she has no intention of admitting defeat. There is no need for you to continue. Ling Xiaochu saw that Situ Xiaoai is not admitting defeat and became even more irritable. Her fists once again surged with intense silver light. She is preparing to beat Situ Xiaoai again. "Senior sister Xiaoai, use the tree totem!" Qin Yan suddenly shouted. Qin Yan carved the divine tree totem on Situ Xiaoai's body. When she heard Qin Yan's reminder, she immediately released many tree vines as thick as an arm and tightly wrapped around her body. Qin Yan was giving pointers to Situ Xiaoai below the battle stage. He seemed to be very familiar with Situ Xiaoai, which immediately caused people to discuss in surprise. Everyone knew that Elder Situ had scammed Qin Yan, but Qin Yan did not seek trouble with Elder Situ. The main reason was that Situ Ai and Qin Yan had a good relationship. When Situ Xiaoai was fighting, even her father, Elder Situ, could not give her any pointers. Yet, Qin Yan was able to give her pointers. This made one have to think more. Even Elder Situ was astonished because he understood his daughter's situation better than Qin Yan. Situ Xiaoai wrapped herself in tree vines as if she was hiding in a very hard cocoon. In order to strengthen the defense, Situ Xiaoai condensed another layer of tree bark outside the tree vines. The tree bark and the tree vines were all Situ Xiaoai's energy, but after passing through the divine tree totem, they could take form. The tree bark formed from the saint power, coupled with the heavenly tenacious Tao technique, made for a very strong defense. Even if she was attacked, she would not feel any pain. Princess Anya said in a low voice, "If you were by my side when I was fighting before, I might have won." Ling Xiaochu was about to explode because she felt that she was really beating a very hard tree trunk. She was unable to break through Situ Xiaoai's defense, and she had consumed a lot of her power. "Coward, come out quickly!" Ling Xiaochu shouted, "Why don't you attack me? If you hide inside, how are you going to attack me?" Ling Xiaochu also did not attack, because she knew that her attack was futile and would waste her energy. "Senior sister Xiaoai, combine tree vines and water, trap her!" Qin Yun shouted. Situ Xiaoai had obtained the Tree of God totem not too long ago. Through the Tree of God totem, her saint energy could transform into a tree. However, she had yet to comprehend how to use it. With Qin Yun giving her pointers from the side, coupled with her rich combat experience, she immediately knew how to use it. Situ Xiaoai, who was wrapped in the tree bark, also consumed a lot of energy. This was because her holy power had condensed the tree bark and the tree vines. At the same time, she had to use the heavenly firmament Tao technique. Therefore, she had to end the battle as soon as possible. This was the best way for her. On the battle stage, a large mass of water suddenly appeared and enveloped Ling Xiaochu. Within the water, there were many tree vines and leaves intertwined together. Previously, Ling Xiaochu had shaken the water away. But this time it was not so easy, because the branches and leaves of the tree vines were intertwined with the water, making the water even more compact and solid. The people of Ling Tian clan were all shouting, telling Ling Xiaochu to quickly counterattack. Ling Xiaochu was currently submerged in water and her voice could not be transmitted at all. Otherwise, she would definitely scold Ling Xiaofei and his group of people who only knew how to shout. Senior Sister Xiaoai, turn yourself into a hedgehog and attack. Qin Yin feels that Situ Xiaoai can win. The tree bark that wrapped around Situ Xiaoai suddenly grew many sharp thorns. They were all very sharp swords. The sacred sword totem could make it easier for Situ Xiaoai to condense a sword with her sacred power. Those swords combined with the heavenly strength Dao technique and became very sturdy. Right now, Situ Xiaoai was like a tree trunk full of sharp swords. Furthermore, she was spinning frantically. Situ Xiaoai rushed towards the water ball made of tree vines and leaves. She was already spinning at high speed, adding the speed of her attack. Her power became even more ferocious. Crash, she broke through the water ball and knocked Ling Xiaochu, who was wrapped in it, out. While Ling Xiaochu was sent flying, her body was also cut by many swords. Her injuries are not light. Sword transform into tree vines, cooperate with the water and bind her. Qin Yun shouted. The tree vines and tree bark that wrapped around Situ Xiaoai have been absorbed back into her body, transformed into formidable sacred power and condensed into two long swords. Sacred Sword Totem and Divine Tree Totem cooperated and transformed into tree vines, as well as a lot of water. Walala! Two fluttering streams rushed towards Ling Xiaochu and wrapped around her. Admit defeat. Situ Xiaoai lightly shouted, you are seriously injured. If you continue to fight, the one who will lose is you. Ling Xiaochu gritted her teeth and looked at Ling Tadian below the stage. Ling Xiaofei yelled, admit defeat my ass. Quickly break free from those broken things, rush over and beat her face. Ling Tadian let out a long sigh and yelled, admit defeat. I admit defeat. Ling Xiaochu also knows that if she continues to fight, her chances of winning are not big. She has indeed underestimated Situ Xiaoai. Ling Xiaochu's body is full of sword wounds, many of them are very deep. Situ Xiaoai said, I will heal you. Her water and tree have very strong healing power. Now they are gently wrapping around Ling Xiaochu's body and quickly healing her injuries. Ling Xiaochu feels like she is soaking in a warm hot spring. This kind of comfortable feeling made her let out a low moan. Feeling that her injuries are quickly healing, she turned her head and lightly groaned, thank you. She is somewhat embarrassed because she was too violent towards Situ Xiaoai before. You are welcome. Situ Xiaoai faintly smiled. Ling Xiaochu looked at Situ Xiaoai, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became somewhat gentle. Situ Xiaoai and Ling Xiaochu walked down from the stage. Ling Xiaofei rushed over and yelled, Ling Xiaochu, you actually lost, moreover you accepted her healing, you have completely lost the face of our Ling Tian clan for millions of years. Shut up. Ling Xiaochu furiously said, if it were you, you would also lose, you would lose even more miserably than me. Bullshit, I can defeat this bitch in 3 moves. Ling Xiaofei is very angry, it is as if he is the one who lost. You idiot, don't use your stinky mouth to curse her. Ling Xiaochu became even more angry, her face is filled with anger. Aya, you are actually speaking up for her. You lost to her, did you forget what your surname is? Ling Xiaofei stomped his feet in anger. Ling Tadian shouted, enough, don't quarrel. Don't you think you have lost enough face? Ling Xiaofei gritted his teeth, pointed at Qin Yun and yelled, you, get on the stage, I will beat you until you kneel. Everyone knows that it was Qin Yun who gave Situ Xiaoai pointers that allowed her to reverse the situation. Situ Xiaoai said, wait for me to rest, I will fight you. You can't even beat me, don't even think of beating Xiao Yun. You little girl, just because you defeated Ling Xiaochu, you think you are invincible under the heavens? Ling Xiaofei said with sneer, I am the strongest young man of Ling Tian clan, I can beat you up in 2 moves and you actually want to challenge me. This Ling Xiaofei is truly arrogant but his strength is indeed very strong. Qin Yan also heard that Zhang Xingxian was defeated by him. Xiaoai, don't fight him, this guy is a mad dog. Ling Xiaochu pulled Situ Xiaoai to the side. Everyone is somewhat surprised, after Ling Xiaochu was defeated by Situ Xiaoai, she did not hate Situ Xiaoai, instead she became good friends with her. Qin Yan is not surprised because Situ Xiaoai is indeed a girl who can easily be liked by others. Qin Yan looked at Zhang Xingxian and saw that he is holding Pippi Pig in his arms, his eyes lit up. He said to Ling Xiaofei, how about this, I will let my friend fight you, how about it? Your friend? A man or a woman? I'll say it first, I don't fight with women. Ling Xiaofei looked at Qin Yan with an arrogant expression. Qin Yan walked towards Zhang Xingxian and carried Pippi Pig over. He said with a smile, how about you fight with this little pig? He is a member of my inscription gate and also my friend. When Pippi Pig heard this, it could not help but shiver. Everyone was startled and then burst into laughter. Qin Yan. I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the pigs. Ling Xiaofei said angrily, you actually dare to humiliate me, I will kill you. Letting a young genius like Ling Xiaofei fight with a pig, this already made many people laugh incessantly. And from Qin Yan's appearance, it looks like he is serious. Others do not know how powerful Pippi Pig is, but Qin Yan knows. Boss, I won't fight, I can't beat him. Pippi Pig began to move around in Qin Yan's embrace, wanting to fart and slip away. Don't be afraid, you can win. Qin Yan said with smile, if you defeat this guy, you will have something to brag about when we return to the Divine Inscription Mountain. There are many formidable inscription beasts inside the Divine Inscription Mountain. If they are not heavenly rune beasts, then they are sun rune beasts. These are all great mountains that small fries like Pippi Pig can only look up to. If he, Pippi Pig, can defeat a guy from Ling Tian clan, then his position in the Divine Inscription Mountain will become very high. You are serious? Ling Xiaofei is extremely angry. He pointed at Qin Yan and shouted, you are going too far. You actually want me to fight a pig? Qin Yan very earnestly said, yes, I am serious. If you defeat my friend, I will give you the Divine Universe Evil Dragon's Dragon Pearl, how about it? Ling Tadian promptly shouted, signed soul contract, fight. Qin Yan is actually using Dragon Pearl to tempt Ling Xiaofei into fighting. It is clear that he is very confident in this pig. Ling Xiaofei, if you can help our Ling Tian clan obtain a Dragon Pearl, I will confer you the title of Ling Tian Great Protector. Ling Tadian said with mischievous laugh in order to appease Ling Xiaofei into fighting. This is a very rare opportunity. Ling Xiaofei's anger dissipated a lot. He coldly groaned and said, fine, it is delivered to my door anyways. The reason I am fighting is not because of that Ling Tian Great Protector, it is because I want Ling Tian clan to obtain the Dragon Pearl. What Ling Tian Great Protector, I don't care about it at all. Defeating a pig to obtain Ling Tian Great Protector will be the weakest. For the benefit of Ling Tian clan, I will reluctantly come out and fight against a pig. Everyone cursed Ling Xiaofei in their hearts. He is obviously very happy in his heart, but his mouth is so hypocritical. Qin Yan secretly sent sound transmission to Pippi Pig, telling him some techniques. After Pippi Pig heard this, he felt very happy in his heart because he feels that his chances of winning are very high. If he wins this battle, he will be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. Pippi Pig jumped out of Qin Yan's embrace, ran towards the battle stage and jumped on it. His appearance is very comical, people cannot help but laugh. Is this reliable? Don't kill this cute little pig. City Xiao AI said with some worry. End of chapter 1954. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.